water and fire and water, forming yin and yang. He states that it's the most suitable flame for alchemy. Yun Fu proclaims that only the Pill King Hall can understand the value of the flame and sort it out, and only the Pill King Hall can produce a Pill King. As he speaks, he turns around and is shocked to see what Antao is doing. She is performing a harvest and claims that the Fire Swallow Beast flame is the most suitable for alchemy. Shocked, she adds, then you have to ask the 6th level spiritual grade, the Moon Fire Falcon Flame, for permission. Yun Fu shouts at her, calling her an old hag, and says not to be happy so soon. He insists he's still a junior and not her opponent in alchemy. He reminds her that the best alchemist in the Pill King Hall is not him, but his master, the Vicious Medicine King. He calls on his master to show his true powers, but the Medicine King doesn't reply. Yun Fu looks confused, wondering what's happened to his master. The Medicine King looks towards Fan and asks, "Kid, this is the final round. Do you have anything up your sleeves?" Fan retorts, "What do my preparations have to do with you?" The Medicine King explains that it has something to do with him because he wants to win fairly. He says that if Fan has more tricks, then he'll use his treasured flame and face him with everything he has. But if Fan is out of tricks, he won't take advantage of him and will use the most basic Yuan flame. He say, "Of course I will not show mercy, I will just use my original flames." Fan is shocked, thinking the situation is interesting. Shua Fan smiles and tells the Medicine King that he still has some tricks up his sleeves. He say, "I still got other tricks I don't show you, so just do whatever you want anywhere, I am going to be the champion." He urges the Medicine King to go all out, claiming the title of the king belongs to him. The Medicine King laughs and compliments Shua Fan for being the first in decades to make him want to go all out in a battle of alchemy. He offers to let Shua Fan go first. Shua Fan questions why he must go first and suggests they all go at the same time. The Medicine King says, "Young man, you have to know how powerful my flame is. Once you have no chance to beat me then. To let our game be fair, I will not start mine, you finish yours. Anyway, this time the speed doesn't matter. We are only competing with the quality of our pills." Shua Fan ponders the Medicine King's confidence, and wonders if his flame is stronger than his own azure flame. "To let us admire it. Maybe I will realize your power, then I will quit the game since there's no way to beat you." Yun Fu shouts for his master to show what he has. The Medicine King obliges, and everyone is shocked when they see his flame. Everyone is getting shocked by these demonic dragons' power. Shua Fan finds it interesting, thinking, "I didn't think this old man still hid such a powerful card." Antao is surprised and Yun Fu says, "Check this out. This was one of the most powerful flames that my master got 10 years ago. One of the Heaven Fire's spirit cold flame." Antao is shocked, saying, "What, one of the Heaven Fires? The Heaven Fires are the most powerful in the human world. Each of them will need thousands of millions of years to form. Some of the close files even have superior consciousness in them. Medicine King is already the top 1 alchemist in Tianyu. Now he has got a superior flame to assist. I would say that it's impossible for this guy to win now." The second young master is pleased, believing it would be hard for the Medicine King to lose. He commends the Medicine King as unpredictable and instructs Elder Lin to take Shua Fan's head as soon as he surrenders. Elder Lin asked why that was me. "Isn't that Sir Yen should kill that body by himself?" Huangpu Qingtian says if Sir Yen does it, Qingqing Chu will stop him. "And I don't want any trouble with her. Only you have the ability to cut his thoughts in an instant. Although Qingqing would still be mad about me, she won't say anything about a dead guy." Elder Lin smiles and says the second prince is very knowledgeable. The Medicine King asked, "Now you realize why I tell you to start first even if you have prepared some kind of flame. Compare it with mine. Do you think you have any chance?" Shua Fan smiles, say, "Well, then you can take the Bodhi roots, which is what you want, am I right?" Medicine King started laughing, saying, "That's right, I want to take the Bodhi roots, but now, I want to beat you first. Let's see who will be the best alchemist in the Tianyu Empire. If I use my cold flame to beat you, both of us are reluctant to accept it." Shua Fan smiles and thinks, although this old guy is mean and disciplined, he still has his pride. What a pity for him to just be a member of a medicine's place. Yen Fu shocks say, "Master, you Medicine King retrotes quite. Huang Puqing says, what's wrong with the old guy this time? Zhou Fan says, I got your respect, but it is not necessary for me anyway. How about you start first? The Medicine King gets shocked and thinks that it is possible for him to have a more powerful flame than mine, and he is worried that his flame will accept mine. Impossible. The Medicine King smile, say, young man, stop trying to cool from your age. The maximum you can have is just a 4th grade flame. How can you beat my heaven fire? Medicine King angry on him, say, I was trying to make our game to be fair. But you insult me with sarcasm again. You had done this to me twice before. I want to listen to you anymore. Zhou Fan smiles and says, Medicine King, you underestimate me. My plan will be so much more than that. Medicine King, Elder Yen, watches Zhou Fan with shock. He thinks, that kid. Comparing from the last rounds, although his words this time are more confusing, they disturb the heart a lot. I don't understand. Elder Yen angrily says. Kid, just what flames have you prepared? Show it to everyone. Old man just wants to have a fair match. Why must you be like this? Zhou Fan smiles and says, I just want a fair match between us. That's why I'm letting you refine your pill first. If I show my flames to everyone, then you'd probably lose the motivation to refine your pill. If we start at the same time, there's no need to compete, you'd lose. They all get shocked and shout, what? Xie Tianchang says. That kid might be pretending. But this pretending is a bit too overboard. It doesn't even sound realistic. Huang Puqing smiles and says, some arrogant words. Is there a flame that can actually overpower the heavenly spiritual flames? Elder Yen angrily smiles and says, Kid, you think I'm only 3 years old? How is there a flame like that under the heavens? If you can really do it, then I'll kneel to you 3 times right here. Suddenly, Elder Yen gets shocked as he watches Zhou Fan's ice attacks on him. There is a huge power that comes. Elder Yen gets afraid. An old lady gets angry and says, I can't use my flame. They all are getting shocked. Elder Yen says, How? How is this possible? Heavenly flame is actually being overpowered and overpowered so greatly. Just what flame is that? Zhou Fan says. Who knows, it's given by someone. Yen Fu shouts. Master. Zhou Fan, standing amidst the flame powers, says, Do you still have the motivation to refine your pill? Elder Yen fearfully thinks. How can I have the motivation? Old man actually wants to make that flame mine. Zhou Fan watches him, suddenly starts laughing, and says, Now you believe the words I said earlier then, evil Medicine King, who's the true villain now? Medicine King, Elder Yen, gets afraid of him and thinks, This kid's heart is completely unreadable. Whatever he says, no one knows which is a lie. F***CK, this kid's mind is way too confusing, I can't even understand. Medicine King, Elder Yen, folds his hands in front of Zhou Fan and says in honor, Sorry, Grandmaster Song. Earlier, I was being too arrogant to this gentleman. Zhou Fan smiles and says, No worries. As long as you understand who is the gentleman here now, then you can refine your pill. Or do you want to refine it at the same time? Medicine King, Elder Yen says in honor, Sorry, Grandmaster Song. Old man didn't know his limits earlier. Then if please let this old man refine first. Zhou Fan smiles and says, Okay, I'm a pretty kind person. You first. They both turn around. Zhou Fan says, Humiliated yourself. Elder Yen angrily thinks, This old man rarely wants a fair match, yet it created such a humiliation. Zhou Fan stands there and smiles. Xie Tianchang shouts, This kid, he actually said the truth. He wasn't just boasting. Suddenly he gets shocked and says, That's right, this blue flame was also used in defeating 7th Ghost. I was wondering at that time what skill he used, but it was a heavenly treasure, no wonder. This kid has so many hidden treasures. He isn't from the 7 great families, then is he really from a 3rd-rate family? He says, You think this old man knows for that question, this old man is also very confused. And he thinks the Qianlong Pavilion also researched Zhou Fan's background. This kid hasn't left the family once, been a servant till now. But ever since the night when Luo family was wiped out, he completely changed. Before that night, He was very kind and loyal, a cowardly servant. But after that night, he became an underhanded and crafty person. If he was from the 7 families, then he'd be a butler that no one can provoke. The changes all happened that night. But what actually happened that night, this confusion, probably only that kid understands. Huan Puqingtian slams his hand down and says, Elder Lin's second prince, what orders do you have? Didn't you say earlier that that old man will win? Elder Lin shockingly says. Second prince, you saw it too. It wasn't Elder Yen who didn't try, it's really that kid. He's really oblivious. Huan Puqingtian says. That's right, we can't blame Elder Yen. That kid is really too powerful. Elder Lin, you don't have to take action later, this prince will do it myself. Elder Lin says. Then the Chu Tower over there. Huan Puqingtian says. To be enemies with Qing Qing, I'm upset. But if I can't solve this problem, it's even more upsetting. Elder Yen stands watching his demonic powers. She says, Pardon me, Elder Yen. But because of your flame and the beast's flames, the other alchemists can't refine. So, to give a fair judgment, I can only ask all of you to refine one at a time, from weak to strong. What do you think? Elder Yen replies. Humph, you want me to give way to them, they are not worthy, it won't matter. Even if my flame doesn't affect them, so what if they go all out with their strength? They don't rise to even 1 hair of mine. Yen Fu and Antao watch them, and they all also watch them nervously. She says, Hey. Shuafan smiles and says, Old man, since it's a competition, just give them a chance. Why do you have to be so hard? Elder Yen turns around and closes his hand. They both get shocked. Yen Fu shockingly thinks, Master is such a proud man, how could he? Fifth Elder says, What's going on? Did the old man get a personality change? This is strength. They both turn around and watch Huan Puqingtian. Huan Puqingtian thinks, These people listen to my orders without question, but this authority was bestowed by the royal family. They say yes while their hearts are against it. But this person. It was all because from the very beginning he grasped everyone's hearts, letting them take one step at a time in growing their faith in him. This is the true way of the ruling class in seizing authority. What this person has been doing is challenging my authority. A mountain isn't big enough for 2 tigers, only one of us will come out victorious. Shuafan watches him and thinks, killing intent, he shoutly says, Master Lu's alchemy is complete. The result of the examination is 3 high 5th grade pills, 2 mid 5th grade pills. Yen Fu smiles and says, Master was right after all. Letting those idiots go first was a total waste of time. Old man Lu, weren't you bragging about using your 4th level beast flame to freaking press us all down into making a 5th grade pill? She smiles and says, I have no intention to be pill king. Just getting ahead of a twerp like you and washing away the disgrace is enough. Yen Fu starts laughing and says, Old man, losing is losing. What are you doing talking with that cocky tone? Not to mention, my beast flame is stronger than yours. And you still think of besting me? Old lady says. Humph, alchemy isn't based on flame alone. Last time I lost in terms of speed, but when it comes to refining techniques, I am above you, twerp. Yen Fu stands there and watches her shockingly. Old lady with powers says, Brat, tell me, what grade is this? Yen Fu shockingly watches the pill. She happily shouts and says, Grandmaster Lu refined a high 6th grade pill. They shockingly shout, What 6th grade pill? This is something not even a genuine 6th grade alchemist can pull off. Yen Fu called his powers. She shockingly says, Young Master Yen Yu. Yen Fu, generating his refining pill, says, Old man, tell me what grade is this? Old lady gets shocked and puts her face down. Yen Fu starts laughing. She shoutly says, Young Master Yen Fu refined a low 7th grade pill. They got shocked and shout, What, 7th grade? He thinks. There is now another 7th grade alchemist besides Vicious Pill King. There is another young Pill King in the Pill King Hall. Suddenly, Aunt Tao generates her powers. They all turn around and watch her shockingly. Aunt Tao stands there with so much power. She shoutly says, It's actually another hard blood pill, Aunt Tao Yu. Aunt Tao says, Humph, this old woman just wants to state There is a mountain beyond a mountain as there's someone above another. Both of your techniques still have a long way to go. Everyone is surprised when Aunt Tao creates a Heaven's 7th grade mid-spirit pill. Yun Fu shouts in surprise, telling Aunt Tao that their grudges from the Imperial City competition haven't been settled yet. She replies that they should focus on the long run and not hold grudges over one victory. Yun Fu insists that they must fight until a clear victor emerges. Suddenly, attention shifts to the Medicine King, who is performing his refinement process. A huge blue flame bursts out as he works hard, blood coming from his mouth. Xuefan stands calmly, while Yun Fu watches in worry. It looks like the Medicine King is in pain, and Aunt Tao thinks that he has gone crazy, endangering his life. The Medicine King falls down, and Yun Fu shouts, asking what happened to him today. The Medicine King and Xuefan look at each other, and the Medicine King appears hurt. Zhe Tianyan and Long Jiu also watch, with Long Jiu saying that the Medicine King might not be a great person, but when it comes to pills, he is the best refiner in the Tianyu Empire. The Medicine King is not losing his strength but performing hard. Flames are burning, and he is trying to make the best pill ever. Blood is coming out of his mouth, but he doesn't stop. A huge light bursts all around. Long Jiu shouts, amazed that the Medicine King has actually endowed the pill with nature. He thinks that since the start of the Tianyu Empire 1,000 years ago, there hasn't been a person able to refine a pill that is alive. But now the evil Medicine King has done it. The Medicine King raises his pill in the air. Xuefan looks at him, and Master Lu is surprised to see it. The judge says that this pill seems to have surpassed the 7th grade but does not seem to be in the 8th grade. Xuefan says that this pill is, of course, a 7th grade pill, but it's a perfect 7th grade pill, counting as a grade surpassing pill. He says that in the path of pill refining, the hardest thing is to create a perfect pill, so although it's a 7th grade pill, it cannot be compared to any normal 8th grade pill. Everyone looks shocked to hear this, thinking that there is actually a 7th grade pill surpassing an 8th grade pill. Long Jiu is thinking that creating such a pill is not easy. Only a genius like the evil Medicine King could go this far and endanger his life at such a level of competition. Xuefan is standing, and everyone is looking now for his performance. Xuefan says, so that is it. He then challenges others to come at him with pride. Xuefan says that any man who spits their blood essence 5 times is bound to die, and the old man, the Medicine King, has done it 4 times today, which is impressive. He adds that if he doesn't do something special, he would be insulting the Medicine King. The Medicine King shouts in agreement. Xuefan looks at his spiritual ring, and everyone watches him as he raises his hand, and bright rays come out of it, lighting the whole ground. The crowd is shocked to see that Xuefan is setting an array. Alchemists in the audience are thinking about what an array has to do with alchemy. Xuefan commands the Havel's gate to open and let the spiritual energy flood the array. He joins his hands and asks for assistance from the heavenly fire, letting the spirit and dragons enter the pill. He shouts to open, and everyone is shocked to see dragons flying in the air and spirit beasts. Xuefan holds his blue spirit flame and throws it into the refinement process. Dragons and beasts enter into the pill, and it becomes a giant large blue dragon, waving in the air. Xuefan performs his refinement process with all his power, raising his hand and commanding the secret array pill cradle to return the dragons. All the dragons run towards the array and strike. A huge blue explosion appears, surprising everyone. Everyone wonders what is going on, what is happening. The judge is shocked to see the dragons in the air and exclaims that it turns out to be instant refining. The greatest awe is how the 9 dragons and different colored mixtures flow through them. Yun Fu asks how Xuefan did that, and the Medicine King replies that it's amazing how Xuefan separated the ingredients in the instant they were refined. The Medicine King thinks that refining has incredibly high requirements for the control of the ingredients and flame. Not only did Xuefan meet these requirements, but he also separated hundreds of ingredients into 9 types instantly. The Medicine King wonders how there can be such a mystical refining skill in the world and says that this is something he cannot even achieve. He also wonders how the world gave birth to such an outstanding genius alchemist. The judge addresses Xuefan, wondering what kind of secret skill he was using, as it was so powerful. Zhuofan replies that it's just a mere pill array, a simple little array to help in refining a high-degree grade pill to become a great surpassing pill, and that it has to form spirituality. The Medicine King is shocked at his revelation. Zhuofan addresses him and says that using blood essence to make the heaven and earth spirit flame instill spirit into the pill is one way, but that it's too dangerous. He says that if all alchemists tried it, 9 out of 10 would die, calling it truly idiotic. The judge then asks if Zhuofan also instilled spirituality into the pill, wondering if it was the great shadows just now and if the correct spirits were all around them. Zhuofan explains that spirituality is instilled only by pouring heaven and earth spirituality into the pill, as a heaven and earth spirit flame has such a property. He further explains that the locations of the 7 houses were chosen with dense spiritual energy in mind, as a place like that gives birth to many spirits. However, not just anyone can find them. The array he set up is an initiate array, called the Dragon Transformation Array. Zhuofan is explaining that since ancient times there has only been one main pill array, but that it has started to branch out. The array he created today gathers the surrounding spirits, forming them into a dragon spirit. Though it's not a true dragon spirit body, its power isn't any worse than the heavenly claims that form after thousands of years. Everyone is shocked to realize the pill array technique. A master is thinking that even in the ancient records, there is no mention of this. He believes that not only in Tianyu, but even across the whole continent, he cannot beat Zhuofan in pill refining. Without doubt, Zhuofan is seen as the first generation of pill alchemists. The Medicine King is surprised, thinking about an array technique he has never heard of and wondering who Zhuofan is. In pill refinement, he admits he has lost to him, but he still believes his greater cultivation level will give him a chance during the last pill refinement process. Zhuofan joins his hands, and a dragon comes towards him. All dragons join, tearing up, and everyone is shocked to see that the dragon body has been torn up into 9 little dragons. The master is also shocked to see that Zhuofan has refined all those pill essences into one, and that it has happened in an instant again. The Medicine King is thinking about such an important moment, yet they have all been refined in an instant. Zhuofan is performing his refining process with all his power, while everyone is shocked. He then says it's time to finish it up, and he brings out his blue Bodhi root. The Medicine King is shocked to see the Bodhi jade essence, and everyone else is shocked as well. The master is thinking that the jade essence is one of Rain Flower Tower's greatest treasures, wondering why it is in Zhuofan's hand. He thinks Zhuofan may have been invited by the Rain Flower specifically to go against the evil Medicine King, and that the pill refining competition by Rain Tower this time is assigned to the Medicine King Palace, that they are starting to resist him. Zhuofan says, "Dust to dust, dirt to dirt," and moves his finger, announcing, "Dragon Jade Essence Spirit Pill." Blue film thunders in the sky, and everyone is frightened by the scene. The Medicine King is also surprised, kneeling in front of Zhuofan. He expresses his shock, saying that he risked his life to form just one such pill, yet Zhuofan formed 18 pills in an instant. Yun Fu is also shocked to see this, and everyone looks at Zhuofan's process. The judge asks Grandmaster Song about the pill he has refined, but Zhuofan replies that there is no need to look anymore, he has won. Everyone in the crowd looks at him surprisingly, and the other alchemists give him respect. The judge says she understands that Zhuofan has won but asks him to tell her the grade of the pills. He replies that they are 18 pills of 8th grade, surpassing grade pills. Everyone is shocked to hear this, thinking that such a heaven-defying matter probably only exists in ancient legends. They wonder what kind of monster this young alchemist is. The judge is about to announce that Zhuofan is the winner of the competition but sees that he is moving away. She addresses him to stop, but Zhuofan says that no one else can call him Pill King other than himself. Zhuofan walks forward. Antao looks at him and thinks that every new wave draws higher than its predecessors who died on the sandy beach. Song has defeated the best alchemist, representing the end of their generation of alchemistry finance. A warrior of a new generation stands on their corpses, breaking the ground of a new age. Fortunately, he is from their district, the Flowers Edifices. Zhe Tianyang says, "For God's sake, just look at Medicine King." He got the life scared out of him by that brat. Even I feel sorry for him. This brat really knows how to attack. He said it wasn't clear that he could lose against Medicine King, but now what? Not only does he win, but it is a perfect win. He crushes him thoroughly. Longjio says this is indeed ruthless. He will not let the other have anything left. A single perfect 8-grade pill is more than enough to win it by a landslide, but he goes as far as to make 18 in the alchemy that Medicine Pill King is most proud of. He gives him a fatal blow. He says such a blow, I am afraid he might never recover from this trauma as long as he lives. Zhe Tianyang says you are speaking of a heart demon. Longjio replies even without it, he may never get to refine a high-grade pill in his life. That brat's vicious red retribution leaves everyone in DONGHUA. Fan steps ahead and says to King Tane, wearing your cloak to this point, I have returned your sister's debt. He raises the cloak like a flag. Everyone is looking at Shuafan. Yunfu says heaven-toppling pill. Everyone starts shouting and appreciating him by saying heaven-toppling pill. The crowd supports him, while he enjoys it. Qingqing arrives and says heaven-toppling pill. She cries and says thank you. The Medicine King listens to the crowd's voice. He looks at the hanging cloak and says heaven-toppling pill. He says with regret, Qin Tian, I never thought there was a man in this world who would use these words. I have lost today at his hands or yours. He laughs and looks at Shuafan. Shuafan stands in front of the reward, thinking what should be done is done, all the favors that should be paid are also returned, next is the real purpose. He moves his hand to grab but someone stops him. It's the second-hand master, running towards him to attack, saying you are far from worthy of taking the Bodhi Jade roots. Qingqing shouts watch out. Shuafan looks at him. The second-hand master stops, shocked to see that Shuafan is in front of him with a vivid purple flame. Shuafan gives a hard punch on his face, and the second-hand master falls down far away. Everyone is shocked to see that. The fifth elder thinks, with Huang Pu Qingyun's strength, he made a sneak attack, but he did not succeed and was hit back. How is this possible? The other party is only a born tempering kid. He is shocked to see the pairs of thunder wings. The fifth elder shouts, realizing that he is Shuafan finally. Qingqing is shocked to see that he is Shuafan. Mudan shouts to Zhe Tianyang and Longjio, you guys already knew that it was that Shuafan. They reply, indeed, and we also have a relationship with him that is not shallow. Qinghao asks, then what will you guys plan to do? Join him to fight the Ghost Valley and the Imperial Gate. Qingqing thinks that the fight today is the same as the start of the 7 great families. With the Drifting Flowers edifice's current status, it would only take minutes to be wiped out. But if it was not for him, the Drifting Flowers edifice would have been taken by the evil Medicine King. She says, you guys should not take action, I will go and assist him myself. Both girls shout Qingqing's name, but she replies, I have already decided, there is no use trying to persuade me. Antao arrives and says, I cannot imagine that this old woman can help out one last time before I die. No matter the hardship, I will accompany you through it all. Dandan also says, Edifice Master, I will also follow. Mudan angrily shouts at her, oh my god, you should just stop causing trouble. Zhe Tianyang says, Aya, Edifice Master Chu is virtuous. Calling you sister-in-law was not in vain. But not a single person will need to go out. No worries, this whole matter has been planned out in the palm of that kid. He also told us not to let us interfere. I believe he will take care of himself. Dandan shouts, what, is that true? Is that what the husband said, or are you dodging your responsibilities and deliberately making up nonsense to deceive me? Lady Kuei says, Master Chu and Dandan, that kid is telling us not to interfere because he does not want us to attract the Imperial Gate's attention, which will affect his family's development. That said, it was also for his own selfish reasons. Otherwise, why would a selfish and greedy person like him take on so many difficult people by himself? Thinking back to Fenglin City, he let us and the Ghost Valley start a good fight, but then he took the opportunity to kill 2 elders and let us clean up after him. Dandan shouts, you cannot say bad things about my husband, he is intelligent, you understand. Xinghua asks, 9th uncle, if he decided to take it all by himself, but with a cultivation of bone forging, no matter how strong he is. How will he face these 4 families' attack or escape from the 4 experts? If he was really in danger, will you guys help him out? Longjio says we will. After all, he is this old man's recognized brother. Zetianyang adds I will too. This young master still owes him some favors, and I ought to repay them. But maybe we've thought too much, he probably already has it all planned out. Muten questions, what? He can really escape from these 4 experts. Then he is really a monster, just as the rumors say. Zetianyang smiles, he has been a monster since the beginning. Since his fight with the 7th ghost, I understood he is not a reckless man. If he decides to do something, he must be absolutely certain before doing it. Shuafan holds the box, and the second young master stands up, thinking, I originally thought this kid's strength was only at the born forging realm, but not only was his speed on par with a heavenly profound realm, but his bones and tendons are tough. He questions if there is a more powerful body refining technique in the world than the Imperial Gates Imperial Extreme Body Technique. Shuafan looks at the Bodhi Jade Roots and says, Second Prince, you said I am not capable of getting the Bodhi Jade Roots. You should know that I am the king of this times 100 pill competition, these Bodhi Jade Roots are mine. The second young master angrily retorts, Bastard, such a precious treasure is something that you can have. You'll lose your life. The 5th elder of Yuming Valley comes to the ground and says, Brat, so you are the Shuafan who killed the 7th elder. Many people in Qiming City have seen the pairs of thunder wings behind you, don't try to deny it. Shuafan smiles, did I say that I was going to deny it? Plus, other than me, who else would dare rob something that the 7 great families want in broad daylight? The crowd shivers with fear and starts to shout, it's Demon Shuafan. They all start to run, yelling, Hurry up, run, it's the real deal, save me, hurry up and escape. The 5th elder yells, return the 7th elder's life back, and runs towards Shuafan to attack. Shuafan looks at him and realizes that he is a heavenly profound 5th layer body refining expert. He eventually disappears, surprising the 5th elder, then reappears in his face, giving him a hard punch. This causes the 5th elder to fall far away on the floor, bleeding. He realizes, so it was like this, no wonder the 7th elder was killed so easily. This brat is a real monster. The 5th elder watches Shuafan angrily, thinking, Bastard, and flies towards him for an attack. Shuafan shouts defiantly, Come again, I won't play with you anymore. He quickly changes direction and adds, Goodbye. The 5th elder follows him closely and taunts. You want to run? He shouts. Where do you think you're going? Closing in on Shuafan, the young man watches him in shock and then launches an attack, yelling, Get the hell out of my way! The 5th elder tackles Shuafan with a sly smile and retorts, Humph, you little prick! You think you're the only one with demonic treasures! He strikes Shuafan with his demonic stick and challenges him. If you've got the guts, let's see you bet your life again! Shuafan watches in shock and thinks, A 5th grade demonic treasure! The 5th elder's 5th grade demonic treasure strikes Shuafan with incredible force. Shuafan is sent flying and crashes hard into the ground. Onlookers are shocked by the intense confrontation. Huangpu Qingtian starts laughing and remarks, 5th elder is indeed a Hell Valley expert body cultivator. Even compared to Regent Estate's imperial tyrant body art, I'm afraid your art is not weaker. The 5th elder smiles modestly. Huangpu Qingtian watches Shuafan and speculates. With 5th elder's strength, that brat must be close to dying if not dead already. Could I ask a favor from 5th elder if he's still alive? Allow me to exact revenge for your valley's 7th elder. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that, the 5th elder says. In honor, others are unworthy. But since this is second young master's request, please do not hesitate to do it. But I would like to return to his head. Huangpu Qingtian turns around and says, I will never forget 5th elder's dutiful act. He thinks, since ancient times, one mountain wasn't big enough for 2 tigers. Perhaps this is our fate. He adds, I will certainly thank you later. In his mind, he contemplates, I will wring the life out of you to ease my heart. Before departing, a voice from the crowd asks, Uncle Gio, do we attack? She watches him, but he doesn't respond. She shouts impatiently, "Humph, I don't care. If you won't go, I will." Suddenly, Zhuofan emerges from the ground, leaving everyone shocked. He swiftly kicks Huang Puqingtian in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Zhuofan stands there with immense power. Zhuofan flies towards Huang Puqingtian and attacks him with his wings. Huang Puqingtian watches him in fear. The fifth elder shouts a warning. "Second young master, watch out!" He attacks Zhuofan with his 5th grade demonic treasure, but Zhuofan manages to evade it. Zhuofan exclaims, "Damn, it was so close, and I would have had that punk's life." Huang Puqingtian watches Zhuofan fearfully and thinks, "If 5th elder hadn't arrived in time just now, I would have been dead. This goddamn prick had faked death among the rubble, then waited for me to approach, and suddenly killed me by surprise." Long Jiu shouts, "It's true, the rumor around the world is that this kid is a monster." This old man thought it was a joke. But who knew that not seeing each other for only 2 years, this kid's skin and bones are actually so powerful? You know, that 5th elder of Ghost Valley has a strong physical body. Even the 3 elders of our Qianlong Pavilion are extremely afraid. In a fight between the two, it would be a tie. I did not expect this kid to take a heavy blow from that guy and still be completely unscathed. It's really too extraordinary. Long Jiu addresses Zai Tianyang and asks, "Did you recently meet him? Just when did he become this monster-like state?" Zai Tianyang says, "How would I know? It's probably just a night's work. He went from a 6th level of Qi gathering, who couldn't even beat the bone-forging realm with his own strength, into a bone-forging realm who instantly turned the 7th Ghost Elder into pieces in a second. Eating what? A night's work. Oh brother, just how many secrets have you not taught this brother of yours?" Zhuofan says, "This damned bastard, that hammer of yours broke one of my bones, but you're not without achievement. At least my internal organs seem to have suffered minor injuries. Ghost Valley's 5th elder, I'll remember this debt." The 5th elder looks at him and thinks, this kid is indeed a true monster. Only minor injuries after getting hit by one of my full-strength hammers, but the fortunate thing is that he's not in the heavenly profound realm. Still, it's close enough. Had he been able to use the advantages of that toughness, it might have been a disaster. Zhuofan flies away, and the 5th elder comes towards him with his hammer and says, "You want to run. You'll be a big problem in the future if you escape today." He's about to hit him, but Zhuofan suddenly disappears. He comes out from behind, close to his mouth. The 5th elder angrily makes a punch to attack him and says, "Good coming, you're just courting death." Zhuofan again disappears from his punch, and the elder is shocked by this. Zhuofan flies away and says, "See you next time." The 2nd young master blocks Zhuofan's way and says, "Kid, try to run." Zhuofan angrily looks at him and thinks, this kid's a body-refining cultivator, it's not appropriate to fight him physically. Otherwise, caught up with both sides in a sandwich, it will be more difficult to deal with. Zhuofan says, "Also, I really wanted to discipline you, but today's not the time." Zhuofan again deceives him with his speed and runs away. The 2nd elder stands thinking, what is that movement skill? Why have I not seen it before? It's too weird. Zhuofan flies towards Qingqing and says goodbye. Suddenly, he's attacked and falls down. The 2nd young master says, "Nice job, I'll give you credit for that attack." The 5th elder says, "That kid is tricky as heck. I didn't expect him to have such a bizarre body technique in addition to a strong physical body. If not for the presence of Elder Lin today, I'm afraid none of us would have been able to stop him." Elder Lin stands proudly. Mudan angrily says, "That heartless bastard." Zhuofan stands and says, "That kick of yours was very fast, but why doesn't it have any strength?" So it's Elder Lin from Merry Woods. Elder Lin thinks angrily, how dare this kid treat this old man with such underestimation? He shouts, "Second Prince, 5th elder, you guys stop first. Let this old man take care of that kid." Zhuofan smiles at him. The 5th elder thinks, that old man is not broke, right? Zhuofan, even I have to be careful facing him. You really think you can face him by yourself? The 2nd young master says, 5th elder, since Elder Lin wanted to start first, then we should just take this favor and repay him in the future. Lin says, don't dare, don't dare. This is something I have to do. I'm honored to be able to contribute to the second prince. Why do you have to repay me? The fifth elder says, but second prince, the second prince isn't really relying on this Lin Zitian. He's using him to test the water, to see what other tricks Shuafan has. The fifth elder says, we should thank you. Lin happily says, no need, no need. Fifth elder, you're too kind. Shuafan stands angrily and says, I still have to fight against the test rat. It's just wasting time. Lin is eager to fight, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shuafan surveys the surroundings, noting that the wall is closest to him. With the confidence of being a body cultivator in the third profound heaven realm, he knows no one can match his speed. He races away, full of determination. Fifth elder shouts in frustration, damn it, he wants to run. Shuafan, amused, decides to provoke them a little. He laughs and calls out, Huangpu Qingyun, old fifth, we'll meet again if fate allows. He conspicuously omits mentioning Lin. Angry and feeling disregarded, Lin thinks to himself how Shuafan didn't even acknowledge him by name. He sees it as a clear slight and runs after Shuafan, narrowing the distance between them. Shuafan thinks dismissively of Lin's pursuit, considering him nothing more than a paper tiger. Lin, fueled by anger, yells, you little shit, you'll pay for your insolence. Fifth elder observes the chase and thinks to himself that Shuafan, despite being a mere Arban stamp wrinkly, can stand against the diversity of profound heavenly body experts. He sees Lin's pursuit as foolish. The second young master calls to the fifth elder, let's go together. He dismisses any concerns of saving Lin, thinking that even if Lin falls, he could at least damage Shuafan. Shuafan, noticing the others are following, continues to evade Lin's strikes, using his speed trick to surprise them once again. The second young master and fifth elder react in surprise, exclaiming, this trick again. Shuafan laughs and taunts, do you think I'll be stupid enough to waste time on this idiot? You counted your chickens too soon. Zhe Tianyang analyzes the situation, recognizing the strategic play by the regent state, while Long Jiu thinks about Shuafan's ability to see through it. Shuafan continues to taunt, dare to chase this master. Lin's anger boils over, and he yells, crispy, crispy, as he runs to attack. The second young master sees the situation unfolding and realizes it's too late. Shuafan focuses on Lin, thinking, now we cannot go after them, I will kill you first. He challenges Lin, countering his attack and declaring, since you want death, I shall oblige. Lin dismisses Shuafan's power, and Shuafan is shocked when his attack seems to teleport. He dismisses Lin's speed but is caught off guard by Lin's strength. Qing Qing and others watch in shock as Lin's punch sends Shuafan reeling. The second young master and fifth elder are equally astonished by Lin's unexpected success. Shuafan gets up, acknowledging that he has underestimated Lin, and invites him to continue fighting, setting the stage for a fierce showdown. Shuafan stands there, admitting, Elder Lin, I've really underestimated you. Elderly smiles and responds, Humph, as long as you understand. The reason my merry woods can be among the 7 families is because of our strength. Elder Lin thinks, damn it, how is that brat's physical body so tough? Is that even human? After punching him once, my hand is already broken. My hand really hurts. Huangpu Qintian laughs and shouts, I didn't expect Elder Lin to have such strength. It's really a surprise for this prince. Nice, nice. Huangpu Qintian smiles and thinks, this Elder Lin actually also has the strength to fight head-on with Shuafan. Then, the 3 together, Shuafan will be defeated. He says, Elder Lin, you've just shown us what you're made of. In order to avoid complications, we should solve this kid as soon as possible for the better. Fifth elder laughs and adds, that's right, Elder Lin alone, I'm afraid it will take too long. Let the second prince and I help you. Elder Lin starts laughing and assures them, don't worry, second prince, fifth elder. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to run. Huangpu Qintian smiles and says, this I naturally believe. Shuafan stands there with his wings open and thinks, 2 body cultivators, and with a Lin Zitian that can suddenly fight well on top. 3 people teamed up with the person, I'm afraid their lives will be lost in a matter of seconds. But I did not account for the countermeasures, and how would I risk breaking into this heavenly net? As for who to start with, Xuefan smiles and says, Elder Lin, I didn't realize that you were an expert as well. It is not below Huang Puqian nor that fifth elder. Elder Lin starts laughing and says, You only understood now, too late. Xuefan smiles and responds, But you can't blame me. Compared to the rest of the 6 great families, the reputation of the Merry Forest is really not very famous, and their reputation isn't really good as well. Elder Lin angrily shouts, Nonsense, how is the reputation of our Merry Forest bad? Xuefan smiles and says, Merry Forest's reputation is famous or not, it's not worth mentioning at the time being. But haven't you heard that lyric? Elder Lin is shocked and asks, What lyric? Xuefan replies, Merry woods, the wallflower, once wind blows, it falls on 2 sides. Today it falls on the stones, tomorrow it falls by the big tree. I don't know which day the wind is strong. No one wants a broken back or lame leg. Elder Lin angrily shouts, Nonsense, who is spreading such rumors? Xuefan smiles and says, Rumors. Elder Lin now has a solid stone to step on. Have you forgotten the fragrance of the flowers and rain? Elder Lin is shocked. Elder Yen thinks, Getting into a mouth fight with this kid is a guaranteed loss. Huan Puqin Tian and 5th elder watch him and smile. Elder Lin angrily says, Stinky brat, and attacks him, saying, If I can't break your body into pieces today, I won't have a surname of Lin. Xuefan watches him and tackles him from his leg, sending him away. Xuefan watches him in shock. Elder Lin attacks him with his powerful kick, and Xuefan is sent away, falling down. Elder Lin watches him while standing in front of him. Xuefan is injured but manages to stand. Elder Lin attacks him again with another powerful kick, shouting, Go die. Xuefan is sent away again and falls down. Huang Puqintian watches them and laughs, saying, Good job, Elder Lin. It seems to be a surprise after another now. Without our help, this Xuefan will be done. I really didn't think that Elder Lin would be this powerful. The demon Xuefan, who caused us a lot of problems, can't even muster the strength to fight back. Elder Lin, let him breathe his last in my hands. Old Gio says, Be ready to go out at any moment. Elder Yen comes towards him fearfully and says, This doesn't feel right. Yen Fu smiles and says, He will soon be killed by Elder Lin, which can also count as revenge for Master. This kid was boasting so much, now take a look at him. Where did all of his strength go? Elder Yen is shocked. Xuefan stands and says, That's right, it's that no wonder the old man has always felt that something is wrong. So that's it, that kid's boasting pride has disappeared. Yen Fu is shocked. Elder Yen says, Even if a lion dies, it is still a lion. Even if a king takes off a crown, he is still a king. That aura of looking out over the world will never disappear, but right now, it has disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but rather hidden away. Just like a viper, waiting until the time comes and taking the life of your opponent in one move. Elder Yen shockingly shouts. No wonder why that brat's goal is. Xuefan's smile widens upon seeing Lin Zitan. He swiftly runs upward, his footsteps determined. The Medicine King's voice echoes through the air, shouting that Xuefan's target is none other than his disciples. Lin Tainu stands frozen, fear etched across his features, as he watches the unfolding scene. Xuefan's voice cuts through the tension, declaring that it's too late. He fixes his gaze on Lin Zitan and taunts, You seem to have a blast kicking me around. Now, I will eliminate your disciple. Lin Tianyu's voice trembles as he shouts in fear. With a sudden burst of movement, Lin Zitian rushes forward. Xuefan, face me in combat if you dare. Leave my disciple out of this, he challenges, his voice edged with desperation. But before anyone can react, Xuefan vanishes from sight only to reappear behind Lin Zitan. As you wish, he sneers, launching an attack at his unsuspecting adversary. Lin Zitan's body convulses as the blow lands, leaving him grievously wounded. He gasps, disbelief evident in his voice. How could you surpass my speed? Xuefan's retort is cold and calculated. When I know your target, your speed means nothing. His fist strikes again, and Lin Zitin crumples to the ground, lifeless. Turning his attention to Lin Tianyu, Zhuo Fan's voice drips with contempt. I've crushed your master's heart, yet you can't even look at the one who ended his life. You're nothing but trash. Lin Tianyu trembles, fear consuming him. The second young master watches in dread, his thoughts racing at the sight of a profound heavenly master falling with a single strike, all while Zhuo Fan's demeanor remains eerily calm, as if he's merely squashing a bug. Zhuo Fan steps forward, his eyes radiating a calculated intensity. The Medicine King's realization dawns upon him. He had misunderstood Zhuo Fan's intentions. You didn't target Lin Tianyu. It was Lin Zitin all along, he murmurs, acknowledging that the opponent's life was always in Zhuo Fan's grasp. Indeed, Zhuo Fan confirms, I only wanted the old man's life. The Medicine King's mind whirls with this revelation, recognizing Zhuo Fan's true prowess, as if admiring a devil in the flesh. Mutin shivers in fear, Chu Chu marvels at Zhuo Fan's ruthlessness, and Qing Hua advises caution in associating with him. Qing Qing counters, acknowledging that Zhuo Fan saved their drifting flower edifice, but Zhuo Fan counters back, questioning if Huang Pu Qingyun and the fifth elder would truly care about Lin Zitin's life. In the midst of this intricate web of manipulation and power, Zhuo Fan's voice holds a hint of smug confidence. I may hold Lin Tianyu hostage, and Lin Zitin may cower, but does Huang Pu Qingyun or the fifth elder truly value his life? He muses aloud, challenging their assumptions. His words cut through the tension, prompting a chuckle from the Medicine King, who acknowledges Zhuo Fan's viper-like approach. As Zhuo Fan's words linger in the air, the second young master seethes with anger, dubbing him a sinister brat. Regret tinges his voice. Unfortunately, I didn't catch your trick. If the fifth elder and I had noticed, we wouldn't have let you so easily take Elder Lin's life. Zhuo Fan chuckles, dismissive, you overestimate yourself too. A few books on ruling won't win the hearts of the people. You're far from it. It would have been a grand strategic play if Kiki were here, but you guys fall short. The second young master's pride is wounded, enraged by being underestimated by someone of the same generation. He seethes, how dare he call me a daft brat? Trembling with anger, he thinks, if I couldn't bear it, I wouldn't be the Imperial Gate young master. Zhuo Fan's gaze lands on him, and he continues, this is your fault. A ruler should manage situations, consider the bigger picture. Among all present, only Lin Zitin countered my moves, but you're as worthless as your absence. He died in his clash with me because you weren't near him, another failure of yours. The second young master's fury boils over, his shout reverberating, that's enough. You're the one who killed Lin Zitin, and now you're trying to shift the blame to me. Everyone knows how deceitful you are. Zhuo Fan retorts, a regent should be a leader, not a mere puppet. Elder Lin's status makes him regent. Those who shirk responsibility aren't fit. You, too, aren't worthy of following. The second young master's voice falters, embarrassment creeping in. In the fifth elder's mind, thoughts swirl. Zhuo Fan doesn't even need to lead, mere dissociation does the trick. A smile plays on Zhuo Fan's lips. Standing with fury coursing through him, he seethes, this kid really knows his way around fucking mind games. Zhuo Fan, however, quickly resolves to put an end to this, recognizing the danger of letting him continue. He wants to quickly get rid of him. Thoughts race through his mind, I can't let my reputation be tarnished like this. Where's my dignity? He sadly thinks since I could not figure out that kid weird footwork technique, then I should take him out in one swoop. Meanwhile, the second young master plots, realizing his previous mistake with the footwork technique. He determines to finish Zhuo Fan swiftly, not giving him the chance to escape. With a smirk, Zhuo Fan darts forward, prompting an angry shout from the second young master, bastard. That kid is trying to flee again. Frustration wells within him as he considers his strategy. I lowered my aura to throw him off, but he acted first, as if he anticipates my every move and is always one step ahead. Zhuo Fan's laughter cuts through the tension. It's too late. Just the two of you can't stop me. His punch slams into the wall, causing a widespread destruction. Remaining defiant, the fifth elder of Yuming Valley realizes their error. We've been deceived. His earlier words were a trap. Both of them conclude that Xuefan's cunning surpasses even the seventh elders. As they give chase, determined to end him, they acknowledge his potential as a threat when he reaches the heavenly profound realm. Yen Fu, standing behind the master, voices confusion. The master's command is simple: follow them. In Huaya Tower, contemplation abounds as the truth sinks in. Huang Pu Qingyan's intelligence couldn't outwit Xuefan. They discuss his feats, including the downfall of the seventh ghost of Ghost Valley. Qingqing emphasizes Xuefan's adaptability and cunning, making him a terrifying opponent. Long Jiu, meanwhile, proposes assistance. They watch the unfolding battle, realizing that although Xuefan has escaped, his survival is far from certain. Amidst the chaos, they note Xuefan's prowess, escaping two powerful experts from different factions. He engages in combat, and injuries are exchanged. Observers are astonished by Xuefan's movement technique, which even baffles heavenly profound realm experts. They mull over whether demons share such abilities. As Xuefan exchanges blows, the realization sets in that it's time to halt the confrontation. They acknowledge the necessity of regrets later, fueled by frustration. An old man lays on the ground, injured, and he reminds the young man of his presence. The scene transitions, and they witness a grade 3 spirit animal, the earth-shaking blood boar, signaling a pivotal moment. They recognize that it's Xuefan's last hope for survival against the evil Medicine King. He stands feverishly. A rarely seen creature, the rumbling blood bat possesses a unique talent for unleashing powerful sound waves that affect the opponent's soul. It uses this ability to incapacitate the opponent, then swoops down to bite their throat and feed on their blood. Even a group of 10 rumbling blood bats is enough to overpower 4th-level spiritual beasts. Recognizing their formidable nature, the experts contemplate the situation. The Medicine King Elder Yen acknowledges, even after using blood essence 4 times, he remains a force to be reckoned with. His size might be deceiving, but I suspect his confidence comes from his reliance on the rumbling blood bats. No wonder he wasn't intimidated by experts like Long Jiu. He reflects on the power of the bats, believing they present a significant threat. Acknowledging their strength, they jest that Elder Yan is the most dependable in blocking Xuefan. The experts discuss how a combined effort would match the strength of a 4th-level spiritual beast, yet they acknowledge the challenge posed by a swarm. Xuefan, however, fights relentlessly against the demon bats, utilizing his full power to counter their assault. Observing the battle's nuances, they realize that Xuefan has identified the bats' inability to coordinate effectively, slipping through their attack's gaps. The experts plan to intervene, coordinating their actions. The second young prince urges caution, asserting that their interference could worsen the situation. He assures that he will make his move at the right time to prevent Xuefan's escape. Xuefan continues to combat the demons, unleashing his powers against them. As the battle intensifies, they realize Xuefan's strategic acumen, noting that he's exploiting the bats' weaknesses. The experts discuss the potency of 100 rumbling blood bats, acknowledging their strength. Even Xuefan's resilient body begins to show signs of damage. The second young prince jests at the treasure possessed by Elder Yen, recognizing the significance of the bats. The bats, collected over a millennium by the Pill King Hall, are deployed due to Elder Yan's contributions. Despite their animosity toward Xuefan, the experts decide to spare his body out of respect for his alchemical talents. Amidst the onslaught, Xuefan curses his situation, realizing the dire predicament he's in. The experts discuss his resilience, viewing him as slightly tougher than an average person. However, they believe his downfall is imminent, intending to showcase the consequences of opposing the regent estate. Outside, the girls express their concern, while Long Jiu advises against intervening, recognizing the futility against the relentless onslaught of the 100 rumbling blood bats. Zhe Tianyang is taken aback by the sight of the blue flame. Xuefan, too, remains puzzled by what's unfolding. The Medicine King stands contemplative. The second young master directs his attention to the Medicine King, inquiring about the situation. He voices his bewilderment. Why hasn't that kid died? To which the Medicine King responds, he's likely still alive. The second young master questions further, then why is he acting like that? Instead of screaming, he appears to be enjoying himself. he jests. Don't tell me you saw his pill refining talent and deliberately went easy on him. The Medicine King's response is assertive. Second Prince, please be mindful of your words. The Medicine King Hall has aided you, and I, of the Imperial Gate, have never hesitated. The prince counters, his skepticism evident. It's hard to say. Who's to guarantee you'd hand over the Bodhi roots if you possessed them? The fifth elder interjects, addressing the second prince. If this continues, the outcome may change. The prince inquires about the next steps, and the fifth elder suggests their involvement. We desired to end him with our own hands to quench the hatred in our hearts, he asserts. Adding, what you and I want can be accomplished by personally facing this kid. With the heaven-shaking bloodbath surrounding him, his body technique is constrained. We can easily engage in close combat. The second young master agrees, his smile indicating compliance. All right, we'll proceed as the fifth elder has advised. Elder Yan will need to cease the blood sound waves to let us in, but caution is paramount. We cannot allow the kid to escape, he confirms. The Medicine King is focused on this task. Meanwhile, Shuafan remains seated and motionless. Chu Chu studies him, her thoughts contemplative. Long Jiu advises patience, echoed by Zhe Tianyang, who adds that intervening prematurely could disrupt Shuafan's plans. He reflects on Shuafan's penchant for unexpected surprise attacks, particularly catching the unguarded off guard. He acknowledges the challenge of deciphering his intentions and considers the possibility of hidden tricks. Zhe Tianyang's thoughts shift, recalling a previous encounter where Shuafan nearly killed him in an unexpected turn. He acknowledges that confronting Shuafan directly might be less daunting than the unpredictability of the moment. Locked in a gaze, the second young master makes his move, charging towards Shuafan. However, Shuafan remains stationary, unmoved. The second young master's sister reflects, pondering the ease of the situation. She muses that Shuafan's consciousness may have been affected by the sound waves. Regardless of whether he's conscious, his resistance seems diminished. Amusement colors her tone as she declares her intent to claim Shuafan's head, a decision prearranged. The fifth elder concedes, encouraging the second prince to proceed, while also issuing a light-hearted warning, go ahead, just don't snatch it from me. Chu Chu say, uncle, if we still don't act I will be too late to regret later. Long Jiu think for a moment, addressing everyone, he commands, follow me and engage the 100 blood bats. Kill as many as you can. Turning to Chu Chu, he instructs, you go and save that kid. I hope Huang Puqingyan will show mercy due to your relationship. Their movements halt abruptly upon realizing that Shuafan is standing once more conscious. The question emerges, who punched my face? Come out, I promise I won't kill you. The second young prince and the fifth elder are stunned by the sight of Shuafan unharmed under the onslaught of the 100 bloodbat's sound waves. Shuafan responds nonchalantly, a few 100 bloodbat scratches can be bothersome, but they haven't been without their benefits. Long Jiu remarks on Shuafan's unnerving ability to encounter misfortune yet emerge unscathed, even as danger lingers. Chu Chu concurs, recognizing that the threat hasn't completely dissipated. Zhe Tianyang interjects with assurance, no, it's truly over now. Look into his eyes. They've changed completely. Reflecting on that transformation, he recalls encountering a similar look only once before, when Shuafan slew the seventh ghost elder. He describes the chilling and self-assured demeanor that remains etched in his memory, concluding that Shuafan is prepared to take ruthless action. The second young master and the fifth elder stand motionless as Shuafan's reply resonates, nowhere to run, just surrender obediently. Shuafan acquiesces with a twist, acknowledging their desire for his compliance. Since you want me to stay, I shall do just that. A sudden transformation occurs, as Shuafan erupts into a massive burst of energy. The elder and second young master exclaim in confusion, grappling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Shuafan's smile accompanies the surge of his spirit illumination realm pressure. His proclamation resounds, stay here, and I'll kill all of you. Shuafan stands, his eyes radiating malevolence. One blue, the other red. He positions himself to eliminate everyone in his path. Observing him, the second young prince contemplates, the Imperial Tyrant Body Art not only enhances the body with dragon power, but it can also employ dragon's soul to refine the soul. Our souls are formidable, even for profound experts like us. But his soul surpasses ours by such an extent that it's utterly daunting. The only logical explanation is that a soul of a spirit illumination expert resides within him. A realization strikes. His cultivation mainly resides in the bone tempering stage. Could it be that he's leaped 2 stages and directly ascended to spirit illumination realm? Can such an implausible coincidence truly exist? Gratitude wells within him, acknowledging the Blood Sound Waves tournament for affording him such a unique opportunity for breakthrough. This revelation astonishes them. The second prince's thoughts turn resolute, recognizing the danger. This monster must not be allowed to live. If we don't eliminate him now, he'll become even more formidable when he surpasses the ability to kill with intent. He charges forward, launching an attack. Xuefan stands composed, delivering a powerful punch that engenders massive destruction, yet poses no harm to him. The second prince, undeterred, moves in for another strike, but Xuefan's speed eludes him. He's astounded to miss his target. The fifth elder attempts a surprise attack from behind, yet faces the same elusive speed. Long Jiu and Zhe Tianyang share his astonishment. Long Jiu's thoughts contemplate the situation. Profound experts are rendered ineffectual against a bone-tempering cultivator. Their combined efforts fail repeatedly. This is the power of spirit illumination realm. The discerning field. Within its range, every minuscule alteration is detected. Attacks trajectories and even slight movements are anticipated. The second prince relentlessly strikes, but none connect. His frustration is palpable. This brat has taken freakishness to a new level. He wields the spirit illumination realm's ability despite being a bone-tempering cultivator. He reflects on his life's struggle to ascend to spirit illumination realm and regrets underestimating Xuefan. Zhe Tianyang observes, remarking, judging by his current state, our little freak has fully unleashed his potential, transforming into a formidable monstrosity. I wonder if he even has limits. Will I ever catch up to him? It seems impossible. Fueled by anger, the second prince charges again, aiming for a hard punch. Yet once more, Xuefan vanishes, leaving them in shock. The fifth elder erupts in anger, shouting at Xuefan, "You little prick, don't you dare move. Let's settle this with a fight." The townspeople relish the spectacle, engaging in gossip among themselves. They jest at the absurdity, observing that 2 profound experts are unable to subdue a mere bone-tempering cultivator, sarcastically suggesting that they should just ask Xuefan to tie himself up. They mock the Ghost Valley for their shamelessness, deeming them the most audacious among the 7 families. The second-year master dismissively addresses the situation. If you want to disgrace yourself, go ahead, but don't drag me into your mess. Xuefan grins and retorts, it's fine. Since I have no intention of leaving either, might as well deliver a resounding defeat. He asserts, just like during the pill refining, I'll make the same promise here. As long as my feet remain on this spot, my head is yours. This declaration astonishes onlookers, inspiring thoughts of Xuefan's unwavering determination. People perceive Xuefan's confidence as excessive, believing he's overestimating his abilities. Some view it as a foolish move, likening it to digging his own grave. The second-year master reprimands the fifth elder, inquiring about their intentions. The spectacle garners attention, given that a bone-tempering cultivator faces 2 profound experts. Observers acknowledge Xuefan's courage, contrasting it with the apprehension displayed by the 2 experts. In response, Xuefan unveils a pill bottle, stating, "Of course, I have a limit, albeit not an obvious one. Just something necessary." He presents the pill bottle as evidence, asserting that the limit is 5. The Medicine King and his disciple ponder the revelation. Xuefan reminds them, "Don't forget, I'm an alchemist." The Medicine King shouts to preserve a 5th-grade pill to prevent Xuefan from self-destructing. In response, the second young master and the 5th elder quickly retreat. The Medicine King's urgency escalates, shouting for immediate intervention to avert potential catastrophe. Xuefan remains composed, consuming the pills. After consuming the pills, he erupts in a stunning purple explosion. Everyone there is shocked and watches him. Zhua Fan is flying and shockingly says the third layer of bone tempering stage, the fourth layer. The fifth layer of bone tempering stage. Elder Yen watches him fearfully, and thinks his whole body's aura is actually still growing. Not good. The stronger the aura, the more powerful the explosion will be. His veins surge with power, causing his garments to tear. Zhua Fan finally stands there with so much power. Huangpu Qingtian and fifth elder fearfully watch him. Huangpu Qingtian thinks, what in God's name is this brat made of? How could it last this long? Zhua Fan turns around to face them. Huangpu Qingtian fearfully says, that's. Elder Yen shockingly shouts, it's the profound heaven stage, and thinks, those 5 bursting pills, this brat actually took them to increase his yuan qi to the profound heaven stage. This is too astonishing. Fifth elder shockingly says, this is too astonishing, right? Huangpu Qingtian thinks, this brat's body. And shoutly says, how could a man accomplish such a feat? Elder Yen fearfully thinks, just how tough is he, and says, monster. Zhua Fan points his finger towards Huangpu Qingtian. Huangpu Qingtian watches him shockingly. Zhua Fan smiles and says, didn't you want to fight? Come on. Huangpu Qingtian fearfully says, you little shit, and moves towards him to punch him while shouting, you have the nerve to taunt. Zhua Fan stands there calmly and smiles, then says, don't judge and take it like a man. I might have dodged before. Zhua Fan stops him by using his hands. There is a huge explosion. Everyone is fearful. Aunt Lu shockingly thinks, that was Huangpu Qingtian's all-out attack, but it was easily blocked by Zhua Fan. Zhua Fan stops his punch and smiles. Fifth elder comes towards him and hits him very hard with his hammer. There is a huge explosion. Xie Tianshang shoutly says, worthy of being a 5th-grade divine weapon, it has such a huge power, brother Zhua Fan. Zhua Fan stands there and stops his hammer attack. Fifth elder shockingly shouts, how is it possible? Huangpu Qingtian and fifth elder fearfully watch him. Zhua Fan smiles and says, nothing's impossible, especially when it comes to yours truly, and Zhou Fan hits fifth elder with his wings. Fifth elder is sent flying. Zhua Fan punches Huangpu Qingtian and grabs his head, slamming it into the ground. Fifth elder angrily watches him and angrily flies towards him with his hammer. Zhua Fan watches Huangpu Qingtian and says, second young master, remember when you talk to me about men and women, then allow me to inform you that this time, only those standing are real men. Huangpu Qingtian gets angry and stands, angrily shouting, bastard. Fifth elder also comes to hit him with his hammer. Zhua Fan easily stops Huangpu Qingtian's punch with his hands. Fifth elder also comes and hits him with his hammer. Zhua Fan stands there and is not bothered by their attacks. There is a huge explosion again. She thinks, what is wrong with this world? Since when did there exist a bone-tempering cultivator who is such a monster, capable of making profound heaven experts become his stepping stone? This is 2-on-1, and they can't even gain the upper hand. They are both shocked. She says, too strong? Damon Zhua Fan lives up to his infamy. The monster of all freaks. Xie Tianshang says, 8 elders, I'd better go find elder brother to train with my sword. The dream of one day catching up with this brat, that dream is just wishful thinking. I give up. The old lady thinks, this old man's self-esteem is also hurt. Huangpu Qingtian angrily thinks, how? How could it be? Why are we both suppressed like this? Impossible. Impossible. Who the hell is this brat? What the hell are we fighting? They are all fighting. Zhua Fan adeptly handles the pursuit of the young master and the fifth elder. Zhua Fan tackles their attacks, and Huangpu Qingtian aggressively punches him again and again. The fifth elder moves towards him with his hammer and hits him. Huangpu Qingtian punches him again, but Zhua Fan stops his punch with his hand. The fifth elder comes to hit him with his hammer, but their attacks don't affect him at all. Zhua Fan thinks as he looks at them, these two attack like a bunch of noisy children. There is no threat at all. It seems. Time is almost up. Zhua Fan turns around and says, have you swung enough? My turn then. He takes Huangpu Qingtian by the leg and punches him on the face. Huangpu Qingtian painfully shouts and goes away. There is a huge explosion. The fifth elder watches him scaredly, then suddenly turns around. Zhua Fan hits him, and the fifth elder goes away with a stunning purple explosion happening. The fifth elder falls into the ground, leaving a hole. Xuefan comes to the hole and watches him. The fifth elder pulls his hand out of the hole and comes out, having too many injuries. He thinks 5 ribs broken. Huang Puqingtian is bleeding. Huang Puqingtian stands up and thinks, it was just a punch. With my imperial tyrant body art, I still couldn't even take a punch. It can't be. Xuefan says, just now I gave you 2 chances. It's you who are too weak to make use of them. You ought to be convinced of your defeat by now. Huang Puqingtian and the fifth elder fearfully watch him. Xuefan smiles and says, so it is my turn to take your lives. They both get shocked. One of the members from the clan thinks, he actually dared to kill one member of the 7 noble houses. Wait, this is the famous demon Xuefan. Why would he care if he messed with the 7 noble houses again? I was able to see with my own eyes an important person of the 7th family being killed. It can be regarded as a rare experience. Kill them, kill them. They angrily smile and say, Grandmaster Zalio, kill them all. Xuefan moves towards them. They both get afraid of him. Xuefan stands there. Huang Puqingtian shockingly watches him. Xuefan attacks them with Rainbow Cloud Palm, and Elder Yan and Yan Fu get shocked. Xuefan says, Yan Song, putting up this front will only speed your death. Why must you throw your life away? Elder Yan says, repaying favor with favor. Xuefan smiles. Huang Puqingtian starts laughing and says, Elder Yan, I have to thank you again this time, but this brat is a freak of nature. Can your Rainbow Cloud Palm handle him? Elder Yan coughs and says, no, it can only buy time. Yan Fu shouts, Master. Elder Yan says, second young master, the bursting pill has increased his power for a short while, but it comes with side effects. Once the time is up. Ahem ahem. Huang Puqingtian angrily shouts and says, you're saying he'll go back to normal? Elder Yan replies, it's not just that. He forced himself to increase his power, and it will undoubtedly harm his body, no matter how tough he is. Once his boost is sapped, his body will be torn from the inside, his power is waning. He will be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Huang Puqingtian smiles and says, in that case, we just need to hang on for a bit, and victory will be ours. The fifth elder says, but how long can he last? Elder Yan smiles and says, not long. You may not have noticed, but the azure flame wisped away from his forehead. His time is running short. Huang Puqingtian and the fifth elder nervously watch him. Elder Yan says, it's not your fault. This brat is too cunning, seeing through you and having you buy into his fake bravado. He is now under my Rainbow Cloud Palm and is suffering from its poison. He will soon be too weak to put up any resistance. They both smile. Suddenly, Xuefan starts laughing, and they all turn around. Xuefan shouts, you're indeed praiseworthy, vicious pill king. I can't hide the bursting pill's side effect from you, but you're wrong about one thing. The time I have to kill the likes of you is enough. The Medicine King interrupts, advising Grandmaster Zhuo to cease his actions, confident that Xuefan's attempts at deception have been futile. He asserts that the battle was decided the moment Xuefan was struck by his Rainbow Cloud Palm. He explains that resisting the effects of the poison would drain at least half of Xuefan's energy, which would only accelerate his exhaustion. Xuefan retorts, referencing the 7-type poison, and questions the Medicine King's understanding of the world's dynamics. The Medicine King replies that his answer would be men and smart people. In contrast, Xuefan declares that his perception differs significantly, stating that the world belongs to the strong. He dismisses the significance of the 7-type poison, claiming it merely affects the weak. He taunts the Medicine King and the second young master as he walks towards them, asserting that the poison is ineffective against him. The Medicine King urgently prompts the second young master to consume a pill, identifying it as the bursting pill. The second young master questions the Medicine King's intentions, expressing reservations about resorting to self-destruction to defeat Xuefan. Fishouts intervenes, implying that the creation of this situation by Ghost Valley holds the Medicine King accountable. Fishouts manipulatively urges the fifth elder to carry out the act, using his responsibility, as the only elder present, to justify it. He pressures the fifth elder, insisting that he should hurry and consume the pill. Xuefan observes their actions, reflecting on the contrast between the choices of normal people when faced with life and death. He cynically remarks on the rarity of individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good or for another person. Addressing the two, he chastises them for attempting to shift responsibility to each other and calls for them all to face their impending deaths together. The Medicine King interjects, imploring the second young master and the fifth elder to reconsider their actions, emphasizing that he didn't give them the pill for self-destruction. He clarifies that the pills were provided to boost their energy, similar to what Xuefan had done. Both the second young master and the fifth elder vehemently react, expressing disbelief and confusion at the Medicine King's suggestion. The Medicine King counters, reminding them of their importance as members of their respective families and that they possess the courage that the young monster lacks. He acknowledges that while they may not be as strong as Xuefan, they represent the strongest of their generations. He downplays the significance of taking the pills, comparing it to Xuefan's consumption of 5 pills, and suggests that they fight to the death since they will perish regardless. He offers them the consolation of accompanying them to the afterlife in the face of death. He exclaims loudly, stating that it's far better than being defenseless like a lamb awaiting merciless slaughter at the hands of the monster. Both the second young master and the fifth elder ingest the pill, causing a massive explosion of energy. Onlookers are bewildered by the spectacle. Xuefan watches closely as the second young master and the fifth elder undergo a transformation, their power surging to new heights. The second young master assesses his newfound strength and reflects on the unexpected power he has gained. He addresses Xuefan with confidence, proclaiming that he will have the privilege of ending Xuefan's life. With a powerful shout, he activates his Emperor Ultimate overpowering body skill at its 7th level. This development alarms Long Jiu, who recognizes the tremendous growth in the second young master's power. He voices his concern about the rapid breakthrough and the substantial increase in strength, which seems to have multiplied at least tenfold. Smirking, the second young master charges towards Xuefan, aiming to showcase the true might of his Imperial Gate Emperor Ultimate overpowering body skill. In response, Xuefan identifies the technique's first form, the demonic dragon rush, and retaliates with a forceful attack. Their clash causes widespread destruction as they engage in a fierce battle, with each strike shaking the surroundings. Amid the intense confrontation, the second young master is thrown back by Xuefan's attack, creating some distance between them. Meanwhile, the Medicine King observes the battle with a mixture of fear and trepidation. Xuefan comments on the surprising strength displayed by the second young master, acknowledging the possibility of such formidable power. The second young master's body begins to suffer the consequences of his increased power, manifesting in a gradual tearing of his physical form. Huang Puqintian watches him shockingly. Xuefan turns around. Fifth elder watches him fearfully and thinks, how is it even possible Huang Puqintian, in the influence of the bursting pill, at the peak of his power, is killed with just one blow? No, impossible, he isn't human anymore. Not even a bursting pill is enough to defeat him. He is a monster, forget it, I need to find a chance to escape. They take him in his hand and shout, second young master, second young master, second young master. Xuefan thinks, can it be that these guys are in the profound heaven cultivation, but their strength is very weak, what can they be doing here? Xuefan gets shocked and thinks, damn, I am running out of time. I need to hurry, I can't let them find out about me. They angrily shout, stop it! They all make a punch and move towards Xuefan to hit him and angrily say, how dare you, you killed Regent Estate's second young master, we will all kill you without any mercy. Xuefan shockingly turns around and says, just the 4 of you. Xuefan hits all of them with his demonic powers. He is shouting in pain. They all fall away. Xuefan flies away. Elder Yen shockingly watches him and shouts, fifth elder, we need to stop him now. His fight with the second young master used up all his yuan qi. He can't have any more yuan qi. We have to keep him here at all costs. We might be able to capture him. Fifth elder shockingly watches him and thinks, that ruthless Xuefan won't leave him alive. Fifth elder smiles and angrily moves towards him with his hammer and shouts, your time is coming. You are done for. It's time for you to pay for what you did to our 7th elder and second young master with your life. Xuefan turns around and says, ugh, so disturbing, and throws his demonic powers towards him and says, "Let go of your weapon first, see what strength you still have." Fifth Elder's hammer falls down. Fifth Elder smiles and again moves towards him and shouts, "Bastard, it is you who fell for it this time. Without the protection of your wings, I can see where you can hide," and attacks him with high spirit-ranked martial art. Back-piercing fire clam. Zhuofan says, "Have I not told you already you're not worthy enough to take my life?" Weakling, and attacks him with Wrath Style's second move. Ghostly Dragon Claw. One of the Fifth Elder's hands is broken, and he falls down in pain. Elder Yin watches him and shockingly thinks, how is it possible, in this world? Is there really a man who is truly invincible? Zhuofan flies there. Elder Yin shockingly watches him flying with so many bats around him. Elder Yin shouts, "Have you forgotten, Zhuofan, I'm still around?" Zhuofan turns around and angrily shouts, "Old man, don't be so stubborn. I had let you go in respect from one Grand Master Alchemist to another. Do not seek your own death." Elder Yin fearfully says, "As I was entrusted with the second young master, I shall reply with the same devotion," and angrily shouts, "Now that second young master has died, if I cannot take your head, how can I face the command anyway? Today either you die or I die." Rumbling bat waves. These demonic explosions come towards Zhuofan. She shockingly says, Zhuofan says, "Since that is your wish, I shall oblige," and attacks with Wrath Style's third move. Necro Dragons screech. There is a huge explosion there. She joins their fingers and says, "Quickly, I must enhance my Yuan Qi to protect my soul." Xie Tiansheng shouts, "That's a profound rank sound martial art. Didn't he say he comes from a third-rate clan? Just where did he get an art that doesn't even exist in the entire Tianyu Empire? If you asked me, who should I ask? They all are dying with his Wrath Style, their move." Elder Yin shockingly thinks, "I never thought he actually knows the sound of martial arts. Wow, so strong." Zhuofan comes down and hits Elder Yin. Yen Fu shockingly shouts, "Master." Zhuofan starts laughing and says, "They were not able to kill one man even with the 7 against 1. The Great Seven House's name is undeserved." Zhuofan laughingly flies away and shouts, "What a shame to the entire world. Everything is broken, and the people are protecting themselves from stones." The Fifth Elder angrily shouts at Zhuofan. After this battle, Zhuofan's name will be heard clearer and further than ever, but never in a good light. He is one of the very few notorious figures known in Tianyu since its foundation. Chu Qingqing is worried to see all this destruction. Some of them are dead, and their loved ones are carrying them away. Their houses will be broken. They are crying for their loved ones. The demon Zhuofan is no longer enough to describe him. The only thing deeply etched in their minds can only be 2 words, Demonic Emperor. She says in her report to the Edifice Lord, "In the aftermath of the battle, 4862 are dead, and 36,019 people are wounded. This count is mainly the heavily wounded, while the lightly wounded are too many to count." She says, "So many is Zhuofan the harbinger of death? He killed so many in just one strike." Xie Tiansheng thinks, "This brat has made such a big commotion. This is no different than the aftermath of a skirmish." She says, "And because of the 100-pill meeting, many delegates of important clans have come. The number of casualties is disastrous, with more than 2,000 clans having lost their people, and 10,000 more in critical condition." She says to Xiaoya, "Try to calm them down. Tell them Drifting Flowers Edifice will give them an answer for this disaster. That we will also offer some compensation for their losses." She shouts. "Yes." Xie Tiansheng says, "Damn, killing more than 4,000 at once. This brat is racking up enemies to an all-time high." Dandan says, "Humph, how is it Darling's fault with how many died in the aftermath? They should be taking up with Regent Estate for the damages." Xie Tiansheng thinks, "Who has the nerve to complain to the 7 noble houses?" and replies, "With Zhuofan's power, even a profound heaven expert would give him a wide berth. However, didn't you listen to Vicious Pill King? The kid's time is almost up, and he'll be unable to move then. Even a 3-year-old could kill him." She gets shocked and shouts, "Everyone, scour the place for Demon Zhuofan. I want him alive." "He will have Regent Estate to answer to." Dandan shouts, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xie Tiansheng smiles and says, "Do I need to remind you of this? Those with half a brain are already searching for him. Tell me, who is missing here?" Dandan turns around and angrily says, "It's the Dong siblings." She angrily says, "Silly girl, Why so anxious? Dandan angrily says. How can I not be? That Dong lass has a thing for darling. I can't let her get ahead of me. She slaps his hand on her head, and they laugh behind her. There is a jungle. Fan is flying in the sky while thinking, I have to find a place to hide as soon as possible to recover. Fan is tired while flying, and at once, his wings separate from him. He starts falling downwards while thinking, already. Is this the limit? And he falls down very hard. There is a butterfly egg on a tree. A butterfly sits down on it, and goes towards Fan and throws drops on him. Suddenly, Fan opens his eyes. He is too injured and thinks, I can't believe that demonic emperor will actually fall into such a dilemma. Bursting pill was saved as my last resort. I never thought I'd meet the worst possible outcome, although the results were brilliant, but this side effect. In my current situation, if I recover on my own, I am afraid that I will not be able to move a finger in less than a month. During this period, I'd be as helpless as a lamb, at the mercy of any strong guy that chanced upon me. Putting life in fate's hands isn't the demonic emperor's style. But there is no way, now I can only be the meat on the chopping block, I can only be slaughtered. It's over. Betrayed by a close person. I raised you from childhood and treated you like my own son, and you betrayed me. I was accidentally reborn again. Everyone is just a tool for revenge. Ninger smiles and says, I've never seen what the strongest of Tianyan's 7 noble houses looks like. Xia Tiansheng replies, Fan, looking at the face of Ningji, I will invite you to come to my house as a guest. Fan thinks, it's just I don't want to stop. Someone is coming. Fan thinks, who is it? It's Dong and Miss Dong coming. Fan thinks, is it the one who came to kill me? There is light coming towards Fan. Miss Dong watches him from the way and says, brother, it's him, we've found him. Fan thinks, Dong Xiaowan. Fan smiles and says, I'm saved. Dong grabs him from his hand and pulls him out. Fan comes outside, smiles, and thinks, I cannot stop. Storms thunder in the sky. Dong and his sister clutch Fan within the tree. Dong points his sword at Fan. Miss Dong anxiously asks, brother, what are you doing? Stay out of this. Dong angrily shouts, demon, you're just as cunning as they say, making complete fools out of us. I'm asking you, where's my dear brother? Song Yuzhua looks at Dong with a smile and says, I'm sure you've realized the truth by now. Dong once again points his sword at Fan and demands, why? Fan replies, I'm a demon. Since when did I need a reason to kill someone? Dong angrily shouts again, and amidst the thunderstorm, Dong's sister rushes to save Fan. Dong says urgently, Xiaowan, get out of the way. Miss Dong scarily pleads, brother, you've forgotten he helped us. If you kill him today, you're not only picking on the weak but also biting the hand that feeds you. Suddenly, someone kicks her from outside. Dong nervously says, who dares harm my darling? A girl emerges from outside and says, Dong Tianba, you've got some nerve. You dare to mess with my man. Dong picks up his sister and points his sword toward her. Fan commands, get lost. The girl retorts, darling, this unforceful punk wants to hurt you. Fan says, I said, go to hell. Are you deaf? The girl looks at Fan, who continues, I won't lie to you. I not only killed your little brother, Songyu, but his sister as well. If you plan on taking revenge, no one's stopping you. Dong nervously watches them, and Fan says, listen here, Xiao Dandan. This is between us, and you have no right to interfere. If you mess with the Dong clan because of this, then don't ever call me darling again. She asks, then will you accept me? Fan looks at Dong, and Dong looks back at him. Dong sheathes his sword and says, forget it. I'll just take it that my brother Songyu had the worst luck to meet a demon like you. Fan asks, why aren't you attacking? Is it because of Xiao Dandan? Kill her, then kill me. You two need to keep a tight lid on this, and not even the Drifting Flowers edifice will find out about this. If you're still worried, I can teach you how to make another clan a scapegoat, with 100% success guaranteed. Dong watches him nervously, and Miss Dong says, brother Shua, you? Shaman. Fan interrupts, darling, I'm trying to help you. So why do you want to kill me? Dong looks at him. Miss Dong scarily adds, Wana is right. You saved us before, and killing you would be biting the hand that feeds us. It's best if today ends with both our debts being settled. Shuafan laughs and says, You're letting me go for saving you. Dong says, What a pity. I just can't take revenge for my dear brother Song Yu. He reveals a bloody baby and continues, Dong Tianba, let me tell you, my life is my own no matter the circumstances. Suppose your sword got a bit too close, well, you wouldn't be standing right now. Shuafan looks at Shaman and says, Take me somewhere safe. I need at least a fortnight to recover. Shaman agrees, Okay, darling. I'll carry you. She punches him lightly and goes. Shuafan hears a sound and says, Wait, someone is coming. Everyone looks around nervously. A man approaches and exclaims, Song Yu, oh no, Grandmaster Shuafan, I finally found you. I'm so glad you're alright. Shuafan asks, Who is this guy? She says there are many damaged meridians in Grandmaster Shua's body. They will not fully heal for at least 3 to 5 months. Shuafan says, Am I acquainted with this old man? Why does he care so much? The old man says, I have a 6th grade pill here, a yang recovery pill. Shuafan says, What, a yang recovery pill? She says, Although it won't fix all your problems, you will at least be able to move freely afterward. Shuafan says, With this pill and the Bodhi Jade sap, I can revive immediately. He eats the pill, and his body looks so energetic. They all look at him and say, This warm energy, even we can feel it. He says, Grandmaster Shuai should be able to move freely after a while. They look at the pill, and the old man says, This Bodhi Jade sap, how could I forget that Grandmaster Shuai has this type of heavenly treasure on him with it? Grandmaster Shuai should be able to recover fully in just a short while. They look at him and feel the energy. Dong says he broke through. The old man says, Break through 2 stages at once, this is a rare sight. Such good luck, how many times will humanity experience it? They see the energy lightning and say, What, breaking through 2 stages at once, this is unheard of. The old man sees, as expected of Grandmaster Shuai, who has the title of freak. What potential does one need to have to break through stages at once? I cultivated to the profound heaven stage after years and tears, breaking through the stages one by one, though never once this fast. Dong says, You want to compete with him, he is a monster. They see the lightning in the eyes of Shuafan and get scared. The energy is too high, even animals are also scared. Shuafan says, As can be seen, this is the discerning field of the radiant stage. Not only has my body been strengthened even more, my radiant stage soul is stable too. Now, it's time to cultivate killing with intent. The old man says, Congratulations to Grandmaster Shuai on your recovery as well as your breakthrough in cultivation. Shuafan says, Enough with small talk. Say whatever you need to say. Orland says, Grandmaster is indeed spectacular. Not one bit of my thoughts can escape your eyes. Shuafan says, I don't believe anyone willing to give things and help for absolutely no reason. Nothing in this world is free. To be willing to give a 6th grade pill, it must not be something small. The old man says, Disciple Luizhen admires the incomparable alchemist's skill of Grandmaster Shuai and begs Grandmaster to accept me as a disciple. Shuafan says, Give me an empty jade slip. Yes, master, in this jade, I have recorded 3 alchemy skills. Consider this as your payment. We are no longer indebted to each other. The old man shouts, Don't mention it. I never accept disciples. Grandmaster Shuai says to Xiao Dandan, Give this ring back to Edifice Lord Chu. Tell her I have repaid the favor for the pills. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. Shaman says, What about me? Shuafan says, Beat it already, and flies toward the sky. They look at him worriedly. Miss Dong says, Before he left, he at least explained himself to Dandan Ba but didn't bother to look at me once. Do I mean that little in his eyes? Dong puts his hand on her head and says, Warner, that dude is destined to do unthinkable things. He is not the same as us. Chu looks into the sky and runs away. They say, Owner Chu, it has been 4 days. Are you sure he will come back here? This is where he and I live together. I believe that if he's safe, he will come back here. Say Tianyang, an old man 8 elders say to Chu with sighs, You do not understand him. That Brad is famous for being ruthless. The one that was so nice and obedient, spending quality time with you, was the fake Song Yu. He was pretending to be not his true self. Chu says, I believe in my feelings. He will not fail me. Zetianyang says, let's hope so. A man arrives on horseback, and Edifice Lord says, we are back. They all look shocked and say, that brat, really, he's back. Chu looks with tears in her eyes and asks, where's Zhuafan? Did you return without him? Dong reports to Lord Chu, we did find him, but after he recovered, he left. We were not able to catch up. Chu is shocked and says, what, he left? This man left. She's angry and exclaims, this man left without letting me know. How could he do that to me? She says, Sister Qingqing, her husband doesn't want us anymore. Chu is worried for him and says, Dandan, tell me, what did that brat do to you? Sister Qingqing replies, he said the favor for the medicine has been returned, and we are no longer related from today on. Chu is upset and says, what, that heartless brat, how could he say such hurtful things? Like I said, there is no man that is reliable. Chu sees her with an upset face and says, he says this is a beloved wife to Qingqing's memorial table. She says, oh, that's great. That brat didn't take over the greatest treasure. I'd say he has a bit of conscience. Except for that bottle of Bodhi Jade sap, he returned whatever he could. His intention is clear. No more connections between us from now on. Chu says, I can't believe that he was just using me this whole time. The man I genuinely loved for the first time in my life lied to me. Zetianyang says, Lord Chu, I have something to say, but please do not get angry. That brat did tell us he came to the Drifting Flower Edifice purely for the Bodhi Jade sap. It just so happened that the Regent estate came in his way, so he helped you out along the way. But he was truly thinking about his own benefits. There wasn't anything special about it. Please don't be so upset. Chu, feeling emotional, lays down. A girl angrily says, that brat dared to break our Edifice Lord's heart. If I see him again, tell me, I won't skin him. Zetianyang says, can you beat him? She thinks about Zhuafan and says, forget what I just said. I'll just curse him in my head. Antao says, what's this? Qingqing, did you not gift him these pills? Chu says, I never gifted him pills. Antao says, could it be that he gifted you these pills he made in the Pill King finals? The surpassing 8th grade pill. Why is he giving this to us? Chu says, 1, 2, 3 to 16, 17. Weren't there 18 of them? Chu says, Qinger eat it, and Qinger runs. Chu eats the pill and says, this is. Chu looks very powerful with lightning in her. Longji says to Chu, the Iris Overseer has broken through. Chu looks at him and says, Auntie Tao, not only have I broken through, the remaining poison from the Rainbow Cloud Palm has been completely removed. Antao says, what could this be? 17 antidotes for the Rainbow Cloud Palm. That brat is a genius on another level. She is laughing and saying, a formula I was not able to decipher for years was instantly solved by that brat. Respectable, truly. A girl says, what, that brat gave us 17 antidotes. Perfectly enough for the 17 of us to get rid of the poison in us, helping us through our plight. Chu says to Aunt Tao, you are saying he cracked the formula left by Qin Tian. Meaning that formula was real? Aunt Tao says, yes, it was real indeed. But this brat is special. Not only did he crack the formula, but he also improved it. He forcefully raised it to surpassing 8th grade. This way, even Grandma can recover. They all get shocked and say, what, Grandma, isn't she long dead? Aunt Tao says she is on her last breath, but she will soon revive. She says, Zhuafan made a big move. This brat, not only has he helped the Drifting Flowers Edifice break away from the Pill King Hall's control, even the Lady of Steel. This is enough for the Drifting Flower Edifice to be reborn. With just this, he is the savior of the Drifting Flower Edifice. Chu says, now, he doesn't owe me anything, but I owe him. So, we still have business with each other. Chu looks at these guys moving away from her. Zhuafan is standing on the branch of the tree, looking at everything, and then he flies into the sky. Yan Fu, while riding on a horse, looks sad and cries. He says, no, I cannot cry. Zhuafan, just you wait. I will avenge my master. Come, pay respect to my master's soul that is in heaven. I will butcher you the next time I meet you. Zhuafan comes into the sky while flying and hits Yan Fu. Yen Fu looks injured and says, Zhuofan, you turtle egg, why are you stealing the corpse of my master? Zhuofan says with a smile, to whip it, and gives a laughter. Yen Fu looks worried and says, Master, I am sorry. I am useless. I couldn't guard your body, and it even got taken by that demon. I really am a bad disciple. Although this brat is not hardworking, his respect is admirable. There are stars in the sky. Zhuofan comes to the dead Medicine King and starts laughing. He puts a pill in his hands and says, this finally has a use. He puts these pills into the mouth of Medicine King and gives energy by using his hands. There are lightning around Medicine King, and he comes alive and says, where am I? Where is this? Zhuofan smiles and says, Elder Yen, we can finally talk in peace. Medicine King looks at him, scared, and says, Wasn't I killed by you? How come? Zhuofan says, I can exercise restraint. Those who are to be killed will not live. Those who are to be alive will not die. That attack I hit you with, I held back on it. It just separated your body and soul temporarily, faking your death. As long as I give you a soul-restoring pill and scare you with some sound, you will wake up. Medicine King, scared, says, why did you keep me alive and not kill me? Zhuofan gives a laughter and says, I said that I respect you as the grand alchemist of your generation. It'd be a shame to kill you. Why don't I make you work for me? Medicine King starts laughing and says, you want to use me, you think too naively. I am the Pill King Hall's best alchemist. Why would I lower my dignity and obey your commands? Zhuofan says, good, prideful indeed. I like old men like you, stubbornness. Only like this will one make good pills. Medicine King thinks he was refused, but he is not angry. He is just letting it go. This is not the style a demon would have. Zhuofan says, you aren't going to try and convince me? Medicine King says with a smiley face, convince me. Whatever you have to say, I will only say it once, so long as the message gets through. Zhuofan shows him 2 fingers, and Medicine King looks angry and feels pain in his head. He says, stop, Zhuofan, what the hell did you do to me? Zhuofan says, Elder Yen, to be honest, before you woke up, I was scared that you wouldn't consent. I said you are a little something, my demonic creature, a bloodworm. With a single thought from me, it can cause your veins to expand, resulting in death from explosion. Medicine King sees him with a painful face and says, he has such an evil creature. He shouts and says, Zhuofan, you are not true to your words. Didn't you say you wouldn't force me? Zhuofan says, yes, I wouldn't force you. Your willingness to follow me or not is your choice. But your unacceptance will mean that we are still enemies. It is natural to kill one's enemy in this world, isn't it? He starts flying, and Medicine King says, give me a quick one. Stop torturing me. Zhuofan looks into it. Medicine King lays down at his feet and angrily says, with a shiny face in his eyes and mouth, Zhuofan, I'm gonna go all out. Lights come around Medicine King, and he feels so energetic. Zhuofan thinks he wants to implode his soul. Zhuofan punches Elder Yen. There is an explosion, and blood spurts from Elder Yen's mouth. Elder Yen is shocked and exclaims, what have you done? Zhuofan smiles and replies, I almost forgot to tell you. Once the bloodworm enters you, you are under my complete control. Thinking of suicide, you need to have my permission first. Elder Yen angrily says, kill me. Zhuofan thinks for a moment and says, Elder Yen, I don't have time to waste on you. If you want to die, it's easy. Just turn the hourglass to end it. It's not much, just around 24 hours. Elder Yen shouts, isn't it the same as saying you'll torture me for a whole day? He adds, I don't want to wait even a minute. You shall not die with a complete corpse, you devil. Zhuofan turns around and says, since I consider you as the best alchemist of your generation, to walk this path all by your lonesome self, I'll just fetch your prized pupil to show you the way to the underworld. He will make good company. Zhuofan starts laughing and shouts, I believe since such a filial disciple can be together with his cherished master, he will definitely be very happy. Elder Yen, in pain, says, what? Zhuofan, I swear, if you touch one hair on his head, I vow to haunt you in the afterlife. Zhuofan smiles and says, oh dear, threatening me, are we? Zhuofan moves to the other side and says, well, go ahead then. Elder Yen pleads, wait, Grand Master Zhua, young Master Zhua, I concede. I am not your match. I will do anything you want, Just let my disciple go. Zhuofan smiles and says, when I stole your body, I had the impression that we might become allies. So, I didn't harm your disciple for your sake. But now, since we're enemies, it's best to snuff any danger out. Elder Yen is shocked and thinks, isn't this those who follow him will prosper, those who oppose him will die? If I want Fuer to survive, I can only submit to him. But Pilking Hall is my house. How can I betray it? What should I do? Zhuofan says, Elder Yen, do you have any friends, lovers, or any cherished people in Pilking Hall? Elder Yen replies, why do you want to know that? Zhuofan says, not much. Since we'll be pals, it's best to know who they are, so I'll go easy on them if I ever meet them. Elder Yen, in pain, thinks, that's a very kind and righteous thing to say. He says, sigh, no need for such compassion. Our great house doesn't only fight with outsiders but also among ourselves. Especially when I became the first alchemist and earned my title, the fighting only intensified. I've given all my life to my house. I am not close to even the elders, only to my disciple. I hope Grand Master Zhuo will spare him. Zhuofan smiles and says, does that mean Elder Yen concedes? Elder Yen shockingly says, I cannot. Pilking Hall is my home. Zhuofan shouts, what homemade place filled with coldness, a place undeserving of you is worthy of being called home. The way I see it, Pilking Hall is nothing more than a bank, loaning and collecting money. It should be proud of itself to raise a great alchemist such as yourself. But think about it. All those years you wasted on it is time you will never get back. You stand on the edge of a knife. Dwell on this reluctance of yours to leave it. Is Pilking Hall truly worthy to be called your home? Elder Yen is shocked and watches him. Zhuofan thinks, to make him sincerely submit, I have to. And says, besides, didn't you betray Pilking Hall? What happened with Chu Qing Tian and the pill recipe? He shouts, give him a strong dose, and adds, don't you dare tell me he was a spy. Who would believe a normal disciple could steal the pill recipe? Isn't it more along the lines that you gave it to him? Elder Yen is shocked and shouts, you. How did you know? Zhuofan thinks, it's almost there. Finally, push him again and says, ugh, you are both fond of alchemy. An alchemy master meets a disciple who loves alchemy as well as he does. How can you not like him? Although you mock Chu Qing Tian whenever he is mentioned, you have not once denounced his talent. In fact, you even find him pitiful. Elder Yen is shocked and watching him. He says, as soon as the child arrived at the door, I knew of his origin. At the beginning, I held no good intentions towards him. Furthermore, I am usually haughty and shameless, doing whatever I liked. But his talent had me surprised. I could no longer hold ill intentions towards him. So, I let him steal the pill recipe, allowed him the opportunity to learn it on his own. If he could understand it, then, he would have surpassed me. Such a pity. That is probably the only time this old master failed. Pilking Hall. Zhuofan smiles and thinks, humph, only by making you admit your betrayal will you embrace it. Besides, any loyalist that had betrayed once will definitely do it again. And says, Elder Yen loves his disciples, and no harm was done even if the pill recipe was leaked, since no one could unravel it. What's the big deal? Furthermore, you're dead, and no one will look into this betrayal of yours. Elder Yen says, what, dead? Zhuofan smiles and says, yes, people saw it with their own eyes how I killed you. Then you, of course, are dead. Now you are saved by my own hands. In other words, your life is mine, it no longer has anything to do with Pilking Hall. Elder Yen is shocked and thinks, died once. Pilking Hall already? It's already the past. Zhuofan replies, you now have a choice. To return to being Pilking Hall's vicious Pilking so that I may kill you again. Or accept my proposal and become Wingay City's Luo clan's Pill House's elder, be reborn and shake the world. Zhuofan raises his hand towards Elder Yen. Elder Yen starts laughing and says, Grandmaster Shuo's words are sweet. So, I've already died once. In that case, they both shake their hands, and Elder Yen shouts, I am willing to follow the great Grandmaster Zhuo. Zhuofan smiles and says, let's shake Tanyu. There is a jungle, and Elder Yen looks at him surprisingly as the process starts. Zhuofan looks back and sees him. Elder Yen says it's worth Grandmaster Shuo's perfect 8th grade pill. Not only did it dissolve the toxins in my body, but it also allowed me to break through to the 6th layer of the profound heaven stage. He says to him, Elder Yen, you truly have been reborn. Even your acquaintances may not recognize you. Elder Yen says it is all thanks to Grandmaster Shua's pill. I was filled with poison after practicing that art for far too long. Grandmaster Zhua is truly the best in the empire. I am not as good as you. I admire you. Zhou Fan says we are all on the same side now, so there is no need to call me Grandmaster. You are an elder of the Luo clan, while I am but a mere steward. From now on, you can call me Steward Zhou. Elder Yen says, Luo clan, I heard that you came from a third-rate clan, but no one said anything about a Luo clan. Think again. Thinking of Steward Zhua's incredible talent, the Luo clan must be a hidden dragon, ready to rear its head and tower over all. It may not be as renowned as the 7 houses, but it might be that of a crownless king. Zhou Fan says, yeah, it will be. With this old guy joining the fold, we'd make a good first-rate clan. But there doesn't matter. Can't we steal what we miss? No one can stop me from fulfilling my plans. Elder Yen says, Steward Zhua, I promise you, the Luo clan is the best in Tianyu, the most powerful clan, second to none. Elder Yen thinks, such a bold statement. Not even Regent Estate has the gall to proclaim that. But judging from this appearance, this is not a joke. Being able to join such a powerful clan can be regarded as a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Elder Yen says, Steward Zhua, when will we be returning to the clan? Zhou Fan says, what's the rush, we'll get there eventually. I still have a task to fulfill, so you will be coming with me. Zhou Fan starts thinking, if he finds out the truth, he will probably be very disappointed. After all, I need to keep this motivation high. Elder Yen says, Steward Zhua, where are we going? Zhou Fan replies, home. This spells trouble. Elder Yen shockingly replies, what trouble with the power invested in the Luo clan? Not even the imperial family dares enter its domain, least of all an outsider. Even if they make a surprise attack, they will probably suffer a great deal of pain. Steward Zhou opens his wings and starts flying. Steward Zhua shockingly says, bullshit, what damn power. Steward Zhua starts flying with the lightning around him and shouts, if I am not there, there won't even be corpses left. He starts thinking, if the Regent Estate was going to attack the Luo clan directly, the Luo clan would even be up for sacrifice by the imperial family to de-escalate the conflict. In a city named Imperial Capital, a person is playing a game. An old man says, Mr. Sima's skill is exquisite. I fall sorely short, but could you at least give me some leeway? As an emperor you won 10 matches already. Mr. Sima starts laughing and says, Your Majesty is too modest. I am only able to grasp this square-foot area. Why, Your Majesty plays with the whole nation in mind. How could my meager skill ever compare? Your Majesty may have lost 10 chess matches but has resolved the land's issues. It is I who has fallen dreadfully short. He starts smiling. The old man looks into him and says, Mr. Sima mustn't joke. In this land, it is unknown who shall be the true winner, but Your Majesty has everything set in place and is only waiting for the final piece, correct? Mr. Sima starts laughing again. The old man says, It's time to join, and shockingly says, Imperial Father, damn, this brat is back again. Mr. Sima starts laughing again and says, Your Majesty need not fret. I have come prepared. I brought a black iron board this time so the third prince won't get to disturb the match. The old man says, Mr. Sima is thoughtful. Someone is coming speedily, and their foot touches the floor, and she slips hard on the floor, making a big sound. The old man says, Third prince, few and far between have managed to shame me. You should be proud to be one of them. He angrily says, Tsonger, how many times have I told you that a prince must remain calm and upright? What got you so frantic that you had to lose all decorum? Tsonger feels shamed and says, Imperial Father, this time it's huge, Titanic. The old man says, Hump, what Titanic are you going to say? Over the past century, the Tianyu Empire has been in harmony, filled with peace and prosperity. The biggest event was only 50 years ago, when Quangrong had crossed the borders. The second is the death of Yu Giki 2 months ago. What could be more grave than these two? He replies, Imperial Father, this matter is indeed grave, at least far more than the situation 2 months ago. The old man replies, who is it this time? He replies, Marywood's sixth elder, Lin Zetian. The old man gets shocked and says, Lin Zetian, he can be said to be someone of importance, but not up to the likes of Yugiki. Well, he's dead now. He replies, oh, and who killed him? Luo clan's steward, Shua Fan. The old man is shocked and says, him again. The old elder is drinking tea and says, this kid only knows how to stir trouble. First, it was Hell Valley, and now Merry Woods. Hump, he just doesn't know his limits and probably will end up dead in a ditch somewhere. Who knows by what lucky turn of events that he managed to kill Yugiki, and now he thinks he is a big shot around here. Mr. Sima says, but your majesty, he is the pillar of the Luo clan. Anything he does will come back to bite the Luo clan while you are Cigarette Pearl Order. The old elder says, I know. I assume Mr. Sima is fond of talent, and would like to outstretch a helping hand, perhaps. Mr. Sima starts laughing and says, helping him means helping the Luo clan, which in turn helps your majesty. Giki says, fine, if Mr. Sima wants to help him, go ahead. I believe the Merry Woods would consider Mr. Sima's presence, and will now restrain. Giki adds, Mr. Sima, I will have to trouble you to go to Hell Valley. The old elder asks, why would I? Giki smiles and says, because the kid also robbed Hell Valley's fifth elder of his arm. Hell Valley is a powder keg ready to explode. Perhaps your face is great enough to fizzle it out. They both shout and reply to Giki, what Mr. Sima says, you are saying the kid took Hell Valley's fifth elder's hand? How is that possible? The golden scissors of the sea, the diamondback ape. Mr. Sima trails off. Giki replies that fifth elder is a powerful body cultivator, just as Veiled Dragon Pavilion's third elder. He is known as the diamondback ape, known for crushing mountains and splitting rocks. Who doesn't know about him? And you mean to tell me this renowned expert got his arm ruined by an unknown kid? Giki adds, who is unknown at this point. The entire Tianyu has heard of this demon Archon, Zhua Fan. He caused a sensation at the 100 pill meetings, fighting 1 against 7, yet standing invincible, while the 7 Nobel houses turned into a laughing stock, with 3 dead and 1 crippled. The old elder says, 3 dead and 1 crippled. Lin Zetian died, and 5th elder was crippled. That means 3 are 2 more people dead. He angrily says to Giki, who are those 2? Giki replies, Vicious Pill King Yen Song. They all stand and look at each other. The old elder thinks, Yen Song. He's more well known and is far stronger even compared to you, Giki. With Vicious Pill King dead as well, the Pill King Hall won't rest until either they or Zhua Fan lay dead. The old elder pushes his hand to the table and says, damn this brat. Is he looking to stir up trouble by himself? He thinks that since the Luo clan is under our protection, he can just go wherever and kill whoever. Mr. Sima says, guess kicking up a storm is also a talent of sorts. Who knew the insignificant Luo clan could bring up such a savage? He starts laughing and says, interesting, Mr. Sima. Don't just go being fond of that kind of talent in front of me. The old elder says, this kid ran past picking a hornet nest and is now stable at heaven. Mr. Sima's reply, messing with 3 houses in one swing sure is amazing. He'll very soon find himself dead. That's how amazing he is. The old elder says, I hoped he'd be the one to revive the Luo clan, but now I just pray he won't end up inviting calamity and ruining the Luo clan altogether, and my secret pearl order. Mr. Sima says to him, Your Majesty may not be anxious. At worst, I'll just have to intervene to tie him down so he won't pull any more stunts. In the end, 3 houses down there to openly defy the imperial might, going after the Luo clan. Giki says, maybe not them, but 1 house does. The old elder replies to Giki, who is it? Giki replies, Imperial Father, it's best if you sit. He continues, Regent Estate's second young master, Huang Puqinyan. The old elder and Mr. Sima's are shocked. The old elder says, my heart, damn it, this brat went and poked the heavens. A cow is watching them in a hut. Giki is watching the old elder, and the old elder is thinking something else. Mr. Sima says to the old elder, Your Majesty, with how thoroughly blown out of proportion this matter is, I leave the decision to you. Perhaps giving up on the Luo clan is. The old elder interrupts, No, I must protect the Luo clan and the boy. He angrily shouts, I have always exercised tolerance in my ruling, but this has gone far enough. They will push me down a cliff if I let this happen. Here's my decree, inform Marshal DONGHUA to move swiftly. There's not a moment to lose. Mr. Simas and Geeky are shocked and say, what this head, the end of the four pillars war god, DONGHUA Gentian your majesty, you can't. Marshal DONGHUA defends the borders. The Qianrong wouldn't dare to step a foot beyond the Thunder Pond with him there. The border will descend into chaos if he leaves. The old elder replies, you're exaggerating. For 30 years the border has been peaceful, so I think there will not be a big problem. I will show my cousin. His eyes are shining, and he says who this belongs to. He has crossed his final line. He adds, send the order. Geeky replies, yes, Imperial Father. Mr. Sima is looking at him. The old elder says, Emperor King Gate. There's a house named the Imperial Capital, Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Zhuangga Chanfeng is here while laughing and saying, the monkey has stirred enough ruckus in the heavenly temple and finally made him nervous. I can't believe even that old man is returning. He starts laughing and says the time for the war between the 7 houses and him is soon upon us. Since this is the case, let me spice things up, Prime Minister Zhuangga Chanfeng. The Prime Minister says, Elders Yin and Yen, do you know where Thunder Swarm Mountain is? They reply, it is a place for one of the Emperor's 3 guardian sects, the Demon Scheming Sect. There is a large barrier there. It detains the 4th greatest criminals, now stripped of 10,000 lightning bolts every day. It's been over 60 years. The Prime Minister continues, very good. I want you to go there and get them out. They are watching the Prime Minister in shock. A masked man asks the Prime Minister, what you can't do it. They both see Prime Minister Zhuge and question why he would want to meddle in the matters of the Demon Scheming Sect. They point out that the 4 savage disciples on the path of demonic cultivation hold key positions within the sect. Prime Minister Zhuge smiles and says, no, those 4 old fellows have been stuck there for 60 years. Demon Scheming Sect couldn't care less anymore. As long as we keep our mouths shut about this, no one will know. Also, I never planned on recruiting the 4. In short, can you do it or not? Both of the masked men watch each other and say, of course. Prime Minister Zhuge says, okay, then you go. The already restless Tianyu will soon reach a boiling point. He starts laughing. In a house, the old elder is getting shocked and says, you mean to say that kid fought Hell Valley's 5th elder, and 5th elder lost an arm? Longjio says to the 3rd brother, don't worry, didn't I just say the kid had taken the bursting pill first if you had taken it? The 3rd brother interrupts, but you also said that the 5th elder ate it too. Longjio admits, yeah, you are right, but that kid ate 5. If you took 5, then the old man will blow himself up. The elder man says, moreover, he is only in the bone tempering stage. He sighs, the young always surpasses the old. I must be getting too much in years. Longjio thinks, if you know what's best for you, don't go comparing yourself with that little monster. Another person adds, did you not hear what's at stake here? Regent Estates Huang Puqinyan was killed. The elder man replies, true, Regent Estate's imperial tyrant body heart is a mystical body art, yet that kid blew away Huang Puqinyan's lower body to smithereens. Just how strong of a body must he have to pull it off? I know that even I fall short. Brother is hopeless. The other man is worried, and they both think. He says, Pavilion Lord, this matter concerns Regent Estate, and it's best we do not get ourselves involved. The elder man replies, if Regent Estate brings us into this because of the kid. The other man adds, but did you not hear Longjio? Regent Estate is targeting every other house. Even if the matter with Shuafan never happened, sooner or later they would come knocking on our door. If we cut ties with Shuafan, we will only be avoiding the truth. We may soon find ourselves following in Drifting Flowers' edifice's footsteps. The old man shouts and replies, from what you say, you want us to work together with Shuafan to fend off Regent Estate. They both shout and say, this is giving them an excuse to wipe us off the earth. The old elder says, enough. They both look to the old elder. Is it I who agreed to become allies with Shuafan, and this shall not change even now? The kid's display had opened my eyes. He will be a great help to Veiled Dragon Pavilion in the future. I will say this again, as long as Zhuo Fan lives, our alliance with the Luo clan is still in effect. The old man replies, but Pavilion Lord, Regent Estate. He shortly says, enough. This is my decision. This open road is a secret way to close the border. Our alliance with Zhuo Fan has already been followed through in the dark. The Regent Estate has no clue this is happening. They have nothing to use against us. Everyone in the hall says, Pavilion Lord is brilliant. Pavilion Lord replies, humph, what brilliance, it's called tactics. I hate this kind of person the most, but for the sake of my house, I have to do it. After all, this is the best choice. A man comes from outside running and says, Pavilion Lord, Regent Estate sent a letter. They all get shocked and see the letter. In this letter, Regent Estate will hold an assembly with half the amount from now. The 7 houses are to convene and plan to remove the demon scourge. Long Jiu says to Pavilion Lord, remove the demon scourge, could it be that? Pavilion Lord says, Regent Estate is playing a ferocious move this time. The last time they did this was just 300 years ago. The old elders say, yeah, but that little monster 300 years ago had the 7 houses going crazy. Lord Pavilion's wildest time. Regent Estate is playing this move just for its benefit, without even asking the opinion of the 6 houses. It is basically acting as though it is the head of the 7 houses. The old elder replies, Veiled Dragon Pavilion cannot lose again in the next esoteric debate. Zhou Fan comes while flying and says, achoo, blasted, who's cursing me this time? Why is it that I feel a chill on my back? Elder Yen is smiling and says, Steward Zhui kicked up a storm in Drifting Flower City, with casualties in the thousands. The grief must be focused on you. Zhou Fan replies, Elder Yen, Drifting Flowers Edifice's grief is far stronger on you. Don't you feel the chill from the tens of thousands of female disciples putting all their sorrow and pain on you? Zhou Fan goes outside and says, I am used to it. They are not good people anyway. He says, wait. Elder Yen is shocked and asks, what's wrong? Zhou Fan replies while smiling, they move fast, and an ambush is laid for us not half a mile from here. Elder Yen asks, what? Zhou Fan explains, there is a forest half a mile out. 2 people are hiding to the west from their energy. They must be from Hell Valley. To the east, there are also 2, too quick on their feet, probably from Merry Woods. And finally, the 2 in the north with heavy air about them, which I am too familiar with. Cultivators of Imperial Tyrant Body Art are experts from Regent Estate. All 6 of them are in the 5th layer of Profound Heaven stage. Elder Zhang starts laughing and says, Steward Zhua is amazing to use Radiant Stage's ability. Now we can just avoid them and let them wait forever. God, bring the northwest wind. Zhou Fan starts smiling and says, why should we avoid them since they are here? We might as well duke it out. Zhou Fan's eyes shine with a red, shiny color. Elder Yen is filled with anger as he directs his shouts toward Zhou Fan. Steward Zhua, you can't, he exclaims. In response, Zhou Fan calmly retorts, they are clearly prepared this time in Drifting Flower City. You fought the 4 of us, as much as it pains me to admit. Elder Yan's anger persists as he raises his voice, we underestimated you. Not to mention, we were all from different houses with gates in our corporation. Now that the houses have sent pairs. In a silent yet determined reply, Zhou Fan comments, they have more information and can cooperate well. Even if you take that route again, it will only make them drag it out and exploit your weaknesses. Zhou Fan ponders, I didn't think this old man would be so caring so quickly. He then says to Elder Yen, I was alone then, but don't I have you now? Elder Yen counters, me the common folk fear me for my Rambo Cloud Palm. But with how many there are here, only one has to bear the brunt of my poison, and I will be a goner. Later they just have to get the antidote from Pill King Hall. This I am sure you know from the moment you fought my disciple. Zhou Fan replies, but what if you can poison them all when they fight? Will their strength be greatly reduced? Elder Yen dismisses the idea. How is that possible? They are not stupid to sit still and take on my palm. They are all perfected heaven experts. They can at least discern any movement in a 1,000-meter radius. The moment we approach, they will spot us, and we will have no chance of retaliation. Zhou Fan smiles and responds, and if they can't spot us? Elder Yen is shocked as Zhou Fan opens his hand, revealing a pill. Zhou Fan takes the pills from his hand and eats them, saying, "This is an energy-concealing pill, a first-grade pill. For a full day, your energy won't be released unless someone sees you. Even a radiant stage expert actively searching for you won't notice. Your aura has disappeared." Elder Yen is astonished. Since when did such a marvelous pill exist in this world? How come I never heard of it? And a first-grade one at that, Zhou Fan explains. It's an ancient pill recipe. How could you know of it? But it doesn't matter. I'll tell you later. Anyway, I recruited you to help me make pills. As for the energy-concealing pills, they will be of great importance later. For now, stick close. Zhou Fan flies away, saying, "We will talk again after we deal with these pesky flies." Elder Yen watches him with confusion and thinks, joining him was the best choice I ever made. Not a bad deal at all. Suddenly, a sound in the jungle catches his attention, and he asks, "Third brother, is it the wind again? We have been at this for days, and there's still no sign of him. Did he pass already or take another route?" The other man replies, "Mr. Ling is famed for his insight. He doesn't make mistakes. He said that we will meet the killer of sixth brother here. Today, it will soon be over. Just be patient." But all this waiting is so boring. Out of nowhere, Zhou Fan appears from the outside and playfully hits both of them with his fly, saying, "So, I used elusive shadow art, but you guys always had your eyes closed." They both look at him in shock. Zhou Fan grabs both of them with his hands and flies, saying, "You can't be serious even when laying an ambush. Sigh, Merry Woods is doomed to perish." Next is the West. He comes close to a tree and says, "Hey, Valley. Humph, old enemies do meet often." Two individuals in the jungle with heavy lightning showing their energy look around for someone. One of them says, "Third elder, the kid is late, and it's making me nervous." The third elder replies, "For elder, the kid not only killed seventh elder but even crippled fifth elder. He is vicious to the core and hard to handle. We must not underestimate him for being in the bone-tempering stage. He will be here soon, and we must work together, avoiding ending up like the seventh elder and fifth elder." The fourth elder assures them, "Don't worry, I will consider this kid a veteran perfected heaven expert." Zhou Fan looks at both of them from behind the tree and thinks, these two old men are so cautious. How can I sneak up on them? I have to deal with two profound heaven realm experts in one breath. Their rank is even higher than the fifth elder. This will be quite troublesome. Suddenly, a huge colorful lightning in the jungle startles them, and they exclaim, "Rainbow Cloud Palm!" The third elder wonders, "Why is Pill Kill Hall here? I thought they weren't included in this plan." The fourth elder laughs and speculates, "Didn't the great kill their best alchemist? I heard that he is still his corpse. This is one shame they can't take lying down. I suspect they came here willingly. Anyway, the more, the better the odds." The third elder is concerned, but why are they using Rainbow Cloud Palm? Could it be that he... Before he can finish his sentence, he notices something and shouts, "They found the kid! We better hurry and help." Both elders look towards the rainbow lightning in the forest where two people are flying. They say in shock, "Aren't they Regent State's elders? Why are they poisoned? Was it an accident?" Zhou Fan swiftly arrives and kills the fourth elder, then stands with his wings open. The third elder shouts, "Fourth elder!" Zhou Fan looks at him with intense determination in his eyes. Zhou Fan hits third elder with his wings as they engage in combat. Third elder looks incredibly energetic, surrounded by lightning, and he declares, "You are the one, Demon Archon Zhou Fan. I believe I am in the 8th layer of the profound heaven stage. Even if you take medicine, you may not be able to engage in combat with me." Zhou Fan glances at him and remarks, "Is he your brother? You fit quite well together." Third elder angrily retorts, "What's it to you? You killed seventh elder, fourth elder, and crippled fifth elder. I will make sure you never leave this place alive." Zhou Fan maintains a confident expression and picks one of the death with his wings. Third elder angrily shouts, "What are you doing?" Zhou Fan replies, "If someone else were my enemy, I would not only kill them but also ruin their corpse, making them die in regret." Third elder angrily says, "You?" Zhou Fan interrupts, "However, seeing your brother so close, I will let him go. After all, I also have a brother earned from life and death struggles, only to die at the hands of your geeky. If not for this, I wouldn't have had any quarrel with Hell Valley." Third elder says, so that's it. This kid actually avenged his brother. Even so, do you think I will let you go? Will you have the guts to fight against the 7 houses? Zhuofan replies, for my brother's revenge, I have incurred my today's disaster. But I do not regret it. But seeing you meet the same fate as I did, I want to ruin your body. Zhou Fan angrily shouts at him, I will return it to you, and I will fight you to the end. You avenge your brother, I avenge my brother. Third elder looks at him, thinking, how can you be so bold? He angrily says, good. Today, we will have a man-to-man fight and see who's the real. A demon enters Zhou Fan's body and hits him harder. Zhou Fan looks at him and says, this is my demonic creature. I hid it in my body and threw it over all so I could catch you off guard. That's why I also cooked up that little story about my dad's brother. Third elder watches him in shock. Zhou Fan says, I killed your geeky just because I don't like him. Fare thee well, loyal and cherishing Hell Valley's third elder. I hope you won't be so gullible to a stranger's words in your next life, especially your enemies, and give them a laugh. Both third elder and fourth elder are killed in the jungle. Once again, colorful lightning flashes in the jungle, and people shout at Elder Yen. He says, it was an accident. I made a mistake. I thought Demon Zhuofan was hiding here. They get angry and reply, bullshit. Who in this world doesn't know who you are from Regent Estate, especially with these clothes? He angrily says, don't try to play the fool. You did this on purpose. Zhou Fan arrives from outside, overhearing them, and shouts, stay right there. We'll tear your skin and break your bones, then we will go together to your Hill King Hall to settle this. While Zhou Fan is flying, he thinks, where has the great and mighty vicious king from Drifting Flowers edifice gone to? Why is he such a scaredy cat before 2 of Regent Estate's elders? Is Regent Estate too strong, or is vicious Pill King just too damn weak? Elder Yen sees him and says in shock, Steward Zhua, you finally came, come and save me. He approaches Zhou Fan. They both see Zhou Fan and say, bone tempering stage cultivation, lightning wings. You are that demon Archon Zhou Fan who made a mess of Drifting Flower City. Zhou Fan looks at them and says, the one and only? And you two must be from Regent Estate, right? They reply, I see. Well, King Hall had to turn to rely on demon Archon Zhou Fan. No wonder you attacked us in the sky. Zhou Fan interjects, you still dare say it was an accident? Zhou Fan flies, and they shout, why do you think Regent Estate's imperial tyrant body art makes us the best among the 7 houses? It's that not even your rainbow cloud palm can kill us. One of them angrily shouts, we will crush you both and fulfill our mission. Zhou Fan replies confidently, you are clearly weaker now and still prance around saying you can take us on. They retort, even weakened, we are more than enough to wring the life out of you. Zhou Fan smiles and says, I don't believe it. He kicks Elder Yen toward them and says, why don't you try killing him first? They grab Elder Yen and attempt to kill him. Zhou Fan transforms into a demon and swiftly kills one of them. He says to Elder Yen, you see that then? He smiles and says, now, can you still boast about taking us on? One of the remaining men watches him and says, forget it. Zhou Fan turns to Elder Yen and says, I don't know who that old man is. The old man thinks, what matters is I get Zhou Fan's head and complete my mission. I don't need to worry myself with that old man's eerie skill. He laughingly says, you're good to have found such a patron. Zhou Fan replies, then, I will spare your life today. The old man gets angry and says, hey, what is that? They both look around, and the old man tries to punch them. Zhou Fan thinks, got it. The old man gets angry with him and angrily says, die, Zhou Fan's blood baby, attack him. Blood comes out from the old man's face. Zhou Fan smiles and says, that's the oldest trick in the book. Are you still using it now? I finally know what the old saying means, all brawn and no brain, and Kiken to the jungle. Zhou Fan's blood baby comes in him. Elder Yen says, just now, what was it? Zhou Fan looks into his blood baby and says, it's very simple. Since you fled around like a mouse, they held you in contempt. So when I threw you over and put my hand into my blood baby, he continues, I put my demonic creature if you and took the opportunity to attack one of them. When a powerful, profound expert dies without rhyme or reason, it gets his partner scared out of his mind. He smiles and looks at Elder Yen, saying, I used this chance to recall the demonic creature. This time, He held you in too high regard, thinking you hid yourself to pull a fast one on them. And in comparison, he thought I was the easy target this time and charged for me. To make matters run smoothly, he had his attention split between me and you, leaving room for my demonic creature to catch him off guard. Elder Yen gets shocked and looks towards Xuefan. Xuefan says, in the end, they all died. First was arrogance, second overconfidence, third conceitedness. Elder Yen shockingly replies, but Steward Zhua, all the same. Xuefan starts laughing and says, yes, this is the disease that plagues every expert. Facing them head first will make me lose without a doubt. Too bad they were too full of themselves. To others, this will hardly matter. His eyes shine as he says, but when it comes to me, as long as there is a fraction of a second of carelessness, I will give them a dead full of regrets. Elder Yen thinks, so that's it. Xuefan's moves were all done with the sole purpose of baiting the Regent Estate elders. Without even realizing it, the two bit the dust in but a blink. Rather than see this was a well thought out and ingenious trap presented by Xuefan, I am in fact more along the lines of him reading them like a book and pushing the right buttons to make them fall into a trap themselves. Such cunningness is unheard of. No wonder even Yugiki fell. Steward Yen says Steward Zhua is of endless wisdom and courage with foolproof plans, but being just a steward is a waste for you. Xuefan smiles and says, you don't need to go ass kissing. I am clear where my talent lies. Nothing is beneath me, be it a higher rank or the entire world, only. Xuefan thinks about the demon Luo clan. Elder Yen thinks, I understand. A youth of remarkable talent like Xuefan is willing to be a steward, and what is a steward? The clan head's right-hand man, able to do everything and loyal to a fault. To be able to raise such a young and outstanding Xuefan, yet as cunning and vile as a demon archon, what a monster is a clan head. Seeing Xuefan look so loyal to the Luo clan, this clan head is a really astonishing and admirable person. There is a house. Elder Yen thinks, Tianyu actually has such a titanic clan. Such a person of overbearing might. I have never heard of it, and now I am going to see it. Elder Yen excitedly says, it's really existing. Xuefan thinks, what is he doing, and says, alright, let's go. Elder Yen says, Steward Zhua, are those other 2 places 100? Xuefan says, cut the crap. If I hadn't finished those other 4 blocks, do you think I had time to waste saving your sorry ass? Elder Yen smiles and says, Steward Yen is of genuine talent. 4 profound heaven experts from Merry Woods and Hell Valley dealt with in a blink, all while I couldn't even handle the Regent Estate elders. I am ashamed. Xuefan says, Elder Yen, just now I heard the 2 elders of Merry Woods saying that this ambush was arranged by Mr. Leng. Do you know him? Elder Yen shockingly replies, are you talking about Leng Wuchang? I wondered. I thought with so many roads leading to Wingad City, how is it they managed to pick the exact same one we were taking, so it was all Leng Wuchang's doing? Xuefan shockingly says, you know him? Elder Yen replies, to be frank, Steward Zhua and Leng Wuchang are much alike. He is a steward like you, but that of the Regent Estate. Xuefan thinks, with how Regent State is the strongest of the 7 houses, the steward, the aide of the clan head, has to be a man of renown. Elder Yen says there are 3 people widely known for their wisdom in Tianyu Empire. Prime Minister Zhuge, one which you already know. No one in the world knows what he is thinking, but regardless of the decisions he makes, they are all so irrefutably correct. No one can deny this fact. In recent centuries, the empire had been in turmoil because of invaders beyond the borders. It was only when he took the prime minister's seat that it stabilized again. At the head of the 4 pillars, the emperor hates him to the bone, but he can't do without him either. The 7 houses as well fear him. Elder Yen shows 2 fingers and says, the second sage is Regent Estate Steward, Lin Wanted Contriver Lin Wuchang. As a distant relative of the imperial family, the Regent State is tough in the same way the emperor is. Their steward was also appointed by the prime minister. Ling Wuchang may be a steward in name, but his position carries a whole lot more weight. He is equivalent to Zhuge Changfeng's position in the empire. According to rumor, he is not one bit inferior to Zhuge Changfeng either. Although no one has seen him wage a battle of the mind, Ling Wuchang is admired by all for his foolproof plans and insight. Fan replies, what about the third? Elder Yen smiles and says, Steward Zhua, isn't it obvious it is you who killed the third? Fan replies, him Yugiki. Elder Yen starts laughing and says, that's right. The third stage was an insidious demon famed for his dastardly and cunning ploys. But ever since he stumbled upon Steward Zhua, a man of widely greater intellect, his head felt like a rock. From that point on, Steward Zhua became the third sage of Tianyu. Fan replies, don't flatter me. I killed him using power alone. I didn't waste my brain power on him. That would have been tiresome. Elder Yen says, I guessed as much. Yugiki may not be up to the level of the other two, but he is nonetheless hard to catch off guard. So he must have died from the power gap. Fan says, then does that mean this Ling Wu Chang, in terms of intelligence and trickery, is even higher than Yugiki? Elder Yen starts laughing and says, more than that. Zhuge Chan Feng is a marvelous strategist, but Ling Wu Chang's every scheme falls into place as it should. Yugiki's devious traps are unsolvable compared to the first two. Yugiki was passable in schemes but dreadfully short in power. Elder Yen says, when it comes to Zhuge Chan Feng and Ling Wu Chang, you will have no choice but to jump even if they tell you a trap is before you. Who is better, who is inferior, who is stronger, who is weaker? Steward Zhua, do you know the difference between them? Now that Ling Wu Chang is involved, we must tread carefully and lightly. Fan thinks, since the other side is far more shrewd than Yugiki, then I would not contest him in cunning but in strength. No matter how ingenious and convoluted his plans are, power reigns supreme. So now the first priority is to focus on finding experts to back the Luo clan. Fan loudly says, let's go. Elder Yen loudly replies, what's wrong? Steward Fan replies, I can feel a powerful force approaching. It's a radiant stage expert. Elder Yen replies, what? Someone is flying in the sky. An old man with a white beard says, I discovered a bone-tampering stage and a profound heavens stage. Damn brat, they're so weak, yet they killed 6 profound heavens experts, of 3 houses, and perfectly 2. The old man starts smiling and says, this reputation precedes him. The kid must have an even more valuable body cultivation method than the imperial tyrant body art. Fan looks at Elder Yen and says, not good, go, he's speeding up again. The old man is smiling again and says, this kid is a freak through and through. Interesting, speed up again. Fan and Elder Yen confusingly watch him and say, shit, the old guy is almost on top of us. What's so fast? They both watch him and the old man come very fast towards them. Elder Yen says, how can it be this old diamond? Fan says to Elder Yen, who is he? Elder Yen replies, the Mad Dipper, Li Jingyan. Li Jingyan laughs and says, don't run away. I recognize you. Aren't you that Yen Song kid? You've changed a lot. And is that little imp next to you? Fan, you better have something I want to discuss with you. Fan thinks, I've never seen the vicious Pill King be frightened like this, even if the other party is strong, with how arrogant he usually is. Elder Yen confusingly thinks, he will stand up to them. This guy is definitely not a good person. If we get caught, our fate will be miserable. Fan starts flying and picks up Elder Yen with his hand, saying, only a fool will stop now. Li Jingyan laughs and says, learn when to quit. He looks so energetic with yellow lights in his eyes and around him as he goes towards them and kicks them. Fan looks confused and thinks, the old man's intentions are already enough to threaten the soul. Just now, if it weren't for the Azure Flayer, wouldn't I have been hit and captured by him? Li Jingyan thinks, this kid, he can use a Radiant Stage's abilities in the Bone Tempering stage. When he grows up, could it be? Maybe he will be more terrifying than the little monster 300 years ago. I cannot let such a monster's day. Fan nervously says to Elder Yen, quickly go. Li Jingyan thinks, but before killing him, it is necessary to make this old man's wish come true first, and starts laughing, saying, let's see you run now. Fan and Elder Yen look nervous. Fan thinks, so fast, damn it. Why did I bump into a radiant stage? This feeling of being in the hands of someone else is not comfortable. This man is the radiant stage and has a discerning field around him. I cannot let blood infant on him. Li Jingyan smiles and says, you little prick. I don't know what pill you took that makes you become so young and handsome, but no matter how fast you run, you can never escape me. He lifts Xuefan up with his hands, picks him up by the neck, and says seniorly, how can I compare to you when you became widely known throughout Tianyu? I was but a lowly second-grade alchemist. Don't you care how people will see you if you kill me? He starts laughing loudly again and says, I always heard I'm a haughty vicious pill king, but you look more like a mouse to me. Where's your zeal, your backbone? Elderly, don't joke, I would never act pompous before you. Xuefan painfully says seniorly, in the end, you are Regent Estate guest venerable. This is obviously a misunderstanding between the houses. Why not? Li Jingyan says, houses, you mean Regent State and Pill King Hall and Regent Estate and Xuefan's clan. Don't think I don't know. I saw your fight earlier. You turned your back on Pill King Hall and threw your lot with Xuefan. Xuefan says, and thinks, I am the vicious Pill King, not an opportunist like Lin Zetian who swung both ways. Since I can't go back to Pill King Hall, betraying Xuefan is impossible. That would make me immoral. Elder Yen looks nervous and says, yes, I left Pill King Hall. I will follow Steward Zhua to the Luo clan. No, if you want to kill me, go ahead. Xuefan watches him and thinks, I am not ashamed to say that I like his spirit. He is indeed a devout alchemist foremost, and a loyalist second. Li Jingyan starts laughing and says, good, Yen Song, you live up to your rumors. Today I will let you go, but this kid. And he picks up Xuefan with one hand. Xuefan starts to smile and says, you want to kill me. I mean, you are Regent Estate Venerable, and I killed your second young master. You want vindication, but I just heard that you are just their guest venerable. You have no relation with Regent Estate. Li Jingyan angrily says, so what? Xuefan replies, then let's make a deal. You come to me with what Regent Estate offers you. I, Xuefan, can not only meet their offer but double it. Elder Yen loudly shouts and says, what? Free leaves are visible in the sky. Elder Yen is smiling and says, elderly, just ask for what you want. Our steward Zhua has already been a man of his word. Li Jingyan looks at them and thinks, this is rumors that this Xuefan is sinister and deceitful. Naturally, his words cannot be believed. Elder Yen thinks, when this Yen Song saw me before, he bolted like a mouse. But now, he can raise his chest so confidently. Maybe he really has a strong background behind him. Li Jingyan thinks, Xuefan's words must be true, otherwise, you wouldn't show such a reaction. He says, you little pup. You think too highly of yourself if you think you can buy me over. You have another thing coming. Do you have any idea how I met Regent Estate, how I became their venerable, and what that gave me? Elder Yen thinks, is Mad Dipper unbuyable? And Xuefan is smiling. Xuefan thinks, I don't know who you were before, but now I am perfectly clear. You wouldn't be flouncing around if you were such a Regent Estate diehard. You'd be ending us with impunity and taking our corpses back. Ain't it obvious you are bitching to ask for a bigger pay? I've played this game myself 1,000,000 times. Xuefan smiles and says, my knowledge is shallow, having not heard of Elder Li's glorious pursuits. I ask that you enlighten me. Li Jingyan starts laughing and says, I knew you were wet behind your ears. That's why you spouted those egotistical words about buying me. After all, I haven't gone out much for a long time, so I can't blame you. However, if I were to retell all the stories of myself, all you'd be hearing is begging. Yen Song says, yes, Steward Zhua, Elder Li is a man that shook the empire. You'd be hard-pressed to find another grand figure such as him in the whole of Tianyu Empire. Elder Li started as a rogue cultivator, no match for any of the 7 houses' experts. However, his mind was staunch, his heart set on giving his all in training his art since he had no cultivation method. He stole it from other clans. He began with a mortal rank cultivation method, slowly working his way to a spirit-ranked cultivation method, then a profound rank cultivation method. The exploits of Elder Li are found in every history book. Xuefan smiles and says, oh sorry, Elder Yen means Elder Li is a thief. Elder Yen shockingly shouts and says, I never said such a thing. Li Jingyan kicks Elder Yen in the face and says, mind your words. Li Jingyan starts laughing and says, that is an old story, a part unworthy of attention. Xuefan replies, without a cultivation method, Your only choice was to steal if you didn't want to stay weak all your life. I truly admire your courage. Li Jingyan starts laughing and says, reputation doesn't do you justice, Demon Archangel fan. You aren't like those so-called experts but a man of true talent. Yes, in my younger days I had to go steal renowned skills and cultivation methods from clans to become what I am now. Which clan has a good cultivation method, I would go straight to that. And the more I stole, the more enemies I gained. But I showed no fear. After cultivating, I became stronger than any of them and killed any who chased me down. Shuafan and Elder Yen look confused. Shuafan says, so, I always found them with the same skills, I told, promising to hand my head over if I ever lost. Shuafan thinks, isn't that the same as what I've been through in the 100 pill meetings? Both of us are famous among our generation, although we are not good people. Elder Yen says to Shuafan, then people started calling Elderly the Mad Dipper. It means to say how arrogant he was, yet so powerful none of them could do anything to him. Li Jingyan says, so I roved and cultivated my way to the profound heaven stage, unmatched by all. But at that point, I reached a choke point. Shuafan says, yeah, spirit-ranked cultivation methods are too slow in the profound heaven stage. It has to be exchanged in time, and the only ones with such cultivation methods are the imperial family and the 7 houses, or the 4 pillars. Is this how you learned, or Regent Estate? Li Jingyan looks at him. Elder Yen says to Shuafan, Steward Zhua, you may not know, but Elder Li didn't lean on Regent Estate but fought his way in. Elder Li heard of Regent Estate's imperial tyrant body art being the best of all the houses, so he wanted to take it. At the time, 5 elders had to work together, but even they, with their imperial tyrant body art, couldn't defeat Elder Li's spirit rank body cultivation method. Elder Yen says, eventually, Regent State's Grand Elder Huangpu Fenglei had to intervene. Thus, he invited him into his house as the guest elder, now venerable. That was one of the rare events in the history of Regent Estate. Shuafan thinks this so-called invitation was after he became a sensation. Regent Estate is fraught with danger. No matter how tough you are, a profound heaven expert would soon be lying down somewhere before he could make any kind of sense. It's obvious he used his own strength to recommend how fitting he was for Regent Estate. However, a body cultivator who has always been engrossed in his training yet still had the time to develop such cunningness is a rarity. This guy has brawn and brain. He is a good spice man. I want him more and more now. Shuafan says, in other words, Elder Li is a martial fanatic. He looks into Li Jingyan. Doing anything and everything in your pursuit of power. Elder Li replies, life is too short. If you don't fight your way to rise above the masses, it's not worth living for. Shuafan replies, now I know what Elder Li wants. Elder Li confidently looks at him and says, hold on. I don't want you to see me as I have my own cultivation method. Shuafan says, what I am unclear about is why Elder Li, Regent Estate Guest Venerable, and knowing the Imperial Tyrant body art, would come after cultivation methods. Elder Li confidently looks at him and says, what cultivation methods? I am here to kill you. Shuafan says, tell me the truth. If Elder Li isn't honest, even if you killed me, you would never get what you want from me. Elder Li thinks he is not a common kid. Few are those who can meet the gaze of a radiant stage expert. No wonder that surnamed Ling wanted me to personally deal with him. Elder Li says with energy, not bad. I came here today to test your cultivation. Shuafan says, Elder Li, I have the cultivation method, but if you can't tell me honestly what you want, you won't get anything. Elder Li watches him and says, those guys from Regent Estate. I am Regent Estate Guest Venerable, yet they only imparted the Imperial Tyrant body art up to the 7th stage, omitting the last 2. Yet those weaker than me get to practice it without worry. He starts shouting and seems very energetic, saying, if I had training to the 9th stage, I'd be invincible. Not even the Imperial family's divine dragons can compare. He feels so energetic and says, just why have they not given me the last stages? Shuafan thinks, this guy really is a martial fanatic. Godlike even. If Regent Estate let him cultivate the complete Imperial Tyrant body art, how could they control him? This man can be taken into the fold, though. I need to teach him a little to get him to fall in line. Elderly feels so energetic and says, "Kid, I have been completely open with you. Now it's your turn. Tell me that body cultivation method of yours." Zhuofan smiles and says, "Elderly, how do you know my cultivation method is better than the Imperial Tyrant body art?" Elderly starts laughing and says, "Humph, after the stunt you pulled in Drifting Flower City, anyone can tell that Huang Puqinyan, who just entered the 7th stage of Imperial Tyrant body art, could only take one bursting pill. And then there's you, taking 5 of them and killing him outright. Half of his body was blown away. Even a blind Cloudshi, whose is better?" Elder Yen and Zhuofan look shocked, and then Zhuofan starts smiling and says, "Elderly, you are a renowned senior, most clear on the power the Imperial Tyrant body art holds. Think it through. Just how many cultivation methods are there that can surpass it?" He then starts laughing and says, "Elderly, as you know the full recount of what happened in Flower's edifice, then you must also know what my other title is." Elderly shockingly replies, "Eminent Alchemist Zhuofan, you mean?" Zhuofan starts smiling and says, "I managed to display such power with my body because of my cultivation method, yes, but also thanks to these pills I personally refined. Just one was enough to boost my power 5 times. Elderly gets shocked and shouts, "What? How is this possible?" He starts thinking, body cultivators are stronger than average because of their tough bodies, and the only way to obtain it is through arduous training, no exceptions. But if there was a pill that could do the same thing, where'd the body cultivator's advantage go? Does the world have such a miraculous pill? But this kid is the best proof. If he hadn't really taken such a pill, with his bone-tempering stage cultivation, how else could Zhuofan stand up to Huang Puqinyan? He thinks so hard, then says, "Kid, give me the pills, or I will waste you." Zhuofan smiles and replies, "I ate them all. How else could I have finished off Huang Puqinyan?" Elderly angrily picks him up and shouts at him, saying, "Then you better make some. Aren't you an alchemist?" Zhuofan says, "Out of ingredients." Elderly replies, "Then I will stay with you until you get them." Zhuofan and Elder Yen look shocked. Zhuofan starts smiling and says, "Good. I need the blood of a red-tail ice fox, a 3rd-level beast. Let's go to All Beast Mountain Range." Elderly replies, "Hold on. Why should we go that far? There are plenty of 3rd-level spiritual beasts in a nearby forest. They aren't as many in All Beast Mountain Range. That should be enough for you to refine pills." Zhuofan thinks and says, "That's fine, let's go." Elderly stops him with his hands and says, "Kid, a 3rd-level spiritual beast doesn't need all 3 of us. Let Yen Song get it while we wait." Zhuofan smiles and says, "I am an alchemist. I have to pay close attention to the details when picking any ingredient. How could I let Elder Yen go?" Elderly thinks, "Although I don't know what he is up to, rumors about his cunning and treachery float every day, so I'd better be careful." And says, "Kid, cut the act? I said he will go alone, and that's final. He is also an alchemist and knows what spiritual beast to pick. He will naturally know the best way to pick." Zhuofan looks tense and says, "Elder Yen, here are the favorite worms of the red-tail ice fox. Bait it with this and catch it quickly." Elderly sees something in Zhuofan's hands and picks it, saying, "What is it? Let me see." Elderly picks the pill and says, "This fox eats worms." Zhuofan smiles and says, "The habit of every spiritual beast. Who else but us alchemists know the best?" "You are not an alchemist. Naturally, you don't understand." Elderly shouts, "Yen Song, you have only 1 day to bring a 3rd-level spiritual beast. If you come back late, we will not wait for you." Elder Yen looks confused and goes. Zhuofan thinks, this Li Jingtian is quite cautious, leaving no stone unturned. Humph, it seems because he was getting hounded in his younger days, so he has become so careful now. But despite all this caution, I only send him deeper into my trap. Elderly and Zhuofan are both waiting for Elder Yen to come back. Zhuofan sees someone flying in the sky, and he realizes it's Elder Yen arriving with the red-tail ice fox. Zhuofan smiles and says, "Now we can refine the pill." Elderly shouts and says, "Wait," as he takes the pill from Elder Yan's hand and adds, "Now you can begin." Zhuofan and Elder Yen both look at him, and Zhuofan says, "Good, so now I will refine a body pill for Elder Yen to prove my words." Elderly says, "No, refine 10 of them. The more the better." Fan replies, but you can only take it once in your life. Taking any more would be useless. Elderly retorts, if I say you make 10, then that's good. What will you do unless you two don't want your heads on your shoulders? Fan looks worried and starts making the pills by burning them with fire in his hand, and there is lightning in the pills. Elderly examines the pills and says, these pills just came out of a yuan-chi fire. Why are they so cold? Fan explains, Elderly may not know, but this is a third-grade pill, the freezing body pill, which is actually my clan's secret. Refined with the yin-yang flame, it is hot inside and cold on the surface. Once ingested, hot and cold will travel through the whole body, repeating hundreds of times and tempering it. Elder Yen laughs and says, give me a taste. Fan gives him the pill, but Elder Yen suddenly says, wait. Fan looks shocked, and Elder Yen tells him, give me the other 9 and pick one of them. He continues, kid, you eat this pill first. Fan says, I told you this pill only works once. Elderly replies, of course I know, but it won't matter if you take one more. If you don't eat it, then this pill must have a defect, and I will kill you. Fan takes the pill in his hand and starts eating it, looking angry. Elderly looks at him and says, kid, pick one from these 9. Fan takes another pill and says, give it to me, then, as he eats the pill while making an angry face. Elderly shouts, hold on, you eat it, Yen Song. Elder Yen replies, to me, and he eats the pill. They both watch him. Elderly again says to Fan, take it and look into 3 pills. Both Fan and Elder Yen look confused as they watch him. Elderly takes one pill and eats it. Lightning surrounds him, and he feels incredibly energetic. He looks at both Fan and Elder Yen. 3 hours later, Elderly is sitting down, and Fan approaches, asking, how is it? Elderly happy. Elderly replies, yes, the body does feel much better. But how come I don't feel that my body has become stronger? Fan smiles and replies, well, it's not surprising because it was not a body pill by any means. He smiles again, and Elderly gets angry and says, what did you say? Fan says to Elderly, oh my, Elderly, you are a veteran and a man with wide horizons. How come you bought into this fairy tale about body pills? Don't you know cultivators walk in defiance of the heavens? The greater the price, the bigger the reward. He starts smiling and says, relying on pills will only ruin you in the long run. Elderly angrily replies, so, you played me for a fool. Elder Yen looks worried and says, stop talking, bloodworms are crushed by him. Fan starts laughing and says, so what if I fooled you? Old thing, you think I am as dumb as those morons you robbed that you can just take my cultivation method and give them the thumbs down? Wishful thinking. Elderly gets angry and says, you? And starts thinking, I am the Mad Dipper Li Jingtian. Even in my early days, the 7 houses would show some respect. But I didn't expect that when I grew old, I would be fooled by this young pup. A great shame, this is certainly a great shame. He starts flying angrily and thinks, today, even if I don't get the body refining technique, I must kill this little brat. Fan says, kid, your life ends here. Fan looks confident with red eyes showing his energy, and Elderly feels something in his forehead. He loudly shouts in pain, holding his head, and says, shhhh. Elder Yen is shocked and says, Steward Zhua, did it work? Fan looks around, smiles, and says, of course. Elderly, dying in pain, says to Fan, you did well today. I will remember this. Elder Yen starts laughing and says, great. He thinks, you finally got yours? Who told you to play around? Don't you know any ploy? Before Fan sped back many folds. Elderly, in pain with blood flowing from his body, says, what's going on? What's happening to me? What the hell did you do to me? They both look at Elderly and smile. Fan says to Elderly, I'm sure you know by now. I mean, didn't a veteran cultivator like you ever hear the saying, don't take candy from a stranger? Elderly, in pain, says, you mean that pill? He shockingly says, impossible. Even if a 3rd-grade pill had poison, my yuan-chi is more than enough to remove it. And didn't you take it too? Fan replies with a smile and says, yes, we both did, but sorry, this pill is not a problem. Not only does it have no poison, but it also strengthens the body. What is wreaking havoc in your body is this little buddy. He shows Elderly the pill. Elderly thinks, although I had known there was something odd about it, I never thought it could be so deadly and make me fall into a situation that is worse than death. Zhuofan says, this is my demonic creature, the bloodworm. Once it enters your body, it will take control of your blood. I am linked with it, and a thought from me is enough to plunge you into a world of pain. It works just the same even on a radiant stage expert like you, and there's nothing you can do about it. The demonic creature bloodworm looks dangerous. Elderly shockingly shouts and says, impossible. Just before you started, all the ingredients and the death fox, I had checked carefully, and there was nothing wrong with any of them. The bloodworm was killed by me at the start. You are saying the worm didn't die when being refined? Zhuofan smiles and says, I know this as well. Otherwise, why would I propose the red-tailed ice fox? Elderly shockingly looks at him and says, my bloodworm lives in frigid pools. Zhuofan replies, and the ice fox's main property is its icy blood. So I had Elder Yen feed it a bloodworm, but not to include it in the pill. Later, it was all so it would lay its eggs. You might have killed the bloodworm, but the icy blood was filled with eggs. Elder Yen laughs and says, so that under a radiant stage expert's scrutiny, they'll notice any hint of life in seconds. But an egg isn't alive until it hatches. This made Li Jingtian's search useless. Steward Zhuo is a sage to cover all aspects. Not even the veteran Li Jingtian could match your perfect schemes. I am in awe. Elder Yen shockingly shouts at him and says, that's not right. Even so, how did you make the bloodworm grow so fast from a mere egg? Zhuofan replies, you have the potency of the page to thank for that. And I've said I used both yin and yang fires in the refining. If I did not do so, the yang's fire would have ruined the egg and the blood, so I used the yin fire to keep the eggs in the cold environment, refining them into pills. The rest, as you already understand, or more aptly put, felt on your own skin. The pill freely switches from yin to yang, sometimes the warmth of spring, and sometimes the chill of a winter blizzard. It imitates the 4 seasons. Though it may have been 3 hours, it was equivalent to decades. Not to mention, these pills speed up your pulse, all helping the little bloodworms grow. The pill was a body pill, but one that facilitates the flow of blood and helps improve the cultivation effect, the spring pill. Elder Yen looks confused with pain and thinks, I never thought that one day I would fall into the hands of a twerp. If I was not so greedy at the beginning, things would never have gotten to this point. Zhuofan starts smiling again and says, you must be thinking greed got you into this mess. No, wrong. Humans are inherently greedy. Take away your desire, and would you still be human? Desire is fine, but you must never ever try to take any shortcuts. There's no such thing as a miracle pill to make you strong, and even if there is, the price you'd have to pay for it would be so much greater. He starts smiling again and says, I told you before, I have my own cultivation method. It is called Wraith Art. I made a profound rank demonic method of astonishing power. Train it to completion, and it won't be a top fun. It is without a doubt stronger than even the Imperial Tyrant Body Art. Elderly, set on his feet, and Zhuofan says at the same time, I will also give you 3 matching profound ranked martial arts if you are willing to bend a knee and join me and the Luo clan. Pick it up and become its elder. Or you can just leave, return to Regent Estate as a guest venerable. I won't stop you. Elderly asked Zhuofan, I first want to see if it is real and not incomplete like what Regent Estate had passed to me, while watching carefully. After observing, he exclaims, damn, there's a profound ranked martial art in here. This doesn't exist anywhere in the Empire. What kind of behemoth is this Luo clan to have such a treasure? Zhuofan smiles and responds, your decision. Elderly reflects and says, I'd have come over to your side much earlier if you had just shown me this cultivation method. What need was there for all that cloak and dagger spiel? Zhuofan and starts laughing. He thinks Zhuofan is just as the rumors say. Nothing escapes him. No wonder he can act so calmly after killing 6 experts. With such talent, the clan must be of even more epic proportions. I didn't lose out following him. He then says, I have to bother you in the future, Steward Zhuo. Zhuofan smiles and says, welcome to the Luo clan, elderly. There are many temples with 3 people standing outside the door. One of them says, you honor me, Pavilion Lord Long, with your arrival. Do forgive me for coming so late to welcome you. Pavilion Lord Long replies, "It is of no importance. How could I possibly demand Sir Ling to come in person? You have given me a world of respect just by waiting for me." He smiles and says, "Pavilion Lord Long is courteous. It is only proper I do so, as the steward of Regent Estate." He looks at them, and more people arrive. One of them says, "Pavilion Lord Long, enemies always seem to bump into each other. This is the second time we meet since our audience with the Emperor." Pavilion Lord Long starts smiling and says, "Quite so. Life is fickle like that. However, after we parted from the imperial capital, Veiled Dragon Pavilion stayed the same. Yet do you find that not to be the case for Hell Valley?" They all look at him. Two of them say to him, "Long Yifi, whether Hell Valley is still the same or not, you will know if you try." Long Yifi replies while smiling, "Humph, you think the likes of you scare me." They think, these two people's strength is so profound, even forcing the two elders belonging to Regent Estate to retreat. Someone else arrives and says, "Gentlemen?" They both look at him in anger, and he pleads, "Please show some leniency, Sir Ling." He says, "It's fine. Yes, remember that we are in Regent Estate, and you are our guests. You will make it difficult for me if you start fighting here. If you want to sort your differences, please take it elsewhere. That's all I am asking." They both seem ashamed. One of them laughs and says, "This place sure is lively, Valley Lord Long. It's been ages." He continues, "Well, King Hall's Hall Lord Yen Bao Gong." Valley Lord Long says, "You seem to be quite spry for someone who had his best alchemists slaughtered in cold blood." He starts laughing and says, "Very Lord, you don't need to provoke me. You always go on a murder spree every day, while we at the Pill King Hall pursue alchemy. We have many 7th grade alchemists like Yen Song. Our next vicious Pill King will achieve just as his predecessor had, taking the title of the best alchemist in Tianyu. In short, we do not lack alchemists." He looks at Yen Bagong and says, "Hell is a more fitting place for you." Hall Lord Yen seems to be quite confident. He retorts, "I heard that in the 100 pill meeting held by Drifting Flowers Edifice, before Vicious Pill King's untimely demise, he fell utterly short to the more skilled Zhuofan. Do tell, how is the best alchemist in Tianyu one of yours now? I certainly don't see it." He says, "Humph. And if Zhuofan died, the dead can't compete with Pill King Hall in taking the best alchemist title." Someone shouts from outside, "What, Zhuofan, where is that devil? Sir Ling, hasn't Zhuofan been dealt with yet?" Marywood's Lord, Lin Ruffin, addresses Sir Ling and thinks, "This stupid pig, are you afraid that others do not know what we are hiding? Could you speak any louder?" He says, "House Lord Lin, please mind yourself. We are all here to strategize on how to rid the world of that devil." Lord Lin responds, "Oh, Lin Ruffin, why do I get the feeling you already began to act?" He says, "Damn right, that punk killed the 6th elder. How can we not retaliate this time?" My Marywoods had prepared, and we shortly sent 2 profound heaven experts. House Lord Lin says, "Zhuofan is the most cunning. It is not appropriate for Marywoods to act alone. Let us all work together on this after the 7 houses gather." He gets scared and thinks, Regent Estate has been on the move even before the 7 houses gathering, and they excluded Veiled Dragon Pavilion. It seems. Sigh, this is a problem. If the Regent Estate's goal is to rule all 7 houses, they are sure to make an example out of Veiled Dragon Pavilion by eliminating us. Zhuofan, don't get into trouble. We are still waiting for you to rise to power to help us. You must stay alive at all costs. Xie Tianyang offers a smile, remarking on the passage of time and the lively atmosphere. He playfully suggests that it might have been around a century since their last gathering. Looking around, he chuckles to himself and addresses Abode Lord Sky-breaking Xie Xiaofeng, known as Sword Marquis. With a smile, he mentions Pavilion Lord Soaring Dragon Long Yifi, extending a greeting to Sword Marquis Xie Xiaofeng. He expresses his anticipation and excitement for the meeting. Long Yifi reciprocates the sentiment, assuring Xie Tianyang that he is being too courteous. Their laughter fills the air, signifying the camaraderie between them. Amid their conversation, someone brings up the absence of Drifting Flowers Edifice due to a tragic incident caused by a demon. This individual speculates that the edifice may be hindered from participating. At this moment, 3 girls approach, refuting this notion and revealing that Drifting Flowers' edifice has indeed arrived. Among them, a graceful lady stands out, the Lady of Steel. Chu Bujun observing her, Xie Tianyang is taken aback by her presence, thinking that she should have perished. In disbelief, he exclaims that she should be dead. In response, Chu Bujun assures him that she is alive and well, even in better health than before. She confidently hints at her imminent progression into the radiant stage. She also addresses Xie Tianyang's past consideration for Drifting Flowers' edifice and vows to repay any perceived transgressions. Serling steps in to offer his congratulations on Chu Bujun's recovery and her resumption of leadership. Lord Chu acknowledges his kind words and shares her situation. She explains that Qing Qing, the edifice lord, had to enter seclusion during the gathering, leading her to represent the edifice in her absence. Mr. Lin acknowledges Chu Bujun's modesty, highlighting her prominent role as the first overseer in Drifting Flowers' edifice. The dialogue paints a vivid picture of the interactions and dynamics among the characters, maintaining the original content and length. In response to Chu Bujun's contributions and her open-minded demeanor, Mr. Lin expresses his utmost admiration. He suggests that her title as overseer of Drifting Flowers' edifice is bound to rise, given her counsel across 3 generations of edifice lords. He wonders if it might be too much to ask that she sets aside their differences during this gathering of the 7 houses. Chu Bujun begins to laugh and assures Mr. Lin that she is willing to comply. However, she adds a caveat that while she's quick to agree, she's uncertain if everyone else will be as willing. In response to Mr. Lin's request, Chu Bujun agrees to accommodate his proposal during their time in Regent Estate. Mr. Ling smiles and proceeds to guide the guests, inviting them to follow him to where the estate lord awaits. They enter a temple, and Xie Tianyang observes something intriguing. He notes the grandeur of the hall, which has only 7 seats. He reflects on the high status of the elders in each house and the respect accorded to them. However, the situation here seems different. The guests aren't even given seats. Mr. Ling addresses the guests, requesting that they take their seats as he prepares to summon the estate lord. As they do, the guests are acutely aware of the watching eyes on them. Chu Bujun contemplates the unusual situation and considers the appropriate course of action. She believes that house leaders should stand up for the respect of their elders. The standard approach would be to request more seats from Regent Estate. Nonetheless, the peculiar seating arrangement leaves her puzzled. Estate Lord Huang Putianyuan arrives, and the guests show him respect. He smiles and acknowledges Chu Bujun's good health. He mentions the historical closeness between Drifting Flowers' edifice and Regent Estate, considering Chu Bujun's recovery a joyful occasion for their house. Inwardly, he questions the sincerity behind these words. Lord Chu expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern. Bujun is very honored." Lord Huang Putianyuan responds, "Pavilion Lord Long, above Lord Xie, why are you standing? Do you find your seats lacking? I will change them for you." Pavilion Lord Long declines, no. Sir Leng is one of the 3 stages in Tianyu. How could I let him stand? I freely offer my own seat to him. Xie Tianyang thinks, as expected of Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Lord. The issue was deliberately led to Ling Wuchang. Although unable to talk back for Regent Estate's accommodation, the least he could do was counter it ingeniously. It's really a good move. Pavilion Lord Long still knows how to use the old noodle. Xie Tianyang says, "Ai, how could I let Pavilion Lord Long give his seat its best? I gave my own." He insists, "Oh no. Take mine, please." "I insist." Sir Ling thanks the House Lords for their generous offers, but we have rules here. I cannot agree. The king and the ministers shall not sit together. These 7 houses are for House Lords only. Even I, the steward of Regent Estate, is unworthy of seating next to lords. Xie Tianyu thinks, so that's how it is. Is this regent's skill in dividing his subjects from the lords? For the sake of dealing with Shuafan, they convened the 7 houses gathering, but it was, in fact, a cover to threaten the 6 houses into submission. Regent Estate is planning on using Shuafan as a scapegoat to unite the houses. Lord Huang Putianyu addresses them, saying, "The reason why I've asked you all here today is abundantly clear. As of late, there is a devil called Zhuafan, who had repeatedly breached the 7 noble houses' honor, beginning with Hell Valley's 7th elder. It slowly snowballed into the chaos that engulfed Drifting Flower Edifice, and robbing us of 4 elders with his devious ploys. The whole of Tianyu sees us as nothing but buffoons. If we let him continue on this path, the day may very well come when he will purge one house from its roots. He starts laughing and adds, "Wasn't Drifting Flower City the root of Drifting Flower Edifice?" Lord Chu smiles and responds, "Indeed, Drifting Flower City has been reduced to shambles. However, that was at the price of taking out the best alchemist in Tianyu. Shouldn't these old bones destroy a few more?" He shouts at him, saying, "Chu Bijuan, mind your goddamn tone." Lord Chu retorts, "Humph, anyone here is more than clear who should mind this." Lord Huangpu Tianyuan intervenes, saying, so energetically, and there are lights around him. He proposes, "For that purpose, I propose, in the name of the 7 houses, the demon purging decree, and put an end to his vile tendencies." All the lords express shock, and they think about the last time the demon purging decree was issued, 3 centuries ago. The demon purging decree is the 7 houses act, holding as much power as the empire's edict, yet it is far more cruel. It renders a constant kill order on the target, with all the 7 houses deploying all their assets, including the venerables, to hunt down the target. Every place where the target has appeared, all of them will be exterminated. If the target appears in a city, regardless of the size of the city, it will be exterminated. If the target appears in a village, the entire village will be slaughtered. As this is a drastic measure, the demon purging decree is issued only if voted unanimously by the 7 houses' lord. If one house fail to participate, it will be tantamount to betraying the imperial family and being labeled as traitors. Lord Yin thinks yet, Zhuafan only killed people from 4 houses. Even if he had all 7 of them breathing down his neck, it would still not warrant such a cruel and vicious act as the demon purging decree. Since this act implies the slaughter of innocents in cold blood 3 centuries ago, if that little monster wasn't too hard to deal with, the 7 houses would not have used it. While this time, it's only a mere bone-tempering cultivator. Do you need to make such a poisonous move? Lord Huangpu Tianyu puts his hand on the table and asks, "Everyone, what do you think everyone is watching him?" They says, "We agree to a state lord's decision. The brat has to be put down at once." Lord Yin say, however, using the demon purging decree at this time is overkill. This temple and empire-wide call to arms, and an explanation has to be given to the imperial family. Furthermore, Zhuafan is hardly at the level of that little monster 3 centuries ago. It doesn't make sense to use the demon purging decree for just this. Another one adds, "Humph, of course, you'd say that, Pavilion Lord Long. At that time, Veiled Dragon Pavilion was willing to take the blame for the kid. You must be practically joined at the hip with that level by now." He shouts at the accuser, "Yuan Shan, change your baseless accusations. When your elder died in Wengei's city, we were in the dark too." They all stand around the table. One says, "Lord, would you have believed us if we just told you it wasn't us?" Another retorts, "We might as well settle this now, so that rumors won't spread saying that Qianlong Pavilion is afraid of you all." Another adds, "Is that how your story has changed into us taking the fall for Zhuafan?" Lord Yin laughs, saying, "You know full well who is taking the blame. Are you to tell me you are that oblivious to what happens in your own backyard? Wengei's city is your domain." He responds, "You knew full well that was our domain, yet you sent an elder in there, seeking death." He gets angry and shouts, "What did you say?" The response comes, "What do you want?" Lord Huangpu angrily shouts too. They both are shocked. Lord Huangpu say, "Remember, this is the regent estate." They all stand in honor of Lord Huangpu. He thinks Huangpu Tianyuan's power is incredible. Although we're both at the peak of performed heaven stage, we're no match for him. The world is different. They all turn their attention to Elder Huangpu Tianyuan, and he looks at them intently. A girl approaches Edifice Lord Chu and asks, "What is your decision?" Lord Chu ponders for a moment, and says, "I wholly approve of Estate Lord's decision. This devil ruined Drifting Flower Edifice and has to be put down." They all react with shock. Xie Tianyang thinks to himself, "Hey, Grandma, we are allies here, don't go kicking us to the curb. But Lord Chu continues, but Estate Lord, if you want to issue the demon purging decree, you have to move like lightning and destroy him. You must know that he has drifting flower edifice's greatest treasure, the Bodhi root. Lord Huang Putianyuan looks at her. Lord Chu adds, if he is pushed into a corner and eats it, it will boost his power and will ruin us. Lord Huang Putianyuan lets out a sigh and says, on second thought. They all chime in, well. Lord Huang Putianyuan continues, it is best we don't unleash such a demon purging decree on the people. This statement shocks them all, and they collectively ask, what Lord Huang Putianyuan clarifies, I only propose the demon purging decree to see if there's any compassion left in your hearts. Us seven are the peak of Tianyu's power, we have to lead by example, to stand united in upholding peace in Tianyu. If we adhere to the demon purging decree and bring disaster to our people over one kid, for our selfishness, Nolan, would that be too despicable of us? They all watch him angrily. Lord Chu says her goodbyes to Lord Huang Putianyuan and departs. Lord Huang Putianyuan mutters, this damn hag is back to her old tricks. He agrees with her, saying yes, hitting us right where it hurts. The hag saw your motive with a glance and threw a wrench in your demon purging decree. It's really rare. As the girls begin to leave, he adds, from what I've seen, the Drifting Flowers edifice may be the weakest house, but Chu Bijuan isn't easy to deal with, at least far more troublesome than Long Yaifi and Xian Xiaofeng working together. Lord Huang Putianyuan confidently asserts, with this hag back, the Drifting Flowers edifice is going to be a hard pill to swallow. They all watch him curiously. He reassures them, saying, everyone, I know what's on your minds, but please relax. We have to. I'll be towards any of you. They all look at him, puzzled. Serling speaks up, Estate Lord is an outstanding strategist. It is indeed why we came here. Yet you could tell with a single look. Serling responds, relax, please. You're too kind. I only have people's best intentions in mind. But one of the girls asks, but Serling, Estate Lord, how are we getting rid of Zhuofan? Lord Huang Putianyuan chuckles, a pup has you scared, running scared. Look at you, shaking in worry over there. You are bringing disgrace to the 7 houses. Serling inquires, Valley Lord, haven't we already sent a team to intercept him, and if it fails, isn't this the reason for the demon purging decree? Lord Huang Putianyuan confidently responds, you think a mere bone-tempering kid is worthy of the demon purging decree? This kid is just a reason. The demon purging decree has another purpose. They are all confused, watching him intently. Serling raises his hand and says, I may not know much about him, but 3 houses each sent 2 profound heaven experts after him. The chance of success is over 90%. But just now, it became 100%. Lord Huang Putianyuan looks at him and asks, oh, what makes you so sure? Serling replies, because I just learned that our guest, Venerable Li Jingtian, has also volunteered to follow him. Lord Huang Putianyuan is shocked and says he is going to whatever for. Serling responds, why else he must have heard of the kid's exploits in Drifting Flower City and plans to take Zhuofan's cultivation method for himself. Serling adds, that martial fanatic knows when to be serious, only when these things are involved. Humph, what a fool. He is Regent Estate's guest venerable, with Imperial Tyrant body art at his disposal, and yet here he is coveting an outsider's cultivation method. Lord Huang Putianyuan bursts into laughter and says this is outrageous. Serling replies, it doesn't matter. With Elder Li's character, he'll definitely kill the kid afterward. The brat's fate is sealed. Serling further elaborates, in addition, Wingay's city, there. He narrows his eyes, and they change with blue light. He continues, you should also take action. Lord Huang Putianyuan asks, Estate Lord Serling, haven't we been keeping watch of Wingay's city just so we could get rid of Zhuofan? Why do we need to attack the place now that Zhuofan is out of the picture? Lord Huang Putianyuan gets angry and shouts, what a fool. He continues, that's the place that gave birth to Zhuofan, and there's a good chance for a 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 10th Zhuofan to rise. He gets even angrier and says rather than deal with that mess, we need to level that clan. Furthermore, what I said. Serling looks puzzled, and Lord Huang Putianyuan stands, looking energetic. he asserts. Have I ever gone back on my words? There is a temple, and he shouts that it seems to be Regent Estate trying to use them as messengers. Valley Lord replies, yeah, the Emperor banned us from Wingay's city 2 years ago. Regent Estate wants to test the imperial family's limits, and doesn't dare go himself, so he is making us face the danger. He responds, what an abominable man. But we will offend Regent Estate if we don't go, and if we do, we will incur the imperial family's wrath. What is the better choice? They go inside, looking resolute. He thinks to himself, we are going to hell, Regent Estate. Fifth Elder says to Valley Lord, we should choose the lesser of two evils. We don't know if the imperial family will act if we move in on Wingay's city. We will have Huangpu Tianyuan on our backs, and you know his short temper. They all look towards him, feeling conflicted. He says, our only option is to go out on a limb. The imperial families are useless and won't act against us, God. He shouts, send them to Wingay's city. They all see the jade, and he aggressively says, send them to Wingay's city. They all start flying and head there, while Mr. Ling watches them. Lord Huangpu Tianyuan says, the three seem to have realized my plan, but they choose to follow it anyway. The three are house lords, after all, not mere idiots. How could they not see through an estate lord's intentions? Mr. Ling replies. But even so, after balancing the gains and losses, they ultimately sided with the estate lord. The 7 houses seem to take the imperial family as just an empty shell. Lord Huangpu Tianyuan says, indeed, over the last 1,000 years, the 7 houses have thrived while the imperial clan declined. It reached a point where the current emperor is the weakest this empire has ever seen. He looks shocked and says, a great opportunity presents itself to us. If the imperial family remains passive even after the Battle of Wingay's city, then I can enact the Daemon Purging Decree and purge all outsiders while unifying the 7 houses. I will ultimately control the whole land. Mr. Ling starts smiling and says, when the 7 houses are under you, not even the 4 pillars can stand in your way. Lord Huangpu Tianyuan bursts into laughter and says, I would like to be the first to congratulate the estate lord for taking the throne, Lin Wuchang. You are the genius of this generation, yet you chose to become a steward, helping Regent Estate rise to glory. I hereby vow that once I ascend the throne, the head of the 4 pillars and the position of Prime Minister will be yours. Mr. Ling smiles and replies, I am most grateful for the estate lord's kindness. Once Elderly kills Zhuafan and brings back the Bodhi root, I will assist the estate lord in obtaining the 9-dragon diamond body. Not even the imperial family's 5 divine dragons will be able to harm you. Then you will truly wield ultimate power and rule above everything. Lord Huangpu Tianyuan says, oh, but won't that martial fanatic take an interest in that worldly treasure, or would he just throw it away? Mr. Lin laughs and says, Lord must be jesting. Elderly is only a martial fanatic and a complete idiot. How could he throw away such a treasure? Of course, he will return it to us. And with Elderly's ability, Zhuafan will have no opportunity to damage the treasure at all. Rest assured, estate lord. Lord Huangpu Tianyuan looks at him, confident in their plans. 2 people come outside from the temple, and Xie Xiaofeng tells his grandmother what he got into Regent Estate. She asks him to enlighten her, and he responds, I haven't dealt with the houses for all my life and can attest that I know everything about house styles like the back of my hand. He wonders if Ling Wuchang wanted him to follow Regent Estate blindly. She observes, in fact, there was only one question on my test, obedience. He asks, obedience? She clarifies, that's right. The so-called lord and subject setup was, in fact, a way to lord over the masses. To sum it up, to judge obedience. The instant we entered the hall, it was made abundantly clear. Huangpu Tianyuan is too proud, and he only wants those who obey around him. So when you saw the seat he had laid out for you, he expected you to take them without making a peep. Pavilion Lord Long may have been clever, but to him, it was all the same as not obeying him and putting you first on the blacklist. They both look at her with realization. Xie Xiaofeng says, I can see now why grandmother has been going along with his intentions. So that's how it is. In that case, even if he wanted to get rid of any houses, Drifting Flowers edifice would stay safe. She says, that's it. Now that he believes the Bodhi root is with Xuefan, and I obeyed him throughout this whole farce, in his eyes, Drifting Flowers edifice should be behind your houses on the blacklist. He says, Brother Xie, we must stay vigilant and be cautious. She adds, House Lord, do not think for a second you are shouldering Drifting Flowers edifice's disaster alone. With you in front, Drifting Flowers edifice is needed for now, but we are all in the same boat. If one house falls, the ruin of the other two will only be a matter of time. This grandmother has always had the greater picture in mind. We are all in this together. Her reply is met with understanding. She continues, not that we are allies in the trust sense of the word, but we must devise a plan to stop Regent Estate's campaigns. Judging from his meaning, he seemed to intend to launch the demon purging decree. She looks confident while saying this, and they both appear shocked by the revelation. He says, but would the death of Xuefan take away the sole reason behind the demon purging decree? She shouts and says, Idiot, this is just an excuse. The demon purging decree never had anything to do with Xuefan from the start. Even if Xuefan is dead, as long as his death is kept secret, there is still a reason for this. I am convinced that Regent Estate has long since sent a team to deal with the kid, and since unwanted contriver Lin Wu Chang is also lending a hand, I can only assume the worst. They both look confused, and Xie Xiaofeng thinks, this is the Lady of Steel, a woman worthy of her title. In times of great peril, she is not a bit inferior to a man. Before this senior, we are naught but mere children. Dad listened to her orders. She replies, now all that remains is to determine the limit of the imperial family. Only then will they unleash the demon purging decree without scruples, and this limit is none other than Wingei's city. We do know the imperial family's stance on Wingei's city, so we have to help them. We cannot let the Luo clan fall. She shouts, Chinger, Peony, go and inform Huan Putianyuan that I, Pavilion Lord Long, and Abode Lord Xie have urgent matters to attend to in our houses and have to leave. Chinger Peony says yes. She says, we must make haste and aid Wingei's city. The enemy must have forces in place already. I can only hope we make it in time. Pavilion Lord Long says, but grandmother, if the three houses move together, won't it be? Grandmother replies, we can't afford any delays. Ling Wuchang is a shrewd man, and we won't be able to hide our cooperation from him for long. It's best we make it public and face them head on. This will also work to show that we are one family, and we are not to be pushed around. Lord Long says she's a bit too fierce. After all, we are all house lords. I can't even say anything. There is a temple named Wingei City. It's Xuefan. He says I am back, with Elder Yan and Elder Li standing behind him. Xuefan thinks, I've been gone for more than 2 years, and I don't know how the Luo clan is doing these days. Was old Peng's death a success or death? Elder Yan says, Elder Li, are you pulling my leg? Is Regent Estate truly canceling the demon purging decree? Elder Li thinks, this guy has asked me 100 times along the way, and shouts at Elder Yan, saying, Yan Song, kid, you're so old yet nagging me like a midwife. This will be the last time I will tell you. I came voluntarily after you, not because Regent Estate issued the demon purging decree, at least not before I left. He angrily picks him and says, if you ask me one more time, I will tear your mouth off. Xuefan looks around and thinks, knowing the truth about the demon purging decree, it is normal to have such fears. However, Li Jingtian will not lie. He would never dare to lie to me. This martial fanatic really came just to steal cultivation methods. Otherwise, the moment the old man saw me, I would have fought instead of letting myself be captured. He says with a smile, Elder Yin, really, even if the demon purging decree is released, it won't be anything soon. At least we still have time to prepare. They all look shocked as they turn around. Xuefan thinks about aura fluctuations. If the demon purging decree is really in effect, this is too sudden. A few of us can protect ourselves, but the Luo clan is powerless and will certainly have to suffer. Elder Li looks so powerful and looks upward to the sky and says, Divine Sense Field. He looks imposing, and in his eyes, Zhou Fan also looks angry. Xuefan thinks, this Xuefan is simply a high-functioning sociopath, with killing always on his mind. Elderly aggressively looks at Juefan and thinks, he actually hides his divine sense under mine. When the fight takes place, he will be able to sneak attack and kill the enemies. They both look so powerful, and Elder Yen looks at them. Elderly says to Juefan, 3 radiant stage experts. Juefan says 2 in the 3rd layer and 1 in the 4th, not to mention there are many profound heaven experts around as well. Juefan thinks, wait, there's also those 2, and smiles. He thinks, I knew they were garbage but had no good excuse so far, but this time, Elderly looks at him, and Juefan looks towards him. Elder Yen says, but why else are radiant stage experts including if not because of the demon purging degree? Juefan says, because of me. To make sure I stay, they laid a trap. Everything is taken into account, including the intervention of Veiled Dragon Pavilion. He smiles and says, I can say for sure, once I set foot in Wengei's city, those 3 radiant stage experts will take my life. Elder Yen watches him in shock. Juefan smiles again and says, however, they will never guess I still have a radiant stage expert on my side and a 6th layer body cultivator to boot. Elderly says, with me here, and starts to smile with lightning around him, these pups won't take 1 hair from you. Juefan looks around and says, Elderly, this is for you. Just let them not hurt me. That's too easy. Elderly starts to smile confidently and says, good, then I will just kill my way in and put them in their place. Steward Jua doesn't trust my strength. Forget about these weak bastards. Even a radiant expert at my level can't take 3 hits from me. Juefan smiles and replies, but what if I want Elderly to kill them as well? Elderly looks at him, thinking, killing those weaker than me is easy, but doing the same for those in the same stage is another matter. Juefan looks at him, smiling, and says, Elderly, I seem to recall you are still Regent Estate's guest venerable. Elderly shockingly replies, Steward Jua, my intentions are real. Juefan says precisely, no one yet knows of you standing with the Luo clan. He says in Elderly's ear, remember, don't go rambling about once inside, slap them a couple of times and tell them to lay siege to the mountain. Elderly confidently replies, got it. It's been so long since I played this role, and he starts laughing before flying. Juefan, grabbing Elderly's collar, says, Elder Yen, I'll take you to see the clan, while flying. There is a temple where someone pushes his hand on the table and says, to hell with the Sun Clan and to hell with Hell Valley. We've been running around Black Wind Mountains for a long time, and even drew them a map. He replies, it's not our fault they couldn't see the guarding arrays, yet now, they give us the silent treatment. He says with a smile, Juefan is incredible. Before leaving, he left behind 4 guarding arrays. Then he starts shouting and says, but damn, Luo Yunchang is too paranoid. Not having extended contact with outsiders, we had to turn traitors if we wanted to attack it, and starts laughing. He says, now that the guarding arrays are up, our map is useless. No wonder everyone gives us the cold shoulder. He shouts at him and says, Juefan must have taught her before leaving. That woman gobbles up everything, Juefan says. She is so loyal that she almost pushed the Luo clan's position on him. He thinks, this son of mine, how can he not have any self-awareness? Juefan is a true genius admired even by the 7 houses. If I had a daughter, I would also give her to Juefan while drinking tea. A girl comes from outside and says, the elders want to see you. Come with me, and they both start thinking about their chance and then go with her. She says to the elder, the Kai clan father and son are here, sitting on chairs, and says to them, greetings, elders. I am Kai Ring, head of the Kai clan, and he is my son, Lao Lu. Juefan starts to smile and says, despair knows how to choose sides. Yen Jinglan, if you find them so capable, why not take them under Pil King Hall's wing? Yen Jinglan starts laughing and says to Lao Lu, they're obviously here to join your Hell Valley. They both sit on their feet, and he says to push them like this, isn't it a bit rude? She is soft-hearted. They both think while sitting on their feet, it isn't just one hell of an elder that came to Wengei's city this time. Lao Lu says, even for an inferior clan such as credit must be given where it's due, and you should take them into your care. She says, I must have been blind to have fancied you. Yen Jinglan smiles and says, when a dog wags its tail, a master ought to throw it a pound of flesh. Now they both look scared watching him. Lin Yuelun shouts and says, "What are you guys doing? Wasting time on these fools? Ask what we came here for and let's get on with it. House Lord's messages could arrive any day now." Yan Jinglan says, "Lin Yuelun, among us 3 houses, Mary Wood's grudge with Zhuafan is the smallest, so just sit tight. Maybe Zhuafan's already been dealt with, and we won't be doing any attacking." They both think while sitting on their feet, "What the hell is wrong with this world?" Yan Jinglan says, "We are not allowed to be here anyway." He thinks, "Why are 3 of the 7 noble houses here?" I only recall swearing fealty to Hell Valley. Note of 3 of them selling the Luo out might have been able to appease one house's anger. But when there were 3, even if the Luo clan was burned to the ground, the remaining rage of the other 2 houses would be shifted onto us. He says, "Yes?" Yan Jinglan says, while drinking tea, "Tell us of the experts hiding in the Luo clan now." He shouts and says, "Elders, the Luo clan is a second-rate clan at best. Only Grand Elder Lei Yungtian is a profound heaven expert, one that advanced 2 years ago. As for his grandmother, Lei Yuding, and Captain Pang, they are all in the bone-tempering stage. While the Luo clan orphans Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchang are even weaker, the rest are inconsequential beneath elder attention." They both look worried. Laolu said, "This is the first time I saw such a dedicated traitor." He says, "What about the 4 arrays? Do you know how to shut them down or how to avoid them?" He shouts and says, "Zhuafan had set them up before his departure. We knew nothing about them. Only after betraying the Luo clan did we find out of the array's existence. You have to believe me, elders." Yan Jinglan says, "Fine, fine, we believe you." Laolu says, "Such a dedicated traitor, why wouldn't we believe?" They all shout and say, "Greetings to the 3 venerables. 3 of them are coming, and one of them is saying he dedicated 3 men outside Wingay's city, a bone-tempering stage, a profound heaven stage, and a 6th layer of radiant stage expert." They confusingly watch them and shout, "Damn, the radiant stage expert is heading for us. Why would such an expert come here for friend or foe?" Someone is coming from the sky and the yellow lightning outside the temple, and the smoke appears. They all get shocked and say, "You are..." Elder Li slaps him on his face, and he gets injured, shocking everyone around. Elder Li says, "Fools, why haven't you attacked yet?" They all wonder who this man, who just slapped a venerable radiant stage expert, is. He says, "You are that guest venerable from Regent Estate, Mad Dipper Li Jingtian." Elder Li asks, "Why are you here? Didn't Regent Estate choose you to stay out of this? More importantly, what's the meaning of this?" Elder Li confidently responds, "You still have the face to ask me." He picks his face and continues, "Well, if you weren't standing around with your hands down your pants, Zhuafan wouldn't have sneaked through that array that even my soul sense can't penetrate." They are shocked to hear that Zhuafan escaped from 6 profound heaven experts. Elder Li slaps him again and says, "Be quiet, or people might think you are an idiot. Now, everyone follows my lead and attacks that mountain." They all look at him hesitantly. He says, "Elder Li, we have yet to get word from the House Lord. We can't." Elder Li angrily smashes him on his face and says, "Enough nonsense. Why have the 3 of them sent out here if not to get that damn Luo clan? Now I am here, so why are you still hesitating? I told you to attack that mountain. Do it, and you will get rewarded for it." He aggressively says, "Otherwise," and flies away. Someone asks, "What should we do? Should we go on?" But there are still some doubts. He replies, "Do you want to be slapped again? Since he dares to attack, we have to follow. At worst, the Regent Estate will be leading the charge." He says, "Go today, open my eyes. I've never seen so many experts in one place before," and flies towards Elder Li. He says, "In front of these 4, even those 3 profound heaven elders are naught but ants." Sister Yufei responds aggressively, "Humph, look who's talking. Who was it that was shaking in fear earlier?" Xie Tianyang says, "The Sister Yufei Kao clan has always been on friendly terms with the Sun clan. Why are you suddenly so antagonistic towards my father?" Sister Yufei looks around him and says, "You're no different than a deadbeat." Yufei's dad arrives and says, "Why are you still here? Come on, let's go to Blackwind Mountain." Yufei replies, "Dad, what are you going there for?" Yufei's dad says, "Foolish girl, it's too much to cheer on the elders and venerable. Of course, daughter, you must remember if you want any of them to notice you, you have to put on a decent show. They both watch him in shock. He says, Dad, is we? Dad replies, as if the Sun Clan lorded over us all because they had a relative in Hell Valley. Now is a good opportunity. The Sun Clan had Hell Valley's backing, and who knows, we might get Regent Estate as a sponsor. We'll see then how tough they will act around us. He replies, Father, you are right. When the time comes, I will see if that little bitch Sun Yufei is still there to look down on me. In a big hall, he says, Young miss, please take a rest. They arrived in Wengay City for a month and still have not attacked. It shouldn't be a problem if you take a breather. She replies, Sister Lei is still hard at work with scouting, right? The enemy has at least 3 profound heaven experts along with even stronger people among them. Uncle Lei says, Girl, you can't keep this up for much longer. It's all my fault for being powerless and letting you suffer like this when disaster strikes for a girl to shoulder the defense of a clan. It makes me realize how useless this grand elder is and feel ashamed. The girl looked around and said, Uncle Lei, don't beat yourself up, and Captain Pang along with Sister Lei have worked tirelessly for the Luo clan to thrive. I couldn't do anything to help you up till now, so allow me to at least do this for our clan. The Luo clan is my home, and you are part of it. I saw it laid to ruin once, and I'm not going to stand by and see it happen again. She starts to smile and says again. Another girl says, If only Brother Zhua was here, it would have all been fine. They all look towards her, and she says, He always had a way out of any crisis. Sister Lei says, This damn brat kicked up a storm for us and still hasn't come back. He must be leaving it up out there. She replies, Sister Lei, don't say that. Shuafan must be rushing over as we speak. We must defend our clan and await his return. She shouts and says, Yunchang, and he says, Young Miss Lei. She thinks Sister Lei also thinks. She looks at both of them and shockingly says, I lost control over the poison dragon in the east. They all get shocked, and he says, What? Elder Lei and his team are flying towards them. Elderly looks confident and says, I am amazed to see such intricate arrays in such a place. It may very well be better than the guarding arrays of our houses. He gets confused and says, It's hard to imagine how a third-rate clan would know such skill. Elderly thinks while smiling, This is the Luo clan that I am going to join. It's really magnificent. He says, You 3 elders go deal with that array, and Shoutly says, The venerables are with me, as a storm rages around them. She gets shocked and says, Oh no. They ask, What happened? She turns around and says, 4 experts entered the black flame array in the south, and these forms are very powerful. The moment he entered the array seems to be collapsing. They all get shocked and say, What? Uncle Lei says, Let me go meet them. She responds, Uncle Lei, I can't see how strong the 4 are, even though they are in the you are not their match. Uncle Lei gets nervous and aggressively says, while holding his hand hard, In the past, the Luo clan almost perished because of me. Now it's time I pay that debt with my life. Run, I will hold them off for a while. They all look worried and watch Uncle Lei. Captain Pang smiles and says, Elder Lei, since when can one man hold back so many? Allow me to join you. Elder Lei can't sacrifice himself for the Luo clan after being here for only 2 years. Uncle Lei watches him and says again, But I, who had been living in the Luo clan's grace for my entire life, can't. If only I could see my brother one last time. She gets worried for him and says, Captain Pang, you. Sister Lei says, Sigh. She says, Sister Lei, you don't mean? Sister Lei replies, I am immensely grateful for Godfather's kindness. I can't let him die alone. She smiles and says, Just Yunchang, do me a favor and give that brat 2 slaps for me. That's what he deserves for not returning to send me off to my death and running away. She says, Sisters are giving their lives for us. She said, Yahai, you remember we may not have a dad, but we still have a home. They are family. She hugs her and says, Look for Brother Zhuafan when you are out. He will definitely protect you. Yahai replies, Sister, what about you? She said, Yahai, do you remember the teachings of our ancestors? Yahai replies, Of course, I remember steadfast and righteous. She says, Yes, we cannot let their sacrifices be in vain. At least I am here. I can still control the array to help them. She starts going. Yahai shouts, Sister, go find Zhuafan. There is a blue lightning array in the jungle. It seems like the devil's shadow. He says, such a rare 5th grade array with incredible power as well. It's a pity that the user's control is weak. He replies, unable to bring out even 1% of its potential. Otherwise, even the 4 of us might have had a hard time getting through. They look worried and think, fortunately, that Lek is a true expert. Otherwise, not even Region Estates expert could swallow this piece of hard bone. The array light comes around someone who is coming to them. Elderly says, who's there? Uncle Lei is coming from that array of lights and says, I'm Luo Clan's Grand Elder, Lei Yuntian. He looks at him, smiles, and says, he's a Grand Elder. He replies, first layer of Profound Heaven stage. Luo Clan is nothing but a third-rate clan. Elderly thinks, should the Luo clan be an obscure clan that is stronger than even the 7 houses? Why does the clan have a freak like Shuafan? But its elder is so weak he waits. A 5th layer of bone-tempering cultivator like Shuafan managed to kill 6 Profound Heaven experts and escape undetected. This elder is only in the 5th layer of Profound Heaven stage, but he can kill a Radiant stage expert. No, he looks around and thinks, with the steward, a monster, the elder cannot be too bad. He says, you go shut this geezer's trap. Captain Pang starts smiling and says, elderly, it will be my pleasure. Elderly thinks, you moron, don't let Luo clan's cultivation fool you, or you won't even know what will kill you. Elderly looks energetic and aggressively comes to him. He punches him speedily and starts laughing, saying, I didn't warm up yet, and you're already dying so weakly. Elderly gets shocked and thinks, what kind of Grand Elder are you if you are not a freak level at the minimum before coming here? Zhou Fan told me to protect the Luo clan's safety. But how am I going to explain this to Zhou Fan now? Is my promise worth nothing? He said to Elder Lei. I would have wasted time with you if I dirted my hand. A man comes from the sky with yellow lightning around him, and kicks him. Elder Lei shockingly sees him and says, Captain Pang? Captain Pang says, when the enemy storms the gates when home is in peril, it is the captain of the guard's duty to defend. How can I let Elder Lei do it alone? Yufei say, me as well. He says, you are not even in the Profound Heaven stage, you just came here to die. Some days a dragon comes to kill him and drags him, and a girl says, we'll make sure you taste hell before we do. She said, young miss, what are you doing here? Young miss replies, we live together, we die together. Uncle Lei says, but what of you? Young miss looks at him and says, it's fine, he is grown up now and entering the condensation stage. I had him go look for Zhuafan. He will be safe with him. He starts laughing with so much energy and says, turns out there is still a brat running away. Your steward dares to kill our family's elders and has been sentenced to death. No matter where he runs, we'll close behind him. As for you, Luo clan, you have committed a heinous crime for bringing such evil into this world. Not one shall be spared. I will find even that kid of yours and grind his bones to dust. The all Luo clan's members get shocked and say, what? He aggressively says, you won't even spare a child, not even if he is a baby. I will kill him where he stands without the slightest hesitation. They all look at him and get worried. A sound comes from outside, and a voice says, you don't need to look, I am right here. Everyone looks around and asks, Yahai, why are you here too? Yahai aggressively says, sister, our Luo clan's ancestors taught us to be steadfast and righteous. I cannot let you throw your lives away just so that I alone may live. They get emotional and say, the young master has grown up. Elderly thinks, so I was wrong all along. The Luo clan is admirable, maybe not the strongest by far, but they have loyalty first and foremost. Was this what Steward Zhou meant when he said this clan was the best in the world? The Luo clan is far better than the 7 houses. He starts laughing and says, since all of the Luo clan is here, then allow me to send you off permanently, and looks at them aggressively. Yahai shortly says, if you want to touch my brother, you have to go through me first. Young miss folds her hand towards them and aggressively moves toward him, but he also kicks her in her face. Blood flows from young miss's face, and everyone panics, saying, young miss, he strongly says, this 5th grade array of yours is pretty good, too bad little girl. Your cultivation is too low. You're not even a bone-tempering cultivator, and your control is surely lacking. He starts laughing and says again, But now you no longer have time for regrets, for I am here to send you on your last journey. All the members of the Luo clan are watching him aggressively, and when someone kicks him, they all get shocked and turn around. One of them asks, elderly, one is asking why. Elderly looks aggressive and powerful and says, don't need to know. He asks elderly, what is the meaning of this? Elderly looks at him and says, idiot, are you that thick in the head you've been fooled? It's a trap. He looks at him, and is shocked, and runs away. Elderly confidently stands there and holds out 2 fingers. Yohai looks at him and says, the array is disconnected. He looks at the array spinning around him and shockingly says, elderly, why do you know how to use the array? Elderly confidently, with such power says, moron, I told you already, you've been had. I thought of drawing you into the array, then trap you here. He smiles and says, didn't you find it odd how the array was so weak, but with me in control, don't you find it's wrong? Let me clue you in. The array spins around the moron. Elderly shoutly says, I'm with the Luo clan. Steward Zhuafan himself invited me into the Luo clan as its elder. That array pulls the moron into it. They all get shocked and say, what Yohai thinks, the radiant stage expert is so powerful. 3 people are standing in the jungle. One of them says, this is a poison-repelling pill. Each of you, take one, and you will be fine. They both eat. They all look around and say, someone is coming. They ask, who? It's Zhuafan and Elder Yen. He says, bone-tempering stage. The other one says, this person, and looks at his picture in the newspaper, saying, it's Demon Zhuafan. That's right, it's him, exactly the same. Zhuafan smiles and says, everyone is finally here. I've been waiting here for a long time. They think, this is not a good sign. If the Venerables should be meeting this punk, not us. Why did it have to be us? I knew I should have picked another array. Why don't the 4 radiant stage experts help us? Zhuafan smiles and says, you should all lighten up and be thankful that all of you are unworthy of me ending you personally. The one all of you shall have the honor of facing is our pill house, Elder Yen. They're all yours. Elder Yen starts laughing, saying, don't worry, Steward Zhua, these goats are nobodies. I am more than enough for them. They get angry and say, how dare you look down on us? Who do you think you are? Zhuafan, he says, why does this guy look somewhat familiar? He starts laughing at them and says, old coot, state your name. I do not kill without knowing my opponent's name. Elder Yen starts to smile and says, I'm afraid of making you wet your pants if I do. He replies, oh, then we want to see. In such a third-rate Luo clan, besides your freak show fan, what other circus clown can come out? He starts laughing. Elder Yen confidently smiles and says, unclose your ear and prepare to be amazed. I am Yen Song. They all get shocked and say, what is going on? He thinks that Yen Song didn't fall at the hands of Zhuafan in the chaos of drifting Flower City. How the hell did he end up here? And as Luo clan Pillhouse elder, no less, they both watch towards him. Elder Yen watches him with confidence on his face. He aggressively shouts at him and says, Elder Yen Song, it's really you. Why did you betray Pill King Hall? Yen Song asks with a smile. The former vicious Pill King Yen Song had followed the natural course and died in drifting Flower City from Zhuafan, and from this death, Yen Song was reborn. Tell me, where's the betrayal? Besides, with me out of the picture, isn't the vicious Pill King title up for grabs? I'm not naive. Don't tell me the Pill King Hall didn't break out in celebration once they heard of my death. He shockingly watches him and thinks, since this is the case, we have to go through Yen Song if we want to break the array. Yen Jinglan says, old Yen is an expert in poisons. It is my domain as well. I will hold him, while you two flank him from the sides. He has to end this swiftly. If we let him hide behind his rainbow cloud palm, it will be hard to get to him and throw his poison towards Yen Song. Yen Song looks confident and smiles and says, Yen Jinglan, an inept like you who can't use the rainbow cloud palm, dare to play with poison around me. He pushes his rainbow cloud palm towards him and shouts, you court death. The rainbow cloud palm is going towards him. Yen Jinglan looks afraid. They both pounced on him. Yen Jinglan starts laughing and says, Yen Song, you're done. You're exposed before you hide in the rainbow cloud palm's poisonous mist. I may not train in your martial art, but I know it like the back of my hand, and you will suffer for it. Yan folded his hand and showed up powered with a rainbow cloud palm. Yan Zhenglan was shocked. Yan Song's rainbow cloud palm hits him, and he gets injured. They all watch him with incredible powers and say, "How is it possible?" Yan Song, with so much power and lightning around him, says, "Yan Zhenglan, you aren't useful even as bait. You take me for a sitting duck if I am not hiding in the rainbow clouds from mist. Start smiling and say, did you forget where we are? This here is a 5th grade array, the poison dragon array that I am able to control here. I can create all the poison mist I want to assassinate me in your dreams." And starts laughing again, and his poison dragon a day afraid they look so afraid of this magic. Yufei is standing in the garden with his father. Yufei's father says, "Congratulations to the 6 elders for your complete success." She replies, "Father, there's no one here." "What are you doing, father?" Yufei starts laughing and says, "Foolish girl, the elders are cleaning up the Luo clan and would surely gain many contributions for this. As those experts move fast, I fear that my nerves may get to me when the time comes to congratulate them, and my manners would slip. Yufei, let's do it together for a brighter future." The 2 elders come and say, "Congratulations, elderly, for returning victorious. If you want a sponsor, you have to think big. Elderly is a regent estate venerable. Everything will be ours once we earn his favor. Start smiling and say, shouting, come and practice with father." Father says, "Kai clean head, you sure are ignorant. But no wonder you haven't been in touch with the 7 houses and know nothing about them, and venerably may be strong, but they ignore house affairs. Only elders hold the true power in a house. Your ass kissing has more worth directed at an elder. They are the ones who can make you a vassal clan. They both think ass kissing must be done in style." Shuafan says from outside, "If you do it right, you will be fine. One wrong kiss, and you will get the gallows. I mean, won't you offend the venerables if you only do it to elders?" They all watch towards him, and he says, "And if you flatter the venerable, won't the elders feel irritated?" What a dilemma. "Why not both? You may get nothing, but at least you will keep your hands." They both elders smile and say, "Good points," and look around, then say, "Wait, who's talking?" He replied to Zhuazhuafan, started laughing and said, "Take it easy." He said, "What are you doing here?" Zhuafan replies, "I'm the same as you," and looks towards him and says, "I came here to welcome guests." They both think, how can he be here? The 4 houses, including the regent estate, came here explicitly for Zhuafan's head. How could it be so unlucky to meet this calamity? He says, "Zhuazhuafan, I have always had the Luo clan's benefit in mind in all my actions. Hear me out, please, and leave quickly, otherwise, when the venerables come out, you won't stand a chance." Zhuafan looks around and says with a smile, "Oh, I never knew Elder Kai would, after betraying the Luo clan, care so much for me." He starts laughing and says, "I'm touched." He replies with a sigh, "Zhuafan, Luo clan's misfortune has come because of you. Why did you come back? I am concerned for your well-being. Quickly escape." He looks at him and says, "Don't let your talent go to waste," and starts thinking, if only I could successfully lure him away but don't provoke him. They get the choked answer that he's only a 5th layer of bone tempering cultivator. Why waste time? Just go deal with him alongside Uncle Sun, get his head, and hand over to the 7 houses. Then they will hail us heroes. And start laughing. He says, "Quite a fool, you know nothing. Uncle Yufei thinks, idiot, who dares to do anything in this situation? I don't even know how I am going to die." Zhuafan says, "Oh, talking my head, you say, that's a good plan." They shout, and he says, "Oh no, 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 we have no intention of doing that. Shouting is a foolish child. I promise you we aren't your enemies. Please leave quickly, leave, brother, the venerables are back." Zhuafan starts laughing and tells them to come back. "I set those arrays and know them like the back of my hand. If even one man escapes, my head." Yan Jinglan sits on his feet and says, "Pil King Hall Elder Yan." Zhuafan is shocked. Yan Jinglan called him Zhuafan. He got angry, with colorful lightning showing his anger. Yan Jinglan says, "I took advantage of Yan Song's not paying attention. You should have died in there." He aggressively says, "Now, your corpse is going to be in pieces." They all shockingly watch him, and he says, "Monster. He thinks, fortunately, we did not act reckless. If Shuafan, at the bone tempering stage, can do so, then we would have ended up like Elder Yin. Shuafan looks so aggressive, and they all watch him, afraid. He smiles and says, what I just said, do you still remember? I don't remember. I don't remember. Don't know what you are talking about, Steward Shuafan, and starts laughing. Then he says, yeah, my ears must be playing tricks on me. Elder Yin is standing and watching him and starts laughing, saying, thanks, Steward Zhua, for helping me get rid of that one. It would have been hardest for me alone. Steward Zhua, I was just a little careless. He was also an alchemist, so. Zhou Fan shockingly said to Elder Yin, do you have any idea what I was just about to promise these guys? Elder Yin looks at him shockingly. Zhua Fan starts to smile and says, a head, so tell me, whose head is it going to be? Elder Yin shockingly watches him again and says to Zhua Fan, that's easy, it's just some heads. Aren't there 4 heads lining up for the taking? Zhua Fan looks at him and says, good point. With this dead, no one will know about your blunder. Elder Yin says, yes, yes. They all say, please spare my life, Steward Zhua, please be kind and spare this dog's life. Please show some mercy, just let us go as a fart. Zhua Fan looks at Elder Yin and says, Elder Yin, what about the other 2? And looks around. Elder Yin says, they're dead. Zhou Fan says, alright, take these 4 in. I want to leave them for that snot-nosed brat to handle and teach him how to be a clan head. One of them is saying, yes, please don't spare my life, please don't. There are some people coming from outside, and Zhou Fan looks at them. They all come running, and Yunhai smiles and says, big brother Zhua, and hugs him. They all look towards Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan smiles and says, old Pang, I'm relieved to see you still kicking. Pang starts laughing and says, Steward Zhua, if I am to die, I will do it fighting for the Luo clan. Never will I waste away in training. Zhua Fan watches him, and all stand there. Zhou Fan says, Miss Lei, how are the people I asked you to train? Miss Lei slapped him on the face. Zhou Fan looks at her, and she says, damn you, bastard, as soon as we meet, you go straight to business. Can't you say a few words of concern for my first? He is shocked to see her and smiles, saying, Miss Lei, how have you been? She angrily turns away and says, now you want to care about me too late. Pang laughs. Zhou Fan looks at the young miss and asks, young miss, are you hurt? She gets closer to him and says, welcome home, falling into his arms. Zhou Fan says, young miss? He thinks about her words of welcome home. She is laying on her bed. She opens her eyes. Xiao Chui asks, young miss, are you awake? Young miss asks, where is Sister Lei? Xiao Chui replies, Miss Lei and Steward Zhua are in a meeting. She informed me to watch over you and had me make this stew for you. Young miss asks about Zhou Fan and says, yeah, he is back. I am going to see him. Xiao Chui says, slow down, young miss, you are still very weak. Please have this stew first. Zhou Fan isn't running anywhere. She stands up and says, I don't care. I want to see him. In the hall, Zhou Fan is sitting on a chair and addresses Master Lei. He asks, how is your cultivation? Master replies, I am muddled and have not advanced 1 layer in years. But I feel I will break through soon. Zhou Fan says, muddled indeed, though it is not your fault. It is so hard for someone as old as you to advance. Miss Lei says, Zhua Fan, what do you mean by that? When you were gone for the last 2 years, we had to look after the Luo clan, and now the first thing you do is point fingers. He replies, and you, when I came back yesterday, you said I cut straight to business instead of greeting you. That was cold, so I spent overtime catching up with what you have been doing over the years. But today, I need to resume my role as the steward. I told you to form a shadow corps before leaving to become our hidden ace, as well as our eyes and ears in Tainyu. Why is that all you managed? You contacted some small towns and villages, but you did not place anyone in the capital, not to mention the 7 houses cities. She says, you think it is that easy? 10 times I have sent people into Hell Valley City, but they were discovered every time. Thankfully, they were loyal to us and died rather than say anything, or else Hell Valley would have been upon us a year ago. Zhou Fan replies, oh, did you not see how it is done when I got into Drifting Flower City? She says, don't you even start. Just when I was close to forgetting. Steward Jua had gone out for the glory of the clan but never forget to spare a certain someone his feelings. Quite carefree, I might add. She is shocked and says, if my men had even half your skills, they would have infiltrated the whole empire by now, even the palace. The young master and Pang look at her confusingly. Zhuafan says, well, whatever you may think, I did it all for the clan. Pang smiles and says, young Miss Lei misunderstands. Brother is thinking unfathomable. I'm sure Brother Zhou had a good reason for letting those rumors appear. Look, didn't he bring back 2 experts like he promised? Zhou Fan agrees with Pang and says, you're right, old Pang. Pang looks a bit concerned. Zhou Fan appreciates him and says, good job. It shocks Master Lei and Miss Lei. Zhou Fan says, I gave you the Wraith art? I didn't even think you would survive. You not only survived but even exceeded my expectations. Pang thinks, then why the hell did you give it to me then? Zhou Fan gives a laugh and says, don't worry, since then, you have been transformed and will be one of the irreplaceable pillars of the Luo clan in the future. He looks at the young master and says, brat. The young master, who is trying to escape, smiles and says, big brother, I am still a child, cut me some slack. Zhou Fan comes closer to him and says, you rotten brat, how is your cultivation? The young master thinks, why ask when you already know with your eyesight, you can see through everything. He says, in a shaking voice, big brother, I am in the 9th layer of foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking through. Pang informs him that Yahai has only been cultivating for 2 years to reach such a level. It is a feat worthy of a genius. Zhou Fan says, oh no, bad indeed. How many hours a day did you cultivate? They happily say, 3 hours, and master cultivated in earnest. Zhou Fan says, good, from now on, we will add 7 more hours. That makes it 10 hours over the day. The young master is shocked and says, by feeding you pills each day, death will long be forgotten, and plus, as the days pass, you will get used to it. The young master asks, but that would leave me with only 2 hours to rest. What about playing? Zhou Fan tells him, I never told you that you have 2 hours of rest. Hour is enough, while the rest is for reading books. Otherwise, how are you going to be a clan head if you are stacked in all the right places except in the head? He gives him a book. Medicine King and Old Man say, young master, pull yourself together. He thinks, most of the other heirs are pampered. This kid has a cold steward like Zhou Fan watching his back. Instead, he ended up with a miserable childhood. But with Zhou Fan's planning and the kid's talent, his future is bound to be limitless. I don't know if it is a blessing or a disaster. He says, it is getting late, you should get some rest. He rests elderly and Elder Yan and says, stay here for a while. He takes the cup of tea and says, young miss, since you are already here, you might as well come in. They are shocked to know that he knows of their presence. She lets him in. He says, young miss, are you feeling better? She gestures that she's doing good. Zhou Fan introduces them, saying, let me introduce you. This is Elder Yan Song. He will be Luo clan's pillhouse elder. The other is Elder Lin Jingtian, the elder in charge of the arrays. As long as he operates 5th grade arrays, no one can break through them. Young Miss reads the both elders, and the elders look unsatisfied. Zhou Fan addresses them and says, are you perhaps not satisfied? Elder Yan says, Steward Jua, the Luo clan you describe is not at all as we have seen. We just found out yesterday that the Luo clan has no elders, and that is not even a second-rate clan. Zhou Fan says, I never said anything about the extent of the Luo clan, and barely speaking, you accepted the invitation of your own free will. Elder Yan says, but Steward Jua, you said the Luo clan is the strongest clan in Tianyu. Zhou Fan angrily asks, are you saying it is my fault? They both get frightened. Young Master addresses them and says, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for joining the Luo clan. I know we are a small clan unfit for your greetings, but please believe me, with Zhou Fan and you, the Luo clan will become better and stronger. We, the Luo clan, will not disappoint you. If you still want to leave, I will not stop you. We can only say that we do not have this blessing. Zhou Fan angrily says, you 2 old coots better damn well suck it up. You may dislike how weak the Luo clan is, but I promise you, in 5 years, I will make the Luo clan rise to the level of the 7 houses. He shouts, in 10 years I will exceed them. He says, if you want to leave, getting into the Luo clan is easy, but getting out will be done through the mind, cold and very much dead. They both get scared at his warning. They both eventually sit down and say, young Miss DONGHUA, we were only joking. Don't take it to heart. Young Miss says, please rise, elders, this isn't proper. She asks Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan says, I will let this matter rest here on account of the young miss, but I'd better not hear of this again. He shouts, and now get out. They both say, thank you, Zhou Fan, young miss, and run away. She confusedly says, Zhou Fan, why do I feel you are more amazing than 2 years ago? You always tend not to recognize you, but we are not you. A bit harsh on them, Sister Lei, and the others worked hard all this time. Zhou Fan says, I know, and I am very pleased with their progress. They gave their all and exceeded my expectations. She asks, then why did you? He says, as leaders, one must mind both gratitude and show power. He says, I know how grateful you must have been for their hard work. So when I came back, I showed them power, otherwise, how would they know who is the leader of the Luo clan? Young Miss says, but their family has gone through thick and thin all along. Must we be so hard on them? He says, people change with time. If your power does not change, then you must be wary of everyone around you. He says, today, they may be your most loyal men, and tomorrow, your worst enemy. Just like the 7 houses were subject to the empire at its founding, now they are a danger to it. Young Miss stares at his reveal. She says, Zhou Fan, you are truly frightening. She says, will there also be a day when you will become our enemy? He is silent for a moment, and she says, perhaps I would rather die at your hand than see you as one. He shockingly looks at her with affection. He smiles and says, who can tell what the future holds? The young master and sister alert him not to talk about the future. The most important thing is now. The big bro Zhou wants to kill him, resting for only 1 hour a day. This is simply abuse, he cries. Young Miss asks DONGHUA, 10 hours a day is a bit. Zhou Fan says, you don't have to say it, young miss. I am doing it for his own good. A bit of sweat now will save a lot of bloodshed later. You can just stop him from following the wishes of their father. Young Miss angrily says, Yahai, you have to follow DONGHUA's schedule, no more objections. Zhou Fan smiles. They say, no wonder the good father sent us thousands of miles here to rescue this place. Already housing an amazing figure. Disturbing, and one of them says, what do you think of these arrays? He looks at this surprisingly and says, the intricacies of the surface arrays are hard to grasp, but as long as a profound expert or higher is in control of them, not even the 4 of us can escape. They all look at this. One of them shouts and says, blast it, if that's the case, then we have traveled all this way for nothing. They clearly have their defenses up. Another one replies, third brother, orders are orders, and they were given by the marshal himself. Whether this place is a volcano or an impenetrable fortress, we still have to go in. Have you forgotten the taste of the marshal's cane when you entered a drunken rave last time? He gives a confused look at him. They all say, the 4 generals under Marshal DONGHUA extend their respect to the Luo clan head. They look at the cliff. Zhou Fan is shocked at something. He thinks, why was God DONGHUA, second of the other pillar, sent his men all the way over there? Could it be? He addresses young Miss and says, take the kids to his training? I will go take a look. She says, good, and drags the kid along with her. The kid shouts and says, big brother, the rest of my life's happiness has been ruined in your hands. Zhou Fan thinks, you twerp who has not even grown hair down there. How can your life be ruined? He flies away and lands in front of them. He introduces himself as Luo clan steward Zhou Fan. I don't know who the 4 of you are, he says. One of them says, we are the 4th generals under Marshal DONGHUA. Hearing of the Luo clan's peril, he ordered us to rescue you. He greets him with respect. One of them introduces himself as DONGHUA Lin, another as DONGHUA Hu, and the third as DONGHUA Shan. Zhou Fan asks, wind, forest, fire, mountain. The 4 tigers of Tianyu, he thinks, I have heard of them. Second of the 4 pillars, DONGHUA Zhantian, was married to his military career. He has no children but 4 godsons of great bravery and power. The 4 have repeatedly rendered great military services. They are known as the Four Tigers of Jianyu. DONGHUA, the eldest, is swift as the wind and excels in surprise attacks. Nicknamed Storm Tiger. DONGHUA, the second, is as gentle as a forest, knowing the art of war by heart. For his kindness of mind, he is known as Crouching Forest Tiger. DONGHUA, the third, burns like fire and is just as blazing in temper. Always bold, he is known as Raging Tiger. DONGHUA, the fourth, is as steadfast as a mountain, hard as stone, proficient in defense. He is known as Mountain Tiger. No endeavor the fourth has worked on has ever failed. They were always inseparable from DONGHUA. Zhou Fan looks at him and thinks, if the power of them arrived, then DONGHUA. DONGHUA addresses him and says, Steward Zhua, there is no need for you to look. We are the only ones here. Our orders carried us 1,000 miles to rescue, but Marshal DONGHUA and his forces are running a little late, I am afraid. Zhou Fan replies, Oh no, Marshal DONGHUA is gracing us with his presence. He gives a smile and says, I know. I shall inform the young miss and young master post haste. You may return. They all expressed their frustration, thinking that they weren't even invited and finding the situation outrageous. Raging Tiger angrily shouts, berating the steward's unreasonable behavior. He questions the kind of steward who treats guests this way after they traveled all this distance to offer help. Zhou Fan retorts, questioning their intentions and expressing concern that letting them in might bring danger to the Luo clan. They consider Zhou's caution reasonable and think that he might be just overly cautious. One of them speaks up, saying they are Marshal DONGHUA's four generals, emphasizing that they are under strict orders and not enemies. Zhou Fan acknowledges Marshal DONGHUA's importance as a defender of the empire, and praises him for keeping the nation safe. He then challenges their authenticity, mentioning the prevalence of fakes these days. They present a golden badge as proof, but Zhou Fan remains skeptical, insisting that they should be able to prove their identity beyond a token. Raging Tiger grows frustrated and threatens to break through the arrays to enter. Zhou Fan remains composed, implying that their behavior contradicts Marshal DONGHUA's reputation. One of the other generals intervenes, apologizing for their lack of courtesy and asking for forgiveness. They assure Zhou Fan that they mean no harm and ask for his trust. Zhou Fan responds with skepticism, stating that he was almost deceived by their actions. He questions their behavior as generals and points out their good guy, bad guy routine. He then suggests waiting for Marshal DONGHUA to arrive to confirm their identities. One of the generals wonders what they should do in the meantime, and the leader replies that they should stay in a Windgaze City tavern. They discuss the challenge of reporting to Marshal DONGHUA without being able to assess the situation properly and decide that they will report the truth and await Marshal's intervention. This is Luo House. Zhou Fan and young master stand within the house, while guards take their posts outside. Upon witnessing a certain sight, both are taken aback by what they see. A smile tugs at Zhou Fan's lips as he remarks, What an aura, truly the god of war. He addresses the guards, Everyone, assume your positions. The safety of the Luo clan for the coming years hinges on this moment. They observe from outside before swiftly departing. Zhou Fan radiates confidence, contrasting with the evident worry on young Miss' face. His gaze turns towards her, and he declares, Your turn has come. I hope you've grasped your role well. Young Miss turns to her elder brother Zhua, her concern palpable. Must you proceed with this plan? Zhou Fan retorts. What do you think? Meanwhile, a presence approaches the temple, accompanied by laughter. Swiftly, horses gallop towards the temple with banners fluttering. A contingent of hundreds, an enraged army, marches forward. The four martial pillars sit together, watching the approaching forces. One of them speaks from his seated position, Greetings, Marshal. What's the situation? Is the Luo clan secure? DONGHUA, also seated, answers, The Luo clan is intact. The Marshal responds, Good, our timely arrival has borne fruit. We didn't disappoint His Majesty. Were there any challenges before we got here? DONGHUA admits, Before our arrival, it appears the Luo clan suffered a surprise attack. The Marshal's tone sharpens. And then how are they faring? What losses have they endured? Do we have any captives? One of the Luo clan leaders, DONGHUA, struggles to respond. Marshal, we lack information on these matters. The Marshal's expression reflects his disbelief and he exclaims, What have you been doing these past days? Merely idling. His voice rising, he continues, Fanger, this behavior is uncharacteristic of you. You've let the wine cloud your judgment, causing a scene. Your punishment will be dealt with later. DONGHUA pleads, Marshal, please listen. Allow us to explain. As the leaves sway in the sky, the marshal's voice cuts through. This backwater area boasts 4 5th-grade arrays. His gaze focuses on the arrays, and DONGHUA stands confidently, asserting, it makes sense that entering is challenging. His Majesty tasked me to come personally. The marshal regards him and speaks, given that 5th-grade arrays guard this location, failure is understandable. I won't fault you. DONGHUA's shock is evident as he responds, Marshal, we indeed can. He adds, had it not been for my elder brother's intervention, I would have dismantled those arrays. The marshal's voice sharpens once more. You are a disgrace. How dare you storm into others' abodes without explicit orders? Your actions would have cost you your life if you had trespassed. DONGHUA tries to explain, Marshal, I was merely venting. Please don't take it to heart. DONGHUA addresses the Marshal, Marshal, the stewards of the Luo clan mention that they will grant us access once you arrive. It seems they intend for you to enter personally. The Marshal gazes at him and responds with a chuckle, Oh, I've been dispatched by imperial order to inspect the Luo clan. Since there's a formidable presence within, I'm curious to meet this individual as well. Convey my command. They relay that the army should avoid disturbing the populace and establish a camp 10 miles southeast from the current location. They affirm their understanding. DONGHUA observes the marshal and advises, Marshal, the steward is quite prudent. He might pose a tricky question and adopt an impolite demeanor. I hope you'll maintain your composure while dealing with him. The marshal smiles and retorts, do you believe my temper is as short as you rascals? DONGHUA inwardly muses that the marshal's anger is likely even more explosive than his own. From behind, DONGHUA interjects, Third brother, the steward's caution might not be solely the reason. He probably wanted an opportunity to see the marshal in person. We'll find out the truth soon enough. The marshal silently acknowledges Lin's perspective, recognizing his younger brother's level-headedness. He agrees, Liner, you possess a calm insight, perceiving things differently. You're correct, the Luo clan must have had a desire to meet me. The 4 pillars observe the marshal as he declares, he'll need to witness firsthand what sets this clan apart. He breaks into laughter. Deep within the jungle lie 4 layered arrays. The marshal's voice rings out, Tianyu Marshal, DONGHUA greets the head of the Luo clan. A jungle with 4 arrays. The focus shifts to an individual's footstep. Xuefan emerges. He wears a smile and introduces himself. I am Xuefan, steward of the Luo clan. Welcome, Marshal DONGHUA, and the 4 generals. The marshal studies him and remarks, so you are the steward. I've heard of your caution, not even trusting my token in the hands of my generals. Yet you believe me upon seeing me in person. Aren't you concerned that I might be an impostor? Xuefan's smile remains as he responds, Marshal DONGHUA, the god of war, who would dare impersonate you? Everything proceeds as planned. Even if someone attempted, they couldn't replicate your victorious aura. Even if they imitated your aura, they couldn't replicate your military life or the profound battle-hardened killing intent that emanates from you. Xuefan addresses them, is there another true man? An old yet resilient figure here in Tianyu. Both of them gaze at Xuefan as he continues, I could sense it from afar, the immense power you possess. Only Marshal DONGHUA could make my energy course through my veins in search. My respect for you is like an unending flood, an unstoppable river, a boundless sea, mighty. Master DONGHUA's lips curl into a smile, and he responds, all right, I understand. Xuefan, with gleaming eyes, returns the smile. Marshal DONGHUA remarks, this small town seems to house numerous experts, including this young steward. I'm impressed. He turns to Xuefan and inquires if it's possible to meet the head of the Luo clan. Xuefan replies that he's eagerly awaiting their presence, and leads them onward. DONGHUA interjects, do you believe us now? Xuefan replies, certainly. I was blind to your greatness. I ask for your forgiveness. DONGHUA reflects, I suppose I overthought the situation. How could someone so young orchestrate all of this if that's the case? Zhuofan thinks he might be the second coming of Zhuge Changfeng. Amidst shining stars in the sky, DONGHUA is led by Zhuofan. Zhuofan guides them, saying, "This way, please." Marshal DONGHUA utters, "This is." Zhuofan begins to smile and adds, "Please don't take offense, Marshal. We've recently endured a brutal attack and remain on edge. Our young ones, especially those who train day and night to become the future god of war, would greatly appreciate a few words of encouragement from you." The entire clan would be indebted. The assembled crowd watches in astonishment as a massive army of children engages in rigorous training. Zhuofan's thoughts turn inward, considering how DONGHUA Zhantian spent years on battlefields rather than within walls. It's not in vain that I replace structures to share a voice with him. It's a form of flattery. On the other side, DONGHUA Zhantian thinks, it's hard to believe. Leading armies for decades, I believed I had mastered command. But to transform raw recruits into fearless warriors so quickly, these children can't be older than 10. How did they acquire such determination? I never anticipated such a sight in a remote clan. The world holds marvels. Marshal DONGHUA speaks, indeed, there's a remarkable figure behind the Luo clan. Zhuofan's thoughts echo, those lacking strength would have perished long ago. Zhuofan says, "Marshal, our third-rate clan has recently suffered a catastrophe. Only a handful of survivors remain in training. You might find it pitiful." Marshal DONGHUA responds, No. These children might not have mastered their cultivation, but their eyes reflect the caliber of elites. If these are your survivors, your main guard unit must be a collection of monsters. How could such a formidable guard ever require rescuing? Zhuofan smiles and thinks, this master is practical. Now I understand why he's acclaimed as the god of war. He's honest and forthright. Marshal DONGHUA responds, no need for me to provide advice. I wouldn't dare display my meager skills before you. He chuckles and adds, Steward Zhuo, I merely wish to meet your clan head. Who is this individual? Not only did they establish your lineage but also nurtured such young warriors. I am truly eager to meet them. DONGHUA Feng ponders, just who leads the Luo clan. He possesses the ability to move even the heart of the god of war, causing him to humble himself. Zhuofan contemplates, these few children are required to be stronger than our own elites. Marshal DONGHUA thinks, it's no surprise. Zhuofan starts laughing from the back and suggests, since you're so eager, follow me. Our clan head is also waiting. They all proceed with him. He continues, the art of war is of vital importance for the state. It is a matter of life and death, a path to either safety or ruin. It's a subject of inquiry that cannot be neglected. He adds that the art of war is governed by 5 constant factors that one must consider while determining the conditions on the battlefield. Marshal DONGHUA responds, who's the one discussing the art of war? Zhuofan exclaims, oh, I almost forgot. Young master has been training for 10 hours and needs some rest. Marshal DONGHUA instructs, lead the way for me to see. They enter and witness the training of the young master, and their expressions reveal shock. They remark, these are the moral laws of heaven and earth. Marshal DONGHUA turns to Zhuofan and inquiries about the identity of the young master. Zhuofan smiles and answers, Luo clan's young master, Luo Yunhe. From young to old, the entire Luo clan admires Marshal DONGHUA. We all adhere to military doctrine, particularly the young master, who combines training with study. His aspiration is to one day serve under your command. Master DONGHUA wonders, why does the clan head of the Luo clan, possessing such remarkable soldiers, wish to serve under me? Everything about this clan is mysterious. What are they truly after? Zhuofan bows and addresses Marshal DONGHUA. Will you accept our young master? Marshal DONGHUA replies, certainly, if the youth wishes to serve the nation and step onto the battlefield. Both Zhuofan and the young master appear delighted. Zhuofan says, perfect, young master. What are you waiting for? Marshal is willing to accept you. Go and prepare him some tea. The young master agrees, thinking, finally, I'm out of that position. I could barely stand it. Marshal DONGHUA interjects with a forceful He then addresses Zhuofan, Steward Zhuo, your father was. He doesn't finish the sentence. As Zhuofan completes it, Marshal DONGHUA needn't say anything. Fan continues, my clan head would be immensely pleased to know that you've shown such care for the young master. He will be grateful for this all his life. You might not be aware, but this was our clan's cherished dream. He concludes with a smile. They all stand within the temple, with Luo Yunchang present. She addresses Marshal Dugu. It's truly you. Fan internally notes, tone it down on the boosting. Master Dugu gestures to Steward Shua stating this is. Fan responds, oh, I forgot to introduce you. She's our young Miss, Luo Yunchang. Yunchang gazes at Fan in disbelief, and he explains, I was exaggerating earlier. She's here to meet Master Dugu. Master Dugu reassures her, it's all right. The four pillars address her, so cute. Fan thinks, yeah, she's no less than Diaochan. Luo Yunchang is also a rare beauty. He adds aloud, Marshal Dugu, today you accepting our young master brings the greatest joy to the Luo clan. Why not enhance it by becoming family? Master Dugu is taken aback, asking, what kind? Yunchang watches him attentively. Master Dugu responds, I'm unsure if the clan head will agree. Yunchang smiles and affirms, certainly. My dad will definitely agree. It's his cherished wish. Master Dugu ponders, the four of them have fought on battlefields for decades, well past the age of maturity. It's time to start a family. They all blush slightly and continue, since the clan head agrees, I'm more than happy to do it. Fan glances towards the young master, who invites, Master Dugu, please have some tea. Master Dugu begins sipping the tea. The young master smiles and greets. Luo Yuhai greets Godfather. Master Dugu is so surprised he spits out the tea, exclaiming, what did you just call me? Dugu Lin thinks, Marshal Dugu only agreed to accept him as a soldier. How did it jump to being a godson? The young master smiles and inquires, is it wrong for me to call you Godfather? Fan chimes in, yeah, Marshal, didn't you say you wanted to be kin? The Grand Marshal Dugu shouldn't renege on his word over such a familial matter. Marshal Dugu and the four pillars observe the scene. The young master and Yuchang watch Master Dugu, who internally thinks, Steward Zhuo only mentioned kin, not specifying the type. For Luo Yuhai to call me Godfather is a form of kinship. It's just that only Luo Yunchang was present then. I assumed it could be through marriage. He looks at the young master again and realizes, but now that Luo Yuhai is kneeling and offering tea, aren't his actions clearly a godfather ceremony? How careless of me. Worriedly, Master Dugu turns to Steward Zhuo asking, so, when you mentioned kin, you actually meant? Fan starts to smile and responds, yes. Did Marshal think otherwise? The Dugu sons are astonished, and Master Dugu admits, I also believed it was that. Fan continues, exactly. Then, young master, hurry and kowtow 3 times to your godfather. Master Dugu reflects, I intended to give my godsons a sister-in-law, but ended up giving them a younger brother instead. Well, with his talent and the Luo clan's elite army, after years of training under me, he should become a fierce warrior. No, I mean. He addresses the young master, Yuhai, today you're taking me as your godfather, so you must adhere to the rules of the Dugu household. I am a man who distinguishes between private and public matters. Now that you are part of the Dugu army and I am still in uniform, you must address me as Marshal. Disobey any military rule, and I will enforce punishment according to the martial law, no exceptions. Your 4 brothers can confirm that, states Master Dugu. Yuhai smiles and replies, yes, Godfather. Marshal. Master Dugu continues, furthermore, as you are now my godson, you are not to use my name, or your consequences will be dire. Yuhai agrees, yes, Marshal. Fan congratulates Marshal Dugu. Congratulations, Master, on gaining another outstanding godson. Yunchang adds, I'm certain our young master will make you proud. Fan smiles and adds, once again, congratulations, generals. You now have an exceptional brother. Young master will be grateful for your guidance. Dugu thinks, enough chatter. We have enough brothers, millions in fact. We don't need more. They all share a smile and collectively muse. All we wanted was a sister-in-law. Fan ponders. Who knew the young miss had such charisma? She captivated all 4 of them without even batting an eye. Marshal Dugu then addresses Steward Zhuo, now that I have Yohai as my godson, don't you think it's time I met your clan head? Fan responds, indeed, I believe the clan head has long wished to meet Marshall. Please come with me. They go outside, find a suitable spot, and Fan instructs, Marshall, please. Curious, Marshall Dugu inquires, this is. As he looks inside, Fan announces, clan head, your esteemed and revered Marshall Dugu has come to see you. You must be elated. As Yuhai and Yunchang burst into tears, Marshall Dugu watches them, his thoughts wandering. I never imagined the recent battle at Wingay City would result in such a catastrophe. Even the family head lost his life in battle. I've arrived too late. Fan's smile brightens the moment. The entire Dugu family stands together, with Marshall Dugu holding incense in his hand. Marshall Dugu turns to Steward Zhua and asks, if you don't mind my asking, were the 4 5th grade arrays outside your clan set up by your clan head? Fan responds, indeed, that's the case. Our clan head was merely at the bone tempering cultivation stage, but that didn't hinder him from understanding the starry sky, land's layout, and mastering arrays and alchemy. He personally arranged those arrays. Fan contemplates, the intricacies of a 5th grade array are beyond comprehension, not even by a radiant stage expert. Master Dugu remarks, the clan head was truly an extraordinary man. I understand now why His Majesty dispatched me for your rescue. He thinks, as a bone-tempering cultivator, the Luo clan head was able to set up 5th grade arrays. He must have been a genius of the millennium. He then adds, what a pity, but his thoughts wander again. Unfortunately, he remained in the bone-tempering stage and lacked the strength to fully control the arrays and repel the formidable invaders. He thinks once more, if only he were still alive, I would have invited him to join my army as a general. He would have been a great asset in battling the Quantrong. Fan internally thanks his lucky stars, thank goodness I wasn't foolish enough to claim I set up those arrays. Otherwise, they'd have dragged me to the borders. That would have been terrifying. Marshal Dugu raises his voice, demanding, who are the fiends that dared attack the Luo clan, causing you so much suffering and even killing the clan head? Fan assesses, perfectly put. He responds, Marshal, you may not understand just how cruel and terrifying they are. Our clan had 100,000 people on Blackwind Mountain, now reduced to less than 10,000. He thinks again, did we ever have 100,000 people on this mountain? Marshal Dugu's voice resounds, such malevolent scum, slaughtering innocent lives in my country. Now that I've returned to the court, am determined to eradicate this evil and restore peace to our nation. Yunchan pleads, please, Marshal, bring us justice. Yohai adds, please, Godfather Marshal, bring justice to the Luo clan. Marshal Dugu responds resolutely, rest assured, I do not tolerate such senseless massacres. I will make them taste the first morsel of justice on your behalf. Dong Feng places his hand on Yunchang's shoulder and assures her, don't worry. Not to mention that Yohai is now our little brother. Even if we had no connection, the 4 tigers would never let such criminals live. Dugu Lin reflects, that's the eldest brother for you, swift to take action. Dugu Feng confidently says, leave it to us, causing her to blush. Fan steps forward and clasps Dugu Feng's hand, expressing gratitude. The entire Luo clan is truly grateful. Dugu Feng smiles and replies, it's only fitting, looking around with a contemplative gaze. Meanwhile, Marshal Dugu reflects, as they are, Godfather, I have the final say not only in maintaining peace in Tianyu, but also in deciding which lady suits me. Am determined to see this matter through. He closes his eyes briefly, his resolve evident. Then, suddenly, Marshal Dugu's voice raises in agitation, Steward Zhua, who are they? Where do they come from? I will immediately send my troops to crush them. Fan offers a knowing smile. Marshal Dugu is undoubtedly a true god of war in both power and demeanor. Let me be frank, one of those fiends was from Hell Valley. I am certain that the Marshal's army can root out every one of them, demolish their stronghold, and restore order. However, Marshal Dugu angrily interjects, wait, say that again. Fan maintains his smile, it was Hell Valley, Marshal. Marshal Dugu's thoughts race, difficult. Since when was it ever easy to confront the 7 houses? No wonder His Majesty dispatched me. Only the 4 pillars can reign in Tianyu's 7 houses. Why didn't you say anything, Your Majesty? Now I can't back down after boasting about it. Zhuo Fan's smile remains. Old Marshal, could we accompany your army when you set out? We want to support you. Yahai adds eagerly, 2 of us cheering you on. After a pause, Marshal Dugu starts to speak, but Dugu Lin interjects, Steward Zhuo, are you absolutely sure it was Hell Valley? Do you have any concrete proof? Attacking the 7 houses without solid evidence will lead to the entire empire rising against us. Marshal Dugu agrees, exactly. I share the same concerns. Do you have any proof? Zhuo Fan thinks back. The attackers were all eliminated. But there's proof, he replies, they fled too quickly and left nothing behind. Master Dugu continues, since there's no concrete evidence, Zhuo Fan cuts in, however fast they ran, the Sun Clan and Kai Rong, our former elder, along with his son, were captured and are in our custody. That should be substantial evidence. Dugu Lin remains skeptical. A mere spy of no importance, with no clear ties to Hell Valley, can hardly be considered proof. Marshal Dugu affirms, exactly. It's not about avoiding this, but without solid proof, my hands are tied. I can't lead my army without hard evidence. Tempering Hell Valley into the ground without it would lead to chaos in Tianyu. Zhuo Fan's thoughts become strategic. This old goat keeps avoiding it. If he won't get involved, he'll have to provoke conflict between Dugu Zhantian and those bastards. Even a minor skirmish is better than nothing. Suddenly, news arrives from outside. Someone reports, Steward Zhuo, our scouts report that there are 3 floating lights above Wingay's city. We're uncertain of their nature. Tensions rise as Yuhai reacts. What Dugu Feng seeks guidance. Godfather Marshal Dugu decisively says, let's go take a look. And they step outside. As they observe the scene, a realization dawns. Dugu Feng shouts in recognition, messaging Jade slips. Marshal Dugu assesses the situation and commands, Fenger, go get them. Feng nods and gazes outside as lightning approaches. It's Zhuo Fan, harnessing energy for flight. Dugu Feng marvels, he's only a 5th layer bone tempering cultivator, yet he's moving at the speed of a profound heaven expert. I never imagined this young steward possessed such skills. Quite impressive. Zhuo Fan collects the messaging jade slips in his hands, smiling as he looks at them. He addresses Marshal Dugu. Weren't you seeking proof? Here it is. He presents the slips with a confident smile. Marshal Dugu approaches, examining them closely. Zhuo Fan confirms, these are messages from Hell Valley, Pill King Hall, and Merry Woods. Their leaders are sending orders to their elders and venerables. The Dugu family is stunned and exclaims, What? Zhuo Fan maintains his smile and confidently states, Marshal Dugu, is this enough? Marshal Dugu gazes at him and nods, affirming yes. Zhuo Fan adds, this is foolproof. Marshal Dugu agrees it is. Zhuo Fan inquires, when can we expect you to charge into Hell Valley? Marshal Dugu replies thoughtfully, well, I will need His Majesty's approval to mobilize the army. Don't worry, I will take the proof to court and ensure justice is served for the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan suggests, Marshal, since you're dealing with Hell Valley, would it be convenient to address Pill King Hall and Merry Woods as well? The foolproof evidence also implicates them. Marshal Dugu contemplates the idea, thinking that Hell Valley is already a significant issue. He responds, I will report to His Majesty and follow his decision. Zhuo Fan adds, oh, that's also fine, but Marshal, when you return to the court, could you include one more detail in your report? Marshal Dugu inquires. There's more. Zhuo Fan elaborates. They might be elusive, but we suspected they were working behind the scenes. We don't have solid proof, though. It's up to you whether you wish to mention them. Marshal Dugu looks at him in surprise, intrigued by the suggestion. Zhuo Fan then laughs and says to Marshal Dugu, to others, they might be insignificant, but to our small clan, they're significant. Only under your protection can we survive. Marshal Dugu questions, who exactly are they? Zhuo Fan reveals, Regent Estate. Marshal Dugu and his sons exchange confused glances. Marshal Dugu's thoughts follow, so, that's how it is. I might fear Regent Estate, but my Dugu army is the defense of the nation. It can't be worn down in a civil war. Zhuo Fan notices his puzzled expression and asks, what's wrong? Marshal Duga thinks, "You guys are truly remarkable." He finally responds, "I can't make a hasty decision about this. I will return to camp and ponder it over." He then thinks to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel so dizzy?" Zhou Fan urgently says, "Marshal Dugu, if you disregard us, what about the promise you made in front of the clan's head spirit table for justice?" Yuhai adds, "Godfather Marshal, you promised me." They turn around, and Marshal Dugu concedes, Fine. I am a man of my word. However, let me contemplate it first. With me here, no one will disturb you. Let's leave it at that. Goodbye." Zhou Fan reflects, although this Marshal Dugu may not want to confront the 7 houses. He says with a smile, "Well, let's return as well." He thinks again, at least he promised to ensure our safety. Confusedly, Yuhai addresses his elder brother, "Do I really have to join Marshal's army?" Zhou Fan reassures him, "Of course. Dugu Zhangtian is a great general, a man who safeguarded the frontiers for decades with his 4 tigers under him. It's a privilege to be trained by him." Yuhai wonders, "Why don't you do it then? Wasn't he fascinated by your arrays?" Zhou Fan replies, "No need." Yuhai questions further, "Then what about me?" Zhou Fan responds, "You either go with Dugu Zhangtian or cultivate for 10 hours a day." Yuhai shouts enthusiastically, "Army, here." Young Chang speaks to Zhou Fan, "What if by making him a godson, you intended to marry me off to establish a connection with the 4 pillars?" Zhou Fan replies nonchalantly, "Perhaps. In terms of a political marriage, using you to align with the 4 pillars is a strategic move. In fact, we'd be the real beneficiaries here. We could take it a step further and have you marry DONGHUA. He's impulsive and easy to manipulate." Young Chan angrily retorts, "You go to hell," and leaves. Zhou Fan responds, "What's the difference? It's all for your clan. Besides, does it really matter whom you're marrying?" Marshal Dugu proceeds with their godsons. Dugu Lin voices his concern, "Marshal, why do I have this strange feeling that we've been manipulated?" Marshal Dugu approaches him, thinking, "Yes, we intervened in Blackwind Mountain's affairs, yet gained a godson and a significant responsibility. We're now intertwined with the Luo clan to the point of joining forces against 4 houses. What is this?" He gazes towards Tianyu. Zhou Fan stands amidst flickering lightning, deep in thought. He contemplates, "I've been managing every small matter in the Luo clan. In these past few days, I had to oversee the guards and shadow crops cultivation. The time for cultivation is seriously lacking." He closes his eyes momentarily, then suddenly opens them again, thinking once more. He chuckles to himself, since Luo Yuhai has joined the army, the Luo clan has become so tranquil. The kid was short but gradually grew on the old man. Soon, Marshal began treating him like a favorite. He reflects, this year of godson and godfather relationship is finally yielding results. I can't rest assured until now. He opens his eyes again, bursts into laughter, and says, "I was worried I'd have no excuse to get that old man to march on. But who would have thought you'd come instead? It couldn't get any better than this, Old Pang." Old Pang enters and asks, "Steward Zhua, what do you need from me?" Steward Zhua replies, "Go to Duga's army camp and inform the old man that trouble has arisen in the Luo clan." Old Pang expresses concern, "Enemy attack, where can I go?" Zhua Fan reassures him, "What's the hurry? It's just a pretext. Don't worry about it. Just go and ask for help. Our supporters are here. I am the owner." He starts laughing. Old Pang takes flight and departs. Zhua Fan starts running, muttering, "I can't keep them waiting for too long." Outside, some people are flying around. Lord Chu is standing there and says, "I wonder if the attack has already started. I hope we're not too late." He continues, "If there's been an attack, it must have happened already, considering how quiet this city is." He ponders, "Though Wingay's city is forbidden to us by the 7 houses, shouldn't we scout it first?" He looks at others. Lord Chu pushes his axe into the ground and asserts, "One must do what we have to do." He becomes angry and commands, "Let's go." Siet Tianyang watches him. Someone arrives from the sky and addresses Chu Bijuan, "Halt right there, and all the Valley Lords gather here." The Valley Lords assemble, and Lord Chu asks, "Valley Lord, what's the meaning of this?" The person smiles and responds, "We don't speak in front of people, but we all know why we're here." He adds, "Unfortunately, you're too late. Lord Chu exclaims, "What you mean you already?" The person confirms, "Correct. We knew you'd come to help the Luo clan, but no matter how fast you rushed here, could it be faster than the messaging jade slips? If my calculations are correct, our forces hidden in Wingate City received our orders long ago. The Luo clan should now be nothing but a pile of corpses." He starts laughing. Lord Chu appears puzzled. He thinks, this is problematic. It all depends on the response of the imperial families. If they're passive, the Regent Estate campaign will proceed unchecked. At that point, Regent Estate's first targets will be the outer houses. Zhou Fan appears and says from behind, "Sorry, it seems we've sorely disappointed you. The Luo clan hasn't shed blood for over a month, not even its chickens." He addresses Xie Tianyang, he means Zhou Fan. Longji thinks, since this kid is here, then the Luo clan should be safe and sound. He exclaims, "Weren't you supposed to be killed on your way back? How could?" Zhou Fan interrupts, "Oh, you mean those bags of bones? They all died by my hands, no exceptions." Xie Tianyang gets shocked and asks, "What? How is that possible?" Zhou Fan smiles and explains, "You call a fifth layer profound heaven expert, and above strong." He chuckles and adds, "They didn't seem so strong from my point of view." He continues, "Let's start from the top. Marywood's elders were real retards, no question about it. I mean, who closes their eyes while laying in ambush?" He laughs again and remarks, "I had an easy time sneaking up behind them and making sure their eyes forever reminded me of lost stars. Guess that's where Marywood's excels, a bunch of idiots." The girls standing behind him start laughing as well. Fifth elder fumes and exclaims, "Zhou Fan, the work of my third and fourth elders, what have you done with them?" Zhou Fan responds, "Of course, they died too. But you can't blame me for that. Who told them to be pawns? All I did was fulfill their cherished wish, and send them on their merry way together, never to part even in the afterlife." He smiles, his eyes brimming with energy. Fifth elder angrily retorts, "Zhou Fan, it's either you or me." Zhou Fan interjects, "TSK, that's my line." Lord Chu contemplates. The elders of Hell Valley and Regent Estate were all killed, especially the third and fourth elder. Those two were far stronger than the Diamondback ape. He realizes that this incident points to the strength of the other two house elders as well. He muses, even so, he killed all 6 of them perfectly and came out of it without a scratch. Lord Chu reflects, "I've only been awake for a few months, and I can't believe how rapidly the world is changing. The revered 7 houses have not only been challenged but ridiculed to such an extent. A major storm is on the horizon." Fifth elder contemplates, "The power dynamics of the 7 houses will be reshuffled once again." He angrily declares, "Zhou Fan, you rotten punk, today, I will bury you." Old Pang angrily orders, "Kill him." Others plead, "Save him." Lord Chu understands that for the sake of drifting flower edifice's interests, Zhou Fan must emerge unharmed. Zhou Fan looks at them, takes flight, and taunts, "You old farts, come and get me if you have the guts. You won't touch a single hair of mine, especially in my domain. Well, any takers a bunch of idiots." He takes to the skies and challenges. Zhou Fan watches confidently. As fifth elder flies towards Zhou Fan, Lord Chu shouts urgently, "It's not good to stop them." He looks around and unleashes his rainbow cloud palm towards them. She quickly intervenes, saying, "No, separate us." Zhou Fan laughs and remarks, "You guys are smart." Lord Chu realizes the gravity of the situation and thinks, "Oh no, even with Zhou Fan's exceptional skills, there's no way to survive this desperate situation." Zhou Fan smiles, and a burst of power kicks them away, creating smoke around them. He states, "This is a 6th-grade spiritual weapon." Zhou Fan laughs and acknowledges, "Nice, Wanchan. I didn't think you'd recognize my trusted battle companion." He notices figures approaching him, Marshal Dugu and their godsons. He thinks, Jianyu's great marshal, the god of war Dugu Zhantian, one of the 4 pillars. How could he personally come to a backwater town? This is bad. Lord Chu and his team look up at the temple and wonder about the reason behind his presence. Zhou Fan says, "Marshal, this is between us and the punk. I hope you won't meddle." Marshal laughs and retorts, "You must be joking. The Emperor ordered me to defend Wingate City. Are you employing words that carry more weight than His Majesty's humph? Wanshan, the 7 houses' prestige must have gotten to your head, and you've forgotten your place. They watch him in shock and ask about the imperial edicts. He thinks, this imperial family is really doing it. Damn, Regent Estate, for the first time in a century, the imperial family has finally stood their ground. This will rein in Regent Estate's arrogance in the future. He closes his eyes and continues, Marshal, knowing that you're guarding Wingay's city, I won't cross into it. However, Zhuofan killed many of our elders and even crippled my 5th elder's arm. I request that you hand him over for us to handle. This great favor will one day be repaid by our 3 houses, he thinks, since entering Wingay's city was ruled out, tearing Zhuofan apart isn't that bad of a trade-off. Marshal Dugu acknowledges, what he said is true. Zhuofan looks at him, smiles, and retorts, What are you going on about? Do you even realize how close we are with Marshal Dugu? How dare you have the audacity to ask Marshal Dugu to hand me over? That's outrageous. Master Dugu is shocked, thinking, I have nothing to do with you. Yunhai steps in and says, Let me tell you. Zhuofan lifts Yunhai and continues, Our young master is Luo Yunhai, Marshal Dugu's 5th godson. He is taken aback, exclaiming, What? Marshal Dugu observes him and says, The kid shouldn't go. Zhuofan smiles and adds, Wanshan, do you have any idea who I am? I am the great Luo clan's steward, the trusted aide of the young miss and young master. Asking Marshal Dugu to hand me over is like asking for my young master to be handed over, like asking Marshal Dugu to give up one of his 4 generals. Tell me, will Marshal ever agree to that? Will the young master, will our 1,000,000-strong Dugu army doubt? They contemplate how a simple matter has now involved 1,000,000 warriors. Zhuofan shouts, Furthermore, you even dared to ask Marshal to hand me over. Humph, how then will your houses answer for the recent slaughter in the Luo clan? Oh, my poor 100,000 unfortunate souls from my clan, how could you maniacs have robbed them from us? 5th elder counters, your Luo clan is a 3rd-rate clan. How could you have 100,000 men? Stop talking nonsense. Not even the 7 noble houses have that many people. I get that you're framing them, but can't you be a bit more realistic? Zhuofan addresses Marshal Dugu, as the nation's most esteemed patriot. How could you allow such conduct to happen before your eyes? You must act immediately, take their heads, and make them pay for their crimes. The Emperor would certainly not punish you for ridding the empire of these foul beasts. Yunhai adds, Yeah, Godfather, I am willing to be a pawn. I shall go and bring the soldiers here to crush the valley and protect the sanctity of our holy Emperor, your patriotic heart, and the people's hope. Marshal Dugu thinks, how did these topics lead to the idea of attacking Hell Valley? This isn't a joke, it's the start of a civil war. They reflect, we only wanted to settle our grudge with Zhuofan. How did it escalate into making Dugu Zhantian go after us, and even sending 1,000,000-strong army for our heads? This is not right. They watch him with astonishment and caution, saying, Marshal Dugu, you mustn't be swayed by these brats' nonsense. Look at things from another perspective. Civil war, people dying left and right. I'm sure you want to avoid that from happening. Marshal Dugu responds this. Zhuofan chuckles and interrupts, Hump, Valley Lord, the nerve you have to dare command Marshal on whom to attack and whom to hand over. Do you think those 1,000,000 soldiers belong to your family? Why not just change their name to match your surname? He feels a surge of anger, thinking, I really want to strangle this son of a bitch. Marshal Dugu thinks, you're just a small steward of the Luo clan. Who do you think you are to represent my army? Trying to show off, you even went as far as writing to the Grand 7 noble houses. Are you so eager to start a civil war? Zhuofan bursts into laughter. Their shock is palpable as they exclaim, Marshal Dugu, let's all step back. Since you defend Wingay's city, we won't dare to intrude. As for Zhuofan, we don't want him. I am willing to do this for you and forget about what you said. 5th elder shouts, Valley Lord, that punk killed. Valley Lord interrupts him, saying, Shut up, can't you see Marshal Dugu is in charge here? They both observe the unfolding exchange. Valley Lord then addresses Marshal Dugu, who watches him intently. Zhuofan thinks, it's about to end. It'll add more fuel to the fire. Zhuofan laughs and continues, Valley Lord, you must be dreaming if you think you're getting away that easily. Have you forgotten the 100,000 men you killed in my clan, those pitiful lost souls unable to find peace? Master Duga shouts. Shut up! Shou Fan looks at him, while Duga Feng and Duga Lin think, this kid has stooped too low, uncaring of appearances. True potential wasted as a steward. Marshal Duga declares, you, Wan Shan, then we shall let this matter rest here. However, I do feel the need to remind you that this empire is under Yuman's rule. Please don't cause any trouble. Valley Lord responds, I shall keep Marshal's counsel in mind. Farewell. He then turns to Marshal Duga and asks, Marshal, on your way to Wingay City, have you perhaps encountered some of my men? Marshal Duga replies, this. Zhou Fan chimes in with a smile, Valley Lord, you, Marshal's 4 generals are of immense valor. How could they waste time on nobodies? He starts laughing and continues, I urge you to return, look after their families, and put a stop to your men's reckless behavior. Wingay City isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Valley Lord thinks, Duga Zhantian, you are truly vicious. I will remember this depth. He says to Marshal, everything must be done within a limit, but you have grossly crossed it. He slams his foot down hard and takes off, saying, Duga Zhantian, I pray we'll meet again soon. I don't believe such a senile fool can be a god of war forever. Zhou Fan smiles and says, hey, did you see, Marshal, you just let them go, and all they give in return is spite. Marshal Duga thinks, who is odd, why is there a certain grudge between us? DONGHUA says, I knew that teaching them a lesson was better. Yahai adds, you're right, third brother. How about you lead the army, and I will accompany you in flattening them. Marshal Duga interjects, all right, that's enough. Yahai, what did I tell you? Don't use my banner to show off and pick on the weak. Is the Duga army that easy to mobilize? Zhou Fan counters, Marshal is wrong here. How can the 7 houses be considered weak when we are the ones being picked on? Marshal Duga responds, and you, stewards Zhua, almost settled before you started speaking. Always mocking and inciting them. The girls laugh as Marshal Duga continues, you dispossessed the weak and angered the strong until they coughed blood. I know that you are different from them, coming to resolve the situation and not make it bigger. But I am under imperial order, so I can't let you into Wingay City. Lord Chu acknowledges, we understand. Marshal Duga shouts, return to camp. Zhou Fan interjects, hold on, Marshal. There are matters young master needs to tend to in the Luo clan. Can he? Marshal Duga watches him and says, all right, the kid got me in a foul mood. So I will hand him to you for today. They all fly away, and Yahai asks, Zhou Fan, big brother, does Godfather hate me? DONGHUA starts laughing and reassures him, relax, fifth brother. Marshal is only putting up a tough front. He's a softy inside. He just favors you too much to stay angry for long. Once his anger passes, it will be fine. Yahai and Zhou Fan watch them. Zhou Fan adds, everyone, long time no see. You've come to help us, you can rest easy now since everything is fine. Longji responds, with little brother Zhua taking charge, the new clan will be forever safe. He starts laughing and continues, brother, let me introduce you. This is Over Pavilion Lord Long Yefe, and here is Sword Marquis Abode's Abode Lord. And this is Qingqing was right about you, Steward Zhua, a man mighty in pen and sword. Qingqing adds, you are indeed worthy of being a drifting flower edifice's son-in-law. Long Yefe laughs and congratulates, congratulations to Drifting Flower Edifice for getting a golden son-in-law. Zhou Fan gets angry and exclaims, the heck, this is not over yet. Zhou Fan responds, grandmother, you can't speak so casually. Some people might misunderstand my trip to the Drifting Flower City was all for the Bodhi Jade sap. It had nothing to do with Chu Qingqing. Please refrain from speaking such falsehoods in the future. Lord Chu thinks, Drifting Flower Edifice isn't some scourge, so why do you insist on keeping your distance? Long Yefe thinks, you just got a wife thrown in your lap, so why on earth are you reacting so strongly to those words? She shouts, Zhou Fan, Qingqing's love is wasted on you. How can you be such a disappointment? Zhou Fan retorts, disappointment you say. I was the one who saved all of Drifting Flower Edifice, this old crone included. I don't owe you anything. Lord Chu says, I've been around for a long time, but this is the first time I've been cursed to my face, especially by such a young pup. However, what he said does make sense. Since I woke up, all I heard were endless dreaded rumors about this legendary youth. Longji adds, today, I've seen his methods with my own eyes. Zhuofan chimes in, he just said a few words but was able to make Hell Valley form a grudge with Duguzhantian. Getting on the bad side of such a sly and vicious fellow. Longji counters, humph, it will only end in disaster. She shouts, humph, heartless rat. Longji smiles and says, we're all on the same side. Must we get angry over something so minor? Long Yefei agrees, we need to focus on the task at hand and remove the danger our four houses face. Do not be impetuous. Lord Chu concurs, Pavilion Lord Long is right. Please forgive my rude remarks, Steward Zhua. Zhuofan thinks, the issue had nothing to do with her, but for drifting flower edifice's sake, she was willing to take one for the team, being the first to extend an olive branch. She is not easy to deal with. He says, please forgive my rash behavior as well. They all stand there. Zhuofan adds, seeing everything here today, I can only assume you have agreed to join hands. Our four houses' objectives have aligned, or more aptly put, we have been pushed into a corner and forced to ally. Lord Chu agrees, precisely. Pavilion Lord Long, with Abode Lord Xia and myself, have participated in the 7 houses gathering at Regent Estate. As stewards was suspected, they wished to rule all the houses, with Hell Valley and others already standing on Regent Estate's side. Zhuofan says, oh, 7 houses gathering, you say? Can you tell me the details? Lord Chu explains, it's like this, there is a sky and trees. Zhuofan chuckles and responds, I was wondering why Regent Estate didn't come to Wingay's city. I see it now, Estate Lord says, sure is a man of character. Yahai asks, what character, Brother Zhua? He asked Hell Valley to test the Imperial family's limit. He's such a coward for not showing up. Zhuofan retorts, rotten brat, guess I have to teach you a harsh lesson, lest you encounter an expert from whom you'd suffer dearly. As the saying goes, the cruelest are the regents. Firstly, I killed one of his sons, yet he did not fly into a rage, only sending experts to kill me in Wingay's city. In this manner, he is rather calm. Secondly, after losing his son, he acted as if nothing had happened. He did not seek revenge but planned to test the Imperial family's limits. It is clear this man's ambition is great. This is how a man should act when he wants to look at things from a perspective. Yahai watches him confusedly. Zhuofan says, kid, you will become Luo clan's head one day. I won't say anything about being strong or having a cunning mind, but one thing you must never forget. And he hugs him. Xie Tianyang thinks, does anyone guide their young master in such a way in this empire? But one thing is certain, Zhuofan's logic makes complete sense. In this cruel and harsh world, things like compassion would only drag one down. Zhuofan says, currently, the Imperial family has shown their stance, so we should be safe for now. While the Luo clan, having Marshal Duga on our side, is in an even safer position, and he starts laughing. Longji thinks, just what rotten luck this guy stumbles upon to get Duguzhantian's support, and says, Brother Zhua, when did you get so close to Duguzhantian? And he even took Yahai as his godson. Zhuofan replies, we only met Marshal half a month ago. Getting so close is such a show of time and evidence in and of itself that nothing is impossible for me. He thinks, damn it, he's boasting again. Yahai says, that's right, that is because I am of unmatched talent to find myself at Godfather's discipline. It was only a matter of time, and starts laughing. Longji thinks, this kid has definitely been brought up by Zhuofan. Lord Chu thinks, no wonder he became a steward. He knows the ins and outs of everything. He considered everything when making a choice. In terms of housekeeping skills, perhaps not even unwanted contriver can match this meticulousness. After all, for a third-rate clan to jump into the first-rate category is simply unheard of. Lord Chu says, alas, the Luo clan can have Zhuofan as a steward. It will most definitely rise above the 7 houses. Unfortunately, such a man is unwilling to marry into my drifting flower edifice. Long Yefei says, since the Luo clan is so outstanding, then should we stop supporting the Luo clan? Zhuofan says, that's not possible, to be completely honest. The Luo clan is lacking in resources. What the Veiled Dragon Pavilion provided so far was just a drop in the bucket. In any case, we four are allies. Will the other two houses be willing to lend a helping hand and help this third-rate clan to rise above? She shouts. Haven't you taken a year's worth of income with the ingredients you took the last time you were in Drifting Flower City? What else do you want? Shuafan replies. Those are just ingredients for alchemy. Even if they warranted, I saved your house. Shouldn't I deserve at least some thanks? How can you call that support? She says. You're a damn rogue. Lord Chu starts laughing and says, with all four of us in the same boat, the Luo clan will be our biggest ally. Helping you is helping us. Drifting Flower Edifice will henceforth settle the Luo clan's ingredient problem. Shuafan replies to her, Grandmother, you are wise beyond your age. Xie Tianyang says, Sword Marquis' abode is specialized in tool refining and has many ores. Then we shall supply you with the items needed to make spiritual weapons and demonic treasures. Shuafan thinks, I didn't think Sword Marquis' abode lord would actually do this. Damn that Xie Tianyang. Did it hurt to not tell me this sooner? And you call yourself my brother, and says, Abode Master Xie, you really solved my urgent needs. Long Yefei says then. And Xie Tianyang says, I guess Veiled Dragon Pavilion will handle the rest. Shuafan says, oh, please, who else is there? You are the best merchant in Tianyu. Yuhai starts laughing and says, it's good to have friends coming from afar. Lord Chu says, this boy is quite clever, knowing how to gauge a situation. She replies, yes, true. He is a clever little child and with proper manners too, unlike someone else we know. She said, tell me, do you know what that means? Yuhai says, of course, Big Brojua had me study many books these days to last a lifetime. The more brothers that come, the more I can exploit true joy. Shuafan puts his hand on his face and said, I am just a steward and not good at teaching. She says, on the contrary, you're too highly qualified. Zhou's supporters exclaim. Old Peng, the elderly figure named Old Pan, enters the scene and inquires, Brother Zhua, what's wrong? Shuafan responds urgently, call everyone in charge of clan affairs over. As Yuhai observes, Shuafan leans over to Old Pang and whispers something into his ear. Old Pang nods and departs, capturing the attention of all present. Seated around a table, they watch him closely. Shuafan takes charge, announcing, I have summoned you all here today to witness the official entitlement of the next clan head. He continues, it's been 2 years since the 3 clans united, and Wingei's city has come under Luo clan's rule. We, the Luo clan, are destined for the 7 houses. He asserts, with infighting amongst them, the opportunity to rise is before us. However, a snake cannot survive without a head, and today we shall settle this matter. Chinchin questions, aren't you the instigator? And now you seek to make it official, pursuing a power play. Everyone watches, and Shuafan breaks into laughter, replying, I am not interested in being a clan head. The thought of a confined life doesn't appeal to me. He smiles and clarifies, I've asked you all to witness the official declaration of this kid as the next head. As they both observe, Old Palm's voice carries from outside, Move humph, I never liked any of you since the moment I saw you. Kneeling before Shuafan, they listen as he sharply declares, but this time, you only have yourself to blame. Suddenly, Shuafan pushes his sword towards them, causing injuries. Shocked, they stare, and Shuafan commands, Yuhai, as the future clan head, it is your duty to punish these traitors. Yuhai exclaims in disbelief, What, Shuafan, you're going too far, he's just a child. How can you make him do such cruel things? Old Pang intervenes, suggesting, Brother Zhua, is it necessary for the young master to handle these pests? Allow me to do it, and spare him from dirtying his hands. Shuafan retorts firmly, Quiet, are you the next clan head? He points out, Kai Rong is a clan head himself, and only a clan head can settle him. Reflecting, Elder Yen notes, it seems he wants to establish Luo Yunhai's authority in the clan and guide him towards becoming the clan head. Elder Ji agrees, it's time for everyone to see him as more than just a child. Long Ji contemplates, Shuafan might be obstinate, but every action he takes is for the benefit of the Luo clan. Shuafan's perspective emerges, as he thinks, if Luo Yunhai, the nominal clan head, relies on someone else to solve his problems, he'll lose his ability to think and stagnate. Long Ji adds, Shuafan's actions aim to ensure the Luo clan has a worthy successor. The young miss grows anxious and places her hand on Yunhai's head. Yuhai speaks, addressing big brother Zhua, don't joke around. I'm just a kid. Zhua Fan responds, a child without a parent has long stopped being a child. If you don't do this, I promise that the massacre you witnessed 2 years ago will be repeated. Yuhai becomes shocked and afraid. Yuhai takes a sword in his hand, surprising everyone. Elder Yen arrives, energy lightning crackling around his hands. He addresses Yuhai, listen to me, Yuhai. Don't you remember Uncle Kai taking care of you? Our clans have been friends for a long time. I even provided you shelter. Remember how Big Brother brought you so many toys when I visited your Luo clan? Don't do this to us. Uncle Kai interjects with a sneer, it's truly difficult. Yuhai directs his sword, thinking to himself, it's over. The young miss observes, and Zhou Fan watches too. Yuhai is taken aback and cuts his hair. Both the young miss and Zhou Fan are shocked by his actions. Yuhai then says, Luo and Kai clans are friends. My ancestors taught us to be steadfast and righteous. While you were never kind to us, I cannot be cruel to you. He shares, I've heard about how ancient people cut their hair instead, and with the authority vested in me as the clan head, I shockingly declare that I have severed the ties. Yuhai shouts at them, but from now on, our clan will grow stronger. The next time you bring harm to us, your heads will roll, he adds. As for the Sun clan, I spared them due to our alliance with the Kai clan through marriage. So stop treating the Kai clan with such disdain. He continues with concern, he was, after all, an elder of our Luo clan, and I hope they won't be driven away to a bitter state. They are all shocked by his resolute stance. Their gaze remains fixed on him. Yuhai reflects, I didn't expect a child to possess such integrity, speaking of justice and benevolence. His words may be naive, but they are spoken with determination. As they all sit, pondering the situation, Zhou Fan's thoughts emerge. What this kid has done is akin to defying Steward Zhua's decision. She addresses him, Zhua Fan, Yuhai is still just a child. He can't be. The young miss watches intently. Zhua Fan interrupts, Kid, is this your final decision? No regrets. Yuhai feels a sense of shame and responds, Big Bro Zhua can kill them if he wants, but I don't believe they should die by our hands. Elder Yan's thoughts betray a hint of contempt, naive and innocent. Zhua Fan gazes at them, watching as they all kneel. He concedes, no choice then. I really wanted to eliminate them, but since the clan head spoke, we shall do as he decided. Elder Yan, release them. Elderly interjects, what Steward Zhua? Are you sure? Zhou Fan's and Elder Yan's abilities mystify them, leaving them shocked. Zhou Fan muses, I'm surprised by the ruthlessness within me. I can't believe I listened to this kid and let us go. But then, is it Zhua Fan who released us, or is it this kid who should I be thanking? Zhua Fan asserts, now that the clan head has spared you, take a hike. But Elder Kai, I still feel the need to stress something from now on, you will never get the chance to use the Luo clan to rise. Elder Kai watches him in shock, his mouth agape. Shame engulfs them all. The young miss ponders, this seems to be the first time that Zhua Fan acts as a steward and listens to his master's words. And this master is just a little kid. Yunhai's thoughts race, could it be, after violating Zhua Fan's intention, Yuhai will be punished? He then questions, Big Brother Zhua, you're not going to yell at me for going against your decision and letting them go? Zhou Fan smiles and responds, Kid, you are the Luo clan's head, and I am the steward. Advice is just that, advice. It's up to you to follow it. There's no disobedience here at all. Moreover, I said you have to deal with them, not kill them outright. Letting go of a few ants wouldn't matter. Miss Lei contemplates, Zhua Fan may be cunning and difficult, but he always puts the benefit of the Luo clan above all else. This is a clear sign that he's willing to relinquish his power. Mr. Lei reflects, why would a man in a powerful position ever think of giving it all away? Zhua Fan sighs. But your decision makes me feel both assured and sad. Yuhai chimes in, Big Brother Zhua, since you're very pleased with me, how can you be sad? Zhua Fan explains, I'm assured because you have gathered never to stand up to me. As for the sadness, it's because you're walking a completely opposite path from mine. All my time teaching you has gone down the drain. He continues, every ruler, be it a king, sect leader, or even a clan head, rises to their position through their own path. There are thousands, tens of thousands of ways, but they all can be narrowed down to two. One is ruling with a velvet glove, and the other with an iron hand. Xuefan declares, when I do things, I don't need a reason. While you, kid, started preaching about righteousness and loyalty. Master Lei sighs, our paths are indeed opposite. The young miss adds, with Steward Zhua around, everything started shaking in fear every day. If Yuhai ends up like you, the clan would be done for. Elderly thinks, Xuefan has us bending a knee. If there were two Zhou fans, we wouldn't end up as slaves. Fortunately, Xuefan's temper flares as he retorts, women aren't as witty as their long hair suggests. Yunhai's voice rises, all people respect ruling with a velvet glove, but it's merely a front while its core is rottenness. Young challenges. How many people in this world truly rule with a velvet glove? The vast majority tend to rule with an iron hand and a velvet glove. If the Luo clan genuinely aims to become a benevolent clan, I won't give it 2 years before it faces calamity again. Yuhai is taken aback and questions, what then? I'd rather walk the path of the iron hand, get those 4 back at once. I won't be as lenient. Zhou Fan remarks, the world may change, but your personality may not. He reflects, the reason for today's incident was to see if you had what it takes to be a clan head. And you passed with flying colors. He chuckles and continues, the second reason was to observe your chosen path. It's a bit disappointing, but no worries. You have me. What you don't want to do, I will do for you. You don't want bloodshed, I'll erect a bone tower and throw it for you to stand on. He laughs heartily. You rule with the velvet glove, and I will sweep everything with an iron hand, until there is no one left to defy your word. Yuhai is moved to the brink of tears. Big brother Zhua, thank you. The young miss observes them with a smile. Miss Lei's thoughts reflect, the Luo clan may lack many things, but with Xuefan here, it is enough. Zhou Fan turns to Old Pang and instructs, all right, Old Pang, take the brat to the DONGHUA army. He addresses Yuhai, if your path were the same as mine, I would have guided you in your cultivation. But now, with old DONGHUA, he's the best suited for the job. Old Pang and Yuhai begin to leave. Xuefan addresses the rest, you may all return to your duties. Elder Yan, elderly, you two stay, there's something to discuss. Elderly chuckles, how is this possible? I've been teaching him for a month already. Elder Yin joins in, is Steward Zhua still not over it? He adds, that brat must be like a son to you, Steward Zhua. But I bow before you in true admiration. If it were me, I'd have long taken power in this wretched and weak clan for myself. I've never seen one as devoted as you. The Luo clan is indeed steadfast and righteous. You have my utmost respect. Elderly agrees, yeah, Steward Zhua may appear to be ruling with an iron hand, but you are treating the Luo clan with a velvet glove, such deep emotions and ethical behavior. I wonder what great favor the Luo clan did for Steward Zhua to earn such devotion in raising his children. Zhou Fan's inner thoughts reveal, my relation with the former clan head was non-existent. It was all that damned heart demon's fault. He retorts, you said I was using velvet gloves. I can only be angry and say to you too, you have roamed the land for many years. Do any notable experts in fire and water attributes come to mind? Elderly inquires, why do you ask? Steward Zhou Fan explains, the Luo clan is currently safe, but trouble will soon come knocking. Of the 4 arrays, the poison dragon array in the east is handled by Elder Yin, and the dazzling gold array in the west by Elderly, a body cultivator. I still need 2 experts to control the black flame array in the south and the eyeshadow array in the north. He concludes with determination, if an attack comes, the 4 arrays can fend it off and also correlate with each other. He emphasizes his point by demonstrating with lights in his eyes, signifying his resolve to not allow anyone to escape once they enter. There stands a house. Elderly speaks up, 2 names come to mind now that I know what Steward Zhua is looking for. Xuefan inquires, oh, who is it? Elder Yan watches him and responds, Raging Ancestor, Chiu Yehai, and Ice Moon Witch, Shui Qingjian. Elder Yan exclaims with shock, what, those 2 old monsters? Absolutely not. Those monsters are stubborn as mules. They refuse to leave their seclusion even when Regent Estate invited them. The Regent Estate ended up forcing their way to them only to suffer dearly. After that, no one bothered them again. Zhou Fan looks at him and comments, "Oh, and how is their strength?" Elderly answers, "Fifth layer of radiant stage. I once fought with them myself. If the fight was one-on-one, I would have won, but they were working together, water and fire combined. Not even 5 of me could endure their attacks for long." Zhou Fan smiles and remarks, "Oh, they know how to combine fire and water well. It's settled then, we will leave tomorrow." Elder Yan expresses shock, "But Steward Zhua, how do we invite them?" Zhou Fan smiles and retorts, "What invitation? I have always used an iron hand in everything." Zhou Fan turns to Elderly, "Do you still have the 2 spring pills?" Elderly confirms, "Of course. It's such an amazing pill." He starts laughing and adds, "I can't bear to throw it." Laughter fills the room. Yuhai gets a shock and exclaims, "What, he's gone?" Old Pang remarks, "He's leaving and going as if this place is a tavern." The young miss shouts at him. He does not know that 3 days later, the DONGHUA army is leaving. He can't wait a little longer to see Yuhai off. Old Pang tries to console her, "Miss, don't be angry." Miss Lei snaps back, "Humph, that brat must be seeing someone outside." The young miss agrees, "That's right, it must be so." Old Pang's thoughts reflect, "This Steward Zhua really doesn't know his blessings. Is he playing dumb or really dumb?" 3 months later, the surroundings are covered in snow. Zhou Fan remarks, "How long did they fight to change the place so damn much?" Elderly adds, "Even in the radiant stage, such power is impressive for these experts to have. It is indeed worth recruiting them back." Elderly turns to Zhou Fan and says, "Steward Zhua, they are a couple that used to fight against Tian Yu and cause fear at their mere mention, but their character is strange," he continues, his voice trailing off. "To put it mildly, they each cultivate opposing cultivation methods. They are unreasonable and do not answer to anyone. In the end, they settled here and the empire calmed." Zhou Fan starts laughing and says, "Though they did ruin this fine place into this." Zhou Fan smiles and continues, "Since that's the case." Elderly chimes in, "Steward Zhua, this pair is bizarre to the extreme. You need to look beyond their mere lover spat. Once an enemy comes, they both rise to meet it. Their cooperation is seamless." At the time, 10 radiant stage experts were forced to withdraw, beaten to a pulp and filled with anger. Zhua Fan thinks, "I see. They look at odds, but their hearts are together. To protect each other they both watch behind." And Zhua Fan says, "Elderly, you know what to do later." Elderly smiles and says, "Of course, outsmart our betters," and starts laughing. They both watch upside, and Zhua Fan says, "Li Jingtian Yuan Qi," with fire around him, faces Zhua Fan and Elderly. They watch him and get shocked. Zhua Fan thinks, his fire Yuan Qi is so pure. Elderly smiles and says, "Xiao Yehai, it's been ages, but more uncouth than ever, it seems." Yuan Qi is angry and says, "You even release such pressure in front of a junior humph. Uncouth were you and Regent Estate any different? There were 10 of you and only 2 of us back then." He starts shouting, "Mad Dipper, why are you here? There's no way you can beat us alone." Elderly smiles and says, "Raging Ancestor, take it easy. I've not come as your enemy. It is this young master of ours who has a fire physique, and the Imperial Tyrant body art isn't suited to him. I was tasked by the estate lord to bring him here so you can take him as a disciple." Yuan Qi says, "Disciple? Your Regent Estate has many cultivation methods. Why must you come for mine specifically?" Elderly starts laughing and says, "You're absolutely right. Regent Estate has many cultivation methods, but none greater than Imperial Tyrant body art. This young master is very demanding. He wants to cultivate the best fire cultivation method in the Empire. Which brings me to you. Raging Ancestors, Heaven-Searing Inferno, everyone knows, is second only to the 7 houses' cultivation methods in the profound rank." Yuan Qi says, "This is the truth. But Regent Estate Hmfli Jingtian, if you want to show some more yellow on the inside ever since you joined the Regent Estate, if you wanted to show some goodwill in wanting me to have this kid as a disciple, the estate lord should have come himself. But seeing you here instead proves all of Regent Estate is only a den of dogs." Elderly smiles and says, "I'm the yellow-bellied one. We'll see who has real guts once you swallow this thrifty little bloodworm." He angrily shouts, "Raging Ancestor, enough bullshit. Will you take him, or not?" Yuan Qi says, "No. You dare ask me to take your young master as a disciple when your 10 venerables had us 2 surrounded back then? Li Jingtian, you think I'm as gutless as you?" Elderly looks angry and thinks, We'll see soon enough. Shuafan smiles and says, elderly, your boastings of raging ancestors of high heavens barely convinced me to come take a look. And who do you see now that I am here? Hardly anything to look at. He is even worse than our profound heaven elders. Yuan Qi angrily shouts at him. Bullshit, I once fought 10 of your venerables and didn't lose once. How dare you say that I am worse than your profound heaven elders? Shuafan says. That's right, you can only set half the mountain on fire. This must be because your strength is low and your Yuan Qi is not enough, and starts laughing. Yuan Qi thinks, since when did the Regent Estate have such an ignorant youth? How can he not even know of the fight between the two experts? And says, kid, I quibble with ignorant youth, but you need to understand something. This wasn't a mountain set on fire, but the result of the battle between me and my wife. Elderly says, wow, amazing, you caused all this just from the aftermath of your battles. Not even our venerables can do that. Yuan Qi says, elder, sensible lad. Shuafan smiles and says, old Xiao, your wife is amazing. She almost froze your fire. Upgrade husband is still inferior to a woman. Really incomplete. Yuan Qi shouts at them and says, punk, stop your nonsense. My fire was not frozen by that hag, it is my fire that melted her ice. They both watch as his wife comes and says, little brother is so adorable. Sister could just eat you up, she says, even this pup can see you're weaker. Do you still not admit defeat? Shuafan thinks, this is obviously 100-years-old hag, but she still calls herself sister. It's really chilling to the bone. If this woman hadn't wasted some of her cultivation to keep herself young, and had improved her strength instead, she would have soared by now. Wouldn't she have beaten the old guy ages ago? She replies, that's so sweet, you little rascal. Sister doesn't much like anyone from Regent Estate, but I'll make an exception just for you. He asks, sister, are you his granddaughter? You look nothing alike. He's just so damn. Yuan Qi angrily says, how can that thing ever relate to someone as beautiful as you? She says, you're so adorable, you scamp, and starts smiling. Elderly watches them and says, I say, DONGHUA, have you no conscience? Yuan Qi shouts at him and says, are your eyes for decoration? That hag is 100 years old even while using some cultivation to keep up appearances. Her aura is nothing like that of a young lass. In all your time cooped up in Regent Estate, have you never seen a girl? He looks towards her, blushing. She scarily says, old fart, just where exactly do you see me? As a grandma and not a lady you want to be slapped? Yuan Qi says, I rest my case. What lady in her right mind would call herself grandma? You're so old, yet still thinking of raising a cherry boy into your sugar daddy. She gets angry at him and says, shut your mouth, you old fart. Shuafan and Elderly watch them fighting and look at each other's faces. Elderly says, people, I came here for this child to get a master, not to see a lover's spat. And since Brother Qiu is very much against the idea, we'll be taking our leave. Shuafan looks at her and says, sister, goodbye. She shouts, wait, I love this child dearly. I'll teach him. Yuan Qi says, you can teach shit, he has a fire physique and only my fire cultivation method fits him. Why are you butting in when you're just a water cultivator? She says, Grandma fought with you for so long that I figured out your heaven-searing inferno, and know it like the back of my head. Why can't I take this kid? And Yuan Qi watches her, thinks of something, starts smiling, and says, I am not the best fire expert in Tianyi just from my cultivation method, and makes a fireball by using his fingers. He says, but also this. Shuafan shouts, heaven and earth, spirit flame, earth erupting fire. Yuan Qi says, kid, you've got quite the eyes. Preciously, if you were to be my disciple, beside the heaven-searing inferno, you will get a fragment of this earth erupting fire. See, and closes his hand. He says again, that will make you my true successor. Shuafan thinks, I see, earth erupting fire. See, came from the heart of a volcano, volatile to extreme. It is a young and fierce flame that not only helps in refining but also an important asset in battle. Raging Ancestor is so powerful, he could fend off 10 Radiant Stage experts alongside Ice Moon Witch. His strength is truly remarkable. However, Elderly thinks this guy got the upper hand on Qiu Yanhai back then, even when the other used the earth erupting fire. See, it is obvious how strong his body was, and that was only at the 7th stage of Imperial Tyrant body art. This guy is a martial fanatic, and has the body of a refining genius. When I was able to take him in, I really found a treasure. Zhou Fan smiles and says, sister, he said I can get the heaven and earth spirit flame if I become his disciple. What if, she says, child, don't be so hasty. What that old guy has, so do I. Zhou Fan thinks, damn, the guy is a fire expert. Getting a heaven and earth spirit flame was a cinch for him. While you, a water expert, dare say you have one as well, and opens her hand. Zhou Fan flies and says, Ice Heart Moon Soul, among the rarest heaven and earth spirit flames, the one to match a water cultivator the most is this Ice Heart Moon Soul. Zhou Fan shockingly watches, smiles, and says, its warmth is bliss, its nature one can bring inner peace while also doing wonders to one's cultivation, and starts thinking, but its most redeeming quality is that it can freeze any and every single thing in the world. No one can fend it off. She says to him, oh my, you sure know a lot, child. It is a rare heaven and earth spirit flame, but not many know of it. How is it you recognize the Ice Heart Moon Soul with just a glance? Zhou Fan smiles and says, something I picked up from an ancient book. Yuanqi says while putting his finger to his eyes, hey, the kid wants to train in fire. Your Ice Heart Moon Soul is pretty enough, but doesn't suit him. I advise you to stop butting in. Zhou Fan watches her and says, sister, I really want to train with you, but our attributes don't match. I can't use the Ice Heart Moon Soul either. Can you make the old man share his earth erupting fire sea with me? Yuanqi angrily shouts at him and says, hey, punk, hands off the crone. She says, alright, I'll help you. She says, old fart, are you up for a bet? Yuanqi shockingly watches her. She angrily says, old fart, are you up for a bet? Yuanqi asks, what kind? She says, per usual. If you get even half a move over me, I won't take the kid as a disciple. As a gift to my disciple. If I get the upper hand, then you will give the earth erupting fire sea to the kid as a gift of my discipline. Zhou Fan says, sister, it's too dangerous. I don't want that earth erupting fire sea. She says, don't worry, kid. This old geezer has never beaten me once. Yuanqi gets too angry and shouts, damn punk, didn't I tell you to lay off the crone? She says, no way. Zhou Fan smiles. Yuanqi smiles and says, stinky brat, old freak, you brought this pretty boy. After I finish here, I'll settle the score with you. He starts flying and says, fine, it's dead. She says to Zhou Fan, let's go to our old place, and starts flying. Zhou Fan shoutingly says, sister, I don't care about that fire. Just don't get hurt. Zhou Fan smiles and says to elderly, you have a pleasant flight. You too. Elderly starts laughing and says, Steward. Zhou changes faces quite fast. If I didn't know you any better, that innocent act of yours would have taken me in from the start, thinking you're just a naive kid who doesn't know anything about the world. Zhou Fan replies to him while smiling, do you think those monsters are that easily fooled? And they both start fighting in the sky. Zhou Fan says to elderly, they were always on guard. Elderly says, does that mean our plan is botched? They won't fight? Zhou Fan smiles and says, no, they will fight all right, and go all out as well, because the old witch wants a fight. But the old guy will naturally assist her, but they will always be on guard, because of you, and watches them fighting in the air. Zhou Fan says, but they won't guard against me. They both fight very hard, with the orange light showing Yuanqi's energy, and blue lightning showing sister's energy. Zhou Fan says, these two old things, one is extreme fire and the other extreme water, but neither can escape from my palm, and starts laughing, I must have these elders. The snow increases. 2 months later. Zhou Fan says, it won't be long now, elderly, it's our turn to join the act. Let's see your performance. Elderly starts laughing and says, no problem, ever since I switched to Wraith art, my power has increased greatly over the months. I won't let Steward Zhou down. They both are flying and come to a place. Qingjian says, old fart, you finally went all out. Yuanqi says, old hag, I feel sorry, and says, forgive me, I ended up hurting you. She looks into him and says, screw your apology. Who knew you're such a faker to hide your strength? You lied to me all these years. Speak, what is your real aim? Yuanqi says, Qingjian, don't misunderstand. I've joined with you so many times in fighting our enemies despite our differences. How can I have a nefarious aim? Qingjian says, why else would you hide your strength for so long? Half a year ago, I still thought we're still in a tug of war. How come you're stronger all of a sudden? You faked. He gets disturbed and says, Qingjian, in fact, in these past decades, we've fought for more than 100 times. And each time I could have won. You are too brash and quick to anger to accept this outcome, so I kept this from you. Qin Jian shouts at him and says, "Nonsense, if you let me win before, why not now?" Yuan Qi scaredly says, "How can it be the same?" and angrily says, "How can it be the same? A lone man and a single young-looking woman together. Who knows what would happen?" Same Qin Jian looks at him, smiles, and says, "You big lug, you thought I didn't realize you were going easy all these years. I only used the kid as an excuse to make a bet with you. It was the only way to make you go all out, or you'd still be keeping this charade. I may be quick to anger, but not petty." Yuan Qi smiles and says, "You mean, you didn't fancy the pretty boy? Well, I don't know, that'll depend on how you behave. If you dare lie to me again, I'm not just accepting a pretty boy." Yuan Qi smiles and says while flying, I won't. In the rare case we fight again, I'll make sure to go all out and beat you silly." She angrily says, "What, there is Xuefan and elderly here?" Xuefan says, "Sister, you're hurt. I have a pill to help you recover." Yuan Qi angrily shouts and says, "Hey, kid, the old hag has lost. You're not allowed to get too close." Xuefan says, "Sister, this is the spring pill. It can heal wounds, it can also restore your Yuan Qi. You should take it." Elderly smashes his hand. Xuefan says, "What are you doing?" Elderly says, "Young master, they are Regent Estate's enemies," smiles and confidently says, "Now that they're weak, it's the best chance to kill them." Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both are worried, watching Elderly's power. Xuefan saves them from Elderly and says, "Wait, Elderly, aren't you here to help me get a master?" Why, Elderly confidently says, "That would have been killing them would be so perfect. But now killing them would be so much better," and says with more power, "Young master, step aside. I don't want to hurt you, or worse, kill you. I cannot bear such responsibility." Xuefan shockingly says, "Li Jingtian, how dare you? My father is." Elderly says, "Not even the estate lord can save you. In fact, he may even agree to my actions. Exchanging a kid's life for two old enemies is totally worth it." Yuan Qi thinks, "This is more like Regent Estate style." Xuefan says, "That's right, the pill," and shouts, "Sister, quickly take that pill. You can recover some." Elder Yan angrily shouts, courting death, and smashes him with a punch. Yuan Qi saves him from his powerful punch, and the lights come to Yuan Qi. Qin Jian says, "Little brother, is this pill that good?" Xuefan shoutly says, "Of course." Elder Yan fastly comes to them. They all are watching him nervously. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both show their powers. Fire and water combine, dragon and phoenix, they both attack him. Xuefan thinks the fire dragon was made from the earth erupting fire sea, and the phoenix from the ice heart soul moon soul good things. This is a fire and water combining art that amplified each element's power geometrically. Even a 6th-layer radiant stage expert will receive a heavy wound taking such an attack heaten. But that is the situation of the mill radiant stage experts. To a body-refining expert like Li Jingtian, it's another story. Elderly watches them confidently and looks so powerful and says, "Ray Styles' first move," and attacks with soaring demonic dragon. They both tackle the attack. Elderly smiles and says, "Ray Styles' second move," and attacks with ghosty dragon clan with so much energy and attacks them. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both got injured. Elderly with smoke around says, "That's no imperial tyrant body art." They both get shocked and Qin Jian says, "You? What freaky are you training in?" Elderly, with more power, says, "You will soon die." There is no need to know so much, Qin Jian thinks. He seems to be playing for real this time. In our current state, we are no match for Li Jingtian. The only way. And takes a bottle in her hand. Xuefan smiles and thinks, from behind the snow, the 5th has finally taken the bait, and then attacks Elderly and says, "Sister, quickly run, I'll hold him off." Elderly watches him and shoutly says, "Young master, what are you doing? Don't force my hand." Xuefan shoutly says, "I don't care, you are not allowed to harm Sister." Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both are watching them. Qin Jian says to Yuan Qi, "Let's bet," and puts the pill from the bottle and says, "I don't know if the pill will be of much help, but we cannot let the boy's efforts be in vain." Yuan Qi smiles and says, "Old hag, that pretty boy must have got under your age, but still pretty skin." Qin Jian gets blushing and angrily says, "Old fart, you're still a wise ass despite being an antique. Hurry up, take the pill so we can live through this." Yuan Qi makes her wear a ring. Qin Jian says, "Sweetie, come out and protect me." Elderly and Xuefan are shockingly watching them. Elderly thinks, that is Qing Jian with her power, king-class spiritual beast cold jade snow eagle, and Yuan Qi with his power, king-class spiritual beast earthcore flame tyran. Elderly thinks, this is really, as Steward Joe said, this old pair may have fought each other till they went senile, but still had kept a hidden card to deal with me. They both are standing with their special powers. Zhuofan thinks, wonderful, the more these old monsters have up their sleeve, the stronger they are. If I can recruit them back. They both are attacking with their powers. Elderly shouts, young master, step aside, I have to settle them here and now. Zhuofan says, no, then you only have yourself to blame for what comes next. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian are both shocked and say, kid, oh, no, it's too late. Elderly showed his power with anger. Qin Jian says, kid, we will avenge you. Yuan Qi says, flame tiger and snow falcon will protect us, old hag. Let's refine the pill. Elderly smashes his hand toward Zhuofan. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both unleash their demonic power, watching them shockingly and getting ready for a fight. Zhuofan says, all that's left is for them to absorb the pill. Elderly smiles and says, Steward Zhua truly works in mysterious ways. You're far more cunning than that unwanted contriver. Those two actually took the so-called pills. They used to be so cautious about everything, only to fail in the end. Zhuofan says, elderly, easy on the flattery. There's nothing mysterious about my skills. I only guided them to this outcome. The more dangerous the moment, the easier it is for a cautious man to let his guard down. If he can see a thread of hope, he will grab it without fail. A bitter pill to swallow is quite the fitting description, don't you think? Elderly says, all I did was set up the stage. Zhuofan smiles, looking energetic, and says, for this peril to unfold and make them swallow a pill they had no knowledge of. Elderly watches him confused. Zhuofan thinks, he is mighty in the pen and the sword. His methods are convoluted and impossible to see through. He is the genius of the millennium. By the way, elderly, you said Regent Estate wanted to subdue this pair and even sent 10 radiant stage experts. But didn't the unwanted contriver, Lin Wuchang, pull any tricks? Elderly starts laughing and says, of course he did. Only he lacked your bloodworms. So his only plan was to surround the two with Regent Estate's forces. But it backfired instead, and the matter was dropped. The estate lord at the time wanted to force the pair into submission but was forced to forget about this when they were just too stubborn and had no way to make them capitulate. Elderly thinks, I see. It wasn't Ling Wuchang's fault for not succeeding, but the lack of means to do it. If I didn't have my bloodworms, even I would have gone home empty-handed. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both listen, and Yuan Qi angrily shouts and says, you. What's going on? Zhuofan says, seniors, let me reintroduce myself. I am not from Regent Estate but Luo Clan Steward, Zhuofan. I represent our clan head when I invite seniors into our clan as elders. Please allow us this boundless honor. Seniors, they got angry and say, what? Elderly starts laughing and says, that's right. I'm no longer Regent Estate's venerable. Instead, I joined the Luo clan and became its elder. I was reminded of your impressive power, so we came to extend an invitation. Yuan Qi thinks, who is this Luo clan to win over Li Jingtian, an astounding expert from Regent Estate? It wasn't just a taunt at Regent Estate but making a hole in their defenses. What's more, Regent Estate actually remained passive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the time to come here. In that case, just what kind of house is this Luo clan to drive fear even into Regent Estate? Qintian says, little brother, I did say I will take you in, but I never mentioned anything about you having me. Yuan Qi says, quite right, and starts laughing and says, the only one who can possess this crone is this old man. Zhuofan says, that's fine as well. My forte is that I do not like to force people, though I may perhaps have a little loathsome fault. Whatever I set my eyes on, I must have it. And what I can have, no one else can. Zhuofan shows them his power on his finger, and they all get injured and feel much pain. Zhuofan says, two beasts, you better sit and behave, and angrily says, or all you'll get is your master's corpses. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian, both demonic power, getting afraid. Elderly thinks, with Zhuofan's mean streak, not even spiritual beasts could escape his grasp, least of all fellow humans. Zhuofan smiles and says, seniors, why must you suffer so as long as you agree to join the Luo clan? Qin Jian angrily says, you, what exactly did you give us? Zhou Fan smiles and says, of course, and has lightning in his eyes, saying, it's what makes you cannot live but cannot die either. Yuan Qi thinks, I can't believe that after decades of dominating the world, today, we have fallen into the hands of a snot-nosed brat. Zhou Fan smiles and says, all right. This is the last time I'm asking. Will you comply? Yuan Qi and Qin Jian are both shocked, and Qin Jian says, death before dishonor? We will never submit. Zhou Fan smiles and says, I'm only asking you to be guarding elders in the Luo clan. There's no dishonor in it at all. But don't take my word for it, ask Elderly. Elderly smiles and says, Steward Zhua is always courteous and respectful. Elderly thinks, with occasional bouts of cruelty in between. You tell me, is that what you call an elder? Even Regent Estate is better than this steward. You too. Pray for yourselves. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both shoutly say, no way in hell are we going to submit. Zhou Fan is standing in front of them and says, you too, since you are unable to face reality, you'll only have yourself to blame for what happens next, and pushes his finger on Yuan Qi's arm, breaking it. Yuan Qi and Qin Jian both cry with pain. Zhou Fan shows then his two fingers. Elder Yen thinks, thank heavens I switched sides so quickly. Who knows what untold suffering might have awaited me besides this one. Zhou Fan is so damn poisonous. Yuan Qi's king-class spiritual attack on Zhou Fan. Elderly is standing and saving him. Zhou Fan says, don't pets know how to obey, and pinches with their fingers. Both Yuan Qi and Qin Jian are sitting on their knees and do blood vomit. They're spiritual beasts watching him angrily. Zhou Fan says, I told you to sit down and behave, or they won't get to live much longer. Yuan Qi says, Flame Tiger, Snow Falcon, you come back first. Zhou Fan smiles and says, your pets are worried sick. Why must you be so cruel to yourselves? Yuan Qi says while sitting on their knees, punk, don't look down on us, and angrily shouts and says, we may have fallen into your trap, but there's no way you'll make us submit. Get it through your thick head. Qin Jian smiles and says, old fart, we've done whatever we wanted for so long, only to die at the hands of a child. We've lost all respect. My only joy is that I can die alongside you. Zhou Fan thinks, these guys are the real deal, so damn stubborn. But the more they are like this, the more I want to have them. The reason for the couple's tough character is love, but this is also their greatest weakness. And says, I had a fairly short time to know you, but I can see how deep your love for each other is. Are you so set on watching the other die? Yuan Qi starts laughing and says, punk, you are so young, but you are so poisonous. How can a brat like you know what love is? As long as she is with me, I can die without regret. Zhou Fan smiles and says, I don't know love, is it? And shouts and says, then let me tell you of the love that I see. First of all, you fought with this old hag for all your life, yet not once. You both have the same cultivation, the same rare flame, but she used some cultivation to keep herself young. How could you not beat her? It's clear as day. You went soft on her each time, and you, in this world, might make right, and you went and wasted some cultivation just on looks. The way I see it, you're clearly asking for death. It was fine if you were someone going out in public every day, but who will see you when you're hiding out in a mountain? Of course I know you dolled yourself up for your man. But the way I see it, it was a complete waste. Yuan Qi feels happy and says, what? Qin Jian, you stayed young just for meth. Urge to scrutinize grows within, as if veils were lifted after decades of blindness. Zhou Fan thinks, this is exactly what I want. I want to spur their love to the highest possible point, only to smash it down to pieces and force them to submit. You must really think I'm singing your praises. Right now I'll tell you. Love is your greatest weakness. Yuan Qi angrily shouts at him and says, bullshit, our love is eternal. We live and die together, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Zhou Fan smiles and says, oh, really? And he picks up Qin Jian with his hand and flies. Yuan Qi shouts in shock, what are you doing? Take it up with me and leave my woman out of it. Qin Jian, with pain, says, don't fall for it, old codger. If one dies, the other will soon follow. Nothing he'll do will make a difference. Zhou Fan replies with, do you think it's that easy to die in my hands? Fret not, I won't kill you, but when the time comes, you will probably beg me to let you die. And he demonstrates his power through a demon transformation art. Qin Jian is dying with pain and loudly shouts, old hag, So this is how you really look. No. You can no longer keep up your youth. Why don't you let your old man get a nice long look at you now? She is sitting on her knees and pleads him. No, old codger, don't look. Zhou Fan picks her up and says, it's useless, your body is under my control. The old guy will now see how old and wrinkly you are. Qin Jian says, no, don't look, don't look. Zhou Fan thinks, first of all, I have to break the old hag's mental walls. Yuan Qi shouts, Qin Jian, don't worry. To me, you are the most beautiful. Zhou Fan smiles and says, you don't much look like a sister now, do you? Qin Jian pleads, don't say it, please don't say it. Zhou Fan thinks, defeat the old guys. He shouts, beast, stop this instant, or you'll be sorry. Zhou Fan says, I'll be sorry. He smiles and adds, now your lives are in my hands, yet you dare take that tone with me. He starts laughing again and pushes Qin Jian with his hand. Yuan Qi shouts loudly, Qin Jian. Zhou Fan continues, do you believe me when I say that I can make this old hag look even more unsightly, though I have no interest in seeing, and let your old goat eyes feast on her alone? He picks her up by her shirt and says, but I can't help but wonder, just how interested are you in this sister's fine body? Yuan Qi, splitting his head on the floor, says, Zhua. Steward Zhua, we submit. Please, just let her go. Don't shame us any more, I beg you. She is fully injured. Zhou Fan says, was that so hard? You could have done this from the start, and spared yourself the suffering. He smiles and says, please rise, elders. Oh, how can anyone be so cruel to you? Elders, I have with me some healing pills. Kindly take them, elders. Yuan Qi doesn't take the pill. Zhou Fan angrily says again, will you dare refuse my pills, and gives him another pill. Zhou Fan thinks, if I hadn't surrendered. Elderly thinks, I'm afraid I'd end up like these two. These two old monsters, they were forced into such a miserable state in just a few minutes. Yuan Qi thinks, Steward Zhua is really too cruel. He is as demonic as it gets. 3 hours later, Yuan Qi and Qin Jian are sitting and praying. Zhou Fan smiles and says, congratulations on your recovery. Now let us all return to the clan. Qin Jian goes back to Yuan Qi. Zhou Fan smiles and says, don't look at me like I'm the enemy. We're all on the same side now. No, sister, did you already forget how close we siblings are? She shockingly replies, wait, who is your sister? Yuan Qi says to her, I must have been blind to not see you've got the demon in you. Yuan Qi says to Steward Zhua, please calm yourself. My old hag is raving. Don't mind her. Zhou Fan looks back and says, never mind then, your lives are in my hands anyway. It's your choice if you want to get along with me. He flies away and shouts, it's time we move, and they both watch him going. Yuan Qi thinks, even the Regent estate can't do anything to us. How can we fall into the hands of a kid today? It doesn't make any sense at all. Elderly says to Yuan Qi, didn't you laugh at me saying I have no guts? Old man, well, where's yours? Yuan Qi sighs, I was at fault before. But I could never have imagined you are with such a master. Elderly starts laughing and says, as long as you know, but I am a man of immense willpower, and not under complete control of the bloodworm. And the ones I ever followed never were ordinary. Try to look beyond Steward Zhua's young looks. Elderly puts his hand towards them and adds, he does everything with calm and precision. Fierce tactics are a powerful man's tools. You won't lose out by following him. They both start thinking. Elderly says, and since we'll be working together in the future, then I'll let you know in advance the basics to survive in the Luo clan. Yuan Qi says, please tell us. Brotherly. Elderly replies, except for Steward Zhua, anyone in the Luo clan are good people to get close to, especially our young miss. She is a must to win over. Steward Zhua may be all about power play, looking down on all, but he is always devoted to the Luo clan. He will more often than not listen to young miss. So, if you ever get on his bad side, rush to the young miss and have her plead your case. That gets you off the punishment almost completely. Yuan Qi says, thank you for the advice. Brotherly. Elderly starts laughing and says, it's nothing, we are all in the same boat. You can dispense the courtesy. Yuan Qi thinks, I'll first do you a small favor, then ask you to pay it back in the future. Elderly thinks, just when did I begin turning into such a vicious man? I guess the environment changes the man. There is a temple at the emperor's capital. Someone comes and says, Your Majesty, Marshal DONGHUA is seeking an audience. Old Ji is sitting there and he says, "Enter." The Emperor's capital. He shouts, "DONGHUA Gentian greets your majesty. May you have a long and prosperous life." Long Ji starts laughing and says, "Marshal DONGHUA has come from far away. Please rise quickly." Long Ji says, "Marshal DONGHUA, how is the situation in Wingay's city? Quickly tell me." Marshal DONGHUA watches him and says, "The circumstances are poor, I'm afraid. I have rushed to the rescue per the imperial edict, but I was late." Long Ji angrily says, Wingay's city had been under a terrible battle, in which the Luo clan lost 100,000 men. Long Ji shouts at him and says, "How can a third-rate clan like the Luo clan have 100,000 men, Marshal? Did you see it yourself?" Marshal DONGHUA says, "No, actually. But when the Luo clan steward reported it, I also found it odd." Long Ji says, "That steward is Zhuafan." Marshal DONGHUA smiles and says, "Your Majesty is wise. It is indeed Steward Zhua who told me of the Luo clan's casualties." Long Ji thinks, of course, it's him again. That brat is nothing but trouble. Speaking of so many casualties as if it's the order of the day. Marshal DONGHUA says, "I was also skeptical in trusting this man's careless talk. How can a small clan have so many people?" He says, "Not even the 7 houses have so many." Long Ji says, however, Luo clan's losses were indeed great in that battle. Marshal DONGHUA replies, "With even their clan head falling victim." Long Ji says with a sigh, "Marshal, Luo clan head has been dead for almost 3 years now." Marshal DONGHUA shouts, "What?" and angrily thinks, "Damn those wretched brats, they played me, they made a fool of me in front of the Emperor." Marshal DONGHUA says, "I will get them for this." Long Ji thinks, "This is totally unacceptable." Long Ji says, "Never mind then. Please tell me what you can about the Luo clan, Marshal." Marshal DONGHUA thinks, "I've heard everything from Zhuafan's mouth. I have not had the opportunity to investigate." Long Ji thinks, "Why did you even go to Wingay's city?" For Marshal DONGHUA thinks, "Are you just as sloppy with your enemy's intelligence as well?" Long Ji says, "Never mind then," and says to Marshal, "Are the Luo clans Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchan all right?" Marshal DONGHUA says, "Yes, they're completely fine." Long Ji says, "Then what of Captain Pang Yi, their elder Lei Yuntian, and his goddaughter, Lei Yuding?" Long Ji says, "Well, since they are fine, the Luo clan suffered no losses, but this clan sure is capable to still be standing despite the ever-watchful eyes of Regent Estate and Hell Valley." Marshal DONGHUA says, "Well, Your Majesty, outside Blackwind Mountain, where the Luo clan is located, there are 4 or 5 great arrays placed by the clan head. A normal expert would find it hard to infiltrate. They both get shocked." And Long Ji says, "This kid Zhuafan is more and more impressive. I heard he could set arrays, but never imagined he could set 4 or 5 grade ones." Marshal DONGHUA shouts, "What they were done by Zhuafan." Long Ji thinks, "Just what have you been doing in Wingay's city? I asked for you to bring me a report, but instead I'm explaining things to you." Marshal DONGHUA shouts, "The Luo clan lost everything, even their clan head 3 years ago, leaving only the siblings, Steward, and Captain Pang Yi behind. The current Luo clan has been brought about by Zhuafan." And shouts again, "The one who caused trouble in Drifting Flowers edifice was him." Long Ji says, "This kid is a rare talent, but a pity he's too volatile. He makes me like him and hate him all at the same time. The Luo clan's problems are due to him, but it is also he who made the Luo clan stand tall. I just can't tell if the Luo clan having such a steward is a blessing or calamity." Marshal DONGHUA thinks, "I never thought Zhuafan is actually an array master. As for all the stunts he pulled, what soldier doesn't pull stunts? Skill is all that matters. I must have him in my camp." Long Ji says, "By the way, Marshal, is there anything else you'd like to report?" Marshal DONGHUA says, "Yes, it involves Hell Valley and 2 other houses, evidence of attacking the Luo clan. Please make a decision, Your Majesty." These 3 houses had tried going into Wingay's city while I was there. Long Ji picks 3 of them and starts laughing, saying, "With this evidence I'll finally take them down a notch." "However, did you see Regent Estate there as well?" Marshal DONGHUA says, "The 7 houses house lords, I saw them all in Wingay's city, but none were from Regent Estate." Long Ji says, "I see. That cousin of mine sure likes to hide all traces." Someone from outside says, "Humph, I will use these 3 houses as a testament to my power." And shockingly says, "Let all see who is the true ruler of these lands." Hell Valley in the night, he is watching. 5th Elder is sitting there. He angrily pushes his hand to the table and says, Shuafan, and thinks, Hell Valley? The situation is not good, now it's even hard to protect ourselves. Fifth elder laughs and says, I can't take it anymore. I have to put that bastard down for good. And he hears a sound, then says, The sound, goddammit, who dares be cheerful at such a wretched time? I'll rip him apart, and says, Wait, what are you doing here? Jade flute, divine sword, Fang Kubo. The Valley Lord and the fifth elder stand there, both of them shocked as they watch someone soaring through the sky. He arrives, and with authority bestowed by the Emperor, he speaks, By the order of the Emperor, I have come to extend an invitation to the Valley Lord. You are to attend the court immediately. The Valley Lord gazes at him in astonishment, his thoughts racing. The 7 houses and the imperial family are deadlocked, each side handling the affairs of Tianyu. The Emperor's commands have always been presented with respect, even when they came to Hell Valley. This time, the Emperor has sent the divine dragon himself with the edict. He played his flute outside the valley, an impressive display of strength. If I show any fear, the Emperor will only become more unyielding when I meet him, the Valley Lord ponders. The fifth elder speaks to the Valley Lord, his words measured. Mr. Fang has traveled here bearing the edict. The Valley Lord responds, his voice carrying a note of regret, Unfortunately, I have caught a cold. My health is not well, so I can only attend court in a few months. I implore you to show compassion. He watches Mr. Fang closely, assessing his reaction. An old man nearby thinks to himself, This is our Valley Lord using illness as an excuse to assert our identity, as Hell Valley from the 7 houses. We aren't subservient to him. Mr. Fang raises a magical staff, directing it towards the sky, conjuring a radiant ball of magic. Everyone present is taken aback by this display. Mr. Fang takes flight and commands, You are to set out at once, Valley Lord, and then departs. The Valley Lord's astonishment continues as he contemplates, Is this the power of the divine dragon? Fang Chiu, by its beyond belief he holds the might to obliterate Hell Valley single-handedly. An old man arrives, addressing the Valley Lord with respect. Venerable, the Valley Lord greets him with a smile, You have finally arrived. The old man's tone turns serious, You know, Valley Lord. The Valley Lord nods, prompting the old man to continue, I only dared to come after he left. The old man doesn't mince words, Valley Lord, we are truly in dire straits this time. The Emperor might be a puppet ruler, but his 5 divine dragons are forced to be reckoned with. My suggestion is simple, go to court and apologize. We can no longer afford to offend the Emperor. The Valley Lord's apprehension grows as he contemplates, What has become of Hell Valley? Someone has intruded, and yet we are the ones who must apologize. This is infuriating. A week passes, and in the imperial capital, Lord Valley enters a temple and queries, Why are you here? His gaze lands on Lord Lin. Valley Lord inquires further, House Lord Lin, who has come to Mary Woods? Lord Lin responds, The monochrome chess sage Sima Hui. The Valley Lord reacts, Oh, the old man who spends his days playing chess and nurturing his mind. His temperament is the calmest among the 5 divine dragons. Unlike Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Chiobai, who reshaped the mountains on one side of Hell Valley. Lord Lin interjects vehemently, Mind my words. As he entered Mary Woods, that old man said not a word, merely launching chess pieces. Do you comprehend the magnitude? Each piece struck like a meteor impact. Performing the action a few times had already decimated a significant portion of Mary Woods. Lord Lin shouts again, expressing frustration, Now we're left with only half a millennium's legacy. He hastily retrieves the imperial decree, remarking that his hand had slipped just moments ago. So don't try telling me he's mild. Valley Lord observes Lord Lin's anger, reflecting on the situation. I never imagined there could be someone suffering worse than Hell Valley, Valley Lord remarks. Valley Lord speaks up, addressing both Lord Lin and Lord Yen, AI. You 2 lucked out compared to Pill King Hall. The figures you encountered can still be called human. Meanwhile, my envoy was absolutely brutal. Pill King Hall lies in ruins, stripped of all our pills and ingredients, he conveys while seated on a chair. Lord Li watches him in shock, his disbelief evident. What consumed all the ingredients? The 2 lock eyes and Lord Li continues with astonishment, Hall Lord Yen, you truly had it worse than any of us. Valley Lord replies, for the Emperor to release that reckless individual signifies he has reached the peak of his fury. As someone approaches the temple, they ponder the demeanor of the 7 houses' lords during their visits to the imperial capital. It's unusual for them to display such submission and acceptance. The door is opened, revealing a scene filled with wails and sighs. A voice exclaims, House Lords, His Majesty summons you. All eyes turn towards Valley Lord. Valley Lord and the others gather before Lord Marshal, each introducing themselves. Lord Yen identifies himself as Pil King Hall's Hall Lord, Yen Ba Gong. Valley Lord follows, I'm Hell Valley's Valley Lord, Yuan Chan. Lord Lin adds, I'm Mary Woods' House Lord, Lin Ruffin. Estate Lord Huangpu steps forward, saluting. Estate Lord Huangpu greets Your Majesty, he adds, House Lords, can you deduce the reason behind my summons? Valley Lord responds, Your Majesty, we do not. The phrase hangs in the air as a jade slip slips onto the table. Estate Lord Huangpu interjects with a huff, Humph, you claim ignorance. Are you at least familiar with these jade slips? Old Marshal's voice reverberates. In that case, please enlighten me. Why are you blatantly disregarding my edict and trespassing into the area I declared forbidden? His hand strikes the table with a resounding thud. Even you, the 7 houses, the very founders of this empire, do not possess such authority. Valley Lord raises his voice. Spare us, Your Majesty. Estate Lord Huangpu contemplates. This is the first time the House Lords have knelt before me. Has history witnessed the 7 House Lords kneeling before an emperor? It might just be the first time since the inception of our nation. He savors the feeling of authority. You all are loyal ministers of our nation. It's unlikely for you to engage in such disgraceful conduct without cause. Please elucidate your motives, so I can determine if your actions were truly unintentional mistakes. They all gaze at him, a mixture of shock and apprehension. Marshal Dugu's voice booms, Speak, who's behind all of you? They all open their mouths, Valley Lord's anger simmering. Olji contemplates. It seems that Dugu Zhantian is voicing the Emperor's intentions. Since he couldn't express it directly, he's using Dugu Zhantian as his proxy. Olji observes them closely. Valley Lord reflects, the Emperor isn't concerned with our reasons for going to Wingay's city. He's only interested in knowing who gave us the order to march. The Emperor has set his sights on Regent Estate, and we are merely tools in his grand scheme. The Emperor, a tiger confined to his palace, is eager to strike. However, Regent Estate is no easy prey. It's a fierce tiger in its own right. The 3 houses find themselves caught in the midst of this power struggle. Our fate is sealed with sacrifice. If only we hadn't listened to Regent Estate and attacked Wingay's city. In doing so, we've given the imperial family a reason to target us. Now, if we defend Regent Estate, who knows what the Emperor will do to us? But if we betray them, will Regent Estate ever forgive us? Their path leads to our downfall. Marshal Dugu watches Valley Lord and raises his voice once more. Speak, who is behind you? Valley Lord's fear grows as he stammers, That hat. Regent Estate's Lord, Huangpu Tianyuan, and Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng are requesting an audience. Estate Lord Huangpu inquires, Is he coming with Zhuge Changfeng? Marshal Dugu's thoughts indicate trouble ahead. Valley Lord takes a deep breath. Old Marshal commands, Let them in. This restless tiger can no longer remain on its mountain. They all enter, and Lord Marshal addresses them, Old Marshal Tianyuan, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng says Regent Estate's Steward Lang and Regent Estate's High Venerable Huangpu Fenglei. Valley Lord greets Your Majesty. Marshal's mind races. This High Venerable Huangpu Fenglei is Regent Estate's top expert. Why is he here? He looks formidable. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng speaks, O my House Lords, the 7 houses have always stood on equal footing with the imperial family. I understand your deep respect for His Majesty, but there's no need to kneel. Others might misconstrue His Majesty's intentions and see it as an attempt to suppress the 7 houses, tarnishing his ancestors' legacy and his own name. You wouldn't want His Majesty to bear such an injustice. Estate Lord Huangpu, with anger, orders, Rise now, and closes his hand, thinking, You've played your cards well, Zhuge Changfeng. I'll give you that. He then starts laughing and says, Cousin, you've been absent from the imperial capital for decades. What could have prompted this visit? Valley Lord replies, Your Majesty, I've come here today to confess. Both marshals watch him intently. Estate Lord Huangpu retorts, Cousin, I don't understand. Regent Estate is tied to the imperial family, always upholding our duty, guarding the caged dragon city on behalf of the imperial family. What reason could there be for you to confess? Valley Lord continues, Your Majesty, your indulgence chills me to the bone. The 7 houses have served the imperial family for a millennium, maintaining peace in Tianyu. However, the 3 houses dared to defy your decree by entering the forbidden area and causing distress to the people. I, as the head of Regent Estate, have failed in my responsibilities and deserve punishment. Estate Lord Huangpu looks at them, seated, and thinks, Confess. I see you're aiming to gain more status. Old Marshal comments, Cousin, this burden is far too great for you to bear. How can I allow you to shoulder the crime of the 3 houses? Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and adds, Indeed, Estate Lord Huangpu. While Regent Estate stands atop the 7 houses, and you should certainly take responsibility, if Lord wishes to assume their guilt, you'd be putting yourself in jeopardy. Moreover, the crime of the 3 houses may not be too severe for you to undertake. Estate Lord Huangpu queries, Is Prime Minister implying I'm wrong? Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and reassures, No. Your Majesty is absolutely right. It's just that this matter is comparatively minor. Marshal Dugu's voice rings out. So, according to you, Zhuge Changfeng, openly defying an imperial edict is a trifling matter. If everyone follows suit, what will become of the imperial family's dignity? Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and calms the situation. Marshal, please quell your anger. I didn't mean that at all. Defying an imperial edict has always been and will continue to be a grave offense. However, in cases where the ruler is rash and tyrannical, Marshal Dugu's anger explodes in a shout. What did you say? Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng bursts into laughter and reassures, Marshal need not be angry. I wasn't speaking of His Majesty. Every ruler understands the need for careful investigation before making decisions. His Majesty is a just ruler, even more so, right? Estate Lord Huangpu thinks, we were pressuring the 3 house lords to assist in this mess, just to gain leverage over Regent Estate. But now, Zhuge Changfeng has brought up this topic, so I can't remain silent. This cunning old fox, he then responds, Good. Valley Lord angrily interjects, Your Majesty, all that has transpired is due to one man, Wingay City's Luo clan steward, Xue Fan. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng chuckles and adds, Your Majesty, this despicable creature defies the dignity of the 7 houses. I beseech Your Majesty to lift the ban on Wingay City and allow us to administer capital punishment on this wretched beast. Let the entire nation witness Your Majesty's integrity. Estate Lord Huangpu's thoughts turn troublesome. This time, instead of having the 3 houses turn against Regent Estate, they've targeted the Luo clan. This has completely ruined my plans, he thinks further. Huangpu Tianyuan. Zhuge Changfeng. Estate Lord Huangpu's anger simmers as he contemplates, You all deserve death. Old Marshal speaks up, due to the turmoil caused by Hell Valley and Veiled Dragon Pavilion 3 years ago in Wingay City, which resulted in widespread grievances, I felt remorse. Therefore, I chose to designate it as a forbidden ground. But now, seeing that overlooking one man has brought about endless suffering once again, my heart aches. I won't address your initial transgression, but you must not set foot in Wingay City again. If you wish to capture that creature, you'll have to wait for it to emerge. He then chuckles and adds, Your Majesty's heart is with the people. The Empire is fortunate to have you. Marshal Dugu remarks, This clandestine battle between the Emperor and Regent Estate has concluded. Estate Lord Huangpu interjects, The Emperor was defeated. Not only did he fail to exploit Regent Estate's vulnerability, allowing the 3 houses to escape unscathed, but worse still, he couldn't safeguard his strategic peace, Wingay City, nearly sacrificing it. Valley Lord and Lordly both exclaim loudly, Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. Estate Lord Huangpu Old Marshal declares, The dragon's visage was tarnished, making the Emperor the subject of mockery. He watches them and says, Your Majesty's generosity in forgiving us is greatly appreciated. He continues, We shall take our leave. Old Marshal thinks to himself, They departed without waiting for my permission. It's evident they have little regard for me. Mr. Sima interrupts, calling out, "Hold on!" They all turn as he speaks. "It's been so long, Sir Huangpu. Would you care for a game of chess?" Mr. Sima pushes his magic pill towards Estate Lord Huangpu. Estate Lord Huangpu accepts the pill from his hand and smiles, replying, "Mr. Sima's chess skills are truly exceptional. How could a martial artist like me compare to a chess sage like you?" Estate Lord Huangpu reflects. "I didn't expect Sima Hui to possess such formidable power," he reflects. "I never thought Huangpu Fenglei would be so strong." Estate Lord Huangpu responds, "I would only disgrace you by playing." He pushes his power from his hands and shouts assertively, "I'm not going to make a fool of myself." Mr. Sima watches the powerful attack, picks up his magical pill with 2 fingers, and remarks, after not seeing each other for so many decades, "Mr. Huangpu's power has greatly increased. I'm afraid I may no longer be your match." Mr. Huangpu replies humbly, "You're too kind. Mr. Sima is far more talented than I." "It's just that." He's interrupted as they both head outside. Mr. Sima thinks he was able to force a divine dragon to leave a footprint on the floor. Huangpu Fenglei's move just now is indeed terrifying. Old Marshal, consumed by anger, smashes a glass and exclaims, "These traitorous mongrels have gone too far." He loudly vents, "They come to my palace, asking for my obedience." Mr. Sima intervenes, saying, "Your Majesty, please calm down with Zhuge Chanfeng here. Our reasons are irrelevant in front of a man with his eloquence. That's why I attempted to confront Huangpu Fenglei to make them back down. But who would have thought Huangpu Fenglei's power surpasses mine, further diminishing your prestige? It was my miscalculation. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." This plan was to use the 3 houses and strike a blow at Regent Estate's arrogance. Or at the very least, we could drive a wedge between them. But now, Regent Estate came to their rescue, further aligning them with Regent Estate. Sigh, all our hard work was exploited the moment Regent Estate arrived. Now that Regent Estate is united with the 3 houses, they'll be even harder to deal with. Old Marshal listens and contemplates. "Mr. Sima, isn't the esoteric debate just around the corner?" Mr. Sima responds, "Indeed, Your Majesty. It's scheduled for 5 years from now." He exclaims with concern, "Your Majesty, you don't mean?" Old Marshal explains, "Hasn't Regent Estate flaunted being the head of the 7 houses, always taking first place in the esoteric debate? If they were to fail to secure the top spot this time, their pride would suffer a severe blow. Doubt would be cast on their power." Declining, Mr. Sima bursts out, "But every generation from Regent Estate has been brimming with geniuses. Especially this one. There are even some exceptional individuals among them. The other houses have their talents, but none can compare." Old Marshal adds, "There are even rumors that one among them can break the shackles of the radiant stage, ascending to the pinnacle of power in Tianyu." Mr. Sima wonders, just who could possess such potential. Old Marshal remarks, "Speaking of exceptional individuals, is there anyone more remarkable than that guy?" Marshal Duga questions, "Your Majesty, you mean Zhou Fan?" Old Marshal asserts, "I've been sheltering this young man and the Luo clan for so long. It's time for him to repay the favor. They must cut down Regent Estate's pride in the esoteric debate, and I will declare the Luo clan as the 8th noble house to keep Regent Estate in check." Marshal Duga and Mr. Sima exchange glances. Someone's thoughts emerge. "Shua Fan. The Luo clan." Estate Lord Huangpu says, "Prime Minister Zhuge, thank you for orchestrating all of this." Prime Minister Zhuge Chanfeng smiles and replies, "There's no need to thank me. Wasn't it all planned by your steward, Lin Wucheng?" They all stand there, and Estate Lord Huangpu acknowledges, as expected of Zhuge Chanfeng. Estate Lord Huangpu confidently remarks, he was able to see through everything. No wonder Zhuge Chanfeng could become the head of the 4 pillars. He looks towards him, and Prime Minister Zhuge Chanfeng smiles, concluding, "He is frightening." Prime Minister Zhuge Chanfeng smiles and gazes towards the sky. He comments, "Prime Minister seems to be in a good mood today." Prime Minister Zhuge Chanfeng responds with a smile, "I just saw a bunch of fools getting happy having scored an empty victory, but Yuan has ruled these lands for 1,000 years for a reason. To not even see through a chess player's unfathomable skill, he still dares to play with cloak and dagger. So, this is the extent of unwanted contriver," and he starts laughing again. 4 5th grade arrays approach and stand in the vicinity. She thinks, for 5th grade arrays this Luo clan is actually outstanding to this extent. Yuan she contemplates. No wonder its steward is so cunning and capable. But how come we never heard of it? Zhou Fan turns towards the energy and invites, come in. Zhou Fan announces, this is our Luo clan's young miss, Luo Yunchang. Yuan Qi and his wife observe her and greet her, greetings, young miss, you are the picture of beauty. She responds modestly, I can't help but rue the day a rotten punk would have you for young miss. She smiles and says, thank you. While pondering, these two are radiant stage experts, yet so calm and mild, unlike the arrogant stereotype everyone knows. They all stand there. Zhou Fan questions, why are these two, who always snap back with how great they are in Tianyu? Suddenly fawning, he looks towards Elder Li and adds, and why at Luo Yuzhan? He clasps his hands and continues, all right, now that introductions are out of the way, the others may return to their tasks. Elders, please stay for a while. Old Pang and Qingqing exit the scene. Zhou Fan says, from today onwards, you two will be watching over the Black Flame Array in the south and the Ice Shadows Array in the north. I will later tell you how to wield them. They both watch him attentively, and he affirms, working alongside Elder Yan and Elder Li's arrays, the 4 arrays will be linked together, and they will be connected to each other. He smiles again and adds, the Luo clan will never know defeat. Yuan Qi agrees. Yes, Luo Yuchang reflects, this time, with 4 experts watching over the 4 arrays, the mountain will turn into an impenetrable fortress. Even if the 7 houses attack, we will no longer have to worry. Zhou Fan concludes, also, are you now Luo clan's elders? Zhou Fan speaks confidently, I shall treat you as our own and give them a jade slip, and hands it to them. He continues, here is the secret life and death art. I believe it's quite suitable for you too. They both watch in shock. Zhou Fan clarifies, this is no cultivation method or martial art, and smiles as he adds, but a way to combine your strengths. A limitless improving method, they exclaim. What Zhou Fan responds, explaining, this life and death art means treading the fine line between life and death on the edge of a knife. At the collision between 2 opposing forces, world-destroying power lies, but once control over it is lost, it will be your end. This leads to this art going by a more common name, the suicidal secret art. Young Miss interrupts, why are you then giving it to them? It's too dangerous. They both feel like crying and think, Li Jingtian, that old devil, really did not lie to us. Getting close to the young miss is a must if we want to live. Zhou Fan reassures, young miss needn't fret. If others trained in this art, they'd have a fate worse than death. But I saw how the 2 elders' fire and water arts combine. It really was a perfect match. This means the 2 of them have long been connected to each other, understanding each other's hearts. In fact, they may understand the other even better than they do themselves. In this case, the 2's attributes may be in conflict, but they are nevertheless able to control the clashing force between fire and water. There's a 50% chance they'll succeed. Yuan Qi and his wife react with shock. 50%. Young Miss expresses concern. That's too little. Zhou Fan smiles and says, the greater the danger, the bigger the return. I'm sure you two know this fully well. After all, you fought Tianyu's experts off decades ago. I can also guarantee, this method has infinite growth. The greater your control, the more powerful you become. He confidently adds, you can one day reach the point when you can face all 5 divine dragons together. Young Miss, Elder Yen, and Elder Li all watch him in shock. Elder Li thinks, Imperial family's divine dragons are the strongest in Tianyu. Not even if our cultivation matched could they defeat one, least of all 5. Zhou Fan never is one for empty talk. Since he dares to promise so, we have to take this opportunity. Young Miss replies, what if, suppose I train it? She says to Elder Li, this was given to us by Steward Zhua. So don't go against his decision. Elder Li watches him confusedly. Zhou Fan clarifies, Elder Li, it's not for you. I'll be blunt. You will die if you cultivate it. Elder Li angrily shouts, what nonsense is that? With my talent, my aptitude, my power, I am better than them in everything. Zhou Fan gestures towards them. Elder Li looks at them confusedly and says, well, spit it out. Is the art so intricate not even you two can unravel? Give it here. Let this old man have a look. Young Miss shouts, Beat it won't do you any good even if you do. Look, Yuan-Chi smiles and says, DONGHUA, just where did you pick a dual cultivation art? You're putting us on the spot. Elderly angrily shouts, what, dual cultivation art, and gets angry at Elder Yin. They are bullying us single dogs, let's go. Zhou Fan smiles and says, the life and death art needs two lovers that are very close to each other, but use the opposite cultivation methods. Only by doing this can you bring out its power. If your feelings are true, they will be conveyed and fruit will blossom. If all you have is lust, death follows. He turns to Elderly and remarks, Elderly, you and me are lone wolves. It doesn't suit us. Yuan-Chi speaks up, DONGHUA, we also can't cultivate it. Me and Qingjian never actually done that. Zhou Fan thinks, you've never done it for decades yet are so in tune with each other. What would happen if you did it? Young Miss smiles and suggests, it's been ages since we had a wedding in the Luo clan. Please let me arrange it all for the elders on a most auspicious day. She gets angry at Yuan-Chi, and Yuan-Chi looks sorry. Zhou Fan shouts, what auspicious, what arrangement, that's so quaint and cliché, just get it on already and train that art. He kicks Yuan-Chi and angrily says, blast it, for decades you've been around a bell, yet never tapped that fine booty. Shame on you, she even dolled up for decades for you in vain. So get your ass in gear already. Yuan-Chi says, Qingjian, it's DONGHUA's order. I don't have a choice. For the sake of the clan, we must bear through this hardship. Qingjian retorts, pervert, and they both leave. Young Miss says, you easily talk about others' flaws, but you don't ever look in the mirror. She gets angry at Zhou Fan. Elderly attempts to speak, DONGHUA, you shouldn't waste. But Zhou Fan watches him angrily. Elderly thinks, so you do understand everything. Elder Yin then says, DONGHUA. Zhou Fan says, didn't I give you refining skills? Elder Yin starts laughing and responds, now that you mention it. But I'm, after all, a cultivator first and an alchemist second. I have great dreams. Zhou Fan interrupts, okay, I understand what you meant. I am not too fond of poisons, but since you're with me, and gives him a jade slip. He continues, I will be sure to give you what you deserve. This here is a high profound ranked martial art, 9/9's fantasy palm. It also contains the formula for making the world's 81 strangest poisons. Besides the myriad of palm attacks, it also wields 81 poisons, each with 81 variations. Each change conforms to any man, to any environment, ever evolving. He smiles and says, in short, the poison's only cure is if you remove it yourself. It is thus named Lord over life and death. Take it and go. Elder Yin starts smiling and loudly says, this is leagues above the rainbow cloud palm. It's incomparable. He starts laughing and adds, DONGHUA, you are so amazing and grand. I knew I made the right choice following you. Zhou Fan replies, cut the flattery. Just make sure to give your all in your tasks. Elderly thinks, should I also get my game on and act as cute as possible to squeeze DONGHUA of some goodies? Forget it. Too much to chew. It is better to do it after I train Wraith Art to peak first. Zhou Fan says, brother, I've come to see you. They all watch him. Zhou Fan thinks, why is he here? And says, Elderly, take the new elders to the arrays first. Young Miss, there's a guest at our door. I would like you to kindly welcome them. Young Miss says, oh, okay. However, and starts laughing, as a lady, a young miss, must have a sense of style when I go out. So DONGHUA, please help me to our guest. Zhou Fan angrily says, you're not a 70-year-old hag that's disabled. What help would you need? Young Miss says, don't be angry, I'm just kidding. Zhou Fan opens his hand. Young Miss watches him. Zhou Fan thinks, God damn it, how can I still be a demonic emperor? But it feels good. Young Miss smiles, watching him. They are standing outside, looking towards the sky. She thinks, is this a mountain? He says, brother, you finally came down. If you had come a step later, I would not have been able to take it. Zhou Fan smiles and says, you can still come to us in this situation. It's really hard for you, he says. If it weren't for Imperial Father's edict, I would not have had the heart to come all the way here. Zhou Fan says, Fatty, please, and he shouts, hurry and take me up the mountain. It's too hot here. Zhou Fan and Young Miss watch him. They come and pick him up. Zhou Fan says, Fatty, why are you so fat? He says, don't mention it. Imperial Father is in a bad mood. Every time that happens, he takes it out on me and leaves me suffering. I was too stressed to even eat or drink, yet the next thing I know I'm up to 400 kilograms in weight. And he says, oh, the horror, they are getting angry while picking him up. Zhou Fan thinks you don't eat from stress yet still gain so much weight, and says, what a marvel. He says, thank you, but you're just the same. We brothers are the marvels of the world, Zhou Fan thinks. Do you believe I praise you? And says, Mr. Feng, I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you perhaps not care what becomes of this fatty? Mr. Feng replies, no matter, a noble man has noble qualities. Zhou Fan thinks, if the base is crooked, the top is out of whack. Mr. Feng says, by the way, Zhou Fan, looks around, and adds, you've been stirring quite the storm lately, throwing the whole Tianyu in chaos. Zhou Fan hears Zhou Fan's words and nods in understanding. But that's understandable, he says, addressing Mr. Feng. One can't survive without venturing beyond, Mr. Feng replies, looking back at him. If it weren't for your antics, Zhou Fan says, a hint of laughter in his voice, the Luo clan might not be what it is today. Zhou Fan gazes at him, a smile forming on his lips, and suggests, let's discuss this indoors. Inside, the heat seems to bother Mr. Feng. He exclaims, I'm dying of heat, hurry and fan me. Zhou Fan obliges, fanning harder as instructed. Observing the situation, Zhou Fan's mind wanders. He reflects, this fatty wasn't like this 3 years ago. Why has he become so opportunistic all of a sudden? He also notices the presence of the elderly figures behind Mr. Feng, sensing something unfamiliar about them. Zhou Fan breaks the silence, addressing Fatty. Aren't they under your command as well? He questions, gesturing towards the idle figures. Fatty chuckles, responding, how could they be? Do you have any idea about their cultivation? Confidence in his gaze, Zhou Fan quips, profound heaven. Fatty confirms, yes, they are experts of the profound heaven realm. How could I possibly make them do such menial tasks? It would be beneath them. Zhou Fan's thoughts drift. It's true, he thinks, I've always treated the elders well. I've never burdened them with tasks like pouring tea. Fatty continues, brother, to be honest, these profound heaven experts aren't mine. They belong to you. Zhou Fan seems taken aback. Mine, he queries. Fatty clarifies, well, not exactly yours. You're just a Luo clan steward. How can they be yours? What I meant to say is, they are elders gifted to the Luo clan by my imperial father. Fatty's voice rises with enthusiasm. Your clan has received an unexpected boon, and its ascension is imminent. Aren't you thrilled? Zhou Fan's response is measured and composed. Even if the emperor grants us these profound heaven elders, he states calmly, we must assess their suitability for the Luo clan first. Fatty feels a chill, sensing a slight detachment in Zhou Fan's tone. Why is he so distant, even a bit repulsed? He wonders. Zhou Fan, standing beside Mr. Feng, steps forward. As of now, he declares, addressing the gathered elders, you are the elders of the Luo clan. I am Zhou Fan, the steward. All eyes are fixed on him. With authority, he asserts, you are to follow all my instructions, except for young Mississippi. A voice in the crowd mutters in disdain, humph, a mere steward dares to command us. The Luo clan is indeed peculiar. Young Miss and Fatty exchange glances, reading the situation. Young Miss muses, it's concluded. With a mixture of anger and determination, Zhou Fan challenges, who said that just now? Step forward. The muttering figure steps forward arrogantly. Humph, you impudent kid. Zhou Fan's fist collides with the guard's face, his words dripping with a taunting tone. That's steward Zhou for you, he exclaims, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. He settles back onto his feet and stares down at the guard, saying, You. The guard's voice trembles as he shouts, you damn punk, you think you're great? How dare you raise your hand against an imperial guard? His anger flares, and he adds furiously, I will teach you a lesson. With a swift motion, he strikes Zhou Fan, drawing blood. Young Miss gasps in shock, Mr. Feng's expression tightens, and Fatty's eyes widen. Fatty interjects urgently, brother, I knew you were awesome, but these guards were bestowed upon you. You can't just kill them. Anger intensifies within Zhou Fan. Seated on the ground, the guard's weight presses down on him. In his mind, doubts arise. Something's off, he thinks, suspicion creeping in. These guys are all posing as profound heaven experts, but their power falls far below the threshold. Could they be pseudo-profound Heaven Juefan's voice drips with frustration as he accuses Fatty. You tricked me. His eyes narrow in anger as he continues. These are not profound heaven experts. His accusation pierces the air. Why do you bring me a bunch of pseudo-profound heaven? Fatty, caught in the storm of Juefan's wrath, admits hesitantly. You found out. Juefan's voice turns sharp and critical. Nonsense, it's not like I've never fought a profound heaven expert before. Can I even tell the difference between real and fake? His irritation mounts, and he directs his frustration at Fatty. Are you looking to see me fail when I face other houses with these fake profound heaven experts who are nothing more than bone-tempering pups? Fatty tries to reason. Actually, when you go out, everyone will see you with 20 profound heaven experts behind you. It's still pretty cool. Juefan interrupts sharply. Spare me the nonsense and give it to me straight. Fatty attempts an explanation. Where did you get these widows? Mr. Feng steps in to clarify. Let me explain. Their talents were meager. Imperial guards with slim chances to even enter the profound heaven stage, even if they only reached the first or second level. So the Imperial family had a project to raise many of such people into profound heaven experts through pills. But it failed in the end. They have the aura of a profound heaven expert but not the power to back it up. However, as Song has said, even these props have their use. A shift in the scene occurs, horses in view, and the guards sitting on them, their anger palpable. One of the guards speaks, his voice tinged with resentment. 2 decades ago, Jianrong was about to invade Tianyu. His Majesty was scared of war, so he pushed tens of thousands of pseudo-profound heaven experts to the front lines, scaring away the Jianrong. Mr. Feng chuckles, adding, You have to admire His Majesty's wisdom. Juefan's mind churns as he reflects, the real is fake, the fake is real. It is indeed an upper level of military tactics. Zhou Fan interjects, his voice filled with uncertainty, but he suddenly exclaims with wide eyes, only death. The moon graces the sky, casting its glow over the scene. Zhou Fan turns to Fatty and voices his demand. Fatty, since you're giving something, then give me 10 genuine profound heaven experts. Fatty's voice rises in disbelief. What 10? We have none. Worry etches his expression as he continues. Bro, real profound heaven experts are the cream of the crop in any clan. They can't be cultivated so easily. He emphasizes, Veiled Dragon Pavilion has 9, Hell Valley boasts 12, but you've eliminated 6. Our Imperial family is also short on them. Imperial father can't spare any. Zhou Fan maintains his stance. Then if he wishes to bestow something, let it be something authentic. These impostors are not just arrogant, they're even audacious enough to flaunt it in my face. He asserts, Take them back. Fatty raises his voice urgently. That's unlikely. How can we go against an imperial edict if you truly do this? I can't bear the responsibility. Imperial father won't waver either. His tone intensifies. Also, you should know, those guards standing there have made it clear if you return, their heads will roll. Juefan adds, they lack skill. With you around, they'll surely be compliant, but once you're gone, they'll revert to their haughty attitudes. Fatty's expression shifts, and he smiles while declaring in a raised voice, I understand, brother. Leave it to me. He then addresses the guards angrily. You bunch of worthless bastards, you've been bestowed upon the Luo clan as elders and must adhere to its rules without question, especially the steward's orders. Moreover, who are you to decline? You're nothing but a pack of impostors. Mr. Feng's smile is evident as he chimes in, Allow me to enlighten you. This brother of mine, Steward Juefan, has taken on Hell Valley, humbled the Drifting Flowers edifice, and thrown punches and smashes at all comers from the 7 houses. The tally of profound heaven elders from these houses bested by him exceeds 10. Fatty turns his anger towards Juefan, extending his hand in his direction, and asserts, You must be wondering how he's still breathing. One word power. If you had his might, you'd naturally defy him. If not, you'd damn well obey or drop dead. Tears stream down the faces of the guards. Fatty contemplates the situation, thinking, no wonder he dared to eliminate one bestowed by the Emperor. So that's the truth. Understanding dawns on them as they recognize the validity of the powerful steward of the Luo clan. Fatty smiles and concludes, What do you think, brother? They'll unquestionably follow from now on. Zhou Fan smiles back and concedes, As you've been granted by His Majesty, and seeing how significant you are to the third prince, I'll reluctantly accept these pseudo-profound heaven experts. Fatty gazes at Zhou Fan, who responds with a smile. However, Zhou Fan begins, since you've stepped into the realm of the Luo clan, you must adhere to the clan's rules. His voice is light-hearted but carries a hint of authority. He continues, first and foremost, remember this: only I, Steward Zhou Fan, am permitted to show off. Anyone daring to do so before me will find their life cut short. Fatty looks around, his disbelief evident. He questions, young miss, does the Luo clan truly have such a shameless rule? Zhou Fan maintains his smile and adds, secondly, when you're outside the clan, I take the lead in showing off. And if it's your turn, it must be a notch below mine. Failure to comply means death. Fatty's shock is palpable as he exclaims, are these what you call rules? Mr. Feng observes as Zhou Fan continues, third, you are to obey my every order without question. If I tell you to kill, you kill, and there should be no mistakes. Otherwise, it's death. The atmosphere grows tense as they all watch Zhou Fan. In his mind, he reflects, as I expected, there's indeed a problem. The first two rules were designed to ease them in, while the third was meant to test them. If they were genuinely bestowed by the Emperor, the latter would have compelled them to follow the Luo clan's instructions precisely. However, their hesitance to obey the third rule indicates a different motive for being here. This sudden rule caught them off guard, rendering them unable to respond. Zhou Fan addresses the situation, saying, well, this makes you elders of the Luo clan. Grand Elder will guide you now. He calls out loudly, Elder Li, arrive, and Zhou Fan directs, Elder Li, any orders? Elder Li inquires, Steward Zhou, what are your orders? Zhou Fan informs him, these are elders bestowed by His Majesty, and they will be under your command from now on, Grand Elder. Take good care of them. Long Ji, another figure present, considers that Zhou Fan likely intends to monitor them. He agrees, yes. Fatty voices his concern, brother, apart from the third rule, the first two would lead to my demise. Zhou Fan scans the surroundings, a smile playing on his lips. He retorts, without those two, how would the third rule exist? Fatty smiles and suggests, so now, let's focus on the main issue. He shouts with determination, Luo clan steward, Zhou Fan, receives this edict. Young miss joins in, proclaiming, long live the Emperor. Fatty and Zhou Fan stand side by side. Zhou Fan's smile prevails as he instructs, speak. Fatty answers, brother, this is the imperial edict. Disregarding it would label you a traitor and cost you your head. Zhou Fan dismisses the matter, asserting, whatever. Since only we are present, and with Mr. Fang's preference for discretion, even if you don't reveal it, no one else will. Furthermore, it wouldn't make much difference if you did. Mr. Feng observes the scene. Zhou Fan continues, for the Emperor to issue me an imperial edict implies he requires my assistance. Would he really kill me over such trifles? Fatty reacts with astonishment. Damn, he's absolutely right. Mr. Feng ponders the scenario, considering the impact on the imperial family's dignity. Fatty inquires, Master, how can this guy be so audacious? Mr. Feng's smile conveys an understanding of extraordinary individuals. He replies, extraordinary people require extraordinary handling. Don't concern yourself with this superficial politeness, young miss, and Zhou Fan sit side by side. Zhou Fan addresses young miss, commenting, young miss, with your temperament, you can't be frivolous about such a significant event as receiving an imperial edict. Young miss retorts, humph. What's frivolous about it? What's the point of kneeling if you're not serious? Besides, you'll be dealing with whatever comes up anyway. Zhou Fan laughs, remarking, that's our young miss. Indeed, in his thoughts, he reflects, this is the Luo clan I want, the best clan in the world. We must aim for greatness ourselves. How can we aspire to rule the world if we kneel to an emperor's decree? Fatty's mind drifts back 3 years, reminiscing, the Luo clan was full of respect, revering the imperial family. Just as the clan head was, so too was the clan's demeanor. And as the steward behaves now, that's the direction the clans will follow. He then vocalizes his thoughts, saying, never mind, it's just a verbal order anyway. To be honest, this time the Emperor intends for you to participate in the esoteric debate and put the Regent estate in its place. Zhou Fan reacts with shock. The esoteric debate. Stars twinkle in the night sky as Zhou Fan questions, the esoteric debate. Fatty's smile widens, and he thinks, you were so confident before, so assertive. Since you're in the dark about it now, it's my turn to shine. With a chuckle, Fatty speaks aloud. The esoteric debate is a once-in-a-century event, a gathering of the most prestigious clans. Considering the Luo clan isn't even a third-rate clan, having been mere cannon fodder for all these years, your ignorance is quite normal. Zhou Fan's smile remains as he responds, is that so? If that's the case, why did His Majesty invite a small clan like us to participate? He suggests. Please convey to His Majesty, the third prince, that after hearing your explanation, Zhou Fan feels utterly inadequate and ashamed to join this grand summit. Tell him to find someone more deserving. Fatty interjects loudly, don't bother, Imperial Father will have my head if I return like this. It's my own fault for trying to flaunt in front of you. Yes, I'll definitely hang the Luo clan's first rule on my wall as a daily reminder. Young Miss and Zhou Fan share a smile upon hearing this. Mr. Feng speaks, in the future, only you will have that privilege of showing off. Kindly find it within your heart to pardon this foolish brother of yours. Zhou Fan nods and says, carry on, brother. Zhou Fan continues, revealing, to be honest, the esoteric debate isn't truly a gathering of elite clans. It's a place where noble houses bet their honor, risking it all. For a house to advance, it must eliminate rivals. A clan could soar to greatness or plummet into ruins in an instant. Many top-tier clans have found themselves in a worse position than third-rate clans. Zhou Fan meets Fatty's gaze and inquires, why do you say that? Fatty sighs. When it comes to this matter, it harkens back to the founding of the empire, to the time when the 7 houses were in constant conflict. Although open warfare was avoided, none were willing to yield. To resolve the disputes among them. Beneath the shimmering stars in the sky, Fatty begins his explanation. Tianyu's founding emperor signed an agreement with them. The atmosphere becomes lively as they raise their glasses, knowing that anyone under 30 years of age will compete. This competition determines which house will become the head of the 7 houses. These youthful contenders are destined to represent their houses in the future, as their strength predicts their house's power under their rule. This marks the origin of the esoteric debate, which shifted the focus away from armed conflicts among the 7 houses, dividing their ranks. Fatty's voice turns somber as he continues, things were going well. This was the inception of the esoteric debate. Gradually, more and more prestigious clans aspiring for greatness joined in. They were chosen by the 7 houses and the imperial family to participate. This is how the current esoteric debate came to be. Yet, regardless of how many clans joined, it was still the 7 houses that held the upper hand. Fatty's expression saddens as he explains, the others would merely be fighting for the chance to become their vassals. Over time, it evolved into a peculiar situation. For the sake of their reputation, the 7 houses weren't aiming for a fight to the death in this debate. On the other hand, the vassal clans fought relentlessly for their masters. Listening intently, Zhou Fan maintains his seated position. Fatty continues, the survivors would earn the favor and support of the houses, while the rest would become stepping stones for others to rise upon. This cruel reality robbed the rest of the clans of their shot at greatness, relegating them to mere expendable pawns. Fatty explains, the esoteric debate, held every century, stagnated Tianyu's growth, while the 7 houses' power kept growing. Fatty's tone turns irritated as he adds, the 7 houses are Tianyu's cancer. Zhou Fan queries, then what does the emperor expect of me, to defeat the regent estate? Fatty smiles and responds, I don't think so. That's hardly feasible for a fledgling clan like yours. You're just too weak. The regent estate calls itself the head of the 7 houses and aims to dominate the others due to its unbroken streak in the esoteric debates. Fatty explains their father's intentions, therefore, the imperial father wishes for you to harass the regent estate and disrupt their dominance. Regardless of which house claims the head title, it will strike a significant blow to the regent estate's prestige. Zhou Fan scoffs, harass? You want me to stoop so low for such a trivial matter? Fatty smiles, trying to reason, brother, I know you're great, but you don't understand. Even interfering could be problematic for many. Handing a letter to Zhou Fan, Fatty explains, this roster is from the last esoteric debate. Take a look for yourself. Opening the letter, Zhou Fan's eyes scan the contents. Fatty continues, the 7th name, from Drifting Flowers Edifice, must be familiar to you. He reads aloud, 7th place Drifting Flowers Edifice participants Chu Bijuan. Not to mention the others, but Grandmother Chu Bijuan is renowned among the 7 houses. Fatty explains further, however, even though she's formidable, her teammates are too weak. Drifting Flowers Edifice was last in the last esoteric debate, and seems to be heading towards the weakest position in this century. Zhou Fan thinks as he reads the letter, this indicates the precise power of each house. He continues to read, 6th place Mary Woods participants Lin Ruffin. With a sneer, he dismisses Lin Ruffin as an opportunist pre-Copernican obscurantist with no backbone. As he reads, 5th place Sword Marquis Abode participants Jian Sui Foam, Zhou Fan's thoughts shift to Sword Marquis Abode came 5th, its power was 5th among the houses. Moving on to the 4th name, 4th place Veiled Dragon Pavilion participants Long Jio and others. 3rd place follows 3rd place Hell Valley participant Yugiki. He reads on, 1st place Pill King Hall's group led by vicious Pill King Yen Song. His thoughts become analytical, our allies were actually dead last, while the top ranks were held by Regent Estate's loyal dogs. Fatty's assurance comes, there's no need to worry, brother. Thanks to your actions, these houses' power is no longer what it used to be. Zhou Fan watches him, seeking clarification. What do you mean? Fatty explains. The ranking in the last esoteric debate turned out this way due to some remarkable individuals who appeared at the time. He elaborates, Diamondback Ape's power pushed back Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3rd elder according to Yugiki's master plan. Without these two, Hell Valley would be weaker than Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Fatty adds, then there's Pill King Hall in 2nd place. They had vicious Pill King to thank for that, as his poison was too deadly for anyone to approach. Zhou Fan ponders, realizing his own role. This shows that Hell Valley and Pill King Hall's power were diminished by my actions, making them weaker than before. Fatty continues, mentioning the outstanding figures. There were many illustrious names in the last esoteric debate. Yugiki, the mastermind, was acclaimed as the first genius among the 20 profound heaven experts of the 7 houses joining the debate. Then there was vicious Pill King Yen Song, the alchemist of the millennium. Uncle Jio also showcased great prowess with his purple lightning gold eye. Zhou Fan smiles, his eyes closed, thinking, it's a good thing I eliminated Geeky, preventing many future troubles. My journey to Blue Expanse City was indeed wise. As for vicious Pill King Yen Song, Fatty's anger resonates as he asserts, now that you've seen where the 7 houses stand. Next, showing his letter, he says, you need to pay a closer look to your strongest opponents in the next esoteric debate. These are the widely acclaimed geniuses of today from the 7 houses. With a firm tone, Fatty continues, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. Zhou Fan takes the letter, thinking, 6 dragons and phoenix. I heard of this title in Drifting Flowers Edifice but didn't pay much attention. He opens the letter again, realizing that these are the candidates for the top power holders in their houses for the next century. Turning around, Fatty explains, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix date back 1,000 years. Throughout history, these 7 have always been the strongest talents at each debate. No matter how remarkable the disciples of other sects and clans were, they couldn't compare. Their power surpasses their predecessors and slightly slips out of the imperial family's control with each generation. Fatty emphasizes this is why the Regent Estate is eager to unify the 7 houses now. Any more delays would make this ambition too costly to achieve, if not impossible. Zhou Fan contemplates, recognizing the significance. Indeed, the growth of the 7 houses isn't just a challenge for the imperial family but for Regent Estate as well. If this continues, Tianyu might one day split into 7, with the imperial family only maintaining appearances. Among the houses, the power dynamics will shift, and one house will no longer be the head. Simultaneously, Zhou Fan realizes, with the empire divided, unification will hardly be achievable again. Fatty continues his explanation. First of all, the phoenix is represented by Drifting Flowers Edifice's Edifice Lord, Ascending Ice Phoenix, Chu Qingqing. Some say she possesses the beauty to destroy nations and incredible talent. She was entrusted with the power of Edifice Lord from a young age. Fatty's voice resounds with admiration as he explains, with her strong character, Her aloof disposition gives the impression that men would only dirty her. Nevertheless, her power is very much real, surpassing many of the 7 houses' elders. Joe Fan, accompanied by young Miss, looks at Fatty with interest and curiosity. Fatty responds, "You've seen her," to which Joe Fan replies, "Well, you can say that I have, but I also haven't seen her." Fatty recounts, "When she was 16, I once went to Drifting Flowers edifice. That fine figure, the grace, the pose, are all otherworldly. Many years have passed since, but I still recall that view as if from a dream." Joe Fan listens, smiles, and thinks about Fatty's recollection. Fatty continues, "But unfortunately, her face was always covered with a light veil at that time, so I couldn't get a glimpse of the beauty. Despite staying for 1 short month, she only shot me a glance. She is truly deserving of being called an icy beauty." Joe Fan grins and reveals, "Is that true? But I've seen her." Fatty becomes nervous and eagerly inquires, "You've seen her, so? Have you seen her? Or her face?" Joe Fan playfully responds, "Nonsense, if you haven't seen her face, you haven't seen her." With a mixture of curiosity and excitement, Fatty asks, "How does she look? Do the rumors do her justice?" Joe Fan smiles and responds, as if, regardless if she's a fairy, even an immortal, or goddess, no amount of words is enough to encompass her visage. Your imaginations could never fathom the extent of her beauty." Young Miss, exhibiting a touch of jealousy, chimes in, "Joe Fan, is she that pretty?" Joe Fan assures her, absolutely. "I have 3 days spent with her as a testament of how accurate my description is." Fatty, shocked, exclaims, "What, you spent 3 days with her? That's impossible. Doesn't she loathe men?" He starts crying out in disbelief. Joe Fan playfully responds, "Maybe that depends on the man. After all, everyone is different." Fatty retorts, his anger returning, "Why would a human even say that?" Joe Fan replies, "Although Chu Qingqing's talent truly is amazing, it may not be as monstrous as you'd think, not to mention the geniuses of the sections. She couldn't even beat Huang Puqinyan. If these 6 dragons and 1 phoenix are the same." Mr. Feng watches them from behind a pillar. Joe Fan becomes more confident and smiles, saying, "I can handle them easily." Mr. Feng, intrigued, states, "Kid, if you really think so." 5 years later, during the esoteric debate, young Miss and Joe Fan watch Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng's smile widens as he remarks, "You'd have the shock of your life." Joe Fan inquires, "Oh, what makes you say that?" Mr. Feng responds, "Having been to Drifting Flowers edifice in person, you must know by now their situation. I've met that girl as well." Mr. Feng continues, "Her talent is outstanding, but the chaos around her had stalled her cultivation, making her fall behind other houses' disciples. This is why her current strength is not so good in front of you. You said that she couldn't match Huang Puqinyan, but let me tell you this. When Chu Qingqing was 12 and fought Huang Puqinyan, I happened to be the judge. How do you think it ended?" Mr. Feng smiles and says, "Huang Puqinyan suffered a total defeat in 1 move. At that time, I could see that this girl's talent surpassed the divine dragons. And the other house's disciples are no different. Moreover, with Drifting Flowers edifice having regained Chu Bijuan's support, that girl can now focus on cultivating. I am eager to see how far she can reach in 5 years' time. But the other house's disciples will most likely go even higher. This time's esoteric debate, I'm really looking forward to it." He starts moving and laughs. Joe Fan contemplates Mr. Feng's words, realizing that if there's any truth in Fang Qiubai's words, then these 6 dragons and 1 phoenix will probably exceed their own elders. Opening the letter, Fatty excitedly mentions, among the 6 dragons, Mary Woods has the forest fleeting dragon, Lin Xianfeng. And Lin Xianfeng, Mary Woods' figure, has the most uncanny speed among the houses. And Lin Xuanfeng's is even more so. Fatty then mentions Xie Tianshang from Sword Marquis Abode, saying, Xie Tianshang is many times stronger than his younger brother, Xie Tianyan, a true sword genius. Sword Marquis Abode's soul profound ranked martial art, flowing spaces 9 forms, is so intricate that many elders can't even grasp it fully their entire lives. Fatty builds up suspense and finally introduces the true genius, exclaiming, "But the next person. Brother, those people I just mentioned are nothing compared to the next one. This is the true genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks. Regent Estate's eldest young master, heaven-shaking dragon lord, Huang Puqin Tian Zhou Fan, looking confused, processes the information he has just received. Fatty's voice carries a mixture of awe and seriousness as he speaks. You have met his younger brother, Huang Puqinian. But that guy is nothing compared to his big brother. He can only be regarded as mediocre among mediocre. This includes the other 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, who can only be regarded as ordinary people when compared to him. We have extremely scarce information regarding him. But it is certain, if he attacks, even if the other 6 dragons and 1 phoenix join hands, they would not be his opponent. Zhou Fan responds with a sly grin and an amused thought, 6 people can't even deal with him. Kakik. What a terrible existence that boy is. Fatty, placing his hand on Zhou Fan's shoulder, adds a touch of caution. Now you know, brother. Even if you stir up trouble for the Regent Estate, it won't be that easy. Compared to that monster, even you, the invincible demon Zhou Fan, may not. Zhou Fan reassures them, his smile carrying determination. Don't worry, he says, 5 years from now at the 100 Schools contest, a brand new Zhou Fan and Luo clan will appear in front of you. But in the meantime, I have to do something. I hope the Imperial family can keep the Luo clan safe. Mr. Feng and Fatty watch him with approval and happiness. Fatty smiles and encourages, don't worry, brother. You can cultivate at ease and prepare for the 100 Schools contest. The Luo clan will be safe in our hands. And if you can stand out at the 100 Schools contest, Father Emperor will have an excuse ready to directly bestow you with an Imperial family title. If at that time the Regent Estate wants to make a move on you, they must pass through the Imperial family, which will be even more difficult. Zhou Fan's smile widens as he thinks to himself, crisis, crisis. When there's danger, there's opportunity. And this time, the 100 Schools contest is the biggest opportunity for the Luo clan to climb to the top in one breath. As someone approaches, shouting for young Miss, Zhou Fan instructs her, call all the elders of the clan. He looks around and continues, it's time for us to leave Wingay's city. Young Miss watches him. Her confusion is evident. Elder Yen voices his concern, what it's been less than 10 years since we've all merged and developed into a clan. To directly confront the 7 noble families who have thousands of years of history. Is this not just throwing an egg against a rock? The royal mission this time is too difficult. Zhou Fan stands near young Miss, who is seated on a chair. He addresses elderly, you have been at the Regent Estate before. Do you think we have a chance against Huang Puqin Tian? The onlookers are taken aback, and elderly thinks carefully before responding, there's no chance. Old Pang and Qingqian watch nervously, and Qingjian interjects confidently, ha, old ghostly, our steward Zhuo is no ordinary person. How many people in this world can kill dozens of heavenly profound experts while being at the bone-forging realm? How can this brat named Huang Puqin Tian compare to our steward Zhuo? Elderly, Zhou Fan, and young Miss are watching intently. Zhou Fan's smile takes on a more serious tone as he addresses young Miss, big sis, this isn't the time for flattery. I hope you can be a bit more serious. Otherwise, I will take those words of yours as if you actually want me to die. Elderly's thoughts reflect his surprise. I didn't expect the usual unrestrained and arrogant Zhou Fan to be so cautious. I guess he's cautious during critical situations. This is a ruler who never listens to personal beliefs. One who isn't blinded by simple flattery. Zhou Fan has such calmness. Elderly speaks openly, to be honest, Steward Zhuo, the third prince, and Fan Qiubai have actually met that kid. So, the words are mostly hearsay. There are still reservations. But everyone who's seen him has had only one response, that he is a natural-born king, a true monster. Elder Shui agrees with the sentiment, saying, just now, Steward Zhuo mentioned that you can kill heavenly profound experts while being at the bone-forging realm. What I really want to say to you all today is, Steward Zhuo is not the first person to do so. 10 years ago, Huang Puqin Tian, at the bone-forging realm, second stage, easily defeated the heavenly profound elders of the Regent Estate. You know those elders are different from Old Ghost 7, but they were all cultivating the golden tyrant body art. They were all strong body cultivators. Zhou Fan is shocked by this revelation and thinks to himself, I was able to defeat heavenly profound experts. First, I have the wings of the thunder skylark. Second, I used the diamond quicksand to refine my body. Apart from this, it's hard to imagine what other method can make a person strong to such an abnormal extent. Elderly continues, there are actually such monsters who exist in this world. It's as if he's born to trample over all mortals and geniuses alike. Before I left, that monster was being taught by the Grand Master in cultivation. I don't know what stage he has reached now. But even Huang Puqingyan has reached the heavenly profound realm. That Huang Puqingtian is at least at the heavenly profound realm, 5th stage or higher. I really can't fathom how strong he is now. Zhou Fan gazes at Elderly, his mind puzzled. I really don't understand. No matter how strong a person is, how can he reach a higher realm at such an unimaginable speed? There's no way a person is born a monster. Yuan Qi reacts with shock, asking, so, according to Old Ghostly, Stewardjua stands no chance at all. Elderly confidently clarifies, that's not necessarily true. I just said, in terms of strength, Stewardjua can't defeat that monster. Elder Yen adds insightfully, but the others don't know Stewardjua's methods. Even us old men still don't know. Elderly reminds them, don't forget how all of us came to the Luo clan. Elder Yen concurs with a smile and a raised voice, yes, Stewardjua's strength is not actually his strength. It's rather his ingenious schemes. No one can compare to his abnormal means. This is our biggest advantage. Elderly speaks to Elder Yen, reflecting on the past, this year's 100 Schools contest, which can be regarded as the strongest contest in 1,000 years. Fortunately, I was born 100 years earlier. Otherwise, in this 100 Schools contest, I'm afraid I can only be cannon fodder. Zhou Fan and Youngness watch him as Zhou Fan thinks to himself, but Huang Puqingtian, he is the biggest problem. Zhou Fan addresses the elders, his thoughts focused, and say, elders, do you know where there are many thunderclouds in the sky? Elder Yen questions Zhou Fan's intentions. What does Stewardjua mean? Zhou Fan holds an egg in his hand and raises it, revealing its significance, for this 6th rank spirit beast. The thunder skylark's egg. They all react with shock, their attention captured by the unexpected object in his hand. Elderly starts laughing and loudly says, Stewardjua has many hidden treasures, even a 6th level spiritual beast's egg. If it hatches, they will have a beast that will even give a radiant stage cultivator a run for their money. Elder Yen joins in, saying, yeah, we toiled long and hard, yet we only managed to obtain 5th level spirit animals. Qin Jian smiles and adds, who knew Stewardjua would possess a 6th level spiritual beast? This is a rare treasure, even for someone at the radiant stage. Yuan Qi also smiles and exclaims, Stewardjua's methods are flawless. Zhou Fan confidently looks at them and hands them the egg, saying, please, enough with the flattery. I obtained this egg purely by chance. It was damaged, so I had to go to the Drifting Flowers edifice and use Bodhi Jade's sap to restore it. Then various things came up, and I had no time to tend to it. Only recently did I manage to fully restore it. But to make it hatch, I must find a place with thick lightning bolts. Yuan Qi looks shocked and looks at Jim, saying, why don't you just set up a thunder gathering array? Zhou Fan shakes his head, replying, impossible. I want to incubate it in a natural thundercloud. That way, its power will reach its peak. Elder Li nods approvingly, thinking, good, this is another advantage in dealing with Huang Puqingtian. The hatching of this spirit animal is of great importance. He continues, if we're speaking of a natural place engulfed in thunderstorms year-round in Tianyu, only one place comes to mind. Qin Jian interrupts loudly, no way, that's a forbidden area. We already have our hands full with the 7 houses. Do you want us to get into even more trouble? Zhou Fan looks shocked, asking, what place are you talking about? They all watch him standing there, and in unison, they say, Thunder Swarm Mountain. Zhou Fan looks at them, puzzled, and asks, Thunder Swarm Mountain, what's wrong with it? Elderly explains, as you can imagine, Stewardjua, it's a place where lightning strikes every day, all day. Its skies are constantly blanketed with thick thunderclouds. This place has been like this since the founding of the empire. Zhou Fan smiles and replies, perfect. I'll have my egg hatch there. Qin Jian shouts, you can't. If it was before, it would be fine if you wanted to go there. But since 60 years ago, one of the empire's 3 guardian sects, the the demon scheming sect, exiled 4 criminals there to receive thousands of thunderstrikes a day. If we go there and accidentally release the 4, we'll be offending the demon scheming sect and suffering their wrath, Zhuofan warns. He asks, are you saying that the 4 criminals are being guarded by the demon scheming sect? Xinjian clarifies, not at all. The demon scheming sect just left them there and ignored them ever since. They thought no one would dare risk offending them and letting the 4 out. Zhuofan smiles and confidently says, what reason is there to fear then? Even if we do let them out by mistake, we just have to leave quickly without anyone knowing. Qin Jian agrees, that's right. Zhuofan then shouts, Miss Lei, Elder Yan, there is something I need you to do. Come to my room later. Elderly will go to Thunder Swarm Mountain. Zhuofan and Elderly take flight toward their destination. Along the way, Zhuofan impatiently asks, Elderly, how much longer? Elderly watches him and replies, by my estimates, we should arrive in 3 days. Zhuofan touches the ring he's wearing and says, good, the faster we get there, the better. If we delay, something may happen. They fly swiftly, but suddenly, something comes toward them and tries to strike Zhuofan. Elderly saves him and angrily shouts, directing his powers toward the incoming threat. Zhuofan asks, concerned, Elderly, are you alright? Elderly reassures him, it's okay, but that item is a spiritual weapon, most likely a 5th grade one. If not for being a body cultivator, I might have ended up dead. Zhuofan looks at him and picks up his sword, laughing as he says, you must be someone to have blocked my 5th grade spiritual weapon, the bone staff, with your bare hand. It looks like I've caught a big fish today. Zhuofan's eyes shine as he watches him, and he exclaims, 3rd layer of radiant stage. He laughs and confidently says, now you know how great I am. So be good and surrender, and I may be kind enough to spare your miserable lives. Elderly scoffs, humph, only a mere 3rd layer of radiant stage expert, who does not know his own weight, and he shows his energy, saying loudly, how dare you show off in front of me? The attacker is shocked and says, what, you old man are in the 6th layer? Zhuofan responds with a dismissive tone, humph, daring to attack without even scouting your opponent. How the hell did you live so long to reach the 3rd layer of radiant stage? Confidently, he adds, it's my turn to ask the questions. Who are you and why did you attack us? Who instructed you? The attacker is shocked once again and starts laughing, saying, a puny 5th layer of bone tempering cultivator. Elderly delivers a powerful punch, injuring his opponent. The yellow light surrounds Elderly, his eyes displaying his heightened power. He strikes again, exclaiming in frustration, blast it, I really hit a snag this time. A bright light radiates as his punch connects, sending the opponent flying. Elderly taunts, want to run? He folds his hands, and a purple smoke envelopes him, showcasing his strength. Zhuofan reacts, saying, this demonic cultivation method is beyond vile. The opponent laughs loudly and shouts triumphantly, you didn't expect this, did you? Your grandpa is a dreadful demonic cultivator with this low profound ranked martial art of mine, demon shadow bone staff. I will swallow your body and soul. Scared now, he laughs mockingly. Elderly confronts him, saying, moron. He points his sword toward the opponent and angrily shouts, what, you dare to look down on me? Then you can go to hell. A powerful energy skeleton emerges from his sword, charging toward the opponent. The opponent seems afraid and exclaims, what? Elderly's demonic power strikes him, leaving him tired and pleading for mercy. Wait, I admit defeat, please let me go. Both Zhuofan and Elderly watch him. Elderly's laughter fills the air as he says, why didn't you open your eyes before? Now that you are begging for mercy, it's too late. He strikes the opponent again. In desperation, the opponent shouts, brothers, your big brother is about to die. Come save me. Another voice responds loudly, who dares to touch my brother? Who dares to touch my brother? Elderly and Zhuofan turn their attention toward the voice as demonic powers surge. More figures are similar to the opponent approach. The opponent boasts, my brothers are coming. Are you scared now? He laughs and continues, if you're scared, give yourself up, and I may be inclined to spare your wretched lives. They all watch. Elderly Zhuofan's thoughts reflect his frustration. This idiot, he just had a harsh lesson beaten into him a moment ago. But now he's back to showing off. He tells Elderly, for the sake of humanity, get rid of these little shits. I can't bear to watch. Elderly responds, we may have hit a snag this time. Then he addresses the approaching figures. Everyone, are you perhaps the legendary 4 scheming demons placed in Thunderswarm Mountain by the demon scheming sect? Shocked, Shuafan thinks, they are the prisoners held by the demon scheming sect, but didn't the demon scheming sect lock them up? What are they doing up and about? Shuafan wonders aloud. The leader of the 4 scheming demons starts laughing and confidently states, indeed. He continues in a loud voice, we are the demonic cultivator hero quartet, known to all as the abominable 4 scheming demons. He watches them closely. Shuafan's thoughts reflect his surprise. These 4 are grade A weirdos, dumber than the next. I just can't figure out why in the world the demon scheming sect would take them in. He addresses Elderly, saying, Elderly, I still believe it's in humanity's best interest you deal with them forthwith. Now I know why the demon scheming sect threw them in the Thunderswarm Mountain and forgot about them. Not even I would want to spare one moment longer seeing these widows. Elderly responds, Steward Jua, they are more than their exotic appearance led you to believe. These 4 through genuine chaos when they join hands back in the day. Juafan smiles and responds, if that's the case, then I'd like to take a good look. One of the weirdos comments, Big brother, they look impressive. It's best we make a run for it. His brother scolds him, shouting, coward, you're always cramping our style, we won't take you with us ever again. Another brother adds, and our eldest bro was hurt by them. How can we let this bleeding slide? Juafan observes, thinking, it seems that among these comedians, there is still a normal one. He smiles and adds, and even if we don't get revenge for our old bro, how are we going to get compensation for getting his bone staff ruined? Observing closely, Juafan thinks, I stand corrected, they're inhuman. You don't care about your elder bro's wound and yet you cry over some junk. One of the brothers punches the others and exclaims, God damn it, I didn't call you over to squabble, but to fight. He shouts loudly, I'll lead, all of you follow me. He commands, attack. Attack. One of them starts dancing, and they all watch him angrily. The leader admonishes, blast it all to hell every single time you stand aside and cheer but are the last one to help. Yeah, third bro. If you don't charge first this time, we won't charge at all. Another member suggests, let's all calm down a bit. The old bro is wounded. It might be best if we make a tactical retreat. Another brother retorts, fourth bro, you butt in every single time and ruin our morale and make us lose. Yeah, we wouldn't have lost the last time if you'd have charged us. Shuafan points at them and asks Elderly, are these guys even strong? Elderly watches them and responds, shouldn't they be? Elderly confidently informs Shuafan, I've only heard rumors about them and never met them myself. They say these 4 are quadruplets and fit together like a glove. He looks at them and continues, this is why the demon scheming sect recruited them and taught them a unity tactic. They usually win by numbers, despite being weaker. However, they often fight with their own people whenever they disagree. Shuafan ponders, since that's the case, how do they even fight if all they do is beat each other? Elderly replies, this must have led to their banishment. They may be able to work together flawlessly in battle, but their characters are totally different, and hard to reach a consensus. He explains, speaking of the first pygmy, he is the eldest among the 4 scheming demons. Violent demon, he is brash, rude, and very much brainless. No matter how strong the opponent he faces, he is the first to charge head first. If his brothers follow or not is another matter entirely. This is also why we didn't sense any soul ripple to scout our level, and instead skipped to throwing the black stuff at us. Shuafan nods and remarks, oh, I am well aware of his stupidity. Elderly confidently continues, the one asking for compensation is the second brother, Scrooge Demon. He is the cheapskate of the 4, narrow-minded, and always forgoes long-term profit in favor of short-term pocket change. He criticizes, he is a typical case of straining at gnats and swallowing camels. That guy deserves to be beaten. He ignores his elder bro and laments the loss of a spiritual weapon. One look at him, and it makes me want to smack him too. Elderly then shifts his gaze toward them and states, that is the third brother, Sly Demon. He is sharp and an expert in sneak attacks. Elderly confidently explains to Shuafan, I only heard rumors about them and never met them myself. They say these 4 are quadruplets and fit together like a glove. Every time heads come rolling on the enemy's sides, it's all thanks to him. He's your typical opportunist. Shuafan smiles and comments, This guy has at least a redeeming quality, hoodwinking his enemies. And yet he uses his smarts to steal the credit from right under his brother's noses. At least he's much better than the first two. Elderly continues. The last one is the fourth brother, Wimp Demon. In every fight he stands behind his first bro. But some say he is the strongest among the four. Many experts despise his nature and slight him, only to fall at his hands in the end. Zhuofan suggests, Elderly, why don't you go and mess with them a bit, force them to show their skills? Elderly responds with a shout, Steward Zhua, don't joke about this. They may not look like much, but they're dreadful together. Elderly shares, I heard that a century ago, they were only in the 9th layer of Profound Heaven stage. Just think, any Radiant stage expert is hard enough to fight, but these four killed one when they were in the Profound Heaven stage. Zhuofan asks, what's that got to do with anything? Their eldest bro is wounded. Zhuofan adds, now that they're in the 3rd layer of Radiant stage, I'm not confident I can come out alive and their unity tactics effect will fall sharply. Elderly shouts, hey, this old dude said your dad mated with a swine and ended up having you 4 weirdos. They all approach Elderly as he moves towards them, and they begin to attack. Elderly then retreats, and they follow him closely. Elderly shouts, curses, you want to go head to head? He shows his power with lightning surrounding him and exclaims, 5 then, bring it. Wraith Styles' first move, soaring demonic dragon. They all retreat and shout, ah, it's over, it's over. Elderly laughs and approaches them. He says, I don't want to play with you anymore. Elderly stands there, and they fly around him. Zhuofan says something and then kicks him. Zhuofan gets scared and punches Elderly's face. Elderly angrily retorts, you damn little shits, what do you think you're doing hitting the same cheek? Can't you switch sides? They laugh and respond, we'd love to. Strange, what does it have to do with you? Zhuofan thinks, strange, Violent Demon was never that fast. How is it that his speed increased even when he is still injured yet his attack got weaker? He then shockingly thinks, could it be that? Zhuofan angrily shouts, Elderly, let them hit you. Elderly thinks, so that's it, you little shits. I will pay those slaps back 100-fold. He angrily shouts, you bunch of mongrels. Let's see if you have the guts to hit my other cheek. They fly rapidly, laughing. Elderly shouts, no, we won't. We'll only hit just that one. Elderly grabs one of them by the neck and exclaims, damn little brats, didn't I tell you to hit me on the other cheek? Now you're mine. The shocked one shouts, curses, we've been had. Elderly strikes them all. He picks up one of them who shouts, damn it, I've been trapped. Elderly delivers another punch, laughing, and declares, time to meet your maker. Your unity tactic is done for. Go to hell and visit the king of hell. The frightened one mutters, I'm dead, so dead for real this time. Zhuofan watches them fighting, and as Elderly makes another punch, the same one exclaims, oh God, oh gods. I'm gonna die. Elderly grabs him by the head, looking at him angrily. The one looks severely injured. Elderly angrily shouts, God darn it, you're in my hand already, so why won't you just die? He thinks, what the hell is this little thing? He can still dodge even if he's in my hand. He then says, oops, I'm gonna die. He thinks about why the other 3 aren't helping their brother. He wonders if they're abandoning him or confident in his power. He finds their scheme really weird and wonders what they're up to. Zhuofan shouts, Elderly, watch out. They all come towards Elderly. Elderly punches one of them, and they think, that was close. One of them bites Elderly's shoulder, causing him to shout in pain. He starts laughing, and they fly around him while laughing. Elderly thinks, what just happened? I can't even anticipate their moves. I can't make heads or tails of when they were weak or strong. It was like hitting freaking cotton. He starts laughing and says, brother, let's finish this guy and shame him thoroughly. Elderly watches them in shock as they all come towards him. One of them approaches his face, and he punches him while exclaiming, what? The one just disappears. Elderly watches where he disappeared. Zhuofan shouts, so that's it, this is their unity tactic. As expected from a demonic skill, striking at the heart of things. Elderly, we are no match for them. Quickly retreat. Elderly watches him and becomes angry at them. He shouts, bastard, and flies towards them. He tells his other brother, humph, that old geezer thinks he can get away after humiliating us. He starts laughing and comes quickly towards Elderly, saying, No way, brother. Charge elderly turns around, looks at them in shock, and shouts, they are clearly in the third layer of radiant stage, so how are they surpassing my speed? They'll soon be upon us. Schwafan smiles as they fly, saying, no worries. That's only the third brother's cultivation method, which focuses on speed alone. They both fly towards them, and Schwafan adds, even if he does catch up to us, he can't do jack squat. Elderly, once they get close, we'll finish them off in a blink. Elderly shouts, what? How do we do that? They use a unity tactic, so getting rid of one is, of course, impossible. Schwafan looks at him, smiling, and suggests, you need to defeat all four of them at the same time. Going after just one is pointless. Elderly looks at him, and they both show their powers, with Elderly using Wraith Style's third move and Schwafan with Necro Dragon's Screech. The four brothers are getting scared as they watch them. Schwafan and Elderly's powers hit them with a bang. The little demons go down with the force and fall. Schwafan and Elderly watch them as Elderly picks one of them up and says, God damn it, what are you doing still holding them when you are out like a light? No wonder he's Scrooge Demon. He smiles and adds, well, let me return the favor and make you damn in the trust sense. Elderly starts smiling and says, by sending you all to hell. Schwafan picks one of them up from outside and says, Elderly, wait, we still have use for the four. Seal their cultivation for now. He says, what just happened? Why do I feel so woozy? They are all tied with ropes inside a tree. He shouts, oi, wake up you fools, we've been caught. He angrily shouts, who's the bastard that dares tie us four demons? Your grandpas, release us right now, or I'll give you a fate worse than death. Schwafan laughs at them and says, these little shits sure are bunkers. Elderly says, look at them, like lambs to the slaughter yet still so feisty. One of them shouts angrily, fuck you, fuck your mother. Elderly gets angry at him and warns, you damn mongrels, one more peep out of you and I'll have your heads. They all watch him nervously. Schwafan thinks these four are blokes, but at least know to read the mood. Just threaten them a little, and they immediately obeyed. But this is good, easy to interrogate. He says, I'm going to ask you some questions, answer honestly, otherwise I'll make sure you are 6 feet under. I heard you were sealed in Thunderswarm Mountain. How come you're out? Who released you? The shoutly response comes, I don't know. Schwafan says, nerves of steel. I see. Elderly, waste him. Elderly starts laughing and says, ghostly dragon claw. The response comes again, wait, I really don't know. They start crying and shout, please, please let us go. We've only been out for a few months and hardly played enough. We don't want to die yet. Elderly replies, screw you, if you cherish your life so much, what are you doing posing as heroes? Schwafan thinks, these little shits are only good at putting up an act. I've never seen such top-notch widows in either of my 2 expected lives. He says to these widows, you are saying someone let you out and yet you don't know. You expect me to buy such an obvious lie? These widows get scared, and one of them shoutly says, our lives are in your hands. We never dared do anything of the sort. We really don't know. 8 months ago we really don't know. We were still trapped in the Thunderswarm Mountain, struck by thousands of lightning daily. He starts crying after saying, and we say again, then, a sudden crack opened in the barrier. He continues, we are not stupid, so if there was a way out, we naturally had to escape. But when we got out, there was no one there. So we went about doing the usual, killing, burning, pillaging, running some cities and clans, you know, the works. Schwafan says, wait, why on earth did you start doing that anyway? One of the widows says, I can tell with one look you're a bookworm and narrow-minded. We are demonic heroes. What demonic cultivator out there doesn't pillage? He adds, the more we kill, the eviler we are, the further we walk on the demonic path, and our demonic hero's life will thus find its glorious meaning. Elderly says, for lunatics is more like it. Schwafan thinks, you're the narrow-minded ones. I have studied the demonic path my entire life, even becoming the demonic emperor. The individual reflects upon their current situation. They are being told that they are shallow when it comes to understanding it all. In the end, the so-called demonic path simplifies to one word: selfishness. Any and all demonic cultivators are cool-headed, working only to further their benefits by any means necessary. In fact, pillaging is against their path. For them, this is only a means to an end, not their ultimate purpose. A smile forms as they contemplate the situation. They observe 4 individuals who have transformed the method into a purpose. In their perspective, these four have gone astray. If the goal of the demon path was as these individuals believe, the entire world would have turned against them and wiped them out long ago. The person questions why the demon's scheming sect even accepted them and ponders who released them and what their true purpose is. Addressing another, they ask why the attack occurred and who gave the order. The person responsible makes an uncomfortable expression and offers an explanation. Dumb luck show fan swiftly commands, elderly, waste him. The accused pleads for a moment, stating honesty. That's the truth of it. Since their escape from Thunderstorm Mountain, they have devastated 4 cities and caused the deaths of around 500,000 people. Boredom sets in, leading them to plan destruction in a 5th city. However, they encounter an imp and make a bet. Unexpectedly losing, they commit to searching for ingredients in place of the imp. The confession continues. To find the ingredients, they resort to robbing people, especially those in the profound heaven stage or above, whose rings likely contain the desired components. This explains their attack on the protagonist and their companion, aimed at seizing valuable resources. Tiredly, they express their anticipation for significant findings, which instead led to their failed endeavor. Their frustration overflows, resulting in crying outbursts. Observing them, Juefan steps in with a stern condition: tears will lead to consequences. However, he struggles to discern their authenticity. Addressing the 4, he questions their ability to admit defeat. Their response is assertive. They consider themselves demonic heroes, unwavering in their trustworthiness. Juefan, studying their reactions, ponders. The group of Weibo's gaze remains focused on him, and he comes to a conclusion. Elderly raises doubts about the credibility of their words. Juefan maintains a smile, acknowledging their tangled expressions but confirming their partial truthfulness. The individual who released them sought chaos in Tianyu. Their actions aren't directed at Juefan's group. Elderly finds relief, believing their path to Thunderstorm Mountain remains clear. Yet, concerns about pursuit and ambush linger. This prompts Juefan to ponder further. Elderly inquires whether he contemplates the journey or manages the newcomers. Juefan laughs, noting the little guys didn't intentionally interfere, thus ensuring the mountain's safety. As for the unusual group, he considers recruiting them, given a unity tactic that suits them well. Elderly acknowledges Juefan's leniency but suggests careful consideration. Juefan remains unwavering, citing the demon scheming sect's disregard for the past 60 years as making their opinion insignificant. He gestures with his hand, highlighting the indifference of true greatness to minor matters and trivial threats. With a confident smile, he urges others to stop treating the situation as excessively important. Elderly then utters, "Then Stewardjua wants to." Juefan interjects with his response. "I am still considering," he adds. "I no longer have on me cold spiritual beast blood, so how can I place an active bloodworm egg in the pills and hoodwink the 4 morons into taking them? Their brains may be slow, but they are radiant stage experts still." Elderly counters, Stewardjua, they are under our complete control. I assume there's no need to go as far as hoodwinking them into eating the pill as well." Juefan, in a sudden realization, thinks, "That's it, I deceived Li Jingtian into taking the bloodworm because he was just too amazing. But against these 4 little twerps under my control, I don't need to waste so much time. I'll just give it to them." "What a fool I am," he says. "Elderly, please forget that." Just now, with his eyes gleaming. Elderly acknowledges, good, and privately reflects, as smart as he is, he can still be confused sometimes. He then queries, Stewardjua, could you give me 2 of those worms? I want to try stuffing it into others' mouths as well." With a smile, Juefan agrees. Sure, the group of weirdos looks tired, but upon opening his eyes, Juefan exclaims, how Elderly and Juefan become irritated. They pick up pills in their hands and approach him. He asks, What do you want? Haven't we been honest here?" Elderly places a pill into his mouth, saying, as Juefan confirms, "It's done." Elderly release the 4 and restore their cultivation. They all shout in unison, "You will regret it. This shame has to be paid back even if you surrender. We will not spare your miserable lives." Standing up and filled with anger, they reaffirm, "Yeah, we won't spare your miserable lives, for sure. Yes, your lives. I will not spare your lives." Elderly and Juefan both watch them, smiling. Juefan focuses on one, thinking, What's going on? Why aren't they cowering? He uses his fingers to gesture upside down, causing intense pain in their ears. Zhuofan declares, "You are already under my control. If you don't want to die, listen closely," they shout out. "Of course we will, so stop it already, my head's about to pop while enduring the pain." One of them says, "Yeah, you're our boss now." "Screw that rotten old violent demon," another adds, "You bastard. No sense of loyalty, haven't we got the same mother?" One more angrily exclaims, "Daddy, please get rid of these treacherous bastards. I'm more than enough to look after you. They are not worth." Zhuofan thinks, "These little shits are the most immoral radiant stage experts I've ever seen. If I took this immoral in, would they betray me in the future? They even call me a damn daddy," they all cry out in pain. Zhuofan contemplates with a sigh, "God, I hope this won't come back to bite me," they shout with pain. "Daddy, I'm yours forever and always. Oh, please don't let that bug give your child a tummy ache." Angrily, he kicks one on the face, saying, "Not one damn bone in your back," they cry out. "What, Daddy wants to see us show off our backbone?" They stand there, and he angrily continues, "We are the demonic heroes, the abominable four. Our daddy is daddy." Name again. Both Zhuofan and elderly become frustrated. Zhuofan shouts, "You are forbidden from calling me that, or I'll have the worms wreck your body so bad you'd be begging for the sweet release of death happily." They respond, "Yes, Mommy," in an angry tone. Zhuofan demands, "Call me Steward Zhua." They obediently reply, "Yes, Steward Zhua." Zhuofan thinks, "If it weren't for the shortage of experts in the Luo clan, I would have been the first to take care of these four oddballs." He asks, "You are one of us now, so explain to me this unity tactic." They reply, It is a secret art of the demon scheming sect. We can't reveal it." Zhuofan smiles and thinks, "That's how a human should act. At least they aren't complete wastes, knowing when to be loyal." He says, The thing is, only we four can train it. It's our secret. If we let it slip, we'll easily be defeated in the future." "That's too dangerous," he adds. "How about we tell you of demon scheming sects guarding array instead, or where they keep their scriptures, or where sect leader's room is?" Perhaps Zhuofan confidently interrupts, "You sure like spilling the beans on everything about the demon scheming sect. The day might come where you'd even sell me out." They all start thinking. Zhuofan angrily shouts, "Hurry up and fork out that unity tactic or I'll end you right here, right now." They all get shocked. Elderly shouts, "We'll tell you now, it's like this." Zhuofan thinks, it turns out that the unity tactic only works when four people are intrinsically connected on the biological and spiritual level. He continues, "This unity tactic is called Four Hearts Formation, pointing at the four human emotions: happiness, anger, sorrow, and these small demons say violent demon trains anger to the point of being berserk. Once he strikes, nothing could stand up to him. Scrooge demon trains sorrow to the point of a grudge. He shifts from real to illusory, throwing the enemy off guard. Sly demon trains happiness to the point of ecstasy. Swift like the wind, leaving behind only after images. Wimp demon trains joy to the point of being whimsical. And since he is also cowardly by nature, he reaches the peak of defensive arts." Elderly explains, "The crux of the Four Hearts Formation is, it can allow the four to combine their advantages and become one, effectively multiplying their power. So this strange formation had me on the ropes, but it does have a weakness. The four of you can't use all of your abilities at the same time. Otherwise, it would truly be insane." Zhuofan smiles and says to Elderly, "Really, then I'll help them reach that point." He turns to the small demons and says, "Abominable four scheming demons, since you are now with me, I will make it worth your while." With a smile, he adds, "This is also a unity tactic, for division formation. The users would move to the four cardinal points, with the five elements endearing one another, making each one of you use all the other's abilities. Furthermore, it will also work to boost your personal ability by 3 layers." Elderly angrily shouts, "What, it's insane enough they can use all the others' abilities, but it can even increase their power by 3 layers. Ain't that the same as facing the 4 scheming demons at the 6th layer of Radiant stage?" Zhuofan smiles and says, "That's right, with the 4 divisions amplifying each other, everyone can use anyone's ability. They will have speed, power, movements, defense, thus becoming true monsters. Not to mention, it complements the Four Hearts Formation." He starts laughing. Elderly watches him, getting scared. Zhou Fan continues, that's only in the beginning stage of the 4-division formation. Once they reach the mid-stage, the amplification would raise their power by 6 layers. And if trained to peak, by a whole stage, in other words, the 4 of them will become as strong as a peak radiant stage expert. Elderly shockingly shouts, where the hell did you come up with this treasure? The 4-division formation is insanely more outrageous than the 4 hearts formation. DONGHUA, are you perhaps someone who fled a super sect or something? Zhou Fan looks towards him, smiles, and says, heh, it's a secret. The 4 demons playfully chime in, heh. One of the small demons says, DONGHUA, if it's of no trouble, could you perhaps, maybe pay us back for the bone staff? Zhou Fan starts laughing, picks his storm with the powers around the storm, and says, it's as good as new. And even better than before. All 4 demons exclaim, wow, DONGHUA is awesome. He looks at them and says, that's DONGHUA. Could you also give me that old guy's ring and clothes? Elderly starts laughing and exclaims, what? Zhou Fan says, what for? He smiles and adds, we just lost them because we went unconscious. How else could that old guy take them from me? Elderly gets angry and shouts, blast it, they were mine to begin with. You hear, you little shit. What kind of logic is that? They are yours once they exchange hands. Zhou Fan smiles and says, your twisted characters won't change, but you are never to use them on my men. Otherwise, he smiles and adds, I know, DONGHUA, I will think better of him from now on. He starts laughing, picks up his brother, and says, please excuse him. He has a temper. If he doesn't get to steal what he fancies, he'll sulk for a few days. Zhou Fan thinks, that just means he's really stingy. Looks like when we bring the 4 of them. Hey, don't look, it's back to the Luo clan. He angrily shouts, hey, don't look, it's not yours. Zhou Fan angrily thinks, I'll have to enforce extra security to stop this damn kleptomaniac, and say, listen well. We are now going to Thunder Swarm Mountain. Since you are familiar with it, lead the way. He says, but we can't. Zhou Fan replies, why? He says, DONGHUA, did you forget we promised a child to get him an ingredient? The 4 scheming demons are demonic heroes of indomitable spirit. How can we go back on our word? Zhou Fan thinks, if it was someone else's words, I wouldn't have bothered, but these 4 weirdos are hardly honorable. If I left them the impression I was about to force them out of their promise, wouldn't teaching them later be impossible? And says, fine, we will first find the kid, give him the ingredient, then go to Thunder Swarm Mountain. He shockingly smiles and says, DONGHUA, you really have it. Zhou Fan says, of course. He happily shouts, you see, I told you flying people had the ingredient on them. Just hit them. Eldest bro is brilliant. Zhou Fan thinks the behavior of these 4 guys is a little weird. There is a big mountain. Someone is sitting on the top of the mountain. They all are coming. Zhou Fan looks at him and gets angry. Why is he not looking at them back and thinks, what's going on? It was as if I had been attacked by some terrible beast. Why is a child not even a decade old making me feel such danger? Elderly says, DONGHUA, the child is in the 2nd layer of radiant stage. Zhou Fan shouts, what? And thinks, could he be some old monster who has lived for hundreds of years but the body cannot be disguised? Then there is only one possibility. The child reached the radiant stage from a young age. These little shits only said they lost a bet with a kid, but not once mentioned he was a radiant stage expert, and shockingly thinks they deliberately concealed it. What is their purpose? The kid says, you 4 are finally back. If you'd have been any later, I'd assume you ran away and make me go after you. He stands and smiles. The small demon happily shouts, we wouldn't dare. We ran twice already and don't dare do it again. The 3 days are almost up. Did you bring the ingredient? Zhou Fan thinks, how are the great 4 demons holding a kid in such fear? We wouldn't dare. Is this 2nd layer of radiant stage experts stronger than them who are a layer higher? And using unity tactic, he points his finger towards Zhou Fan and shouts, they have it. Just search them. The kid looks towards Zhou Fan and laughingly says, take it out. Zhou Fan gives him the ingredient while thinking, a 4th grade ingredient, purple root. That should be enough for you. He picks the ingredient and eats it. Zhou Fan shockingly thinks, impossible, he's eating an alchemy ingredient before it's even refined. Even a radiant stage expert would have his meridians explode doing such a ridiculous thing, yet the kid was just peachy, as if he could refine the ingredient naturally, a monster. He feels happy after eating this. He says, the taste of these 4th grade ones is so flat. I'm tired of having this thing. Do you have any 5th grade or higher ingredients? Zhua Fan shockingly thinks, picky brat, and says, this is a 5th grade ingredient, a 10,000-year-old snow ginseng. It should fit your tastes, and gives him the ingredient. He takes the ingredient from Zhua Fan's hand and says, it's been so long since I've tasted such a good ingredient. Curse those damn bastards in yellow. They only feed me slops. I almost died of hunger. Zhua Fan thinks, yellow, who is he talking about? The only ones among the 7 houses are Regent Estate who wear yellow. He starts laughing and says, you 4 earn 3 more days of living. Go and search again. If you can't find anything, your heads will fall. Zhou Fan says, wait, why do I feel you enslaved them? Wasn't it a bet, and losing it made them search for an ingredient? He angrily says, bet I loathe gambling. The one time I ever bet I lost. It forced me to eat wretched ingredients every day. From then on, I vowed never to bet again. Zhou Fan replies, then they are, he says, I caught these 4 pillaging their 4th city. I was about to get rid of them. But they were willing to go around searching for ingredients in my stead, so I let them go for now. Besides, I am missing a few hands and can understand the saying, many hands make light work. I'd feel ashamed taking their lives after eating their ingredients. But since their crimes are too serious, they are to give me an ingredient every 3 days. They will keep doing this for as long as my trip outside lasts. This is also a means for them to atone. Zhua Fan thinks, why does it feel this kid is no less the weirdo the other 4 are? What does giving you ingredients have to do with their pillaging crimes? 4 vile people and a hypocrite. None of them are any good. He brushed Zhua Fan. Zhou Fan thinks, then again, it doesn't seem I'm made of better cloth either. Zhua Fan smiles and says, how about we make a deal? The 4 are now under me, so I will give you 10 5th grade ingredients to let them leave with me. What do you say? He shockingly says, 10, and starts watching him. And says, since you have so many ingredients, you're not going anywhere. And Shoutly says, you'll stay right here and search for ingredients just as well. Zhua Fan thinks, this greedy little piece of, and says, little brother, I won't take you for an ignorant child since you're a radiant stage expert. Are you going to force me into servitude? He starts laughing and says, pillagers belong in prison, so it's only fitting they do some community service for a bit. Zhua Fan says, but these things, they were done by those 4. What's it got to do with me? He replies, birds of a feather flock together. Since you're on the same side as them, then you're no better. A little punishment is only natural. Zhua Fan opens his one eye and says, flock together, you can't go back once you started things. I do not like hitting children, but if he says, oh, want to hit me, and starts laughing, saying, good. But I have no wish to kill you, so I will give you all 10 chances to challenge me. If you can win just once, I'll let you all go. Zhua Fan shockingly thinks, this kid, if he is confident in his victory. Judging from how the 4 scheming demons were so scared of him, his power couldn't be judged based on his low cultivation. And says, how is his power compared to Elder Li? Is he stronger or weaker? If he is stronger, how much stronger? The small demons look at him and say, he is very strong, but still not able to beat the old man. The fact is, this kid is very sharp, picking the weakness of our 4 hearts formation with one look. Otherwise, how could we be so easily defeated by him? Zhou Fan thinks, I see. How else could the 4 enter servitude if not having their unity tactic crushed? Zhua Fan says, Elder Li, you have to go all out on the kid. Hold nothing back. Elder Li watches him and shows his power to the kid. They all get scared after watching his powers. Zhua Fan also watches him and thinks, if this kid is pretending to be calm, or does he really not put the currently Jingtian in his eyes? If it were the latter, just how strong is this kid? Elder Li, while flying towards that kid, says, raise style, first move, and Shoutly says, soaring demonic dragon. The kid is confidently watching him and smiles. Elder Li attacks him with his powers. There is a big blast that happens. Zhua Fan shockingly thinks, how is this possible? The kid is standing there, and stops his punch with his hand. Elder Li shockingly watches him, and the kid is smiling. A huge light energy comes and hits Elder Li. Elder Li looks injured. Zhua Fan shockingly thinks, what kind of freaky power is this? He says, with the mountain ruined, I'll be waiting for you on that peak, starts smiling, and says, don't forget, 3 days, and your 10 ingredients. Zhou Fan is flying in the mountains and says, goose sanctions. Elder Li Shoutly says, Steward Zhua. Who did he say he was? Zhou Fan says he seemed to have called himself invincible scamp, Gu Santong, what, do you know him? Elderly says with an injured face. Holy Mother of God, no wonder I lost so miserably of all the rotten luck. Why did I have to meet that devil? How could I be so blind? Zhuofan replies. They shoutly, laughing, say from behind them. For Steward Zhua to not know even the likes of invincible scamp Gu Santong. Zhuofan scarcely says you knew who he was, damn right, and what he was capable of, didn't you? Laughing, they say, damn right we knew. We are demonic heroes, knowing all the experts in Tianyu with how renowned this devil is. How couldn't we recognize him? You think everyone's a bonehead like you? Zhuofan, getting angry, says, then, did you make us come here on purpose, and face that devil? Moreover, that bet was fake, right? He shoutly says, of course we are demonic heroes. Never done a good thing in our lives. We were so angry when that devil suppressed us and had no way to vent. But got you to join in too, and seeing you suffer brings a tear of joy in my eyes. And have you ever seen a demonic cultivator holding one's end of a bet? Zhuofan shoutly says, what an idiot, and starts laughing. You guys are really good job, and moves his hand towards them. All four demons are getting scared. Zhuofan shoutly says, it hurts. Mercy, he says. Steward Zhua, please stop, we wouldn't dare to do this next time. I was wrong. Elderly thinks, these four are total retards. They knew their lives were in the hands of another yet still dared to fool him. They only had themselves to blame for this. However, he shoutly says, Steward Zhua, we know our wrongs. Spare us. What? Steward Zhua, it should be Daddy Zhua. Let us go, we won't do it again. And thinks, now that we are caught in the middle with invincible scamp Gu Santong, we are in deep trouble now. The small demon shoutly says, what? Daddy Zhua, it should be Granddaddy Zhua. Please. Zhuofan and Elderly are watching them scarcely. Zhuofan says, Elderly, who is that Gu Santong? Why is he so dreadful? They shoutly say, Grandpa, please spare my life. Please stop it. Elderly says, I am not clear either, but legends say Gu Santong is called Invincible Scamp. Undefeated throughout his life. 3 centuries ago, he caused a storm through Tianyu, throwing the empire on the brink of collapse. He later vanished into thin air, never hearing from him since. I never thought we'd meet him here. Zhuofan gets scared and shoutly says, what, 300 years ago? How is he looking so young if he's so old? Elderly replies, I am not sure either. I only heard rumors about him. If he truly is the invincible scamp, then he is indeed 3 centuries old, or perhaps he is invincible scamp's descendant, carrying his name. Small demon starts laughing and shoutly says, that's the invincible scamp Gu Santong who has caused immense waves with his indomitable power at the time. How can someone else have his title? Moreover, you've seen his method. If he is not the real invincible scamp, how could you have ended up in such a sorry state? Elderly thinks, the 4 little shits. Words are mostly senseless blabber, dumb as wood, but they speak reason, sometimes. If it weren't for the legendary invincible scamp, who else in this world could bring him to such a sorry state? Zhuofan says, Elderly doesn't know about Gu Santong, but you do. All small demon shoutly says, damn right. This geezer may be old, but he knows shit, having been born way before the war 300 years ago. Zhuofan says to him, you're not much older than Elderly, so how do you know? Then he starts laughing and says, Steward Zhua, there's something you're missing. When Gu Santong was causing havoc in the empire, he not only shamed the 7 houses but the entire Tianyu Empire. This made his name taboo to the whole empire. Among the 7 houses, only house lords know of his endeavors, and that only passed through speech from the previous house lords. The elders hardly know a thing about him. And that is because of the shame he represented. Demon scheming sect is different. Even before Tianyu was in uproar, our elders warned us to not get entangled with this monster. I can only blame our rotten luck to have stumbled on him just as we got out of that wretched place. And then he starts crying and shoutly says, woe is me. Zhuofan gets angry on him and says, stop crying and tell the truth for once. He says, yes, we ask that Steward Zhua spares us. Let us clear our thoughts. Zhuofan points his fingers towards them and says angrily, explain it to me clearly. And shoutly says, and I'll forego your previous transgression. Otherwise they all get scared and say, Steward Zhua, don't worry, we know when to be serious. We won't ever dare fool you again. He says, as far as we know, invincible scamp Gu Santong's life is an odd one. Simply unheard of, Zhou Fan says. Oh, how can you say that, he replies. It's so damn baffling that even we don't know the full extent of this oddity. Zhou Fan getting angry on them and says, you guys should go to hell, he shoutly says. Wait a minute, I'm telling the truth. His brother comes and says, wait, Steward Zhua, eldest bro is serious. Gu Santong is truly baffling that even we know little of him. He just sprung up out of nowhere. With the imperial family, the empire's 3 guardian sects, and the 7 houses' power, not even an ant could have caused such havoc, least of all a man. But isn't it bizarre how Gu Santong just popped up from thin air? Zhua Fan thinks. Sly Demon was speaking. For some reason it was baffling how an unknown powerful devil just showed up like that. Could it be he is also from the sacred domain and says, go on, the kid always had this appearance, that of an 80-year-old boy. He replies, but he was only in the 5th layer of profound heaven stage at the time. But after 300 years, he is still as young, yet his cultivation increased to the 2nd layer stage of radiant, quite slow, I might add. What never changed all this time is his holding the title of Tianyu's strongest. Before, he was the strongest beneath the radiant stage, and now he is the strongest in the radiant stage. Zhou Fan shockingly thinks about him and says, if this old monster didn't use his cultivation to keep such an appearance, then how strong would he be? Zhua Fan says to them, continue. He says he is really weird. He doesn't like anything, except eating ingredients. If it was anyone else, he'd be already blown to bits by the potent ingredients. But he isn't scathed. Steward Zhua, I'm sure you can imagine by now which house's ingredients are the most appealing. When his freak ran out of them, Zhou Fan shockingly says, Imperial family and the 7 houses. He smiles and says, could it be that he starts laughing and says, Steward Zhua sure is evil, thinking about plunging the world into chaos. Though it is the truth nonetheless. The kid went to Pill King Hall's fields and picked them clean of any and all herbs ranging from 2nd to 7th grade. He even gobbled those 8th grade ones that took 1,000 years to grow. How could Pill King Hall sit still after that? So their elders chased after him. The kid didn't use any martial art, but his fists are insanely powerful. In just a single move, the elders were wiped out completely. The taste of that fist, and he points his finger towards Elderly and says, I am sure this old geezer here knows it the best, and starts laughing. Elderly, watching him, thinks, in our clash, Gu Santong didn't even punch, only threw me like nothing and already gave him a deep wound. If it were a punch instead, my life would have been forfeited. Such outstanding power. This never happened in all my long years as Mad Dipper. Zhua Fan touches him on his arm and says to them, and then what? Big Brother Demon Sy replies, and then Pill King Hall requested assistance from Regent Estate, and they sent their elders on the kid's trail, only to suffer the same fate. All the while Gu Santong was rampant in robbing ingredients everywhere he went, even attacking the warehouses of the 7 houses and leaving them with nothing. Without a choice, the always squabbling 7 houses put aside their differences and worked together for the first time. They issued the worst and most cruel order since the Empire's existence, the Demon Purging Decree. Zhua Fan getting afraid and thinks, I didn't expect that the first use of the Demon Purging Decree was on Gu Santong. But how is that kid still alive now? Just what kind of power does he have? How could he fight against an entire nation, and only as a damn profound heaven expert? He says, once the Demon Purging Decree was issued, every place Gu Santong had been was burned to the ground. It reached a point where every man, woman, and child shouted at him to die out of fear. It didn't matter where he went, because the entire empire was against him. Isolated and despised, this mere child began to feel glum. When the 7 houses' venerables chased, the kid had no heart to fight and fled. The Demon Purging Decree showed results in the end. At least it cut the little monster's fighting spirit. Zhou Fan thinks, I understand that feeling because demonic cultivators often stumble upon such a situation. The narration begins. Because they kill righteous people for some reason, others disregard the truth and demand their deaths. All because they are labeled demonic. And in such a helpless and isolated state, a demonic cultivator has to stand on his own, cultivating a certain state of mind. Even if alone, one needs to have the courage to face the whole world. The demonic purging decree is psychological warfare. Zhua Fan says to them, then how did he remove his heart demon and become the current invincible scamp? He laughs loudly and adds, Steward Zhua sure is smart. You caught on right away. He didn't have that title before, Zhou Fan says, becoming isolated weighs heavily on one's mind. In this state, even if powerful, it was still far from becoming invincible. He starts laughing and continues, precisely. When the 7 houses venerables went after him, he was after the kid, slowly reaching the end of his rope, on the brink of annihilation. But something happened then, and the kid changed completely. After only 3 months, when people thought he was on his deathbed and were searching for his corpse, he emerged. And this time, it was different from before. But if before he still had an innocent and childish manner, this time, he was devil incarnate. His actions struck fear not only in the 7 houses but in the imperial family as well. His style was very much like ours from the demonic path. Zhou Fan smiles and asks, "Oh, what did he do?" He smiles and responds, "Once he appeared again, he threatened to destroy the entire empire and he shouted, 'Didn't you declare the demon purging decree on me, burning any place I have been to isolate me? Fine then, I won't wait for you to destroy the cities. I'm just going to do it myself and save you the trouble. Every place I visit will be wiped out. When I leave this Tianyu, the empire will be an empty one.'" Steward oldly, "Could you even fathom the kid's baffling power?" his brother shouts, every single punch and kick of his razed cities to the ground. This not only had the 7 houses fear-stricken, but the entire Tianyu was shaking in their boots. They had to be crying inside at the time, thinking, what did it have to do with them? We're innocent. He kicks his both brother and comes in front and says, "Damn you, sly demon, this is the best part. I'm telling the story." Elder Yan and Zhou Fan both look at them. Elderly says, "I once heard of the kid's notoriety, but I never knew he was so vicious. He wanted to destroy an empire by himself." Zhou Fan claps and says, "His guts are commendable. I would have done the same thing in his stead." Humph. As for those who called themselves innocent, at the moment of the demon purging decree, there was no one who stood up to the 7 houses' slaughter. In fact, they even pitched in. They were anything but innocent. And since they became enemies, mercy and regrets have no place here. The little imp is starting to grow on me. Elderly, watching him, thinks Steward Zhua is truly a man who will make countless sacrifices, and then they all watch him nervously, and their big brother starts laughing and says, what followed next was a prime example of how a true demonic cultivator should act. In just half a year, the kid fulfilled his promise, wiping out every place he went to until his onslaught had covered half the empire. Any and all who knew his name, heard his coming, sent the people fleeing for their lives. The 7 houses' venerables joined hands to surround him, to no avail. The kid still went on killing, regardless of opposition. Everywhere he went, he left ravaged lands behind him, so everyone gave him a name, Invincible Scamp Goose Santong. The imperial family could no longer take it, seeing the 7 houses in disarray. If it didn't intervene now, the empire would be done for. So it sent its 50 divine dragons. Zhou Fan shoutly says, "Hold on, how many divine dragons was that again?" He says, 50. Why, Zhou Fan smiles and thinks, I didn't expect that the imperial family would actually own 50 people equivalent to the Jade Flute Divine Sword, Fang Bai, at the peak of the Radiant stage. The small demon smiles mischievously and asserts, No, it questions the feasibility of having 50 Jade Flute Divine Swords back in the day when divine dragon abilities weren't as potent as they are now. Zhou Fan ponders this, considering that even if 50 such swords didn't exist, a lineup of 50 divine dragons was still remarkable. Despite this daunting scenario, the kid managed to survive. He mentions that at that time, the imperial family was thriving. With a gesture of 2 fingers, he illustrates the presence of around 20 experts akin to Jade Flute Divine Sword. Another gesture, this time 3 fingers, signifies that the remaining 30 were at least at the 5th layer of the Radiant stage. Among them, 3 were even renowned as immortal sages, surpassing even Jade Flute Divine Sword's might. Invincible Scamp even faced difficulties against them. Elderly exclaims in disbelief, prompting a smile from Zhou Fan. He confidently affirms that the imperial family indeed possessed considerable power. Zhou Fan begins to laugh, mocking Elderly's ignorance. He states that Tianyu's imperial family and the 7 houses of the current era aren't as powerless as Elderly might think. He dismisses the notion that they only possess limited power after 1,000 years. Just 3 centuries prior, the imperial family boasted 50 divine dragons, the Regent estate had 100 radiant stage experts, and other houses had significant numbers too. This equilibrium maintained a delicate balance among the houses. Yet, in the conflict with Gu Santong, the united force of the 7 houses, comprised of hundreds of radiant stage experts, faced near obliteration. Even the imperial family's 50 divine dragons were eradicated, leaving only the 3 immortal sages alive. This intense battle raged for a full year. Over time, 2 of the sages succumbed to attrition, leaving the mightiest immortal sage to confront the little monster. Both Zhua Fan and Elderly observe intently. The speaker continues, revealing that at this juncture, both sages were approaching their limits, indicating a looming mutual destruction. Elderly and Zhua Fan stand, attentively listening. Zhua Fan, in his thoughts, expresses relief that invincible scamp caused havoc 3 centuries ago. Otherwise, the Luo clan wouldn't have risen above the 7 houses, let alone surpassed them within a mere century. The small demon concurs, and Zhua Fan questions how the conflict concluded. He wonders if the last sage survived and why the kid concealed himself for centuries. With a smile, the small demon confirms the last sage's cleverness. Understanding the stakes, the sage astutely manipulated the situation. He entered into a shameless agreement with the kid, asserting that if the kid withstood 10 punches, he would replace the sage as the imperial family's divine dragon, safeguarding them for a millennium. The small demon chuckles, emphasizing the absurdity. If the sage perished, who would be left to thwart the little monster? This trap was glaringly evident, yet the kid fell into it, possibly due to overconfidence. After enduring the 10 punches, the sage emerged victorious. As a result, Invincible Scamp became an indentured servant of the imperial family. All the small demons burst into laughter, branding the kid a fool. They mockingly remark that if they were in his shoes, they would have dismissed the bet even after the punches. Laughter ensues once more. The speaker points out that the boss is much wiser than the kid. In his thoughts, Zhua Fan marvels at the unexpected revelation that Gu Santong was the imperial family's 3rd divine dragon, an idea he had never fathomed. The 5 divine dragons of the imperial family stand as the mightiest in Tianyu. Yet, even prominent members of the 7 houses hold limited knowledge about them, confined to Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Qiubai and Monochrome Chess Sage Sima Hui. The remaining 3 dragons remain shrouded in uncertainty. Only the House Lords possess insights into the events of 3 centuries ago, how the devil who brought Tianyu to the brink of collapse, the invincible Scamp Gu, is now counted among the divine. Zhou Fan interjects, asserting that since the imperial family nurtures this behemoth, it should not fear the 7 houses. With a laugh, he adds that Steward Zhua seems utterly uninformed. Zhou Fan contends that the last immortal sage, on the cusp of breaking free from the radiant stage's confines and entering the ethereal stage, was the most potent force in Tianyu. Unfortunately, he crossed paths with Gu Santong, a little monster. Regardless of his might, he couldn't withstand the kid's 10 punches. Nonetheless, he persevered against the kid's assault for a full hour, thanks to his consciousness teetering on the edge of ethereal. Afterward, his soul utterly scattered. Gu Santong admired his commitment, someone willing to wager his soul to win a bet. This was how he protected the imperial family and compelled the kid to uphold his promise. Yet Gu Santong wasn't naive either. Elderly chimes in, mentioning that he merely focused on safeguarding the imperial family and nothing more. He acted as their strongest shield, but not their spear, disregarding any orders. Nonetheless, the imperial family emerged victorious. With him on their side, who would dare oppose them? Of course, the 7 houses never acknowledged his existence. If he were to go berserk again, what fate would befall the 7 houses? Therefore, they repeatedly sought resolutions from the emperor or threatened to leave the empire. Faced with limited options, the imperial family requested the kid to make a vow as a divine dragon, pledging not to attack the 7 houses unless provoked. Additionally, the imperial family would tightly supervise him, and he would require the emperor's explicit approval to leave the imperial capital. After losing its backbone in the war, Tianyu risked foreign invasions if the 7 houses withdrew. The kid had no choice but to agree, safeguarding the imperial family through an oath. Reluctantly, the 7 houses compromised, and the imperial family dubbed him Invincible Scamp, as if his actions were merely tantrums. However, after 3 centuries of confinement by the imperial family, the emperor set the Invincible Scamp free. Zhuofan contemplates that Gu Santong is savage yet honorable, far better than these lesser beings. He starts to smile and comments, "Is that all about the Invincible Scamp?" The small demon responds with affirmation, adding that there's not much more to it. Then, with a shout, the small demon exclaims that it's now Steward Zhuo's privilege to hear the legends of the even greater, more heroic 4 demons, surpassing even Invincible Scamp Gu Santong. It nervously interjects, exclaiming that Zhuofan is breaking his promise. Zhuofan starts to laugh and retorts that since they're all demon cultivators, when could anyone believe their words? Trusting him was their mistake from the start. Elderly reflects that it was the 4 little shits who initially deceived Zhuofan, and now he's repaying them in kind. Steward Zhuo is not one to accept defeat, no matter how minor. With a smile, Zhuofan asks Elderly if he knows what he's thinking. Elderly hesitates, then ventures that perhaps Steward Zhuo desires Gu Santong. Zhuofan affirms it, saying with a smile, "That's right," and adds, "I've never wanted a subordinate as much as I want him." Elderly raises a concern, saying, "But if the imperial family finds out you've stolen their cornerstone from under their feet?" Zhuofan smiles and confidently responds, "Ha, with Gu Santong in the bag, what good will it do them if they know they couldn't handle his power 3 centuries ago? But can they now?" Elderly watches him and starts laughing, acknowledging Zhuofan's wisdom. Zhuofan takes flight, shouting to Elderly, "Look after them. I'm going to probe the devil. I am going to confirm some suspicions of mine." He arrives at a mountain where Gu Santong is sitting. As Zhuofan approaches, Gu Santong looks around and casually remarks, "Oh, you're back so fast. Did you already get an ingredient?" Zhuofan smiles and replies, "Yep." Gu Santong excitedly responds, "How are you so quick-handed? Over and let me see." Zhuofan smiles and shows him the ingredient. Gu Santong's mouth waters as he watches it and exclaims, "Another 5th-grade ingredient. You're not bad at all. Far better than the others. Those 4 couldn't get one in 3 days, but you found one in an instant. You did well. I will not treat you badly." Zhuofan looks at him and asks, "Oh, and how will you repay me?" Gu Santong watches him and says, "I'll give you 2 more attempts. You just have to defeat me once, and I'll let you all go with the old guy using one. You are left with 11." Zhuofan smiles, thinking, "So this is your reward." He contemplates that Gu Santong was corrupted by the strongest immortal sage. Zhuofan then voices his thoughts, "All right, giving fake rewards. Blast it, if I could beat you, what need do I have of you to let me go? We be leaving anyway. 11 wait for me. In a jiffy, I will put your cheeky ass in place." Gu Santong starts eating the ingredient. Zhuofan's determination intensifies. "I'll show you how it's really done," he declares, "then I'll be going to get more and more attempts." Gu Santong happily shouts, Go work hard now." Zhuofan smiles and takes flight. Elderly stands there, and Zhuofan approaches him, saying, "Elderly, the kid's only redeeming feature is his brawn." Easy to handle. Elderly is shocked. "Oh, how can you say that?" Zhuofan shows him the ingredient, and Elderly asks, "This is," Zhuofan explains, "in your fight with the kid, I noticed how he never used discerning field despite being in the radiant stage. So I tested him again with a 5th-grade ingredient. Seeing him gobble it up like candy, we'll give him this bloodworm-spiked ingredient, and then..." Both Zhuofan and Elderly share a moment of understanding and laughter. The 4 small demons watch them, and one of them puts his hand on his face in response to the situation. Zhuofan continues flying while laughing and approaches Gu Santong, who is watching him. As Zhuofan arrives, Gu Santong happily asks, "How are you so fast? Did you get another one?" Zhuofan smiles and replies, "Yes." Gu Santong joyfully comments, "You're the very definition of an expert, not like those 4 snails. Give it here, and I'll give you." He then says to Zhuofan, 10 attempts. Zhuofan smiles and gratefully responds, "Thank you very much." He hands over the ingredient to Gu Santong. Gu Santong happily shouts, "It's a 6th grade ingredient." "You're incredible." Zhuofan smiles and thinks, "To make you take the bait and drop your guard, I'm even giving you a 6th grade ingredient." Curses. I didn't even get that many off of Drifting Flowers edifice, but it doesn't matter. Using it in exchange for such a powerful expert's loyalty is bloody worth it as long as the brat eats it. The strongest in Tianyu will be under my control. Gu Santong examines the ingredient closely and remarks, there's something off about this ingredient." Zhuofan watches him with confusion, thinking, did the brat find out? He then responds to Gu Santong, it's a genuine 6th grade ingredient. How can it have any problems? Gu Santong picks out the worm and asks, "What is this?" Zhuofan smiles and says, "Strange. How did a worm get inside an ingredient?" He realizes he really found out. Gu Santong looks at the worm and comments, "Yeah, ingredients are worldly treasures. So how could this grand 6th grade ingredient have caught a worm?" Zhuofan thinks, "I cannot admit it even in death. I must play innocent." Gu Santong smiles and dismisses it, saying, "Whatever, anything is possible in this world. It's fine if the ingredient has worms." As he continues eating, he adds, "But be more careful next time you go pick ingredients." Zhuofan goes away and contemplates, how did this kid, without a discerning field, find out about the bloodworm? Zhuofan is flying towards the location, with Elderly watching him and shouting, "Steward Zhua, are things going well?" Zhuofan replies with a weary tone, "Look at my face, does it look like it's going well?" Elderly is shocked and asks, "You mean the kid used the discerning field for the first time?" Zhuofan responds, "As if, and this is what worries me. Without using his soul to investigate, how the hell did he find the hidden worm? If I can't understand this, any future attempts will be pointless." A small demon nearby observes them and smiles. Elderly suggests, "Steward Zhua, should we try with eggs? We may not know what trick he used, but not even the discerning field can find the eggs." "I refuse to believe he is any different." Zhuofan replies, "Yes, I also have this intention. But this time it will cost me heavily." He shows Elderly the 7th grade ingredient, Yin-Yang Moon Fire Root. Elderly exclaims, "7th grade ingredient, Yin-Yang Moon Fire Root." Zhuofan confirms, while picking the ingredient, correct. This ingredient is hot on the outside but cold inside. This is one of the few ingredients with yin and yang in harmony. Now I don't have time to find a suitable place for the worm to lay its eggs. The only way to do this is to put it into the center of the ingredient, where it is cold. And because this ingredient is both yin and yang, when the kid takes it, it's the same as eating a spring pill, quickening the growth of the worm. Because of its rarity, it is even valued higher than an 8th grade ingredient. I got it when I was in Drifting Flowers edifice and couldn't bear the thought of using it in the competition. Elderly thinks, it seems that Steward Zhua is reluctant. Zhuofan smiles and says, "But, as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. A 7th grade ingredient in exchange for the invincible scamp, no matter how you see it, it's totally worth it." Elderly realizes, as expected of Steward Zhua, his attitude changed so fast. Zhuofan declares, "Let's start," and begins mixing the ingredients. Both Zhuofan and Elderly watch as Zhuofan smiles and says, "Good, the ingredient is now filled with bloodworm eggs. Everything rests on you now." Elderly shouts, "Good luck." Steward Zhua. Gu Santong happily shouts, "You're damn quick, you know that those 4 fools have nothing on you. What did you find this time? Take it out." Zhuofan shows the ingredient to Gu Santong, who gets shocked after watching and shouts, "You actually found a 7th grade ingredient?" "A 7th grade ingredient? Oh, I haven't had one in 3 centuries. Those bastards in yellow only know how to starve me with wretched 1st and 2nd grade ingredients. It took me 300 years to reach the 2nd layer of Radiant stage." Zhuofan thinks to himself, thanks to this kid's self-expression, I learned a lot of information. He realizes that the term "those bastards in yellow" refers to the imperial capital's guards, not from the Regent estate. He also notes that Gu Santong's cultivation relies more on eating high-grade ingredients rather than traditional training. Zhuofan thinks about the implications of the imperial family controlling Gu Santong's growth and doubts the rumored strength of Gu Santong. He realizes that there might be a secret motive behind stunting his cultivation. He concludes that there are no everlasting friends and that anyone can become an enemy, and contemplates the uncertainty of relying on the imperial family. Gu Santong raises suspicion about the ingredients Xuefan has been finding and points out peculiar dots in the current ingredient. Xuefan nervously smiles and denies seeing anything, but Gu Santong insists these dots resemble the worm from the previous ingredient, indicating they are its eggs. Xuefan thinks, sure enough, it's the nature of a child. There is no other explanation. Gu Santong smiles and says he can't blame Xuefan for the mistake, then accepts the ingredient despite the eggs. Xuefan laments losing a fortune and not getting the desired outcome. Gu Santong suggests speeding up the process, wanting a 7th grade ingredient every hour. Xuefan angrily thinks, a 7th grade ingredient every hour, give him an inch and he'll take a mile. This damned bastard. Xuefan and Elderly sit there, and Xuefan says with a sigh, I need to go give the imp another ingredient. If this keeps up, I'll lose everything. Elderly proposes fleeing, but Xuefan insists on continuing and shouts, if I leave now, all of that will go to waste. Humph, I've never once suffered so much in a deal. Xuefan starts moving, while the small demon watches them from the back of the rock. Xuefan angrily addresses the small demon, what are you laughing at? Xuefan's anger simmers, his voice sharp as he demands, is there something you are hiding from us? Speak, and your mistakes shall be crossed out. Otherwise, I can promise you will go through such pain you can't even begin to imagine. The small demon hesitates, then stammers out, Before he can continue, a powerful force strikes him down. Fear floods the other demon's eyes as one of them cries out, damn, fourth bro, did you forget how he played us? If you say one word, I will. Before he can finish, the power strikes again, silencing him. Xuefan's eyes narrow, and he sharply commands, Steward Jua. Gu Santong's nose is very sharp. It doesn't matter what you do to the hell ingredient, he always finds out. Confusion mixed with apprehension fills Xuefan's face as he repeats, knows. Elderly and Xuefan exchange puzzled glances. Xuefan turns to the small demon and sternly utters, come out, wimp demon. The small demon emerges cautiously, and Xuefan's voice is demanding, tell me everything you know. The small demon nods frantically, admitting, yes, Steward Jua. Gu Santong isn't only outrageously powerful, his nose is more so, godlike even. The last time we tried to poison him, he sniffed it out instantly, and beat us to a pulp. Then we thought of fleeing, but he could easily sniff us out in 1,000 miles, giving us another beating. Then. There is no then. We searched seriously, knowing we can't escape his evil clutches, and looked for ingredients for him. Xuefan's mind races as he realizes, no wonder the kid isn't afraid that we will flee. No matter where we are, he will find us. Even Radiant Stage's discerning field pales in comparison, so he can smell the bloodworm and its eggs. How could someone own such an insanely sharp nose? Elderly's tone is filled with concern as he asks, Steward Jua, if that's the case, does that mean escaping is impossible? The wimp demon interjects, urging them, I urge you not to flee, or you'll only suffer instead. Xuefan's thoughts whirl, realizing that Gu Santong's abilities are even more impressive than he initially thought. He responds to the wimp demon, you're a nice guy, far better than those idiots. You've been tousled by the bloodworm enough, go take a rest. The violent demon exclaims, what? No way, didn't you say demonic cultivators don't stick to their word? Xuefan retorts, it's no promise, but a reward. The violent demon pleads, Grandpa Zhou, spare my life. Elderly observes the scene, reflecting, these 4 little shits are soft and immune to hard methods. The only way to get them in line is with the carrot and the stick. There is a reward, and there is a penalty. In this way, they will know how to behave. Steward Jua's methods are indeed impressive. He then addresses Xuefan, Steward Jua, these 4 little shits have dragged us into a swamp that's hard to get out of. Xuefan counters, but I don't think it's such a miserable encounter. At least we now know that Gu Santong's ace is his magical nose in this world. What we fear the most is the unknown. Now that we know his trick, we just gotta think hard of how to counter it. No one is invincible, even monsters. Elderly's thoughts echo admiration, that's how a true man of ambition is. He can remain calm even in the face of Tianyu's strongest. A pity such talent is only a steward. Xuefan speaks up, it's about to rain. I'll hand the ingredient over to the kid, then think of a way to deal with his skill. No matter what, I must have him under me. Elderly bursts into laughter, exclaiming, if Stewardwa said it, then it's as good as done. Damn heaven, what lightning! Both of them are taken aback as they witness a bright light descending from the sky towards the mountains. Elderly marvels, Gu Santong is amazing. With a mere shout, he unleashed an even stronger ripple than I do with Necro Dragon's screech. His strength is really unfathomable. Zhuafan's attention turns to the incident, and he remarks, The kid had always been calm around us, not showing even a bit of anger. Elderly adds, guess we weren't worthy to make him angry. Zhuafan's curiosity piqued. He wonders aloud, but why was he raging at the thunderclouds? Elderly proposes, maybe he hates lightning. Zhuafan offers another possibility. Or is it fear? Elderly's voice trembles as he realizes the implication. Stewardwa, you mean? Zhuafan confirms, yes, perhaps his weakness is. A blinding light emanates from the mountains, prompting the demon to express remorse, tortured by the bloodworms all night. Zhuafan's tone becomes decisive. Get ready, we're going to thunder swarm. Mountain shock registers on the faces of all the demons, and the violent demon protests, but we're still in the kid's palm. Whatever for are we going to that damnable place? Zhuafan's smile is unwavering as he asserts, my word is law, so cut the crap. Or else. The violent demon relents, fine, we'll listen to Stewardwa. We won't complain again. A lingering doubt remains as he questions, what if Gu Santong comes after us? Zhuafan's smile persists as he responds, it's fine. I told the kid we'll be going a bit further for his ingredients, and that there's an 8th grade ingredient there, but we'll be needing 3 days. He instantly agreed. By the time he figures out he's been had, our trap will be ready. The other demons are taken aback, and the violent demon incredulously exclaims, trap. Zhuafan's declaration is firm. Indeed, we will lure Tianyu's strongest, invisible scamp Gu Santong into a trap. They all stand there, their eyes fixed on the energy emanating from Gu Santong. Zhuafan's curiosity prompts him to ask, is this Thunder Swarm Mountain? The violent demon responds with a mixture of bitterness and anguish. We've been stuck in there for 60-odd years, having lightning pass through us every second of every day. Those were the worst years ever. If it weren't for that dumbass leaving a hole behind, maybe we would have lost all courage to live. His voice breaks as he cries out, those were the worst years, wah. Elderly's thoughts are conflicted, acknowledging the tragedy but also feeling repulsed by the description. Zhuafan intervenes, he isn't a dumbass at all. In fact, he didn't poke a hole in the barrier out of carelessness. Elderly is surprised. He let them go on purpose. Zhuafan explains further, this barrier may be fitting this place, raised on top of this natural array, but it is very intricately and painstakingly placed to leave almost no loopholes. That cliff, for example, is one such hole. Only an erudite could see it. The violent demon is puzzled. What on purpose then? How come we didn't see anyone when we got out? Zhuafan smiles. He must have done it for his own reasons. But he never would have imagined he helped me instead. Don't dwell on it. The most important thing for us now is to set up an array and bait Gu Santong inside. He points his finger towards Thunder Swarm Mountain and continues, this 6th grade array is slightly damaged. Once I fix it, its power will double. Elderly raises a valid concern. Stewardwa, are you sure the kid will enter? What if he sees the array and waits for us outside instead? We won't be able to hold on then. Zhuafan dismisses the worry. No worries. Others will hesitate while he will jump straight in. The small demon interjects, because he is the invincible scamp, undefeated throughout his life. Zhuafan nods, he never suffered defeat, which makes him cocky. Cockiness leads to neglect. I believe there's not a better radiant stage sucker out there than this Gu Santong. Elderly's voice resounds with admiration. Stewardwa sees through everyone. My admiration for you knows no bounds, exclaims someone. Zhuafan dismisses the praise, saying, enough sucking up to me. I am certain he'll go in, but I can't gauge his power, making success uncertain. But with this natural 6th grade array and with us controlling it, success will be ours. Otherwise. The violent demon interjects, shouting, what do you need us to do? Zhuafan responds, your job is to go in the array and distract Gu Santong. The violent demon protests loudly, no way, we've had enough of this array. Even in the demon scheming sect, everyone was against us controlling arrays. That's blatant discrimination. Tears well up in their eyes. Zhuofan can't help but think, you damn idiots, they were afraid you'd go messing it all up. He angrily states, I'm also discriminating against you, but don't you dare friggin' meddle with the array as I work on it. And you'd better listen to every one of my orders when Gu Santong gets inside and give your all while doing it. Or else. The demons all shout in unison. Yes, Steward Zhuo, one of the demons suddenly claims, my stomach suddenly hurts, please allow us to leave. Zhuofan and Elderly watch them closely. 3 days later, Gu Santong arrives flying and shouts angrily, you bastards have taken advantage of my trust and good nature. Get the hell out right now, I don't have much time to waste here. If you don't go out to get me ingredients, I'll be bitter all my life. Who knows when I will get to eat so many good ingredients. Listen up. I know you're on that mountain. Get out right now, don't make me come after you, or you'll be in trouble. He's visibly enraged. Gu Santong stands and watches the mountain. Suddenly, he shouts again in anger, fine, have it your way. It's on you, see how I'll put you in your place once I get my hands on you. He starts flying towards the mountain and the array. Observing this, Elderly and Zhuofan exchange glances. Zhuofan smirks and says, invincible scamp, your days have come. The array activates and strikes Gu Santong. He shouts furiously, you bastards, is it not enough you set up an array? But did it have to be a thunder one? Zhuofan laughs and retorts, only thunder can keep you little freak in check. This little monster is really scared of thunder. Elderly, this is just the start. But be careful, the lightning may have a heavy impact on him, but I don't want to kill him. I want him alive. Elderly replies, I got it, Steward Zhuo. We can't have those ingredients go to waste. I know what to do. They both clasp their hands together. Gu Santong is in pain, and lightning strikes him again. There's a huge smoke cloud. Elderly and Zhuofan watch closely. Zhuofan suddenly realizes, wait, why isn't he resisting? You're telling me lightning is fatal for him? Elderly offers, Steward Zhuo, should I go take a look? Zhuofan watches him nervously. Gu Santong is alive. Zhuofan becomes afraid of him and shockingly thinks, no injury, how is it possible? Zhuofan watches in disbelief as Gu Santong remains alive despite the lightning strikes. He thinks, how is it possible? Lightning should be his weakness. He shouts, abominable 4 scheming demons, keep him busy, show me how he handles the lightning. Elderly acknowledges, yes. Zhuofan commands, Elderly, raise the power. Elderly shouts and increases the intensity of the lightning. Zhuofan encourages, good. The invisible scamp is once again in pain from the noise and cries out, again feeling too much pain. He expresses his hatred for lightning and demands, shut down the array. I hate lightning the most. The violent demon watches him angrily and retorts, lightning is the little monster's bane. We won't stop it, so what are you gonna do about it? Go and punch this monster. He punches Gu Santong and winces in pain, saying, goddamn it, the kid's hard as a rock. My hand almost got ruined. The invisible scamp endures as another lightning bolt strikes him through the array. Zhuofan reflects, with such power, even if a peak radiant stage expert encountered it, they would have a hard time. A massive cloud of smoke envelopes the area. All eyes are on Gu Santong. He recovers and approaches once more. Zhuofan observes him nervously. This time, Gu Santong stands with power and a smile. Zhuofan ponders, for scheming demons, how did he take on the lightning? The violent demon explains, Steward Zhuo, this kid didn't stop one lightning. Each bolt was a direct hit, but he is still standing there like nothing happened. Zhuofan's expression changes to one of nervousness as he thinks, what you mean to tell me lightning doesn't do a damn thing to this kid? Was my assumption wrong? Elderly shouts urgently, Steward Zhuo, what now? He is just standing here in the array, but we can't do anything to him. Something bad is bound to happen if this goes on. And once he gets out, he'll want to settle the score. Will be finished. Zhuofan replies, Elderly, the lightning isn't his weakness, but he always shouts profanities. I was wrong. His loathing for lightning is evident. Nonetheless, this 6th grade array utilizes a natural formation. Determined, they decide to exert their full effort against him. Regardless of his tremendous power, the prospect of wearing him down even slightly justifies their endeavor. Elderly enthusiastically concurs, Good Fan contemplates the situation, acknowledging the limited 50% chance of success. Despite the possibility of failure, he's resolute in his determination to capture Gu Santong. He looks towards elderly who asks, Steward Zhua, I'm ready. How are you? Fan responds confidently, I am well. Both of them clasp their hands together, and Fan issues the command, begin. Amidst the billowing smoke and crashing thunder, Gu Santong stands firm. A demon implores, Run. Fan addresses Gu Santong directly, if he still stand after this. He pauses momentarily before declaring with conviction, then you must be my karma coming back to bite me. Activating his demonic powers, Fan directs them towards Gu Santong. Swiftly, Gu Santong retaliates with a punch, targeting Fan and elderly. The impact lands on both of them, causing injuries. Amidst the turmoil, elderly acknowledges, the invincible scamp is unbelievably strong. No wonder he could face the entire empire and still win. Gu Santong's focus returns to them. Fan's realization becomes evident as he mutters, sure enough, gambling is not for me. He turns to elderly and commands, patch up the thunderclouds, it's time to bolt. Invincible scamp is out of my league, or maybe, we'll just get him on a better occasion. Elderly contemplates the situation, acknowledging that it's the first time he's seen Fan give up. He recognizes that only an extraordinary individual could control such an exceptional phenomenon. With folded hands, he acknowledges the dominance of absolute power over any strategy. Gu Santong, positioned behind them, is consumed by anger and shouts, you six bastards, I told you already. Fan and elderly's apprehension grows as they witness his fury. Gu Santong bellows, I hate. Abruptly, a colossal burst of thunder lightning engulfs the surroundings. Elderly exclaims in shock, the kid's power is insane, he can shake space itself with a punch alone. Reacting swiftly, Fan begins running and yells, run, we can't deal with him, go underground. There's no escaping it. Yellow lightning surges around Gu Santong, obliterating everything in its path. The invisible scamp stands there, emanating immense power. Fan and elderly both slide down the hills, struggling to gain their footing. Fan attempts to get up but lets out a strained cough. He contemplates the situation, utterly astounded by Gu Santong's might, thinking, how is he human? Anything within 100 miles was pulverized. The four demons expressed their fear and astonishment, with one of them exclaiming, Gu Santong is an abomination. If not for Steward Zhua's timely advice, we would be nothing but dust by now. Another adds, invincible scamp is a real freak. We can't mess with him ever again, no matter how Steward Zhua tortures us. We must never agree to such a reckless plan ever again. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Santong stands behind them, his anger palpable as he utters, I got you now, you bastards. The demons become startled. Gu Santong demands, who was it that threw the punch on me? Step forward. The three demons point their fingers towards Violent Demon, who defensively shouts, it's not my fault, I never would have done it if I wasn't compelled. Enraged, Gu Santong questions, oh, who forced you then? Violent Demon points trembling fingers towards Fan and elderly, admitting, it was. But before he can finish, Fan interjects, shouting, Gu Santong, you're finally here. He rushes towards Gu Santong, attempting to embrace him. Thank the heavens, I thought we'd never see you again. However, Gu Santong forcefully pushes him away. Confused, Fan queries, what's wrong? Gu Santong responds angrily, why did you run away? Why did you set up a lightning array here to hurt me? Shocked and confused, Fan and elderly watch the unfolding scene. Fan musters a smile, countering, what are you talking about? Who set up an array? Gu Santong's disbelief is evident as he exclaims, you didn't set the lightning array. Fan retorts with feigned innocence, as if you think we'd still be trapped with you if we could. Gu Santong's astonishment grows as he questions further, you're saying you've been trapped in there as well? Fan maintains his charade, smiling and responding, of course. Otherwise, we'd have long returned with the ingredient. Gu Santong's anger turns into disbelief as he shouts, what, you've been trapped here just to get an ingredient? Fan's smile remains, Gu Santong, do you know why there's a 6th grade lightning array here? Because there's a precious 8th grade ingredient here. Someone used the array to protect it to help you get that ingredient. We had to go into the lion's den and barely got out alive. But thankfully, you got here just in time. Gu Santong's expression shifts, his anger giving way to realization as he utters, "Oh." Zhuofan's grin widens as he continues, "But why do you say we ran away? Didn't I tell you we'd be going on an ingredient hunt?" Gu Santong hesitates, his memory seemingly returning. Well, that's right." Zhuofan and elderly observe him closely. Zhuofan's thoughts turn reflective. Gu Santong sure is an abomination, but pure as a child, and more importantly, easy to fool. Gu Santong finally smiles, admitting, "I was wrong." His gaze then shifts towards Violent Demon as he angrily asks, "No, since you were trapped inside, why were these four moving around the array so freely, even giving me a punch?" Violent Demon watches Gu Santong hesitantly and barely manages to say, "This." Elderly's thoughts race in panic, realizing the situation. Oh no, originally, Steward Zhua planned that if we couldn't hold him with the array, then we would throw in a play. Oh no, we would fake being victims as well, braving the danger of death for the kid's sake. This can explain why we were in the array, and also score sympathy points with the kid. Who would have thought that these four bastards would actually go as far as punching him? Steward Zhua. How about we throw these little shits to the wolves? Amidst the unfolding drama, Gu Santong's attention remains fixed on Zhuofan. Clearing his throat, Zhuofan speaks, "You no arrays." He smiles slightly, his tone calm and measured. Nope. Gu Santong's expression twists in confusion. Zhuofan's smile remains, "Don't misunderstand. I only want to explain to you clearly. Arrays are graded from 1 to 12 according to their power. As for their type, they are trapping, killing, and bewildering arrays." He continues, "That thunder array was of the killing type. But it also had a trapping array hidden." "Did you notice?" Gu Santong gazes at him, his thoughts racing. Zhuofan presses on, "But did you notice the bewildering array as well?" Gu Santong's frustration boils over, and he shouts, "You're saying a bewildering array caught me?" His anger flares. "No way, it's not like I've never been in a bewildering formation before. What I see may be fake, but my nose has never let me down. That guy hit me, and I caught him red-handed." Zhuofan interjects calmly, "I didn't say you were caught in an illusion, but he was. Let me ask you this. Did you four really attack Gu Santong?" The four demons, now overcome with guilt, start crying and shout, "We were caught in an illusion, so we thought you were someone else. Please forgive us." Gu Santong's anger lingers as he retorts, "Is that so? Then who was that little monster you kept raving on about?" In unison, the demons point their trembling fingers towards Zhuofan and say, "It's him." Zhuofan's smile remains, but there's an edge to his tone as he responds, "So," and angrily say, "The person you wanted to catch and kill was me." Gu Santong is taken aback and exclaims, "You're also a monster." Zhuofan smiles and responds, "Before I met you, they indeed called me that," he adds while joining his hands in a gesture of respect. Gu Santong watches him nervously, pondering the revelation. He then expresses, "See, I always thought you used a flying demonic treasure when, in fact, it is tied to your body. You're indeed monstrous enough." Elderly is impressed by Zhuofan's skillful handling of the situation, thinking, "Excellent, Steward Zhua, this time, everything is explained. His tongue is really fierce. Even this kind of dangerous situation can be turned over." Gu Santong contemplates how Steward Zhua was able to see through his good nature and was willing to gamble, but he also acknowledges that this had only a 50-50 chance of success. Zhuofan's thoughts dwell on the possibility that if Gu Santong had remained stubborn, they would have had to accept their fate and the kid's anger. Gu Santong interrupts their thoughts and demands, "Hold on, since you all did this for an ingredient," he angrily continues, "where is it?" Both Zhuofan and elderly put on empty faces, feigning ignorance. Gu Santong accuses them, "If there's no 8th grade ingredient, then all of this is a lie cooked up by all of you." Violent Demon interjects loudly, "You first leveled everything in 100 miles. That ingredient has long since been destroyed." Gu Santong retorts with anger, "Bullshit, an 8th grade ingredient is a worldly treasure, possessing spirituality. If you could think of burrowing underground at a crucial moment, how could it not know to avoid danger?" The demons cower and mumble, "Damn it." Gu Santong's fury remains unabated as he continues, "Then it must have fled." He delivers an angry smile and adds with a shout, "Without the 8th grade ingredient, all you've said so far was a big fat lie." The group is taken aback as Gu Santong accuses, you are the ones who set up the lightning array to harm me. All the demons become fearful. Zhuofan quickly interjects, hold on, the 8th grade ingredient was real. It truly wanted to flee. But I managed to grab it just as the lightning array crumbled. He reveals that the scent was hidden by placing it in his ring, and then handing his ring to Gu Santong. They all take in the fragrance of the ingredient. Gu Santong's demeanor shifts from anger to happiness as he exclaims, so, the 8th grade ingredient was real. Sorry, I've been wrong about you guys, and he begins to smile. Zhuofan playfully asks then, is the 8th grade ingredient mine? Gu Santong takes the ingredient from Zhuofan's hand, eats it, and states, in fact, even if you did set the array up, it's all water under the bridge. If every array has an 8th grade ingredient, I'd jump in head first, and he bursts into laughter. Zhuofan assures, don't worry, there won't be a next time. Zhuofan's inner thoughts reveal his frustration. You bastard, I got that 8th grade ingredient from Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100 pill meeting, and only the one who'd have thought it'd be wasted on this guy elderly consoles him. It's only a worldly possession, Steward Zhua, only by being alive will you get to have more of them. Zhuofan angrily acknowledges, I know, Violent Demon, in a surprising turn, expresses his gratitude. Yeah, I never knew Steward Zhua had an 8th grade ingredient. What's more, Steward Zhua loves us so much, he gave it up. We are really touched. Zhuofan sternly responds, shut it, I've made an investment in you and I expect you to pay me back tenfold at the least. We'll first placate the devil, then we'll think of something later. Violent Demon and Sky Demon both agree. As they converse, they suddenly hear a noise. Zhuofan remarks, isn't Thunder Swarm Mountain flattened? Where is that noise coming from? Elderly speculates, maybe it's a real thunderstorm. Zhuofan dismisses the idea. Unlikely, the kid's 2 fists silenced everything in 100 miles, even removing clouds. So where is this lightning coming from without any clouds around? Violent Demon points out something unusual with Gu Santong and exclaims, Steward Zhua, look, something's off with the kid. Zhuofan watches him nervously. Gu Santong is screaming and trembling. Violent Demon smirks and shouts, Steward Zhua, you're amazing, of ultimate cunningness, to have dealt with the kid. Tell us, how did you poison him? Our plans have always been foiled by that godlike nose. Zhuofan denies any involvement. Knock it off. I didn't do anything. It doesn't look like something's wrong with the kid. So it must be his mental state, Elderly suggests. It's fear. Zhuofan is puzzled. What fear? Elderly explains. When I was teaching brats in Regent Estate, I was very strict. So much so, some weak-minded ones caved in just at my voice alone, taking the same posture as he is now. Zhuofan questions, you're saying he is scared, but what could drive such fear into this little monster? As lights fill the sky, Zhuofan watches a huge array emerging from the clouds. He and Elderly are stunned. Zhuofan exclaims in shock, this is. The thunderous atmosphere of the Lightning Canyon envelopes them. This treacherous terrain is one of the continent's 3 danger zones, and it's where Zhuofan has been aiming to reach all along the Heavenly Emperor's remnant. Zhuofan reflects on how he had been preparing for this moment since Long Jiao told him about it. Yet, amidst a series of strange and unavoidable events, he had to put his plans on hold. He wonders why he hadn't utilized the egg sooner upon arriving here and contemplates how to proceed after Thunder Swarm Mountain's destruction. As they begin to leave, Zhuofan suddenly stops and shouts, wait, where's the brat? Gu Santong. The group looks back and sees Gu Santong in visible pain. Violent Demon jests, the kid is so afraid of lightning that he becomes so small, and laughs, mocking his previous bravado. Zhuofan quickly deduces that Gu Santong isn't afraid of lightning but specifically purple lightning, which they had misinterpreted from the beginning. Violent Demon, astonished, retorts, Steward Zhua, you're kidding. Who on earth isn't afraid of purple lightning? Even those sect leaders of ours would bolt at the sight of it. Zhuofan clarifies, this kid is different. The others had the courage to run, but the kid is lacking even that. Just what is his connection with Lightning Canyon? Amidst their discussions, Zhuofan makes a bold decision. He commands, Elderly, you and the demons leave. I'm going to save him. However, Elderly and Violent Demon vehemently oppose this, warning him of the imminent danger. Despite their pleas, Zhuofan remains determined, telling Elderly that he'll be responsible for the demons if anything happens to him. He takes flight toward Gu Santong, urging him to run and escape. Gu Santong, facing overwhelming fear, pleads for help. Shuafan doesn't hear him at first, and then realizes the severity of the situation. He seizes this opportunity to save Gu Santong and embraces him, flying away. As they move towards safety, they encounter a powerful array, and Shuafan shouts that they are about to be sucked in. He asks Gu Santong if there's anything he can do, but they find themselves in a tunnel-like situation. With no alternative, Shuafan takes action and utilizes his abilities. However, the lightning strikes him, causing injuries. He curses and recognizes the increasing intensity of the lightning. He contemplates the consequences of being struck by stronger bolts, and realizes he needs a way out. Desperation leads Shuafan to look at the egg he carries. He formulates a plan, intending to use the 100 Skylark's egg to absorb the lightning. He pushes the egg toward the lightning, and it begins to absorb the energy, cracking in the process. Shuafan decides to use his demonic transformation art, pouring his energy into the egg to refine it. As the lightning diminishes, Shuafan smiles, finding success in his method. The intensity of the purple lightning in the sky continues to escalate. Shuafan realizes that this particular purple lightning possesses a distinct energy. Even with his mastery of the demon transformation art, he finds himself unable to completely refine it. He understands that allowing this potent power to roam freely within his body will only lead to more complications. Determined to navigate through it, he searches for the correct path to follow. He's aware that if the lightning doesn't strike him down, the overexposure to its energy might. And then it happens. The sixth heaven purple lightning strikes. In a split-second decision, Shuafan hurls his egg towards the incoming bolt, but the maneuver proves ineffective as the lightning connects with both him and the egg. The force of the lightning canyon itself further strikes him. Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the situation and the pain it brings, Shuafan struggles to think coherently. The electricity courses through his entire body, and he's on the verge of collapsing. In the midst of the chaos, Shuafan and Gu Santong both look towards the looming purple lightning. With unwavering determination, Shuafan grabs Gu Santong and holds him, expressing his frustration at the unrelenting nature of the sixth heaven purple lightning. He contemplates the irony of his current predicament, risking his life to save a child, questioning whether his greed for adventure has brought him to this fate. Nevertheless, Shuafan's perspective remains resolute. He acknowledges the rarity of opportunities life offers and expresses his willingness to make the same choice again, regardless of the outcome. Hopeful for another chance, he hopes for a next time. The lightning strikes again, but this time, Shuafan saves Gu Santong using the azure flame. He ponders whether the purpose of the azure flame was to aid him in entering the lightning canyon, and considers the motives of the person who gave it to him. Amidst the ongoing chaos, Shuafan remains focused on one goal: escaping the situation as soon as possible. He's encircled by the unceasing barrage of purple lightning and recognizes that any schemes or plans can be addressed later. The unending cycle of purple lightning underscores the urgency of his escape. With the pressure mounting, Shuafan recognizes the urgency of the situation. The purple lightning grows increasingly intense, and he's acutely aware that the azure flame's endurance remains uncertain. A sense of urgency grips him, as the encroaching purple lightning gains momentum. He watches with shock as the atmosphere around him crackles with energy, and he exclaims loudly, "Ninth heaven purple lightning!" As the ninth heaven purple lightning surges toward him, Shuafan is enveloped by the protective cocoon of his azure flame. He realizes, however, that even this formidable defense might not hold up for long against such relentless onslaught. The thought of the azure flame faltering terrifies him, for he understands that their only means of protection is tenuous at best. The gravity of their predicament dawns on him. They're entangled in the very array that the Heavenly Emperor designed to thwart intruders. A glimmer of hope emerges as a red light pierces through the chaos, slicing between the barrage of ninth-grade purple lightning. Shuafan recalls Brother Jio's account of his fortuitous entry through a similar red lightning storm. This revelation suggests that the Heavenly Emperor's array isn't impervious. Someone has managed to breach it, unintentionally leaving behind a loophole. Fan and Gu Santong acknowledge this opening as a way out, and together, they push forward toward the red light. Fan's voice resonates with defiance as he questions the supposed greatness of the Heavenly Emperor. He ponders whether this grand array has already been breached by another, and he chuckles at the absurdity of it all. He rouses Gu Santong, urging him to take action. In response, Gu Santong watches him with an innocent gaze, prompting Fan to assertively declare the red light as their exit. He implores Gu Santong to step up, emphasizing the importance of choosing between facing their fears and succumbing to death. In a display of courage and determination, Gu Santong channels his energy into a burst of yellow lightning, aiming for the red light. His powerful surge breaks through the barrier, an achievement that elicits shared elation between Fan and Gu Santong. Fan congratulates Gu Santong, acknowledging his contribution with admiration. However, their moment of triumph is short-lived as the 9th grade purple lightning returns once again, striking them both. Unyielding, Fan quickly ensures Gu Santong's safety, asking if he's alright. Gu Santong assures him, prompting Fan to reiterate his commitment to protect him as long as he has breath left in his body. With resolute determination, they soar toward the beckoning red light, inching closer to their potential salvation. The 4 small demons talk to Elderly, saying, Steward Zhua and that devil must have been struck by the purple thunder. The Squibber demon adds, their body and soul must have been destroyed completely. The Sly demon remarks, Wah, Steward Zhua is so pitiful. Why did he have to die with that devil? The Wimp demon chimes in, Steward Zhua was so good to us, not abandoning us when it mattered most. The Violent demon agrees, yeah, unlike our sect leader, who would use us as pastries in a heartbeat. He adds, well, look on the bright side. Aren't we free again? All 3 demons watch him and shout, we are free. Elderly gets angry with them and says, who told you that you are free? The Violent demon challenges, think you can scare us? Who do you think you are, Steward Zhua? Elderly responds, you think only Steward Zhua can control the bloodworms. Think about it. Why would Steward Zhua leave you in my care if not for teaching me how to control you? All 4 demons watch him closely, and the Violent demon shouts, no, 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 we believe you, Elderly. We will listen to you. Elderly says, that's better. Now let's get back to Windgaze City and guard the Luo clan. I still have to ask young miss to confer you the rank of elders. He raises his voice, or if you stay in my care, I'll put you on latrine duty. All demons become afraid and shout, Wah! We want to be elders. We don't want to wash the toilet. And they all go along with Elderly. Elderly stays behind and says, Steward Zhua, staying with you for so long, I've picked up a few tricks. Don't worry, no matter where you are, I believe you're still alive. I'll look after these clowns and await your return. Meanwhile, Fan lies injured in the mountains, thinking, I am still alive, here, and he happily shouts, this is Heavenly Emperor's remnant. I'm in. Gu Santong, who's also injured, responds with an ouch. Fan notices and asks, you're awake. Gu Santong starts moving, and Fan suggests, well, the purple lightning cannot strike you here. We are safe for the time being. You should let go and let me look around. Gu Santong shouts, no. I'm scared of purple lightning. Holding you feels safe. Fan counters, oh please, you're much stronger than me. It'd make more sense if I was the one holding on to you. Gu Santong then reveals, you kinda remind me of Dad. Fan is surprised and exclaims, Dad? You have a dad? Gu Santong looks at him in shock. Fan smiles and says, well, I didn't mean it like that. I was just surprised. With how strong you are, your dad must be amazing. Gu Santong gets angry and clarifies, I don't know. I've never seen my father for as long as I can remember. The dad I'm talking about is my godfather, surnamed Gu, and he had 2 sons. When I was chased around because of the demon purging decree, it was he who saved me. He even found me ingredients to eat every day. Fan asks, did he give you your name? Gu Santong replies, the Gu clan was a clan of scholars, with every generation working as officials. They weren't very high ranked, either held important positions, but they had a happy life. After he saved me, he took me as his third son and taught me to read and write. He wished for me to be a sensible man, so he named me Santong. Xuefan smiles and comments, "Oh, I see. He picked up a precious treasure. With you watching over them, their success was guaranteed. They must have been instantly promoted, and their clan became a first-rate one, right?" Gu Santong, however, reveals, "No," and angrily says, "I harmed them instead. If it weren't for me, their whole clan wouldn't have died." Xuefan tries to comfort him, saying, "Don't feel too bad. It's probably fate. Is this why you turned into the Empire's enemy?" Gu Santong, teary-eyed, responds in the end, "I was too careless, agreeing to that old fart's promise. Now I am powerless to fight the 7 houses." Xuefan smiles and suggests, "You could have just broken your promise. A child's words do not hold weight. No one would blame you." Gu Santong shares more about his godfather, saying, "Dad taught me the value of reading, taught me honor. I won't disgrace his teachings just because he died." Xuefan thinks, such an ambitious sapling got ruined in an instant. But that's fine as well. How else could I have had such leeway if this kid was immoral? He then tells Gu Santong, "You must always remember he was right." Gu Santong watches him sadly. Xuefan becomes curious and asks, "What did you mean when you said I reminded you of your dad?" Gu Santong explains, "When you held me as we charged in here and protected me from lightning, it reminded me of the time when Dad protected me and told me to escape." Xuefan realizes the misunderstanding and thinks, "Oh, so that's how it is. I saved Gu Santong just because I wanted to recruit him. But the kid actually took my act as fatherly love. Who knew this act would lead to a huge misunderstanding instead?" He looks at Gu Santong and smiles, saying, Santong, I'll be your dad." Gu Santong reacts in shock, saying, "Eh?" Gu Santong shockingly says, "You're my father? I'm 300 years old, and how old are you? That's too queer." Xuefan says, "What's so queer about it? You may have 3 centuries over me, but you're a child at heart and need looking after. Smile and say we are also here by fate. I was fond of you the moment I saw you." Gu Santong smiles and says, "Really?" Xuefan smiles and says, "Of course. Of course." And thinks, "Damn right I am, particularly of your insane power. I like that the best. Silly body, come to daddy." Gu Santong thinks and says, "What's in it for me?" Xuefan smiles and says, "This little bastard is not stupid at all," and says with a smile, "I can protect you." Gu Santong says, "Do I even need your protection?" Xuefan smiles and says, "What was that just now then if not protection? Also, you may be unreasonably strong, but far too gullible and easy to dupe. Just think, if you hadn't readily believed that guy's lie and ended up protecting the imperial family for a millennia, wouldn't you be exacting revenge on the 7 houses by now? Accept me as your godfather and I will safeguard you. With my intelligence, no one in the world can fool me." Gu Santong shockingly watches him. Xuefan smiles and says, "Did you see that old guy and the 4 little shits listening to every word I say? They are all stronger than me, but aren't they still hanging on my every word? That is wisdom. The wise controls, and so do the powerful. Join me and with my power, no one will pick on you. Above all," and showing him a small ingredient, "I say, you will never have to eat that garbage ingredient again. If I can find an 8th grade, I won't ever give you a 7th grade. As a token of my sincerity, these are all the 7th grade ingredients from my ring. I also admit all those other ingredients I've given you were already in my storage ring, only the 8th grade ingredient had to be found. I truly had to enter the lightning array and suffer untold hardships for it." Xuefan smiles and thinks, Gu Santong cares most about others' intent to hurt him. It is a shadow left in his heart a long time ago. So no matter what, I must never ever admit to having set the lightning array myself. Gu Santong picks the ingredient and shouts, "I know." Xuefan smiles and thinks, success. Gu Santong looks around and says, I still had my doubts about you trying to harm me, but now I trust you. Since you are forthcoming with the ingredients from your ring, I'm sure there is nothing else hidden. Zhua Fan thinks while smiling, how can I feel at ease leaving this gullible child all alone in the world? Most of all, letting others use him would be poor judgment on my part. He's far more fitting in the care of my inadequate fatherly hands, and starts laughing. Gu Santong says, as for you hiding ingredients, I knew it already. Zhua Fan shockingly says, you did? Gu Santong replies, to be honest, eating ingredients isn't important. It's the wait for them that I find most appealing. Godfather usually went out for weeks, even a month sometimes, to find me ingredients to eat. He always returned with .SD or second-grade ones, but the image of him appearing filled with hope at sunset gave me peace. In that case, then give them back 6 and I will return one every 1-2 weeks. How can you ask back something you've already given? What kind of dad are you? Zhua Fan shockingly looks at him and happily shouts, and say, does that mean you will take me as a godfather? Gu Santong smiles and says, yes. Zhua Fan thinks, great, with this monstrous son, what 7 houses, what regent estate would ever dare mess with me? Zhou Fan starts laughing loudly. Zhua Fan suddenly lays down and starts blood vomiting. Gu Santong says, Godfather, are you all right? Zhua Fan replies, I'm fine, and thinks, this purple lightning is much more powerful than imagined. I cannot refine it completely even with the demon transformation art. At this moment, this purple lightning is like a chronic poison, roaming around and destroying the whole body. This purple lightning is one of Heavenly Emperor's abilities, and the Emperor must have a way to dispel it. Since my body can't eradicate the purple lightning, I have no choice but to scour Heavenly Emperor's remnant. Maybe there is a cure somewhere. And says, Gu Santong, help me search for anything suspicious. Gu Santong says, Godfather, you can just call me Young Sanzi, that's how my old dad used to call me. Zhua Fan smiles and says, alright, Young Sanzi. Go scout ahead. Gu Santong happily says, understood. Zhua Fan and Gu Santong are standing there. Zhua Fan looks at him. Gu Santong, flying, says, what is it, Godfather? Zhua Fan looks worried and says, Young Sanzi, don't you feel we've been going in circles? Damn, it's a bewildering array. Gu Santong shockingly says, what, a bewildering array? How could I have been fooled by it? Gu Santong smiles and says, no worry, Godfather. It's just a mere bewildering array, flying towards the array, and shoutly says, see how I punch through it. And punches the array. The array is gone back. Gu Santong shockingly says, how is it possible? Zhua Fan thinks, this array had been set up by Heavenly Emperor, one of the 3 strongest emperors of ancient times. You can't break it with just brute force. Zhua Fan says, Young Sanzi, save your energy, come here. Gu Santong says, what is it, Godfather? Zhua Fan says, Young Sanzi, I want you to be honest with me. Have you ever been here before? And confidently watches him. Gu Santong shockingly watches him. Gu Santong shakes his head. Zhua Fan says, then why are you afraid of purple lightning? Did you see it before? Gu Santong says, I haven't. How strange, this is the first time I'm seeing it, yet I felt instinctual fear towards it. At its thunderclaps, I can't help but shiver. It's not like the common lightning, which I hate but am not scared. Zhua Fan thinks, can't be. No one has instinctual fear against anything, not to such an extent. At least was it perhaps ancestral memories. Zhua Fan says, Young Sanzi, who is your master to have trained you so powerful? Gu Santong innocently replies, I don't have a master. Zhua Fan says, then how did you reach the profound heaven stage 3 centuries ago? Gu Santong says, I don't know. For as long as I can remember, I've been in the profound heaven stage. I had no one to call a friend, looking for ingredients alone. Zhua Fan thinks, so strange, could it be that this kid isn't human? Zhua Fan says, let's see. Really no friend, right? Generally speaking, the average human becomes stronger through diligent cultivation and understanding of the heavenly Tao. But there are some creatures that are naturally strong, like and those spiritual beasts, and that assume human form, are a cut above mere spiritual beasts. Xuefan looks at him and thinks, if it is true, then isn't the mortal domain, the place unanimously despised by all experts from the sacred domain, a place to be reckoned with? It must be the case, since such an expert exists. Gu Santong shoutly says, Godfather, I'll use my nose. In the illusory array before, I could see through anything fake with my nose. Nothing can lie to my sense of smell. I'll find us a way out in no time. Zhou Fan says there is no smell at all, only sand here. This array had such a weakness, Heavenly Emperor would have been taken for a fool, locked up and had his cell key thrown away. Gu Santong smiles and shoutly says, I found something, Godfather. I smell something familiar. Follow me. Xuefan shockingly says, What? Xuefan looks nervous and says, Is that what you call an exit? Gu Santong shoutly says, That's right. Gu Santong grabbed Xuefan's hand and pulled him. Xuefan shoutly says, What? The both fell hard into the ground. Xuefan shockingly watches. This place has a strong scent of blood. Xuefan thinks, such a strong scent of blood. Thank God I have Gu Santong with me, or I'd be caught dead wandering this array alone. Xuefan watches him and says, Young Sanzi, what's wrong? Gu Santong is crying and says, I don't know either. I only picked up its scent and all of a sudden, my heart couldn't bear the sorrow. Xuefan shockingly thinks, what is this red pillar? How can it withstand so many purple lightning strikes without so much as a scratch? And even withstand the 0.2th stage of the lightning? The fact this pillar is standing strong even in the face of this, it is bound to be special. So the Heavenly Emperor is a fool in the end. Letting such a huge pillar with such an obvious scent, of course, someone will find it. This scent, the spiritual energy is mixed with something wild. It must be from a spiritual beast, no, a sacred beast. During the ancient times, 5 sacred beasts ruled the skies, undefeated. Not even peak emperor stage experts could fight them. Their only match were the 3 strongest emperors. The breastwear, and shockingly thinks, one of the 5 ancient sacred beasts, the soaring Qilin. None of the 10 famous emperors of antiquity ever expected soaring Qilin would end up here. And after it was dead, its legs still firmly planted in this place. As for the murderer, it's clearly the owner of the 0.2th heaven purple lightning gold eye, Heavenly Emperor. Could this perhaps not be the Heavenly Emperor's remnant, but his slaughterhouse instead? Xuefan shockingly looks towards young Sanzi and shoutly says, Young Sanzi, what are you doing? The red curtain of light that keeps us alive comes from this soaring Qilin leg. If it falls, we'll all die with it. Gu Santong shoutly says, But I can't stand it seeing it struck by the purple lightning. I just can't take the sorrow. Xuefan thinks sorrow. I got it. Gu Santong is the descendant of the soaring Qilin. No wonder his strength is so terrifying and he can resonate with the soaring Qilin leg, so everything makes sense. Xuefan says, Young Sanzi, if you do not wish for it to cry from heaven, stop. It is nothing if I die, but if you die, the pillar would also feel sad because no one in this world wants to see his descendants die in vain. Gu Santong shockingly replies, You mean he is my kin? Xuefan says, You feel unbearable sadness the moment you saw the Qilin leg being struck down by lightning. Don't you think the owner of this leg would feel even sadder if its leg couldn't protect you from the purple lightning? Gu Santong sadly turns down his face. Xuefan smiles and looks towards him. Xuefan again vomits blood from his mouth. Gu Santong shockingly says, Godfather? Xuefan says, It looks like I survived the entrance only to die inside. Gu Santong shockingly says, Godfather, you will be fine. We just became kin. Xuefan was sitting next to the tree and says, Young Sanzi, this ring has many ingredients. Take it. I hope you will grow up fast. With the natural power in your blood, you will one day get out of here. Gu Santong starts crying and says, Godfather. Xue Fan, with the pain, thinks, I've been evil all my life and never done anything good. But before I die, smile and think there is still someone willing to cry for me. This is more than enough. Xue Fan smiles and picks up the egg, saying, After my death, you will be lonely. Take this bird too. Suddenly, the egg breaks from a side, and Zhou Fan shockingly says, Are you kidding me? How can an egg break completely? Xue Fan shockingly shouts, Unbelievable. It can use the .st heaven purple lightning at birth. A purple bird emerges from the broken egg. Xue Fan shockingly watches the bird and smiles, saying, You little poultry, you got the most out of this trip to Lightning Canyon. A normal thunder skylark can only reach the 6th level with common lightning. But you, little cheeky thing, got born with purple lightning. I am looking forward to seeing how high you can reach. Gu Santong shoutly says, Godfather, grab it. Don't let it come near me. Xue Fan smiles and says, Young Sanzi, what are you afraid of? Its purple lightning is only in the .st heaven. It can't hurt even me, let alone you. Since I've cared for this cheeky thing so much, it can be called my son as well. As the big brother, you should come and greet your little brother. Gu Santong shockingly watches the bird. Xue Fan smiles and says to the bird, Go, find your brother to play. The bird looks at Gu Santong and goes toward him. Gu Santong gets afraid of the bird and shoutly says, Don't come over. Beat it, don't come any closer. He pushes a stone toward the bird, and the bird throws the stone back. Gu Santong watches the stone and says, What are you happy about? Who's playing with you? He tries to pick up the stone but can't move it, and he thinks, I can't move it. How dare a stone bully me now? Gu Santong takes the stone out of the ground. It's a very big stone. Xue Fan says, Wait. Gu Santong angrily shouts, Get lost, and throws the stone toward the bird. Xue Fan watches them scarcely. The bird is sitting on the stone. Gu Santong shockingly watches the bird. Xue Fan shockingly says, This is an imparting stone. Xue Fan smiles and thinks, I never thought. The imparting stone, which is used by masters in the sacred domain to pass down secret arts to their disciples or family members, would appear in this place. I've found a treasure. And shoutly says, Young Sanzi, break this stone for me. Gu Santong says, If you're going to scold me, do it to my face. I know I shouldn't use such a large rock on a chick. Since you took it as your son, he is my little brother, so I wouldn't cross the line. But don't use the rock as an excuse. Xue Fan smiles again and says, I am content knowing you own up to your mistakes, but I'm not scolding you here. I only want you to help me break this stone so that I may live. Gu Santong says, So that's how it is. Since Godfather said so, I will do it. And hits the stone very hard. There is a yellow lightning that comes around inside the stone. Xue Fan shockingly watches the stone and says, The leader of the 10 ancient emperors, the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor says, Junior, as you were fortunate enough to open my imparting stone, you must be kin. I shall impart to you my ultimate magical art, Divine Eye of the Void. Xue Fan shockingly watches and is sweating, smiles and says, I really struck the motherlode this time. And starts laughing shoutly. When people spoke of the Heavenly Emperor, one of the 3 strongest ancient emperors, they always mentioned his greatest abilities, the purple lightning gold eye on his left, and the Divine Eye of the Void on his right. The Divine Eye of the Void holds such unbelievable power that not even the purple lightning gold eye can come close. The Divine Eye of the Void is a supreme ocular magical art, focusing on the word void. It is another word for emptiness. Only in emptiness can one have space, and to be one with the emptiness is a virtue. After all space is emptiness, and not emptiness at the same time. Zhou Fan confidently watches the Heavenly Emperor. The sky is going to be red everywhere. The Heavenly Emperor said so. I have imparted you with the 0.2 stages of Divine Eye of the Void. Gu Santong says to the bird, It's been 3 days and 3 nights. But Godfather didn't even blink. The Heavenly Emperor says, you now hold inside you the power to make our clan supreme. All you need to do is will it. Regarding my second magical art, Purple Lightning Gold Eye, it was born out of this divine eye of the void. If your talent is not lacking, it will come to you with time without having the need to train it. If you lack in any way, seek out the other imparting stone of mine to help you train it. But if you wish to follow in my footsteps and reach my power, stop here. Take what I've given you and use your own abilities to attain comprehension of it. Gu Santong says, Godfather, what's wrong? Zhuofan says, nothing, just that the last phrase is odd, as if he didn't want his descendant to train in the Purple Lightning Gold Eye. Zhuofan thinks, Brother Gio, what happened to you? I can't decide if it was bad luck or dumb luck. Gu Santong and the bird happily say, what does it matter what he wanted? If you want to train, I'll help you search for it. Zhuofan smiles and says, no need, young Sanzi. The Purple Lightning Gold Eye isn't fated for me. And thinks, however, the Heavenly Emperor clearly intended to leave it all for over his descendant. So how on earth did it end up being taken advantage of by me? Are you but a rebirthed demon emperor? As for this Jilin leg, how can it be too coincidental? Zhuofan looks at the Heavenly Emperor. Gu Santong says, but Godfather, can you alleviate your wounds with only that divine eye of the void? The purple lightning is harming you, so the Purple Lightning Gold Eye must cure us well. Zhuofan smiles and says, no problem. The divine eye of the void is enough to cure me. Gu Santong gets angry. Zhuofan puts his hand to Gu Santong and the bird's head and says, young Sanzi, and you, the little bird. I'll just call you Chiaor. Zhuofan smiles and says, your dad is going to set up an array and enter such. The sky is painted red with streaks of purple thunder. Amidst this scene, there's a mouse scurrying about. Gu Santong hides behind a sand mound, then swiftly snatches the mouse from behind and shouts, where do you want to go? You bastard, I've been chasing you for so long, let me see what you taste like. He opens his mouth, ready to consume the mouse. Suddenly, an immense yellow lightning surge erupts, accompanied by a powerful blast and a cloud of smoke. From the midst of the thunder and lightning, Zhuofan emerges, surrounded by crackling yellow energy. Gu Santong exclaims, Godfather, in both shock and relief. Zhuofan stands confidently, his gaze fixed on the sky. He spreads his arms and smiles, his presence commanding. Looking up to him, Gu Santong jubilantly shouts, Godfather, you have finally come out. Have you recovered from your wounds? Zhuofan's smile widens as he responds, of course, not only recovered, but I'm new and improved. Now we can leave this place. I will showcase my powers as we fly out of here. Gu Santong expresses his disbelief, countering, Godfather, when you boast, at least make it reasonable. You took 5 years to reach the 9th layer of the bone tempering stage. Zhuofan's contemplative gaze falls upon him, realizing the time that has passed. Gu Santong questions how he intends to fly them out when he's not even in the profound heaven stage. He jests that he has more faith in Chiaor. Excitedly, he shouts to the bird, Chiaor, Dad is out. Chiaor, the bird, arrives in a swift flight, enveloped in purple thunder and lightning. Zhuofan exclaims, is that Chiaor? He's already at the 4th level of a spiritual beast and can even wield the .2th heaven purple lightning. Puzzled, he questions how the .2th heaven purple lightning outside hasn't affected Chiaor. Gu Santong confidently responds that he was initially concerned, but Chiaor must share the same nature as the purple lightning. He reveals that the lightning never harmed him. Chiaor instinctively absorbs it and then releases it harmlessly. Zhuofan muses that his godson is a monster, and his spiritual beast is also an anomaly of nature. Even the formidable .2th heaven purple lightning can't faze him. Amidst laughter, Zhuofan declares, but that's to be expected. I believe I've also joined the ranks of monsters. I may have been labeled a monster by others, but now, I'm confident I can even surprise young Sanzi. He playfully addresses Gu Santong, asking, Young Sanzi, did you eat all the ingredients I gave you? Young Sanzi responds, ages ago, and Chiaor ate half. I haven't had an ingredient to eat for 3 years now and couldn't get out as well. I'm starving here. Zhuafan's smile shines reassuringly as he replies, no worries, Dad will take you out now. However, Gu Santong's skepticism takes over as he retorts, yeah, right, a ninth layer bone tempering cultivator. Even if you did have to heal first, you're too slow in advancing. My hopes are all on Xiao. He isn't afraid of purple lightning, and once he finds the right way out of here, he'll bring me plenty of ingredients. Zhuafan maintains his smile and challenges young Sanzi, saying, Young Sanzi, how can you be so cruel to your old man? Come, throw me a punch. I will show you what I can do. Cultivation isn't everything, Gu Santong responds, serious in his tone. Dad, be serious. Not even a radiant stage expert can take my punch, let alone you, who has not even broken through to the profound heaven realm. Zhuafan's smile remains unwavering as he commands, cut the chatter and bring it on. Gu Santong reluctantly agrees, thinking, all right then, and acknowledging his father's stubbornness. He hopes not to overdo it, and decides to use just one finger. With determination, he pushes his power towards Zhuafan. Zhuafan stands confidently, his stance unwavering, awaiting the incoming power. Gu Santong shouts, Godfather. Zhuafan's smile widens as he utters, Divine Eye of the Voids.sd stage. Transposition iron. Suddenly, Gu Santong feels a momentary absence of presence, as if Zhuafan had disappeared. In a triumphant tone, Zhuafan laughs and shouts, Young Sanzi, here comes my punch. He launches his punch towards Gu Santong. However, Gu Santong remains standing, calmly stating, Dad, dodging is easy, but punching. Zhuafan's purple lightning-infused power veers from the side of Gu Santong, creating a tremendous blast. Gu Santong watches the explosion in shock, then shouts, Godfather, how can you use purple lightning? Zhuafan smiles and explains, that's thanks to Divine Eye of the Void. The Divine Eye of the Void emphasizes the void part. Its main use is control over space. The first stage allows me to switch places anywhere in my soul range, effectively allowing me to reach the speed of instantaneous movement. Gu Santong watches, captivated by Zhuafan's explanation. Zhuafan continues, it grants me complete control over inanimate items, changing their location. Young Sanzi, since you've eaten all the ingredients from it, you won't be needing my storage ring anymore. Gu Santong's smile grows as he exclaims, won't that make you invisible, since no one can hit you? Zhuafan happily responds, you can say that, but not quite. If the first stage of Divine Eye of the Void is so invincible, what would be the point of the remaining stages? In truth, this is only control over space. If space is sealed or I'm inside another space, I'm finished. Gu Santong is taken aback, asking, then what's with the purple lightning? How? Zhuafan's smile broadens as he reveals, after training Divine Eye of the Void to the first stage, my right eye can open up a pocket dimension. Those purple lightning remnants that wrecked my body and couldn't be removed are now stored in that pocket dimension, ready for me to use at my discretion. That's why I said, cultivation isn't everything. Zhuafan gazes at the bird perched nearby and utters, I may have expended most of my time on healing and comprehending the initial stage of the Divine Eye of the Void. Thus, my cultivation has not progressed. The bird settles on his hand, and he continues, true power, however, is an entirely distinct realm. Gu Santong, his eyes wide with surprise, watches intently and exclaims, then what of the second stage? Godfather, let me witness it. Zhuafan offers a smile and replies, the Divine Eye of the Void is exceedingly intricate to fathom. Even though I've only mastered the first stage after a considerable duration. As Zhuafan ponders, he notes to himself, this youngster's demeanor shifts as quickly as the weather. He reflects, while my Divine Eye of the Void may remain confined to the initial stage, the spatial origin it shares with this place allows us to depart. Addressing young Sanzi, he says, you shall have the chance to savor more ingredients. With an enthusiastic tone, young Sanzi exclaims, really, and jubilantly adds, awesome. Zhuafan reveals his magic ring, cautioning, allow me to place you within my ring without resistance. We shall soon exit this location and retrieve your. As the young Qiao approaches his ring, Zhuafan speculates that the creature can sense his mother's aura emanating from it. He addresses young Sanzi, and the young one's eyes widen in shock and frustration as he states, "Godfather, you await me." He positions himself on Juefan's knee and emotionally declares, "I don't know how you perished, but I am consumed by grief over your demise." Expressing concern, he continues, "Now, as I depart, you shall remain here alone, with no companion." With a heavy heart and a lowered gaze, he adds, "Please take care of yourself." In response, Juefan channels a magical dimension towards Gu Santong, who sheds tears while accepting it. Juefan's voice trembles as he addresses the soaring Qilin. "Soaring Qilin, I am no virtuous man, and I bear no desire to interpose myself between you and the Heavenly Emperor." He acknowledges, as a soaring Qilin, "You are a providential ingredient for me." "How could I not desire you?" He emphasizes, however, "as this child's godfather, I still hope I can alleviate his suffering." With a gesture, he directs his powers towards a tree, resulting in a resounding thunderous boom from the sky. Juefan shifts his gaze upward, observing the impending thunderstorm. In a commanding voice, he declares, "Transposition." A bolt of lightning crashes near him, followed by an azure lightning from the sky. Miraculously, Juefan emerges unscathed, with the thunderbolts illuminating the sky. As a black hole forms in the sky, Juefan stands firm and exclaims with elation, "Finally, out!" I only wonder where this might be generating luminous sparks from his hands, he adds, "and now, lightning from my grasp." Gu Santong and the bird arrive, both exuding happiness as they affirm, "Finally, we're out!" With a joyful expression, Juefan addresses young Sanzi, stating, "I have a gift for you." A boisterous response follows from Gu Santong, "What do you still have concealed ingredients in your ring?" Juefan grins and teases, "You little troublemaker, you've cleaned out my ring." "Where could any be found?" He then turns serious and asserts, "However, this entity, I believe, holds greater importance than the contents of your heart. You brought it forth." Juefan's eyes glisten with a yellow light as he asserts, "Of course. I know how much you care for it, and don't want it to be struck by purple lightning. Since I have the power, of course, I'll help you." Gu Santong's face lights up, and he expresses gratitude. "Thank you." He lowers his head towards the ground, tears streaming down his face, and mutters, "Thank you." "And go away." Juefan contemplates, "Although I initially considered using you, now it's really a bit hard to say." Gu Santong stands beside the tree and makes a request, "Godfather, will you look after it for a while?" Observing him closely, Juefan understands, "I see." Gu Santong was forced into a promise to defend the imperial capital, and wasn't even allowed to eat the ingredients he likes so much. If he keeps such a valuable thing, then I'm afraid it will be found out soon. He assures, "No problem, but you best take care and not be so hard on yourself. If you ever find yourself in mortal danger, forget about that promise. Your life is more important." Gu Santong, sobbing and with a firm voice, responds, "Yes." Juefan turns around, and Gu Santong brings up another matter. "By the way, Godfather, it's been 5 years since I was allowed to leave the imperial capital. I need to report back, but where will you go?" Juefan gazes at him and replies, "Since it's been 5 years, it's the right time for the esoteric debate to start. I'm going there to liven the mood. Let's see if those legendary Regent Estate freaks can live up to the expectation," he says with a smile and begins to chuckle. At the entrance to the stone room behind Drifting Flowers edifice, Lord Chu stands resolute. Inside the tree, a door stands open. Qing enters, accompanied by a group of elderly ladies. Lord Chu projects nails towards her, a deadly attack that she skillfully survives. Lord Chu acknowledges, "Qing, you've made remarkable progress, as if reborn. If not for neglecting cultivation for the past decade, and this being your first time participating in the esoteric debate, you'd be no weaker than the other chosen of the houses." Qing humbly replies, "You're too kind, grandmother." "Well, it is all thanks to our 3 venerables, who have been helping day and night with my training." "I am grateful, venerables," the old lady responds. "It is the least we could do as Drifting Flowers edifice's venerables. Besides, Qing's talent is remarkable, needing only a push to stimulate her potential. She accomplished the rest." If there is nothing else, we will leave now. They proceed inside the tree. Lord Chu's satisfaction is evident as he comments, "Eighth layer of profound heaven stage, good in this esoteric debate. We will showcase the world the power of drifting flowers." Edifice Qingqing adds, "With me by your side, we will demonstrate who drifting flowers edifice truly is. Let's see them try to underestimate women again." Lord Chu smiles and adds, "That's true, but not only must we display our strength, but we also must clarify our stance. We must strike at Regent Estate's arrogance in this esoteric debate, or they will retaliate with even greater force." She responds with determination, "Yes, that is why, Qingqing, you must collaborate closely with our allies, Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquee Abode." She emphasizes, "I have made it clear." Qingqing acknowledges, "Yes, that is why I have spoken with them and reached an agreement." As for opposing forces, Pill King Hall, Hell Valley, and Merry Woods have aligned with Regent Estate. The 7 noble houses are now divided into 2 factions. Hence, this esoteric debate will be far more brutal, far more intense. Qingqing expresses concern. Regent Estate's formidable figure, Huang Puqing Tian, is already challenging to deal with. And now that we are 3 against 4. Qingqing smiles reassuringly, "Don't worry, it will definitely be 4 against 4. I heard that the Luo clan will be joining in as well. They were but a third-rate clan before and must be planning on standing on par with us by passing the first 2 rounds of elimination. I wonder though, who'll they be sending?" She replies with a shocked tone, "So, he will come." Lord Chu responds, "Originally, it should be him coming. But now, he's been missing for 5 years already. It is a bad omen. Not even his clansmen know about his whereabouts. So the support we can expect from the Luo clan is minimal." She exclaims, "What, he's gone? How?" Why, Lord Chu reflects, "Such deep love is like a poison, making one forget even oneself." She says, "I heard he was last sighted where Lightning Canyon appeared 5 years ago. Then he vanished. We can only assume." She adds, "Impossible, he will be fine." She becomes angry and states, "That foul and ungrateful prick, how does his fate have anything to do with us? He didn't value your feelings, not one bit." Lord Chu watches her in shock. Qingqing appears saddened. Lord Chu comforts her, "Qingqing, whether he comes or not, I hope you will keep your distance from him. I met him once. His ambition is unhealthy, much greater than we can imagine. Such a man is very attractive, but also one who can easily harm women. In his heart, women are burdens, beings he finds no value in. For your own sake, don't get too close." Qingqing thinks, "But I can no longer go back." In Sword Marquee Abode, a door opens, and someone greets, "You guys are finally coming out." Tianshang and Tianyang, his sons, shout. Father Xie Tianshan, the eldest son of the Xie family, wearing golden armor, joyfully exclaims, "Dad, I've mastered our house's entire martial art, flowing spaces 9 forms. I can now marry Ninger." Tianyang says while looking behind, "I'm off to practice." "Please excuse me," Xie Tianshang thinks, "the eldest is a martial fanatic, while the second is a love-struck fool. It'd be great if they were combined into one." Tianyang adds, "Obede, Lord." "Don't worry, Tianyang's temper will smooth over time. As for Tianshan, he only has one person in mind. He won't stop until he defeats that person." Xie Tianyang says, "You mean the Regent Estate's monster?" "Forget it. I don't want my son to tangle with that monster. I will only bring us shame." Xie Tianyang departs. Leaves flutter through the sky, and the air feels refreshing in the serene gardens of Veiled Dragon Pavilion. He sees the eldest young master and greets, "Eldest young master." Lord Ji asks, "When did you get out? Why wasn't I informed of this?" He turns around and says, "If you had Veiled Dragon Pavilion's eldest young master Long Xingyun, you'd have thrown some congratulatory feast to ruin my mood. It was better to come here and get some peace." He inquires, "But the way, Uncle Ji, what of little Kuei and little Jia? How come I don't see them?" Lord Ji smiles and replies, "They're hard at training." The eldest young master exclaims, "When did they become so diligent?" Lord Ji says, "Eldest young master, you've been in seclusion for a decade. There are many things you have missed. If you'd have witnessed the battle of Drifting Flower Edifice, you'd have been as stimulated as they were. The young master asks, "What do you mean, tell me?" There is a city named Cage Dragon City on the mountain behind Regent Estate. All the members of Regent Estate are standing there. Lord Huangpu asks, "High Venerables, any progress?" He replies, "I oversaw his training personally. He is the pinnacle in the world, second to none." Lord Huangpu counters, "High Venerables, that is hardly the case." Regent Estate's eldest young master, Huangpu Qin Tian, enters through the door and asserts, "My current self isn't taught on, only my nature." "And father, your words are pointless." The title of Regent Estate's eldest young master, Huangpu Qin Tian, fits him well. They say this is the heir of a Lord. Huangpu Qin Tian gazes towards Lord Huangpu. In response, Lord Huangpu remarks, "Seeing you so confident, I won't ask any further. I believe that in the esoteric debate you will bring shock to everyone's faces. Let them see that Regent Estate's power shrouds the 7 houses." Huangpu Qin Tian contradicts, "Father, you are wrong again. I am not confident, just my nature. I do not need to amaze them for Regent Estate to shroud the houses. My very arrival turns it into reality. The unification of the 7 houses, that impossible matter, will be completed with my ascension." Huangpu Qin Tian thinks, This is clearly unfilial, but this is Regent Estate. This is where they practice for the Emperor's tactic. It doesn't matter if the father and son fight over the estate lord position. What matters is the ability to have it. One's leadership applies to the entire house, even to the estate lord. Lord Huangpu advises, "Eldest young master, it is good to be confident, but one must also be wary in every taken action, lest you'd meet with utter failure." Huangpu Qin Tian questions, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" He explains. A fiend had recently appeared in Tianyu, by the name of Zhuafan. It pushed back the 7 houses and killed dozens of our elders. Even the second young master fell victim. I heard he will be joining in the esoteric debate. Please remain cautious, eldest young master. Huangpu Qin Tian retorts, Second brother was worthless. He got what he deserved, killed by a nobody. As for those elders, they are even bigger fools. But for that kid to kill so many and still live, that makes you the biggest fools of all. Are you telling me he's as invincible as that Gu Santong from 300 years ago?" He responds, "Gu Santong is a monster seen perhaps once a millennium. But he is not like Gu Santong. Gu Santong may be unbridled, but gullible. It was not very wise of him to have resisted the entire nation with his own strength. While that kid's treachery runs deep, he's an expert at gathering people to stand by his side." He adds, "The reason why we've failed to get his head is because 3 houses have formed an alliance with him. He is also relying on one of the 4 pillars, war god Durgazhantian, and even the imperial family is protecting him. Our hands were tied." Huangpu Qin Tian muses, "Oh, a schemer you say? Fine then, since you're all so worthless. I will personally end that man in the esoteric debate," he exclaims. The eldest young master, Huangpu Qin Tian, reacts with concern, "Eldest young master, please exercise extreme caution. In the past few years, every single one that has underestimated the kid has died in agony." Huangpu Qin Tian angrily turns around and addresses Sir Ling, "I admire your talent greatly, but please, do not lump me together with you fools. By the way, once I have that kid's head, the title of estate lord, isn't it about time for you to step down?" 5 months later, they all watch him shockingly. Lord Huangpu observes him confidently. After 5 months, in a temple, an old man arrives and informs, "Your Majesty, Dragon Cloud City's report on the Luo clan has come." Deliver. He hands over a paper. The old master watches the paper and becomes shocked after reading it. He exclaims, "Every damn report over the past 5 years has been either all quiet or all normal. The Luo clan is set to make waves in the esoteric debate. But where is that bone-tempering stage kid? How the hell are you even getting your intelligence? Please soothe your anger. Your Majesty, I've been at fault." He turns around and asks, "Is there anything on that Zhuafan?" He sits down respectfully and says, "Your Majesty, we haven't found out yet." The old master retorts, "And what of divine dragon Gu Santong?" He replies fearfully, "Your Majesty, we have not found anything either." You've been searching for 5 years but can't find anything about Shuafan. That rampant guy Gu Santong must still be stirring trouble somewhere. The old master shouts, and yet you can't find a trace of him. Why am I even raising you worthless mongrels? You can't do anything. He says, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am completely. The old master interrupts, Spare me, he says, Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old master, worried, says, Gu Santong and Shuafan are missing. Can this piece of information even be trusted? Did they perish in the Lightning Canyon? It's fine if Gu Santong is gone from this world. Although that kid is invisible, he is hard to control. It might actually be a blessing. But Shuafan, he is yet to fulfill his task. His death would be such a waste, but this boy brings too many surprises. He lifted up a wretched third-rate clan to one that is brimming with power, a miracle. Really, but I just can't tell if the Luo clan can still complete the task without Shuafan. And he starts laughing. Someone approaches and says, Divine Dragon Gu Santong has returned. The old master watches him shockingly and shouts, I know, and he leaves. The old master thinks, the worst troubles are yet to come. He reads a letter and says, HM. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, I can tell what Steward Shui is thinking. Yes, my words are full of suspicion. Who on earth would be so selfless, so caring for their fellow neighbor? And yes, I have a reason. But please rest assured, Steward Zhua, you are not my enemy. In fact, he may very well be yours too. Shuafan says, Oh, what does that mean? Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, I am sure Steward Zhua is more than familiar with the saying, when two fight, the third wins. So, will you be among the first two, or the third? Shuafan watches him nervously. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng continues, I'm sure the wise Steward Zhua has caught on to my meaning by now. Shuafan watches him, thinking. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng shouts with laughter and says, Talking with smart guys is so refreshing and easy. Steward Zhua, I have said my piece, and I'll be leaving. But before I do, please be kind enough to fulfill this selfish request of mine and explain something to me. Shuafan says, I don't see why not. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng says, As you know, I am the Empire's Prime Minister, Lin Wuchang is the Regent Estate's steward, and you, sir, are Luo clan's steward. This makes the three of us cut from the same cloth, with each of us scheming and lording over people. Myself and Ling Wuchang are both selfish, and luckily, our interests are shared for now and not set on a colliding path. But considering your talent, why would you pick the Luo clan? I can tell that sir is not doing this out of sympathy or any kind of feelings. It escapes my capacity to understand. Shuafan watches him and says, Because my ambition is far greater than yours. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng is shocked, and his two pillars also appear shocked and watch Shuafan. Shuafan, with yellow lightning in his eyes, confidently sits there. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng shouts, Wait, the two pillars are shocked. Shuafan watches him. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng says, I may not know the extent of Sir's ambition, but I nevertheless look forward to that day and hope that it won't all come crashing down. Instead, Prime Minister and his pillars leave. Shuafan is still sitting there, thinking. The pillars are going. One of the pillars says, Prime Minister, why did you stop us? His words were far too rude. Prime Minister replies, No, I don't think that was mere boasting. However, what is his aim with his ability? It's only a matter of time before he becomes an overlord, but instead chooses to be bogged down by that burden, Luo clan. To what end? Sigh, I've been living for a long time, but this kid is the first one I cannot see through in a temple. Everyone is lying down, looking tired. She is practicing martial arts with them. Luo Yihai comes and says, Sister, are you alright? Martial Duga's fifth godson, Tianyu's 5 tigers' youngest, swooping dragonic tiger, Luo Yihai. She says it's okay. After all, there are hundreds of people on the other side, and there are even many 8th and 9th layer experts. I'm just a little tired. He says the victory of this second-rate clan battle goes to Maplewood City Luo clan. Everyone is happy for her victory, and she also feels happy. They are shouting, This is Luo clan's 28th win. I cannot believe they are a third-rate clan, he shouts. Yeah, and their best man is yet to appear as well. People say their steward, Fan, is on the same level as the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. He is hailed as Tianyu's 7th dragon. Soaring demonic dragon. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng shouts, "What if Luo clan is so strong? Why haven't I heard of it? Why is it stuck being a third-rate clan?" He smiles and says, "What third-rate clan? That brat duped us even facing a top second-rate clan. They won cleanly. If this was a third-rate clan, who would be a second-rate one, right?" Ninger is looking sad and says, "Why isn't Big Brother Zhua here? Isn't he joining?" Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng says, "Ninger, why do you always have to mention him? It hurts." Xie Tianshang says, "It seems the rumor is true. The soaring demonic dragon is no longer a part of this world." Ninger shouts, What rumor?" Xie Tianshang says, 5 years ago, they say Zhua Fan chanced upon Lightning Canyon and is buried there. What a pity! I really hope to meet such a highly praised man. Now I can no longer see his strength for myself." Xie Tianyang shockingly says. Brother Xie Tianyang is watching him nervously. Ninger shockingly says, "Impossible, impossible." She starts crying and says, "Big Brother Zhou can't be dead." In a temple, someone with a cloth tied around their mouth is coming. They sigh, "I got held up for too long in the Lightning Canyon. I hope I made it in time. Hope those guys didn't get themselves wiped out again." Everyone greets them saying, "Sir, please come inside." They all eagerly say, take a look at it, take a look at this." The newcomer enters with a smile and says, "Wingate City's Luo clan has landed their 27th win, advancing into the second-rate clans finals and becoming this esoteric debate's biggest underdog." They open the door and step inside. People are engaged in lively discussions, shouting, place your bets, 1 to 10, 1 to 10, we're counting on them to get our money back." A member of the Chao Wei family named Yu Dijun Fu enthusiastically says, let me bet, I'm sure you're betting on the Regent estate." The newcomer, Zhua Fan, enters and says, "So that's it." Zhua Fan continues, "Ascending Ice Phoenix, Drifting Flowers Edifice, Forest Fleeting Dragon, Merry Woods, Golden Armored Sword Dragon, Sword Marquise Abode." They read from the wall, spotting words like sword, Blackwind Mountain, Marquise Abode, Soaring Demonic Dragon, Golden Armored Sword Dragon. Zhua Fan mutters after reading, "Soaring Demonic Dragon, Blackwind Mountain, who the hell came up with this?" A man laughs and responds, "Hey, dummy, what hole did you crawl out of? Haven't you ever heard of Wingate City's Luo clan on Blackwind Mountain, of their soaring demonic dragon?" Zhua Fan doesn't seem to pay attention. The man continues, "You're really ignorant. When Demon Archon Zhua Fan wrecked Drifting Flowers City, everyone and their uncles learned about him. Now that we know he represents the Luo clan in the esoteric debate, of course he stands on par with the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. This is why people call him Soaring Demonic Dragon. Apparently it is the name of the martial art he used." Another man joins the conversation, shouting, "Bullshit complete, and utter bullshit. The Demon Archon Zhua Fan did use the Soaring Demonic Dragon in Drifting Flowers City to kill Regent Estate's second young master. But his nickname has a totally different meaning. His Soaring Demonic Dragon title implies that he wants to break through to heaven and challenge the 7 houses' 1,000-year-long authority. You know nothing, so don't go about talking rubbish." Zhua Fan smiles and thinks, "Soaring Demonic Dragon. I like it." He shouts, "Cut the crap. Demon Archon Zhua Fan may be great," he continues, "but do you think he has it in him to contest the 7 houses? The 7 houses' status in Tianyu has been unshaken for 1,000 years. I reckon that even if the Luo clan climbs high enough to enter the fight between the 7 houses, it will only fight as a vassal clan of the 7 houses." Zhua Fan smashes his hand onto the table and says, "Who told you Luo clan is their vassal? Get your head straight. Luo clan will become an independent clan, competing on the same level as the 7 houses. It will not cower behind some other house for safety. Just wait and watch." Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng enters the scene, starts laughing, and says, "That's right. Luo clan should aim for the best clan and challenge the unwritten rule that has held on for millennia. If not, like every single time, the esoteric debate would end with only the 7 houses competing. Wouldn't that be too boring? Steward Zhua, I've long wished to meet you, my soul brother. Today we finally meet." They both stand there, and Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng continues, "I am Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng. Care to join me for a chat?" Zhua Fan thinks, Zhuge Changfeng, the head of the 4 pillars. These two beside him, their aura is hidden but not emitted. They seem to be rare experts. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng says, Xue Fan, come here and sit. They all stand there, watching both of them. Xue Fan and Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng sit, while the two pillars remain standing. Xue Fan thinks, this barrier can isolate everything from the outside world. No average radiant stage expert could just set up a barrier so casually, not even a peak one. These two old guys must have trained in some special cultivation method. They aren't to be taken lightly. His Zhuge Changfeng may only be in the second layer of the profound heaven stage, but he is surrounded by many powerful people. His name as the head of the four pillars is well deserved. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, Steward Zhue, you must be wondering why I was looking for you. Xue Fan watches him intently. Prime Minister watches Xue Fan back. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and thinks, if he answered, he would have fallen into my trap. Regardless of the content, his reply would have given me the rights to lead the conversation. But Xue Fan kept silent, thus keeping his right to speak. He is indeed a master of the art. Steward Zhue, Prime Minister continues, your rumors do not do you justice. I am in awe after meeting you. Xue Fan smiles and says, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng is exaggerating. Your illustrious name has given me far more shock. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, voice men speak plainly, let us dispense with the tricks. Or we'll be at it for 3 days and still not finish. Xue Fan smiles and says, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng is quite open, so I shall do the same. Prime Minister says, Steward Zhue, I fear that someone may have instigated the Luo clan's participation in the esoteric debate. Xue Fan watches him and says, oh, what makes you think this? Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, we are both men who look at things from all perspectives. I am certain that with you as its steward, Luo clan's rise beyond the 7 houses would only be a matter of time. But your coming out in the open has been far too soon. With Steward Zhue's cunning, I'd believe you are not a man looking for short-term gain. I surmise that you've been forced or perhaps lured into a choice that you could not refuse. Xue Fan thinks, Zhuge Changfeng is amazing, able to understand everything. Saying that I was lured is accurate. Forced also correct. I chose this situation so I wouldn't lose the imperial family's support, or, worse, offend them instead. Zhuge Changfeng, possibly the only person in the empire surmising that Luo clan will one day surpass the 7 houses, continues, and say, head of the 4 pillars, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng, is truly wise. I admire you. Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, Steward Zhue is too kind. This old bag of bones has been soaked in this world for far too many years, thus gaining some thoughts about its revolutions. I fall utterly short to young Steward Zhue's wisdom. Xue Fan says, then Prime Minister Zhuge is saying. Zhuge Changfeng says, what I want to say is. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, watch your back. Xue Fan gets shocked. Xie Tianyang says to Ninger, calm down, he's only missing. No one has found his body yet. Ninger is crying and shouts, Brother Tianyang, why didn't you tell me? They all stand there, looking at each other. Xie Tianyang sighs, I didn't want to see you so sad, that's why. Long Xingyun comes laughing and says, that's why. You should have told her sooner rather than prolong the agony. Don't you know that prolonged longing will only make a woman's pain deeper? He is the veiled dragon pavilion's abyss dragon, Long Xingyun. Xie Tianyang picks up his sword and says, we finally meet? Long Xingyun gets shocked and shouts, no, 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 we're all allies here. Don't pull your sword at our first meeting. Xie Tianyang says, humph, sorry. I can't help but want to pit myself against an expert when I meet them. Please disregard my rudeness. Long Xingyun angrily shouts, you martial fanatic fool. You just smacked your tongue, right? I've heard of the soaring demonic dragon Xue Fan's resounding name, and hope to see him. A shame I will never have the chance. Ninger shouts, why do you say that? You also believe Big Brother Zhue is dead. His body hasn't been found. Long Xingyun says, the lives that Lightning Canyon robs are left without a corpse. If his fortune was the same as Uncle Gio, surviving that disaster, he would most likely appear here. But after 28 fights, he is still missing. The first 27 fights were nothing, but the last one was only won by using all they had, even if they were unharmed. If he didn't appear even now when it matters the most, I fear he's gone from this world. Ninger starts crying again. Xie Tianyang is watching Ninger again. Long Xingyan says, "Hey, do you guys think that the Luo clan without Zhuo Fan is worth being our ally?" Xie Tianyang says, "In my eyes, ally or whatever doesn't matter. Whether they are worthy of a challenge or not matters." Long Xingyan starts laughing and says, "That's a martial fanatic for you. What about you?" Xie Tianyang says, "I don't care what you think, me and Zhuo Fan are brothers, and even if he isn't here, I hope to see the Luo clan leave this place safely." Long Xingyan says, "Well, second young master sure is milder among the two. But Veiled Dragon Pavilion's ally is Zhuo Fan. Without him around, the agreement is void. Whether the Luo clan can hold on to the agreement, it will rest solely on their performance. I fear, however, that they will never achieve it. Look, without the care of that demonic dragon, most of the savage dragons have them in their sights. Second young master, are you capable of stealing the dinner from the claws of those savage dragons? Hell Valley's Spectre Dragon Yu Yushan? Merry Woods' Forest Fleeting Dragon, Lin Xianfeng? And also Pill King Hall's Plague Dragon, Yan Bongi?" Long Xingyan says, "They say he went insane cultivating his poison, and this is the result. And with his poisonous constitution, even without Yen Song or Yen Fu's achievements in alchemy, his mastery of poisons far exceeds vicious Pill King's. He is a fearful man. However, he is not the strongest. The real monster, Region Estate's heaven-shaking Dragon Lord, Huang Puqing Tian, is present as well." Xie Tianyang draws his sword again and angrily smiles. Long Xingyan nervously watches him and thinks, this martial fanatic. Does he not know what a dreadful existence that man is? How is he to challenge him so eagerly at first glance? Sigh, I just can't tell if these blockhead allies of mine are a blessing or a calamity. They all are watching the temple. Huang Puqingtian says that Zhuo Fan still hasn't shown himself. Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, "Eldest young master is truly a hero among heroes, you must really want to fight that kid." Huang Puqingtian stands and says, "Lin Xianfeng, watch your tongue. This world doesn't have anyone worthy fighting with Elder. Only some temporary targets need destroying. I only want to see if that man is worthy of killing him myself. If he can't even amount to that, he will be left to you guys to handle." Yu Yushan thinks, this brat is usually crafty, but this time ass-kissing only reached the feet. Lin Xianfeng shockingly watches them, suddenly smiles, and says, "Eldest young master, why don't I test the Luo clan? Zhuo Fan is bound to show up then. And if he doesn't, we'll simply end them." Huang Puqingyan says, "Good, do it." Xie Tianyang and Long Xingyun watch the temple. Huang Puqingtian watches them and says, "You two go as well." Perhaps. The 6 dragons fight will happen earlier. They both watch each other and shout, "Yes." Huang Puqingtian says, "Lin Wuchang has never said something like this to me ever before. As a man of great power, I have to make things clear. Only by snuffing out the cradle would allow ultimate peace to descend. Humph, Zhuo Fan. Come if you have the guts. Humph." Old Pang says, young master, good work." Young miss watches him and smiles. Old Pang stands there while they both sit at the table. Old Pang says, "You've done well today? I will surely remember it." Everyone bows. Young miss smiles and says, "Captain Pang, just how did you train them? These young guards are even more dauntless than most people I've seen in the army." Old Pang smiles and says, "Young master, there are some things you don't know. These guys are trained by me according to Steward Zhuo's training regimen. He said that great soldiers are good when fighting back, but these fellows are men willing to lay down their lives for the Luo clan when it matters the most." Ninger gets scared. Young miss shouts, "We asked about their training, so why are you talking about sacrifice?" Young Pang folds his hand and says, "It's my rotten mouth to blame for making young miss feel such sorrow again." Ninger shockingly says, "Hey, Commander Pang, Don't be like that. I do not blame you, she says, 5 years without so much as a word. Elderly did say that he is definitely alive. But from the look on his face, like that, not even he believed those words. If he were still alive, there was bound to be some news at this point, not total silence. Ninga says, let's go. At this moment, we have to prove that Luo clan has the power to face the 7 houses. Grand Elders should be waiting for us for a long time, Ninga thinks. Therefore, no matter what, we must lead the Luo clan to the final round of the esoteric debate. Everyone is shouting, Yunchang, Yahai, congratulations, you won 28 times in a row. Yunchang, Yahai happily say, Uncle Lei. You knew we'd won even when you were outside, Uncle Lei says, of course. With such a resounding applause, how could I not know? I've heard it so many times these days that my ears have swollen. Yunchang, Yahai say, Uncle Lei, how about we make a different sound tomorrow, since your ears are swollen? Uncle Lei replies, no need. I like this one very much, and starts laughing. Yunchang, Yahai smile, and suddenly Yunchang, Yahai becomes worried. Uncle Lei asks, what's wrong? Yunchang, Yahai say, my earring's gone. She shockingly says, sister, did you drop it somewhere? And shouts, everyone, my sister lost her earring. Please help us find it. Lin Xianfeng shouts with laughter and says, a bunch of idiots. Everyone look around. He says, what are you looking for? It's here. Such a remarkable godson that old guy Dugujantian has gained. You recognized me with just one look. Yunchang, Yahai angrily says, of course. We may be soldiers, but the Godfather has told us about the renowned figures in Tianyu, and shouts, and you, what do you think you're doing? This is Dragon Cloud City, and it is time for the esoteric debate. The houses and clans are forbidden from making a ruckus. Are you challenging Marshal Dugu's order, and is that why you're blocking our way? Lin Xianfeng starts laughing and says, stop scaring people with that old guy's name. I'm not everyone, kid. Do you know why the old man told you about Tianyu's strongest? It was to warn you that even he can't offend some people. It was something for you to watch out for. That order is for the average clans only, not for us, the 7 houses. Yunchang, Yahai shouts, you dare to openly go against his order? Let's see when I report to Marshal and he puts you in your place. Lin Xianfeng starts laughing and says, you gullible pup. Come down. He says, I just told you. That old man won't interfere. He lustfully comes closer to her chest and says, it smells good, gorgeous. Mind spending the night with me? Yunchang, Yahai angrily says, pervert, and slaps him. Lin Xianfeng laughs and says, is this all the Luo clan amounts to? You could not even find something good enough to touch my clothes. But you dare showing off in Dragon Cloud City. Uncle Lei angrily shouts, come on, let's go together, and goes towards him to hit him, showing his power with a thunder finger. Lin Xianfeng stands there confidently and flicks his fingers easily, saying, too slow, and kicks him back. Yunchang, Yahai shouts, Uncle Lei. Lin Xianfeng kills everyone. Yunchang, Yahai watches him in shock. Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, I've already finished fighting. Young miss, and Yahai watch him in shock. Yunqing thinks, too fast. I knew Lin Xianfeng was fast, but I didn't expect that it would actually reach such a ridiculous level. It was as if he defied the laws of time and space. The power of the 6 dragons isn't something we can contend with. Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, it seems the soaring demonic dragon is truly dead. Otherwise, why wouldn't he show up in this situation? Could it be that he is a coward? They all watch him in shock. Young miss says, if my Luo clan's steward Zhuo was here, you wouldn't be able to be arrogant for so long. Lin Xianfeng says, ha, looks like you hold Zhuo Fan in quite a high regard, although, would it even make that much of a difference if he were here? Ain't nobody who some no-named clans call soaring demonic dragon, one who can barely stand up to our level, the level of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, doesn't deserve my attention. And he comes towards Yunqing. Yunchang gets shocked. Old Pang and Uncle Lei also watch him in shock. Uncle Lei thinks, although he has the same cultivation level as mine, there is such a huge difference in terms of speed between us. The 6 dragons are in a league of their own, even if they are only profound heaven experts. Lin Xianfeng picks his mouth and says, young Miss Luo, if we were to take this somewhere private, Wouldn't that stewardship end up working under me in the end? Are you willing to come along? Yuchang comes and kicks him, shouting, "Don't touch my sister!" Old Pang comes quickly and shouts, "Get your filthy hands off!" Young Miss Lin Xianfeng kicks Yunchang hardly and also kicks Old Pang as well. Yunchang is shouting in pain. Young Miss shouts. Yahai Lin Xianfeng picks young Miss Luo's hand and says, "Young Miss Luo, will you cooperate now?" Young Miss Luo shamefully cries. Lin Xianfeng watches him. Old Pang comes and hits Lin Xianfeng from the back side. Lin Xianfeng is shouting in pain and thinks, "I can't scream if I do. My sister will have no choice but to agree, and the Luo clan's name will go up in flames." Lin Xianfeng says, "Oh, quite the tough one." I see Lin Xianfeng puts his feet on Old Pang's leg and he is shouting in pain. Lin Xianfeng picks young Miss again. Old Pang watches him and shouts, "Young master!" Young Miss shouts, "Yunha." Lin Xianfeng picks her up again and shouts, "Talk, are you going to give in and make MANHWA fans master or not?" Young Miss says, "Humph, are you worthy compared to him? You're nothing but discarded dung, unfit to even carry his shoes." Lin Xianfeng shouts, "Slut, how dare you!" and tries to hit her. Someone is coming and hits him hard. It's Ascending Ice Phoenix Chu Qingqing, who shouts, "This is none of your damn business." "Beat it," Lord Chai says. "Humph, Drifting Flowers City will never allow anyone to harass women." Young Miss Luo thinks, "So beautiful, how can there be such an outstanding beauty in this world as she?" "Chu Qingqing," she says. "Yunchang, are you all right?" she says. "I'm fine, Sister Iris, Sister Peony. It's been a long time since we last met." Lord Chu Qingqing is standing there and watching him angrily. Lin Xianfeng, in pain, says, "Chu Qingqing, this is not Drifting Flowers City, not to mention the territory of your Drifting Flowers edifice, so try to keep your nose out of another's business." Chu Qingqing says, "Sorry, but it's my habit in that case." Lin Xianfeng says, "In that case," and moves fast to hit her, shouting, "Then don't blame me." Chu Qingqing calmly watches him coming. Suddenly, his feet get stuck with flour. Lin Xianfeng shockingly thinks, "Frost domain." Lin Xianfeng cuts the ice and moves again to hit her, shouting, "Did your soul reach radiant stage? Didn't you say you wasted 10 years of your cultivation time?" Chu Qingqing stands there and watches him, saying, "Humph." Lin Xianfeng angrily says, "I didn't expect you to catch up so soon, Chu Qingqing. You are worthy of being among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, albeit barely." "I extend my admiration," Chu Qingqing says. "Now that you know the difference in strength between us," she shouts, "then get lost." Chu Qingqing says, "Get lost? I am in no mood to stir something up before the true battle between the 7 houses." Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, "Chu Qingqing, you're a bit full of yourself. Not even you are enough to deal with me." Yan Bongi comes to hit Chu Qingqing from the backside. Chu Qingqing gets shocked, tackles him back, and dismantles his powers with her hands. She thinks, "What a dreadful poison, it's him." Yan Bongi emerges from the green poisoned smoke. "The plague dragon." Yan Bongi. Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, "You old poisoner, about time you showed up. Any later and I'd have had to go all out." Chu Qingqing says, "Now it's tricky." Lin Xianfeng starts laughing and says, "Ascending Ice Phoenix, now that we are 2 against 1, I reckon what your chances will be." Chu Qingqing watches him shockingly. Long Xingyin comes laughing and says, "You're among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, yet you have no shame going 2 against 1. What will you say to 3 against 2? Then she comes and says, "Young Miss Luo, are you alright?" Yahai watches her shockingly, sees the ring in her hand, and then says, "That ring." Xie Tianyang starts laughing and says, "This is our engagement ring." She shockingly says, "Young Miss Luo, please don't misunderstand. There is nothing between us. Brothers simply gave a token to each of us." Yahai says, "Oh, I see," and thinks, "That guy never gave me anything." Chu Qingqing thinks, "Why do I suddenly feel so cold?" Long Xingyin says, "I wonder, who among you will spar with me?" Xie Tianshang says, "Humph, you don't need to take action. Stand back and leave them all to me." Long Xingyin thinks, "This guy's martial fanatic obsession is out again. Though this is a very good opportunity to see how reliable he really is." Lin Xianfeng says, "What should we do? Should we flee?" Someone comes and says, "Not 2 against 3, it's 3 on 3. In fact, Spectre Dragon," Yushan says, "Eldest young master was right. 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were bound to fight earlier. Lin Xianfeng starts laughing and says, so what in this case? We are even. What's there to fear? They all get worried. Xie Tianchang opens his sword and says, you too, pick someone else. Yu Yushan, these 3 are mine. Chu Qingqing says, young master Xie, can you take them on all by yourself? Xie Tianchang says, if I can't even deal with the 3 of them, how can I challenge Huangpu Qingtian? Long Xingyan says, brother Xie, I don't care about the other 2, but leave Yu Yushan to me. Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley's grudges can only be settled amongst ourselves. Yu Yushan starts laughing and says, perfect. I was thinking the same thing. Let's see what Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Abyss Dragon is made of. I'll make sure whether Hell Valley has overestimated you or not. Someone shouts, stop! 4 tigers of Tianyu arrive, and Dugu Feng shouts, everyone, Marshal Dugu forbids any grudge fight in Dragon Cloud City. The 7 houses are no exception. Please comply. He shockingly shouts, Yai, what happened to your leg? Her leg is injured. Dugu Feng gets worried after watching her leg. Young Miss says while crying, third brother, it's Lin Xianfeng. Yahai says, please, elder brother, help us. Dugu shouts, anyone who harms our family is dead. He shouts, eldest brother. Quiet, I hope that we can all let this matter rest, otherwise, if Marshal were to step in himself, it won't simply end with words. Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, fine. It's such a pity, though, that we'll just have to wait for the decisive battle of the houses. Then Dugu Feng watches Yahai and says, Yahai, I hope that you don't blame me. Yahai says, no, I understand. Eldest brother had to dissolve the situation. Dugu Feng thinks, my little brother was bullied, but I cannot protect him. What kind of elder brother am I? Huangpu Qingtian says, oh, isn't the situation over yet? They all get shocked and watch behind. Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, eldest young master, this is what happened. Huangpu Qingtian says, since that Zhou Fan hasn't shown up yet, then let's slaughter the Luo clan. Dugu Feng shouts, young master Huangpu, Marshal is against any grudge fight. Are you? Huangpu Qingtian says, grudge fight war. They all describe armed conflicts between 2 equally strong sides, but none of you are even worthy of a grudge fight. Erasing someone weak doesn't violate any order. Dugu Feng thinks, such crass. Huangpu Qingtian attacks on Jim with his thunder power. Xie Tianyang shouts, Huangpu Qingtian, I've waited 10 years for this, and throws his power. Flowing spaces, 9 forms splitting heaven. Huangpu Qingtian says, 10 years, then you waited for nothing. Xie Tianyang shockingly watches as a thunder lightning power hits him. Xie Tianyang vomits blood from his mouth. Huangpu Qingtian says, just like flicking away a mosquito. They all are watching him shockingly. Long Xingyun and Lord Chu become afraid of him. Monster Dugu Feng shouts, Huangpu Qingtian, think this through, or you will suffer the consequences. Huangpu Qingtian says, relax, I'm not after you, the 5 tigers' lives. I still have to show consideration for the old marshal. As long as you come out unharmed, he will not charge into Regent Estate. He smiles and says, so taking Luo clan's young Miss head with me won't make that old geezer snap. Young Miss thinks, so astute he grasps Dugu Zaitantian's bottom line and knows when to stop. Mr. Ling says, young Miss Luo, run, go find the marshal. Once you get there, you'll be safe. Young Miss says, Yahai? Mr. Ling says, don't worry, Yahai is our brother and the godfather's godson. Huangpu Qingtian won't ever touch him. Go. We won't be able to hold this monster for long. Yahai says, Sister Luo, don't worry, just go. Young Miss Luo watches him crying. She comes and picks young Miss Luo's hands and says, Brother Zhua has always called me a burden. Let's see him say that again after I save his clans. Young Miss, she is looking nervous. Lin Xianfeng smiles and says, want to run away? Yu Yushan says, don't sour the eldest young master's mood. Lin Xianfeng shockingly watches him. Huangpu Qingtian says, a hare always thinks it can outrun its hunter, only to find that its efforts go in vain, and flies fast and shouts, its effort goes in vain. Dugu Feng shows his power and says, wind, forest, fire, mountain, 1,000 of horses. Huangpu Qingtian flies towards him, smiles and says, it's actually a formation, but unfortunately, it's too low grade, and throws his power towards him, and hits him very hard. Dugu Feng and DONGHUA get injured. Long Xingyun comes and hits him with Veiled Dragon Claw. Huang Puqingtian smiles and says, Veiled Dragon Pavilion gets worse by the day. You only got so far through underhanded and comedy methods. Long Xingyun smiles and says, so that is what I know best. Huang Puqingtian says, attacking from the bottom I will. And stands with the ice power. Chu Qingqing comes to hit him. Huang Puqingtian watches her and says, I see. While the 4 tigers blocked my path, you laid a trap for me with Frost Domain. Not bad at all, I will give you that much. And shows his powers to both Long Xingyun and Chu Qingqing. They both get shocked and say, but you are earthworms shaking the tree, and stand there with yellow lightning showing his power. And shoutly say, you're making a fool of yourself, and hit both of them. Young Miss Luo shoutly says, Qingqing, and Long Xingyun also falls away and says, what the hell is that? It is the heritage of an emperor. Huang Puqingtian with so much power says, you are not worthy to know. Yuhai picks young Miss's hand and runs. Huang Puqingtian suddenly comes and blocks their way. Xie Tianyang comes to hit Huang Puqingtian and shouts, Ninger, watch out. Huang Puqingtian hits him from his hand and throws him away, proudly saying, insect. Huang Puqingtian says, young Miss Luo, this palm of mine will splatter the both of you. If Shuafan doesn't show even now, he is definitely dead, or maybe just a lily-livered good for nothing coward. Ninger shouts, rubbish. You're the real coward. Brother Zhua is a hero. Huang Puqingtian smiles and says, I hope so too, but at this point, he seems more likely to be dead than alive. Huang Puqingtian puts his feet on Ninger. She shouts in pain, sister. Xie Tianyang shouts, Ninger. Huang Puqingtian smiles and says, Zhuafan is really dead after all. A shame you all had to die for nothing. You only have Zhuafan to blame for your fates. It was he who cut your young lives short. Xie Tianyang slaps his hand down and shouts, that son of a bitch, Zhuafan, why does he always wash everything away? Now Ninger is giving her life away for nothing. Yu Yushan smiles and says, it seems that Zhuafan really. No, Zhuafan is not dead. Or this would never have happened. Young Miss Luo shouts, no, Zhuafan is not dead. Huang Puqingtian angrily shouts, then call him out. But even if he does appear, it's too late now. No one can save you from my attack. Young Miss Luo, in pain and tension, shouts, Zhuafan, if you can hear me, please come. At least, let me see you one last time. Huang Puqingtian, young Miss Luo, and Ninger are standing there. Lin Xianfeng suddenly starts laughing. Yu Yushan smiles and says, stupid woman. Huang Puqingtian says, useless. Die in peace. Even if you die, you have to face it with fortitude. That's what you taught me. Young Miss angrily watches him and says, I just don't want to die. I still haven't been able to see you again. She starts crying and says, Zhuafan, Zhuafan. Ninger is getting worried while hugging young Miss Luo. Someone is coming with too much power, and yellow lightning around him. Young Miss Luo watches him in pain. He says, hey, young Miss Luo, watching her while crying. Old Pan, Uncle Lei, Chu Qingqing also watch him shockingly. Yu Yushan, Lin Xianfeng also watch him shockingly. Huang Puqingtian also watches him shockingly. This is Zhuafan. He picks Ninger and young Miss Luo and says, are you looking for me? His eyes with yellow lightning show his power. Huang Puqingtian shockingly thinks, under the sky of Tianyu, in front of me, the heaven-shaking dragon, there is actually someone who can pull such a feat, saving someone from right under my nose, and at the last second too. Not even the fleeting feat Lin Xianfeng could pull it off. Could this person be? Zhuafan is standing with Ninger and young Miss Luo. Ninger happily shouts, Big brother Zhua, you're alright. Zhuafan smiles and says, Ninger, it's been a long time, you've grown up. Young Miss Luo and Xie Tianyang watch him happily. Xie Tianyang cries and thinks, Ninger, why have you never looked at me like that? Zhuafan gets angry and shouts, young miss, what's wrong? As soon as we meet. Young Miss Luo is crying and says, you are asking me? What about you? Where the hell did you run off to for the past 5 years? Young Miss comes and hugs Zhou Fan and shouts, I was worried sick. Zhuofan nervously sees her and suddenly smiles. Ninger from behind watches both. Ninger is getting upset. Chu Qingqing watches them and is upset. Huang Puqingtian says, for even a fifth layer of bone-tempering woman to kick your ass. Young Miss Luo and Ninger both watch him shockingly. Huang Puqingtian says, soaring demonic dragon's reputation is undeserving. Young Miss Luo hides behind Zhou Fan and shouts in pain, I'm scared. Steward Zhua, protect me. Zhua Fan thinks, since when did this last learn to throw a hissy fit? Lin Xianfeng starts laughing and shouts, eldest young master, this guy doesn't look like much. He's only in the 9th layer of bone-tempering stage, he couldn't even break through to the profound heaven stage. Fighting him will only harm your image, so allow me to do the honors. Huang Puqingtian watches him and thinks, it may not be so bad to let this dumbass test the waters. And says, suit yourself, I'll allow it. Lin Xianfeng happily says, thank you, eldest young master. Zhua Fan watches them confidently. In the temple, everyone stands. He is smiling. Miss Luo shouts from the back of Zhou Fan, Steward Zhua, ignore the others and even bullied me, teach this prick a lesson he never forgets. Zhou Fan looks at her, questioning, what's so special about him? Miss Luo replies, because before you came, he had foul intentions about me and even bullied me. Zhua Fan considers, thinking that Miss Luo has changed and is working out her naivety. He smiles and says, since the young miss has spoken, it is a steward's duty to comply. Lin Xianfeng, known as Forest Fleeting Dragon, responds defiantly, you must be tired of living, you had the nerve to go after my young miss. He laughs, adding, so what? It's not my fault that Luo clan has no men. Zhou Fan flies and delivers a swift kick to Lin Xuanfeng's face, causing him to fall with a loud thud. Huang Puqingtian watches in shock, as do the 4 tigers. A big hole appears in the wall due to the impact of the kick. Zhua Fan angrily says, bastard, you dare say that with me here? Go to hell. Xie Tiancheng watches, commenting, soaring demonic dragon's reputation precedes him. What an oddity. Long Xingyan smiles, realizing, I now know why father allied with the Luo clan. Why little Kuei and little Jia were so driven to cultivate this monster gives too great of a shock. But will only cultivation be enough to catch up to these 2 monsters? Chu Qingqing watches, silent. Lin Xianfeng emerges from the damaged wall, injured and bleeding from his mouth with damaged teeth. He thinks, just now, I didn't even get a chance to react and was sent flying. His speed is even more absurd than mine. If he got serious, would I even be alive right now? No wonder this guy caused chaos among the 7 houses. His power is so weird. Zhua Fan smiles and asks Miss Luo, will you be content with such a punishment? Should I give him a kick as well? Lin Xianfeng is shocked by the suggestion. Miss Luo replies firmly, no need, he only lacked manners when speaking with me. Lin Xianfeng is taken aback. Miss Luo continues, as for the matter regarding Yihai. Zhou Fan looks toward him and asks, Yihai? Miss Luo reveals, his leg was broken. DONGHUA holds Yihai in his hands. Zhua Fan angrily demands, who did it? Yihai thinks, we can't make a big deal out of it. And says, it's nothing, brother Zhua, forget it. Miss Luo shouts, what nothing? Yihai, has the army messed with your head? Forget about enduring it like we did before. Now that brother Zhua is back, we are not about to take this anymore. Zhua Fan speaks up, addressing the situation. Your sister is right, he acknowledges. He thinks about the world's dynamics, where the strong prey on the weak. He says, when I was gone, I couldn't help, even if I wanted to. Compassion would only get 1 killed. The world isn't ruled by reason, but by might. Since I'm back, there will be no compromises. Xie Tiancheng, Long Ji, Old Pang, and Uncle Lei watch him nervously. Ninger and young Miss Luo are also tense observers. Young Miss Luo comments, tch, so charming, even I was almost moved. Yihai, in pain, addresses him, brother Zhua. Zhua Fan responds, young miss, tell me who it is. Young Miss Luo angrily exclaims, it's him, he's the one who broke Yunhai's leg, he's the only one who can't be spared. Lin Xianfeng grows fearful of Zhua Fan's presence. Zhua Fan accuses, It's you again. It seems that the kick just now was too light. They both stand their ground. Huang Puqingtian interjects. That's enough. Long Xingyun observes that Huang Puqingtian is finally taking action. Yu Yushan thinks that with the first young master present, the kid shouldn't pose a threat. Zhuofan smiles and challenges. Oh, you want to stop me? Huang Puqingtian retorts. You're overthinking things. It's just that no one has managed to surpass me, and you are no different. They all watch. Huang Puqingtian is shocked. Zhuofan bursts into laughter and taunts. Kid, how dare you injure the young master of the Luo clan? Quickly pay up. He kicks Lin Xianfeng again, causing him to vomit blood and ascend into the sky. Yu Yushan and Yan Bangyi watch in shock as Lin Xianfeng makes a comeback. Zhuofan seizes him by the leg and states, Kid, you broke my young master's leg. I think taking away your sound is pretty fair. He breaks Lin Xuanfeng's leg as well. Lin Xianfeng shouts in frustration, You bastard, do you know who I am? I am the young master of the 7 House Merry Wolves. Let go of me. Zhuofan releases his grip on Lin Xuanfeng's leg, and he screams in pain. Zhuofan watches him and smiles. Huang Puqingtian watches him with shock. Zhuofan smiles and addresses young master Huang Pu. Weren't you going to stop me? What are you doing showing me your back? Then Huang Puqingtian thinks in shock. He kicked Lin Xianfeng, then ripped his leg off, and finally came back to his original spot. He marvels at how Zhuofan came and went 3 times in that short span, as if 3 people were acting simultaneously. He acknowledges that today, he's finally met the strongest opponent ever. He realizes, it seems I can't let my guard down around you. Huang Puqingtian generates his power, surrounded by yellow lightning. He stands there, ready. Lin Xianfeng, from the hole in the wall, cries for help. Zhuofan watches him and commands, You two also hide away. Zhuofan stands his ground. Huang Puqingtian, with yellow lightning enveloping him, exudes immense power. Long Xingyun observes, Such a terrifying aura. Zhuofan discards his cloak, revealing his purple lightning power surrounding him. He watches Huang Puqingtian with determination and anger, ready to face him. Huang Puqingtian approaches swiftly with a smile and intent to strike. Long Xingyun shouts, It's the 9th stage of Imperial Tyrant Body Art. Zhuofan stands there, a smile on his face, and purple lightning enveloping his hand. They both prepare to clash. Long Xingyun remarks, These two are fated enemies. Zhuofan smiles fiercely, his purple dragon soaring demonic dragon power ready. Martial Dugu arrives, lifting both of them in his hands and throwing them out. He stands there with authority. A yellow lightning descends along with Martial Dugu. Zhuofan and Martial Dugu stand their ground. Martial Dugu draws his sword and declares, I have said, no grudge fights are allowed in my Dragon Cloud City. He shouts, Are you 2 kids taking my words for air? Huang Puqingtian watches him and concedes, I know. I won't ever violate Martial Dugu's orders again. Zhuofan shouts, Old Martial Dugu, this is totally not my fault. Look at my young master, your godson. Someone broke his leg. I was only doing my duty as the Luo clan's steward. Martial Dugu reacts with surprise, what he angrily looks at Yunhai. DONGHUA lifts Yunhai in his hand. Martial Dugu angrily questions, Who did it? I will not let him go. Zhuofan smiles and reveals, They did it, Martial Dugu. Please give your young master, young Miss Luo, sit down on his knee. Young Miss Luo pleads, Please, Godfather, please give my brother justice. Master Dugu addresses Huang Puqingtian and shouts, Why did you hurt my godsons? Huang Puqingtian nonchalantly replies, Because they were in my way, and starts smiling. Martial Dugu reacts with shock, Why were they in your way? Huang Puqingtian explains, They carried out Martial's orders to prevent me from having a grudge fight. Martial Dugu angrily opens his sword and asserts, In other words, they aren't at fault here. Huang Puqingtian smiles and counters, No, they're wrong. The term grudge fight describes armed conflicts between 2 equally strong sides. With their strength, they are not worthy to fight with me, so it does not defy Martial's order. As for my fight with Steward Zhua, that was indeed a grudge fight. But that was afterward. Before that, the 5 tigers had already fallen to the ground, so it can be said that they weren't hurt from doing their duty. Fan thinks that Huang Puqing Tian knows Marshal Dugu is a man of integrity, so he uses sophistry. He smiles and contemplates if Huang Puqing Tian is going to reverse the situation next. Marshal Dugu angrily questions, "What you're saying is that my godsons were wounded without your intention?" Huang Puqing Tian smiles and replies, "Precisely so. They ran into me and wounded themselves. In other words, they were the ones who did it first." Marshal Dugu shouts, "And what of my fifth godson? What happened to his leg? Don't tell me that he broke his leg running into you." Huang Puqing Tian states, "That wasn't me. It was Lin Xianfeng who broke his leg. Out of respect for you, Marshal, I was extremely lenient on your godsons." Marshal Dugu angrily demands, "Where's that Lin Xianfeng? Then I have a score to settle with him." Huang Puqing Tian smiles and advises, "Marshal, there's no need for that now. Just now, Steward Zhua had, in front of everyone, taken matters into his own hands on behalf of his master. Is Marshal still going to continue?" Marshal Dugu watches him in shock. Fan thinks, so that's what you want to say. But when it comes to changing the truth and reversing the situation, you are still too inexperienced. Fan shouts, "Old Marshal, don't listen to his lies. You have no idea of the cruelty and harassment he put us through when I arrived. The four had ganged up on my young master, humiliating and trampling him. My loyalty to my master is unquestionable. I came to his rescue at once. But I was also a victim of their assault. It was impossible for me to fight the four alone, leaving me riddled with wounds. Out of carelessness and sheer coincidence, they made a mistake and lost a leg. But we are the victims here. We were the ones abused. Please give us justice, Marshal. They saw our clan small and weak and decided to harass us. They are low and despicable people." Long Xingyan thinks in shock. "Good acting." Huang Puqing Tian thinks, "This brat." Young Miss Luo adds, "That's right." Steward Zhua downplayed it slightly, out of worry for the Luo clan. "But this is indeed the situation. Please help us, Godfather." All four tigers are in shock, thinking, "Why are you like this?" Yahai smiles and thinks, sigh. Another one falls under Fan's bad influence. Young Miss Luo smiles and watches Fan. Fan smiles and gazes at Marshal Dugu. Marshal Dugu scoffs, "Only dogs would believe your words." Then again, "This is the perfect chance to get back at Regent Estate," he adds with anger. "So that's how it is," and shouts at Huang Puqing Tian, "I have banned grudge fights, and yet you all started harassing the weak with numbers. A much viler act than a mere grudge fight. Is this what you thought of my orders? I will take this matter to each of your houses and get a thorough explanation from them." Huang Puqing Tian shouts in shock, "Marshal, you only heard his side." Marshal Dugu interrupts, "Oh, one-sided." He smiles and adds, "All right then," and angrily shouts, "Let's see what the witnesses say." What Fan just said, is it true? They all respond in unison, "Yes." Huang Puqing Tian thinks, "Oh no, they're clearly aiming for us." Huang Puqing Tian says, "Marshal, I thought you were a righteous man, but now I see." Marshal Dugu questions, "See what you heard them? Is there anything you would like to add?" Huang Puqing Tian shouts in frustration, "They are clearly siding with Fan, while on our side Lin Xianfeng had his leg ripped out." Marshal Dugu shouts back, "You have one victim while they are all down, so who's the real victim here? Who was it that harassed others with their power? Are you so damn blind?" Huang Puqing Tian watches him in shock. Huang Puqing Tian thinks, "Damn it, I have never been so humiliated," and shouts defiantly, "Soaring demonic dragon! Your title sure is apt in going after me." "We'll just have to see how you will end." Fan speaks up, "Marshal Dugu, you're just going to let him go? He just threatened me. My poor little life is on the line here." Suddenly, both Marshal Dugu and Fan are shocked as they turn to look behind them. Huang Puqing Tian launches an attack at them. Marshal Dugu intervenes to save Fan and dismantles the attack. Huang Puqing Tian concedes, "You're lucky this time." Fan thinks, sigh, "What kind of bullshit? Killing with intent. I stopped caring about it 5 years ago." Someone is standing upside down on top of the temple and remarks, "This kid." Fan says, "Thank you all for such hard work. If it weren't for your help, our clan's line would have been severed." Long Xingyun responds, "Brother Zhua, before I didn't see what my father was thinking, now I finally understand. Only after seeing you have I realized how much time I've been wasting. Zhuofan smiles and advises, youth is wasted on the young. But even so, you should live your life to the fullest and take some time off to enjoy it. Anyway, there is still a lot of time that can be wasted, and adds with a smile, don't take it to heart. Long Xingyin questions, is this your way of consoling me? Xie Tianyang speaks up, Zhuofan, once I'm healed, how about we have a match? Zhuofan responds, we just met, and never have I offended you. So why do you want to fight me? Xie Tianshang puts his hand on Zhuofan's shoulder and explains, hey, just ignore him. My elder brother is a martial fanatic. He wants to fight any expert that catches his eye. Zhuofan praises Xie Tianshang. Brother Xie, you did a good job today. I must say, you sure gave your all for Ninger. Xie Tianshang acknowledges, Zhuofan, do you always stand out wherever you go? You've got my Ninger swooning over you every time she sees you. Can't you tone it down a little so I can have a shot? Zhuofan and Xie Tianshang stand there. Ninger watches Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiles and responds, sorry, then puts his hand on Xie Tianshang's shoulder and adds, that's how heaven made me. If I don't show off, who else will just focus on getting better? Someone arrives from outside, and Zhuofan watches nervously. It's Chu Qingqing, who slaps Zhuofan's face and demands, stop you, don't you have anything to say to me? Zhuofan says, well, thank you, Drifting Flowers Edifices, for helping our clan in our desperate hour. She shouts, that's not what I want to hear. You should know that. Why didn't you see me one last time I killed and took what I needed? I achieved my goal. I just want to know, before leaving Drifting Flowers City, why don't you see me one last time? Zhuofan replies, I killed and took what I needed, I achieved my goal. There is no reason to stay, no reason at all. Chu Qingqing cries and pleads, no reason at all. Zhuofan looks behind and sees young Miss Luo approaching. She informs him that Marshall is calling for him and tells him to leave things to her. Zhuofan agrees, saying he will go see the old Marshall immediately. Young Miss Luo addresses Chu Qingqing, stating that Steward Zhui can be a bit rough, and if he has hurt her with his words or actions, she asks for forgiveness and offers to take care of her in his place. Chu Qingqing replies that Zhuofan's transgressions are too grave to measure, and she should not take the blame. She appreciates the offer but insists on getting a resolution from Zhuofan. Both young Miss Luo and Chu Qingqing feel possessive of Zhuofan and get jealous of each other. Xie Tianyang observes young Miss Luo's actions. Zhuofan heads outside and thinks, women are really scary. I would rather go against 100 Huangpu Qingshans than see Chu Qingqing again. He opens the door and enters, where Marshal Duga laughingly shouts that Zhuofan is here and invites him to sit, saying he has something to discuss. Zhuofan responds with curiosity, asking what instruction he has for him. Marshal Duga assures him that it's nothing much, just his conscription. Zhuofan reacts with shock, exclaiming that he is not army material and pleads for them to find someone else. However, Marshal Duga dismisses his protests, stating that nobody is born a soldier and that even Yuhai was trained into shape. He reveals that Zhuofan's talent is above average and predicts that he will take his position one day. Zhuofan questions why they want him, and Marshal Duga explains the scarcity of array masters, crucial for formations in battles, leading to recent losses. Zhuofan nervously claims ignorance, stating that he doesn't know about arrays or formations. Marshal Duga counters by saying that he already knows Zhuofan's capabilities, including his knowledge of fourth-grade arrays. Realizing he's targeted, Zhuofan tries to reject the idea, stating that a good man doesn't enlist. Marshal Duga argues against that notion, saying Zhuofan's loyalty to his clan and siblings speaks for his loyalty to his nation. Zhuofan persists in avoiding enlistment, claiming that the army will ruin his prospects of raising a family. Chu Qingqing, young Miss Luo, and Ninger are shocked by his mention of raising a family. In response to Zhuofan's declarations, Marshal Duga raises his voice, exclaiming, more crap. Where the hell did you hear that nonsense? How could 3 years lead to such a drastic change? He reflects, thinking that it would take at least 6 years to perceive any person as a mature individual. He asserts, none of that matters. This marshal promises that you'll be a soldier for only 1 year, then be my staff officer. Those things don't apply to you. Observing Marshal Dughu's unyielding demeanor, Zhuofan privately opines, this old guy is so stubborn. Nevertheless, he proceeds with, in that case. And responds aloud, fine, fine, but on one condition. Marshal Dughu's voice resounds, demanding, what condition? Just name it. I'll do my best to accommodate you. Zhuofan discloses, I want to borrow your military power for a month. I want to be a marshal too. Marshal Dughu's tone escalates as he shouts, nonsense. You think the army is a game, but kid, what do you need military power for? Undeterred, Zhuofan counters, what else? With a smile, he adds, to sweep the land and pacify the empire. Marshal Dughu's anger flares as he exclaims, what? This is a military matter. How can you be so arbitrary? Zhuofan's expression remains unaffected as he assures, it's fine. Won't I have the appropriate rank a year later? At that time, I can just kill and smash whoever and whenever. Marshal Dughu's internal thoughts reveal his concerns. No, I can't have him fly through the ranks. I'll have to stamp out his rebellious nature in the army. Zhuofan's smile persists, as he confidently declares, I know what you're planning. But no matter, I'm the best there is when it comes to roping someone to my side. It won't take me even a year to turn the 3 million Dugha army into the Zhua army. At that point, being a general or not would hardly make a difference. With a triumphant smile, Zhuofan suddenly raises his voice, asserting, aha! That's right. I am giving my all here, but who knows when we will have to face Regent Estate on the field of battle. Contemplating his potential, he continues, but with 1 year in the army, I could take control of one of the country's 4 pillars. Then why not? Why didn't I think of this before? Old Marshal, you have to enlist. Even if your whole army's infected with gayness rather than some twisted broads, I'd still go for it. Marshal Dugha vehemently opposes this notion, shouting, no. No. Responding to Zhuofan's concern, he reassures, Old Marshal, what's wrong? Marshal Dughu, still animated, retorts, Zhuofan, since you find enlisting to be such a pain, I won't force you. Zhuofan dismisses the notion, asserting, no, I think it'll be a blast, Old Marshal. Marshal Dughu's emphatic tone returns, countering Zhuofan's suggestion, no, 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 I've never forced anyone to do anything in my life. It's best you stay and look after the Luo clan. Oh right, the 3 house lords are here as well. I better go see them. Zhuofan seeks clarity, asking, what about my enlistment? Marshal Dughu's voice rings out, we'll talk about it later. Zhuofan's irritation becomes evident, as he mutters, tch. Does he still want me to work for him? Reflecting on his situation, he contemplates, and thinks, then again, having Dugha army by my side is not bad either. Amidst these considerations, a group from a temple approaches, expressing gratitude to Marshal Dughu for his intervention. With a gracious smile, he responds, no thanks needed. This is my responsibility. Besides, the person who saved them was someone else, while I was only a mediator. Chu Qingqing takes a moment to engage Marshal Dughu, inquiring, Marshal, I was meaning to ask. Are you intent on conscripting? Zhuofan, could I ask you to postpone it until after the esoteric debate? Marshal Dughu's response is affirmative and supportive, of course. He must stay. As for conscripting, I still need to consider it. There's no need to fret. Zhuofan responds with a smile of his own, his thoughts evident. Did someone just mention me? Observing him, others in the vicinity watch him with respect. Chu Qingqing addresses Steward Zhua, pointing out the predicament, the entire Luo clan is injured. We can't make it to tomorrow's fight. As the steward of the Luo clan, shouldn't you step forth? Zhuofan's smile remains as he replies, of course, since it is my duty to represent the Luo clan, this battle is unavoidable. At that time, the Luo clan will be able to stand abreast with all of you. He lets out a hearty laugh and continues, then what will depend on Steward Zhua's performance. Then I'm looking forward to seeing a good show tomorrow. His laughter rings out. Amidst the anticipation, the referee announces the winner of the day's battle, proclaiming, the winner of today's battle hails from Crescent Sword City, the Shui clan. They are advancing to the final battle. In the midst of this, both Shui Fan and others watch intently. Young Miss Luo's voice rings out, full of enthusiasm, the big brother, second brother. And others join in, offering their congratulations. Their mother, Dan, adds her voice, exclaiming, Gang Elinor, you've done well. You are now ready to join the final battle and help Sword Marquis Abode's young masters in their fight. Remember, don't disgrace our Shui clan, and protect the two young masters well. Her words are met with an enthusiastic response, yes. However, a note of concern taints the moment, as she sighs, Uncle, why did you let the brothers join such a cruel battle? This time's battle will be far more deadly and vicious than any of the past ones, I'm afraid. Undeterred, she faces her second young master and asserts, Second young master, I have made my decision. We cannot go on receiving Sword Marquis Abode's grace without giving anything back. Please give us this chance to show our gratitude. Xie Tianyang, present among them, watches the scene unfold with a smile. As Brother Dong and Sister Wanner make their entrance, the focus shifts to the next fight. The referee's voice rings out again, announcing, the next fight will be between Drifting Flowers City's Dong clan and Flood City's Yu clan. Brother Dong and Sister Wanner exit to witness the upcoming match. Ninger observes their departure, commenting, aren't they Brother Dong and Sister Wanner, so it's the two of them. There are a lot of familiar faces here. The referee's voice resounds once more, proclaiming, Drifting Flowers City Dong clan is the winner. Brother Dong's relief is palpable as he exhales, phew. He then addresses a group with respect, greeting, Young Master Xie, Uncle Xie, Sir Xie, Brother Xie. How do you do? An older man approaches and adds his voice, Brother Xie. How have you been? Brother Dong responds with happiness. I never thought our clans would enter the final battle alongside each other. Uncle Xie's laughter fills the air in response. The referee calls out again, this time indicating the next fight, again. The next fight is between Downspire City's Hong clan and Blue Expanse City's Sun clan. A surprised exclamation escapes Uncle Xie, Blue Expanse City. A voice in the crowd adds, is Hell Valley's dog. Two formidable figures from Blue Expanse City step forward, both emanating a dangerous aura. Hong clan's experts react with laughter, their voices ringing out as they address the newcomers. Two peak bone tempering cultivators want to mess with 50 experts from your demonic look. Living must have been hard, and you've come for the sweet release of death, right? Their laughter echoes. The situation takes an unexpected turn as the girl from Blue Expanse City hits one of the Hong clan's experts on his face. Shock and exclamation ripple through the onlookers. What? Another voice adds, damn, how dare you sneak attack? The command follows, go on, kill them. The tension escalates as the two from Blue Expanse City eagerly await their opponents, Xie Tianyang and Ninger among the shocked spectators. Defiantly, one of them declares, traitor of Hell Valley. She laughs and issues a chilling proclamation, you will die in the final battle, by our hands. We will cleanse the Hell Valley of its traitors. The Xie family observes this scene with intensity. The Hell Valley dog's voice cuts through, declaring, no one will be left behind, followed by laughter. The Hell Valley dog's laughter resonates. Xie Tianyang's voice cuts through, forceful, stop barking. What the hell are you two? I would like to see you try and touch the Shui clan. She smiles confidently and retorts, Second young Master Xie, our house lord's son will deal with you. We only deal with the traitorous Shui clan. A reminder follows, don't forget our main objective, the Luo clan. Shui clan is just a side dish. Ninger's voice rings out, shocked, what you're after? The Luo clan. Xie Tianyang's smile forms, his thoughts clear, so they are targeting Zhuo Fan. He starts smiling and adds, that's right, we will find the Luo clan and slaughter them all. Especially that Zhuo Fan. We will tear him limb from limb. Xie Tianyang turns his attention to his comrades and instructs, you guys should quickly go and kill him. Spectators in the audience watch the unfolding scene. An old lady's voice comments, it's Zhuo Fan again. He stirs up trouble wherever he goes. A young boy's exclamation carries across, "Look, Hell Valley's men are here." The entire Hell Valley group stands as a united presence. Another voice from the audience speculates, "Are they here to enjoy the show? No way, they must have some important matter to concern about." Curiosity builds. Is there a new star on the rise no one knows about? If that's really the case, who is this person and what is he capable of to garner such ostentatious audience? A confident voice from the Hell Valley members rings out, "See, Valley Lord, you came to personally watch us crush your clans. This is how much Hell Valley values us. Yeah, we're not like those Shui traders." She smiles with self-assuredness and asserts, "Valley Lord finds us indispensable." Xie Tianyang's voice carries a hint of disdain, "Cocky brats, Yuan Shan isn't so bored as to watch a couple of aberrations." She responds with a sharp tone, "What did you say?" Xie Tianyang's retort echoes, "Oh my God. Look! It's the Drifting Flowers edifices." Lord Chu is standing there with other Drifting Flowers edifices. Nervousness fills her expression as she watches them. Xie Tianyang's voice, laced with amusement, adds, "Here comes another lovesick lass. That punk will be so annoyed." An older man joins in, laughter evident, "I didn't expect Drifting Flowers edifices overseers to come support us. Our Dong clan is so cherished. We may be Drifting Flowers edifices' trusted aid, but to receive such care." Xie Tianyang's thoughts hint at his skepticism. It seems narcissism is an inherent trait of these vassals. He shouts, "Young Master Xie! Look! It's the Sword Marquis' abode." Uncle Xie joins in the laughter, shouting, "Dong clan head! It seems narcissism is an inherent trait of these vassals." Xie Tianyang's voice seeks to temper the atmosphere. "Everyone, I know fully well my words may sound crass, but could you cool off for a second and stop with the self-important attitude? Those house lords haven't even looked at you once. So how can you say they've come for you?" Xie Tianyang's tone shifts to shock as she exclaims, "Look over there. Another house is coming. It's the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Pil King Hall's men are here as well. It's the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. And Marywood's members are coming." A voice from the audience speculates, "Is this Forest Fleeting Dragon one of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? Why does he have only 1 leg? How would he fleet through the forest?" Now another voice retorts, "You're the scriptwriter. Why are you asking me?" They shout, "How could it be? Even they are here." They confidently stand and start climbing stairs. Pavilion Lord watches them with a smile. Uncle Xie's thoughts echo the surprise, "The head of the 7 houses, Regent Estate. What the hell is going on today?" He shouts, "The next fight will be between Zephyr City's Wan clan and Wind Gaze City's Luo clan." Young Miss Luo, accompanied by Old Pang and Ninger, walks over to pick a stick. A man's voice questions, "The young master of the Luo clan has a broken leg. How can he still fight?" Another voice triumphantly asserts, "Victory is ours." Suddenly, they all get shocked. There is someone behind them. Xie Tianyang, Chu Qingqing, and others watch him with smiles. It's Zhou Fan, picking his ring, walking in confidently and saying, "Soaring demonic dragon." His hair flies as he speaks. Zhou Fan smiles and addresses Old Pang, "Stay here and look after them." Audience members exclaim, "So the 7 houses are here for him. Is he going to fight himself, alone against the 20 strongest members of the Wan clan?" They shout, "Brother Zhou, fingers crossed." She shouts with enthusiasm, "Darling, good luck. Crush them all." Ninger chimes in, "Little girl, behave yourself." Young Miss Luo adds, "Steward Zhou, you are a true man of mercy, to show such restraint in your travels." Zhou Fan's anger shows, "I only did what I had to. The rest was a force of circumstances, out of my control." Young Miss Luo's voice comes tenderly, "Oh, force of circumstances?" Zhou Fan questions, "What are you doing?" Young Miss Luo kisses him on his forehead, saying, "As you say, force of circumstance." She goes away with a smile, saying, "Steward Zhou, good luck." Young Miss Luo watches him and smiles. Chu Qingqing, initially angered, suddenly smiles. Someone new approaches. Pavilion Lord Huangpu speaks, "Sirling, who among these girls is his Achilles heel?" Sirling replies, the flowers have intentions, but the water has no feeling. They all have a crush on him, but he ignores them completely. It's too soon to tell if any of them can be called his weakness. This needs further observation. Lord Huangpu simply responds, "Oh." Xue Fan's thoughts reflect his surprise. Young Miss is somewhat weird. Forget it. He queries how they both look at Xue Fan, and Zhou Fan examines them. Xue Fan asks, "Do you need something?" He smiles and teases Zhou Fan, "Can't you tell who we are?" Xue Fan smiles in response, "Sorry, I've sinned so much I don't keep track of how many I've wronged. If you're here for revenge, kindly wait your turn. I'll be with you in a second to send you to the afterlife." He retorts with a shout, "Xue Fan, you're as arrogant as ever. But we aren't the same as before. The one who dies this time is you." Xue Fan counters with a smirk, "Because I've never seen such ugly freaks in my life." Laughter erupts from the audience. They turn to face the crowd, and he shouts, "Xue Fan, that's enough." They conjure a magic smock using their powers. Angrily, the old man speaks up, "Xue Fan, you've mocked and derided us ever since we met. It's because of you that we look like this. Today, we will take your head as revenge." Young Miss Luo shouts in shock, "Wait. You came for revenge, but we do not even know how we've offended you." They approach, shouting, "Luo Yinchan, have you forgotten destruction of our clan, being cast out? Are these reasons not enough?" Young Miss Luo exclaims, You are Uncle Kai." Xue Fan smiles and says, "Oh, so it's you. Now that you've lost all reason to live, you've come to me for reincarnation." Uncle Kai angrily retorts, "We come to kill you, or die together." Xue Fan responds coolly, "Even if you came to kill me, you ought to get in line. After I deal with the ones on stage, I don't mind finishing off the lot of you as well." Uncle Kai turns around and suggests, "As the saying goes, know thyself and your enemy, and you'd be ever victorious. Let's stand by and watch what he is capable of." They move closer. Xue Fan thinks, soaring demonic dragon. How are we supposed to fight? But this is the only chance to show. He shouts, "Soaring demonic dragon, I've heard a lot about you, come." Xue Fan raises his hand and interjects, "Wait. My Luo clan will definitely enter the final battle, and this is too much of a hassle. So in order to move things along, let all clans, from third to first rate, step in. We will decide it in one battle. If I lose, we walk. We'll go straight to the final battle, fighting with the 7 houses." Everyone in the arena is standing. Lord Huangpu speaks up. He wants to fight every clan on his own, which is too outrageously cocky. Serling adds, with Xue Fan's cunningness, he must be up to something. Both Lord Huangpu and Huangpu Qingtian observe the scene. Uncle Xia interjects, "But this isn't in the rules." Xue Fan smiles and retorts, "The rules aren't important. What matters is strength. That's how one earns their right to participate in the final battle. And it's a perfect time to show the 7 houses who they're up against." Huangpu Qingtian smiles, and Lord Huangpu remains seated. Huangpu Qingtian declares loudly, "I declare, who brings me Xue Fan's head, their clan will become Regent Estate's vassal." Everyone is watching in shock. He continues this. Another boy smiles and thinks, "This is like a pie falling from the sky." Xue Fan addresses Huangpu Qingtian, "Young Master Huangpu, you're sending them to their deaths." Huangpu Qingtian responds, "Isn't this what you wanted?" They both burst into laughter. Valley Lord remarks, "Yes, Xue Fan wants to cause a sensation all right, to establish the Luo clan in the upcoming final battle. So the more people that jump on his sword, the better." As for Huangpu Qingtian and Uncle Sima, they want to use the people to see Xue Fan's limit and develop contingencies. Both sides understand each other's intent flawlessly while using each other. These two are deviant and cruel men of ambition. They gaze far into the horizon, but as the world isn't big enough for the two of them, they have to settle their score here and now. Or the world will be plunged into chaos at their hands, ripped apart, and burned to cinders. The battle for unification is underway, and nothing or anyone can stop it. All that is left is to see who has the last laugh. The referee sighs, Luo clan's qualifying fight for the final battle begin. Everyone moves to attack Shuafan. He stands confidently. They all come closer and attempt to hit him. Ninger worries, will Brother Zhua be okay? Xie Tianyang confidently reassures, totally. With that punk's luck, not even the 7 houses can do anything to him, let alone these pests. But isn't facing thousands of people amazing? He ponders, sure, but there is also the danger of dying from exhaustion. Why is he waiting them out? Why isn't he thinning the crowd? He laughs and concludes, no matter how strong, he is all alone against the tide. He is finished. A shame we are already under Hell Valley and cannot throw our lot with Regent Estate. We would have been in there cashing our luck otherwise. Ninger gets angry with them, and Xie Tianyang thinks, you guys don't know shit. He will not do what he's not certain about. Shuafan, with his huge powers, throws all of them out. Huang Puqintian watches in shock. Xie Tianyang and Ninger are also astonished. The audience watches him and smiles. Shuafan grins. All of them are defeated. Shuafan smiles and challenges, those who want my head, you may step on together. Shuafan confidently states, all of them are dead. Huang Puqintian and Serling watch him angrily. Huang Puqintian expresses his frustration, it's killing with intent. Valley Lord questions, killing with intent. Isn't that a radiant stage expert's ability? Mr. Sima adds, this kid is only a bone-tempering cultivator. How could he develop such a skill? Shuafan stands there, smiling. He gazes towards Huang Puqintian, who watches him in shock and anger. Shuafan maintains his smile and gives Huang Puqintian a thumbs-down gesture. Huang Puqintian angrily watches him and thinks, this kid must have used this ability on purpose. To humiliate me. He hits in anger. Serling observes the scene quietly. Huang Puqintian becomes increasingly furious. Yan Bangui watches him. Yu Yushan approaches him and comments, old poisoner, have you ever seen the eldest young master lose his temper? As far as I can remember, not even once. Yan Bangui responds, neither have I. But the punk sure knows how to push the eldest young master's buttons. Yu Yushan remarks, by the looks of it, the final battle revolving around 6 dragons and 1 phoenix for so many centuries has now turned into heaven-shaking Dragon Lord versus soaring demonic dragon. All we can do is stay back and cheer, like mere squires. Yan Bangui is surprised. When did we become so useless? Sigh. Mr. Sima intervenes, don't sell yourself short. You are very much needed in the plan to get ourselves rid of that little monster. Lin Xianfeng smiles and adds, yeah, as long as we have a good plan and work together, we will waste him for good. Yu Yushan playfully teases, what can you possibly do since when are you on the same level as us? Yu Yushan laughs, and Lin Xianfeng puts his head down. Shuafan stands there, everyone around him is dead. He watches and says there should no longer be anyone coming up, announce the result. The referee declares, in this qualification round for the final battle, the Luo clan is victorious. Shuafan smiles and remarks, what a nuisance. He then shouts, old Pang, make a list with all the dead people's clans. I will pay a visit to each and every one of them. They shout at Shuafan. We don't need your hypocrisy. Don't think that some poor apology will be enough to atone for this slaughter. We won't forgive you. Shuafan replies with a smile, apology, atone? Are you guys thinking too much? Since when did I, Shuafan, start having regrets from killing? And you even went as far as thinking I'd apologize for squashing mere ants when you went after me just now, wishing to get my head. I made sure to burn each one of you in my mind. I only want the list so I can pay a social visit and send you off with the rest of your clan and avoid any meddlesome folks in the future. Everyone stands there, listening to him. Serling smiles and says, this brat sure is crafty. People seek revenge out of survival. But when that is at risk, all the hatred evaporates. They will most likely run home and cover all of this up, while leaving him a free path to the final battle. Lord Huangpu responds, but this punk is a tyrant. He does not care for the people. Serling counters, a tyrant is called that only in the moment of his fall. That is when others gather their nerves to call him that. If he keeps on winning, he will always be a righteous lord. His actions will have no impact whatsoever as well. As you can see from his choice today, he instilled a powerful image on all those present here that getting on the Luo clan's side or on the Seven Houses' side makes no difference. They will end up dead either way. So who then will go against the Luo clan besides us? Ninger and Xie Tianyang watch him with happiness. Ninger comes close to Zhou Fan, sees him, and smiles. Lord Huangpu says he is both ambitious and a ruler material. We need to nip him in the bud. Serling says I may have found this brat's weakness. Lord Huangpu smiles and asks, did Serling already find out the cause behind his vanishing acts? Serling replies, no, but it is akin to a special array. We can only use another array to seal this ability. Lord Huangpu says, but how do we trap him in an array? He is just too insidious to fall for it. Serling responds, that's right, he is trickier than a fox, proving to be a hard opponent even for me. But even smart people act like an average person sometimes. Lord Huangpu exclaims, oh, Serling must have a plan ready then. Serling watches him and smiles. Ninger shouts, Big Brother Zhua, congratulations on getting into the final battle. Zhua Fan replies that was going to happen in due time anyway. It will hardly make a difference when garbage throws itself at me, even if they are in the tens of thousands. Ninger says, well, Big Brother Zhua, will you really end their clans? They just lost their relatives. My clan was also on the verge of being wiped out, and I can relate. Please, could you just let them go? Zhua Fan says. Ninger don't. Ninger watches him with shiny eyes. Zhua Fan looks at her, smiles, and says, okay, no problem. I only meant to scare them anyway, to dispel any thoughts of going against me. Since I got what I wanted, there's no need to exterminate them. Uncle Xie is shocked, thinking, is he still the ruthless demon from the stage just now? Xie Tianyang comes and angrily says, hey, hands off. Don't you know mere acquaintances should never touch? Zhua Fan looks at him nervously. Young Miss Luo comes and says, yeah, how could any respectable woman be touched so casually? Ninger, please don't mind it. Steward Zhua is a boor. I'll teach him some manners when we get back. Ninger says, well, it's fine. Young Miss Luo, don't blame Big Brother Zhua. Old Pang comes and gives Zhua Fan a letter, saying, Steward Zhua, here's the list. Zhua Fan pushes the list and says, no need. Old Pang watches him shockingly and says, what's wrong with him? Zhou Fan angrily retorts, hey, hands off. Don't you know mere acquaintances should never touch? Yeah. How could any respectable woman be touched so casually? Ninger, please don't mind it. Getting angry and watching the Hell Valley members leaving, he shouts, wait. They all watch him shockingly. He looks behind and says, ho, ho, what is it? Zhua Fan smiles and asks, what is it? And shouts, Kai Rong, Kai shouting, and the Sun Clan's father and daughter, did you just say you wanted to kill me? Now you're asking me. Come then. Weren't you gonna take revenge? I'll take you all on and even give you 2 free moves. They all shockingly watch him. Zhua Fan says, don't feel like it since you have no guts, then kneel down. See how I put you in your place. They all get shocked and listen to him. Young Miss Luo says, how did you end up like this? Zhua Fan shouts, how else the Hell Valley gave them some double-edged demonic method. Just look at yourselves. You're either human nor monster, and yet you still want to live. Is this the awe-inspiring power you all sought? Especially you. Instead of staying as an elder in the Luo clan, you went ahead and threw your whole lot with the Sun clan. What a fool. Do you know why you ended up like this? It's what you deserve for being so adamant in becoming someone's lapdogs. Even as an elder of the Luo clan, you wanted to climb aboard Hell Valley. Now that you did, you're worth less than even a dog. He says, Zhua Fan, kill us or torture us. But stop with the insults. Zhua Fan says, kill you? Why would I do that? He shockingly says, you won't kill us. Zhua Fan says, of course not. I only care about 2 kinds of people. Friends, to hang out with, and enemies, to kill. What do you suppose you are? He shockingly says, enemies, and suddenly says, friends. Perhaps Zhua Fan smiles and says, you are, and gives him a big laugh and says, nothing in my eyes, just a bunch of clowns unworthy to kill and even less to call friends. Get the fuck off. Living on, as if they are tasting a worthwhile plan and reflecting on their mistakes. A good show is expected on their part. Shua Fan says, phew, much more comfortable. Shua Fan and young Miss Luo are watching them. They stand up. Zhou Fan asks, who called you to stand up? Crawl out like a dog. He watches Zhou Fan, sneeringly. Uncle Xia thinks, really such a ruthless tactic. Are we human or dogs? We act human in front of people and dogs behind the scenes. Old Pang, the steward, calms down Zhou Fan, saying, Zhua, calm down. Why are you so angry? Zhou Fan retorts, I'm not one to get angry over the likes of them. Old Pang looks at him nervously. Zhou Fan continues, oh, sorry everyone, there are matters that I need to deal with. Ninger watches him proudly. Zhou Fan declares, I shall take my leave. And they all start going. Young Miss Luo watches him and says, Zhou Fan, Miss Ninger, and you. Zhou Fan turns around and asks, what's wrong? Young Miss Luo watches him and says, nothing, let's go back. Zhou Fan watches her nervously. Elder Lei shouts, with Steward Zhua as our bulwark, we will always achieve absolute victory. They all get shocked as Zhou Fan says, Elder Lei, can these things 100 times each? Personally. You think I forgot about you since I didn't pay you any attention the last couple of days, he continues. Luo clan was attacked yesterday, and even our allies and outsiders came out with heavy wounds trying to protect our masters. While you just picked a corner to let this play out. You think you'll get out of this so easily, he shouts. But they were 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. We had no hope of defeating them, we would have only died for nothing. Zhou Fan smashes him on his face and angrily shouts, when you were Imperial Guards, did you run away as well? You are now the Luo clan's guards, and the least you could do is be our shields. We are never to die before all of you. Didn't Elder Lei and Captain Pang act just the same? You don't have the Luo clan's well-being as your priority, and must be punished. Elder Lei, what are you standing around for? Do it. Elder Lei says, Yunchang, what happened today? Why is Steward Zhua so irritated? Yunchang says, never mind, Uncle Lei. Just give them 20 canes each, but a bit harder. And thinks Zhou Fan? Could it be that he has a feeling for Miss Ninger? I hope I am thinking too much. There is a temple where Zhou Fan stands, drinking tea. Old Pang and young Miss Luo stand behind him. After finishing the tea, Zhou Fan inquires, how is Elderly and the others? They should be close. Old Pang responds with surprise, young Miss Lei and Elder Yan haven't come since you had plans for them. Zhou Fan confirms, correct. I indeed told them to move around this time. And the others? Old Pang explains, well, the others didn't either. Zhou Fan turns around and shouts, why? Young Miss Luo explains, it was my idea. Dragon Cloud City doesn't allow Radiant Stage experts in. And you said not to expose our cards too soon. So Zhou Fan angrily interrupts her and shouts, fool. The 7 houses didn't bring Radiant Stage experts because of their power, while you have none. If you and Yahai die here, the Luo clan is finished. What would be the point of all my plans and my efforts to help the clan to throw it all away in the end? Old Pang and young Miss Luo watch him in shock. Young Miss Luo shouts, yes. I am not so astute and failed to see the big picture. And you, after being gone for 5 years, you instantly scream at anyone you find an eyesore, and she starts crying, saying, it'd have been better if you hadn't bothered coming. Old Pang tries to console her, saying, well, Steward Zhua, please don't take it to heart. She didn't mean it. She missed you day and night. Zhou Fan interrupts, fine, I know. This isn't the first time she has acted like this anyway. Old Pang, send a messaging jade slip for Elderly to provide us support. I have a feeling we will have a falling out with Regent. Old Pang leaves, and Zhou Fan thinks strange. Today I'm a little off. Irritated by everything and lashing out at anyone. I was this close to trading blows too. This is not a good phenomenon. If anger gets the best of me, I will force my way forward, which is not a good thing. If I can't control myself, there will be a high chance I will do something that I regret. Zhou Fan clenches his hand and angrily thinks, Am I about to achieve divine eye of the void's second stage? Yellow lightning surrounds him, showing his anger and power. A phenomenal dimension is designed on the floor. 4 days later, Juefan is sitting and says, sigh, is it because my soul is weak and I start thinking, or because of my restless state of mind? It seems that I need to temper my heart and remove all distractions. Remove all. Juefan watches someone. It's old Pang, young Miss Luo, and Uncle Lei. Juefan asks, what's wrong? Young Miss Luo smiles and says, Pavilion Lord Long has sent word that they want to discuss the final battle among the 7 houses with you. Juefan responds, all right, I got it. But you were cultivating these past days and… Zhou Fan interrupts, all right, I got it, and goes outside. Young Miss Luo shockingly says, Captain Pang, did you also notice that he has changed? Old Pang shockingly replies, Steward Zhua didn't change, he has only returned to how he was 8 years ago. He looks the same as back then in Misty Forest. Young Miss Luo shockingly thinks, 8 years ago. Juefan. A demonic cultivator only ever cares about themselves. With these years of experience, my mind is no longer as peaceful as before. That's why I couldn't break through to the Z&E stage. These distractions and emotions must be eliminated. The strong have no need for dead weights. Juefan is coming back to the temple. Old Zhou says, brother, the killing with intent you used has opened my eyes. Juefan says, long time no see, brother Zhou. She shouts, darling, you were so cool that day. Juefan turns around and angrily says, if you dare to scream again, I'll pull your tongue out. She shockingly shouts, what did you say? Juefan angrily says, and you, deal with your disciple before she meets with misfortune. When that time comes, you'll only have yourself to blame for not educating her properly. Juefan starts leaving. Lord Zhou thinks, what's wrong with this kid? He's like another person. Juefan goes and enters a room, sitting at a table with Xie Tianshang, Chu Qingqing, and others. Chu Qingqing watches Juefan angrily. Xie Tianshang says, Steward Zhua, the qualification round has concluded. Because of your involvement, a large number of clans were eliminated. This makes the final battle planned a month later be moved 2 days from now. Juefan says, so the reason you wanted to see me is… Xie Tianshang replies, oh, because the Luo clan has never participated in the final battle of the 7 houses before, there are some things you have yet to learn. Actually, the final battle is held in a different area each time, and rules change accordingly. What remains the same is how cruel and brutal it is. Juefan says, so it isn't held in Dragon Cloud City. Hasn't it been a tradition for esoteric debate to be held here for the past 1,000 years? Xie Tianshang says, this is the imperial family's scheme. Only by constantly changing the environment could they see the true power of the 7 houses. And with how powerful the disciples from the 7 houses are, so too will the terrain become of much greater difficulty. This time it is expected to be the worst so far. Juefan watches him nervously. Chu Qingqing smiles and says, Steward Zhua needn't be baffled. The Dragon Cloud City has a large 8th grade teleportation array to send us anywhere within the Tianyu Empire. And that is where the final battle will be held. Juefan replies, so that's how it is, the imperial family is very thoughtful. And starts thinking, but using such a large teleportation array only for esoteric debate is such a waste. Uncle Lei says, Steward Zhua, your skills have opened our eyes. But we still wish to ask, how confident are you in facing Huang Puqintian? Juefan is sitting and thinking, starts smiling, and says, none. Juefan stands there with a smile on his face and says, but rest assured I can hold him down. The other 3, one of them is already crippled, so can you. Uncle Lei starts laughing and says, with Steward Zhua holding off that monster, the other 2.5 men will be easily taken care of. The 7 houses ranking will be in upheaval. They all head outside. Juefan is standing there, watching Chu Qingqing. He asks, what's wrong? Chu Qingqing demands, Juefan, I want an answer. Do you ever miss the days we spent in Drifting Flowers City longer? Juefan replies, I have already said, I only did it out of self-interest. Since I had achieved my goal and got what I came for, I had no reason to stay. Chu Qingqing shouts, then, those days at. What about the days spent in that shack? Zhuo Fan turns around, smiles, and says it was just an act. Do you call playing house being real without sacrificing a few days of my youth? You would have never given up the Bodhi Jade's sap so willingly. Chu Qingqing slaps him across his face. Zhuo Fan smiles and retorts, silly girl, you're so easily duped. I really worry how the Drifting Flowers edifices will survive after grandmother's gone. Why not give it to me? Chu Qingqing angrily exclaims, bastard, you are so heartless. Zhuo Fan looks at her and smiles, saying, I am and always will be a demonic cultivator. I'm heartless and unrighteous. Not to mention that there was nothing between you and me. Even if there was something, so what you think you can hook me in? Chu Qingqing watches him in shock. Zhuo Fan smiles, then smashes him on his face and walks away. The Flowers City edifices arrive and shout, Qingqing. Qingqing. Edifice Lord Chu. Zhuo Fan. You son of a bitch. You are not a fucking man. Qingqing is blind to fall in love with you. Zhuo Fan. You are a heartless beast. Zhuo Fan sits down, coughing up blood, thinking, I am stepping on the peak of the demonic path to become a demonic emperor. It is necessary to be unfeeling and unrighteous. These burdensome emotions, he shouts, has to be transferred to the peak teleportation array. People stand there, and he angrily says, look, the Luo clan is coming. They are watching them. Ninger speaks up, Brother Zhuo. Zhuo Fan smiles and asks, what are you doing here? Haven't you always hated watching people die? Ninger happily says it's fine, big brother Zhou. Shui clan is joining as well, and I'll be going too. Zhuo Fan says you can't, Ninger. This is a vicious battle, not a game. A girl like you has no place on the battlefield. Ninger smiles and says, whenever I'm in peril, the thunder ring will flicker, and then you will appear to save me. It's always the same, isn't it? Zhou Fan relents, fine, I'll look after you. You don't have to worry about that. Xie Tianyang angrily interjects, you have Huang Puqing Tian to deal with. Ninger will be in my care. Zhuo Fan sighs, I can't stop her. This girl is too stubborn. Xie Tianyang says to Ninger, okay, let's go. Don't give him any trouble. Zhuo Fan adds, but don't worry, she will be in her brother's and young Master Xie's care, so she won't be in any trouble. Xie Tianyang and Ninger leave. Zhuo Fan watches them, puts down his hands, and turns around. He says, take good care of her and make sure nothing happens. Xie Tianyang responds, it goes without saying. Young Miss Luo jealously says, Zhuo Fan, I'm coming as well. Zhuo Fan questions, why didn't we agree that Yun Hai and I would take the 10 guards this time, and you wouldn't participate? Young Miss Luo replies, no reason. You'll protect me, so it'll be fine. Zhuo Fan insists, no, it's too dangerous. Young Miss Luo reacts with shock, are you worried about me? Zhuo Fan clarifies, no, not at all. I'll be in danger if I have to constantly look after you. Young Miss Luo angrily retorts, you said that you would protect Ninger, yet I am a burden. What the hell does that mean? Young Miss Luo watches him. Zhuo Fan stands there thinking. Young Miss Luo watches him and feels heartbroken. Yuhai rushes in and shouts, the 7 houses are here. All of the 7 houses are coming. Lord Huangpu, Sirling, Huang Puqing Tian, and all the members of the 7 houses are coming. Lord Chu and the flower edifices watch Zhou Fan angrily. Chu Qingqing glares at Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan looks at her. Chu Qingqing says, grandmother is right, this man is dead inside. He is not worthy of any woman in the world. Marshal Dugu arrives with his army. Yuhai smiles and shouts, Marshal Dugu has arrived. Marshal Dugu rides on a horse and laughs, saying, kid, I was ready to come out and save you that day, but you have radiant stage abilities already. You hid them so well that you even had me worried. Zhou Fan asks, Marshal is there as well? Marshal Dugu answers, of course, just the day before Huang Puqing Tian showed off his intent, I was afraid that you would fall into the trap, so I had been watching from the sidelines. Marshal Dugu shouts, again, I didn't realize that you're both monsters cut from the same cloth. I was worried for nothing. He starts laughing and shouts, "Okay, let's go. It's time to start." Zhou Fan watches him confusedly. Dong turns around and watches Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan stands with the Luo clan and flower edifices. Someone comments, it turns out that the Luo clan is not a vassal-specific house, but instead wants to be on par with the 7 houses. However, this is a direct challenge to the 7 houses' authority. Will they be able to handle it? Lord speaks. Zhou Fan even dared to kill the elders of the 7 houses. Seeking a position in the 7 houses is nothing. What a fuss. Lord Huangpu watches them. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng arrives with 4 pillars and says, "Oh, you've come to the top so soon," and he starts laughing. Everyone watches him. Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, "In the end, you still abided by his wishes." Marshal Duge thinks, "Why is this geezer here?" Lord Huangpu is watching them. Zhou Fan also watches them. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng approaches and thinks, "Although I am hailed as an unwanted contriver, there are 2 people I can't see through. One of them is this Zhuge Changfeng." Zhuge Changfeng stands there and goes to Zhou Fan. He says, "Have you thought it through, or are you going to be swept away by the storm?" All of them get shocked and start thinking, does the Luo clan have a connection with the first of the 4 pillars? Zhuge Changfeng Sirling says, "Do not worry, Estate Lord. Zhuge Changfeng is different from Dugazantian. He's a pragmatist. Even if he intended to get close to the Luo clan, it will only be because of Zhou Fan's skills. Once Zhou Fan is out of the picture, they will fall like a ton of bricks." Lord Huangpu says, "It only makes this time's esoteric debate of paramount importance, to stomp that punk dead." Sirling watches towards Huangpu Qintian and thinks, the only one who can achieve this feat. Sirling starts smiling. Zhou Fan says to Zhuge Changfeng, "Prime Minister, how do you know if the Luo clan isn't in the eye of the storm already?" Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, "I trust your judgment. It's fine as long as you aren't forced into it. I am eager to see the day Steward Zhua achieves his ambitions." Zhou Fan watches him going. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng goes towards Marshal Duge and says, "Old Marshal, please don't take it hard on me for appearing unannounced." Marshal Duge says, "I would never. You are the honorable Prime Minister of our empire. It is only natural to come to see the grand esoteric debate." Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng smiles and says, "Old Marshal, don't be so stiff. I'm here by myself out of boredom. Don't think too much of it." Marshal Duge thinks, as if this Zhuge Changfeng has always been shrewd. How could he have come here for no reason? There must be a conspiracy. But now there is no time to mind him. And he shouts, "By His Majesty's grace, the esoteric debate will allow clansmen below the age of 30 to participate. No one older is allowed entry, or I will personally cut them down. As for the specific rules, the rules will be explained to you shortly by one of the divine dragons, Jade Flute Divine Sword, Fang Qiubai. He throws all the jades upwards and they come down, creating a magic dimension." Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng watches him and says, "8th grade army transfer, national elemental stones." He comes and says, "That's right, this is indeed the inheritance passed down by the imperial ancestors. The national elemental stones. There is a tiger with these 8th grade army transfer, national elemental stones. That tiger is roaring." He smiles and says, "I will now present you all with the rules for this esoteric debate. As you have seen for yourselves, the center and the stone arrays are both unidirectional. You will shortly stand in the center array, and I will then send you to the location of the final battle. But to return, the only way is through the national elemental stones." A boy from Luo clan says, "Those stones don't have any teleportation array on them. How do we go back?" Another boy says shockingly, "I do not understand." He looks at them and says, "The 5 national elemental stones are a one-way door, but from the final battle location to here. To activate it, you will need to find not only these stones but also their key. However, each ray has a yin-yang key that must be joined to return, and the order of your arrival will make your ranking." He smiles and says, "Sounds simple enough." He says, "Simple it is, however, when you know where the battlefield is this time, You probably will not think so. This time the battlefield is Beast King Mountain. They all get shocked and say Beast King Mountain. Beast King Mountain isn't as deadly as the Albiast Mountain range, but high-level spiritual beasts are nevertheless present. There are many 5th and 6th level spiritual beast kings roaming, hence the name Beast King Mountain. Even profound heaven and radiant stage experts would have a hard time scouring that place for anything, not to mention. They all watch them shockingly. Xuefan says so what he says, but of course, no danger comes unwarranted. It is slightly dangerous this time around, but the reward is up to the risk. These are 5 8th grade pills, brimming sacred pill. It will be up to each one of you to earn it. Xuefan and Huangpu Qingdian watch him. The brimming sacred pill is of most value to a radiant stage expert, or those on the brink. Across the whole of Tianyu, this pill is the rarest of all. Not even the 7 houses have one. The peak profound heaven experts need just one little pill, and they will jump right into being a radiant stage expert with no strings attached. While to a radiant stage expert, it will boost their soul many times over. Lord Huangpu says, Qingdian? Huangpu Qingdian replies, rest assured. It must be mine. They both watch the 8th grade pill. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng says the old man has come out swinging. He is eager to begin his plan. He starts smiling and shouts, all right, Qingdian. Youngsters. They all watch the teleportation array. Zhou Fan says the teleportation array is random and will split us up, no matter what happens. You are to search for each other first and foremost. They all look towards Xuefan and say, yes, Steward Zhua. Don't worry. Yuhai says, Brother Zhua. My godfather put me through some scouting lessons. I'll quickly find you. Xuefan smiles and says it was a good thing after all, leaving you in Marshall's care all those years. I can rest easy now. Xuefan watches them all and they all shout, let's go. Young Miss Luo Intention says, be careful, everyone. Come back safely. Lin Xianfeng shouts, Xuefan. You killed my master. I'll make you pay in blood. Xuefan looks around and smiles. Lin Xianfeng watches them angrily. Yan Bangdi says, spineless brat. You're boasting when he's already inside the array. Try to refrain from being so despicable next time. It's just the 2 of us. Hurry up and go. He is standing near the teleportation array. Everyone is going into this array. He starts going. In a jungle, everyone is scattered here and there through this teleportation array. Xuefan is standing there in the jungle and hears a sound, then shockingly turns around. It's a bear attacking Xuefan. Xuefan turns around and says, 4th level spiritual beast, mountain crushing bear. Xuefan stands confidently, turns around with blue lightning in his eyes showing his power. That mountain crushing bear gets afraid and runs away. Xuefan smiles and thinks, I can't believe that this azure flame has such a strong deterrent effect on all spiritual beasts this way, and starts moving, thinking, it's much easier to move around in this Beast King Mountain. Xuefan is standing in a tree and thinks, they were really scattered away. This Beast King Mountain is so large beyond imagination and there are many high-level spiritual beasts. I am afraid that Yuhai and the others are in trouble. I must find them as soon as possible. Xuefan hears a sound, save me. Xuefan thinks that with how vicious the Beast King Mountain is, no normal person would be stupid enough to come here. This person has to be considered. A female. Could it be her? Xuefan smiles and thinks, forget it. TSK moves towards the sound and watches a huge snake there. Getting shocked, he says, 6th level spiritual beast, overpowering flood dragon. This is no ordinary snake but a water serpent descended from the mighty flood dragon. It is a peak existence even among 6th level spiritual beasts. Not even a common 7th level spiritual beast can contend with it. That flood dragon moves towards the girl to kill her but doesn't find anything there. Xuefan picks up the girl hidden behind a peak. That flood dragon goes into the water. The girl opens her eyes and watches Xuefan. Xuefan looks at her and says, are you alright? And then shouts, why aren't you wearing clothes? The girl gets shy and shouts, ah. You rogue. Close your eyes, don't look. She shouts, I want to change my clothes. Rogue, do not peek. Xuefan looks around and says, You're the damn rogue. What are you doing coming here without clothes? Since when is drifting flowers edifices so deviant? She stands and says, What drifting flowers edifices? I know no drifting flowers edifices. And shouts, Why are you looking at me? See how I'll poke your eyes out. What are you looking at? Xuefan says, TCH, not that there's anything to see. Why are you so feisty? She thinks, feeling so embarrassed. My whole body has been exposed to a stranger. How can I face the world now? Xuefan mutters, God friggin' damn it. I saved the wrong damsel. Wasting my time. She shouts to him, Stop. What's the meaning of this? You regret saving me? Angrily, she says, Move. Xuefan retorts, I've wasted enough pointless time on you as it is. She thinks, How can you be so indifferent towards me? You're still a man. Xuefan thinks, Too much pointless time is wasted. Suddenly, a tiger roars with yellow lightning around him and blue eyes shining as it approaches. She shouts, Fourth level spiritual beast, mountain crossing golden panther. Xuefan thinks, There are so many fourth level spiritual beasts on Beast King Mountain. I wonder how Yunhai and the others are doing. But just a mere fourth level. The tiger roars and Xuefan flies towards it. She makes a ding-ling-ling sound, and the tiger stops and sleeps there. Xuefan thinks it's the first time I've seen such a method of dealing with spiritual beasts. He starts smiling and says, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. She shouts, Hey, don't just stand there and comment on my skill from your high horse. Looking at you, you're just a 9th-layer bone-tempering cultivator. No wonder this 4th-level spiritual beast scared you, silly. How dare you rush up to die? Xuefan retorts, I was scared, silly. Who was it, I wonder, that had her bare ass saved from that lake? She shouts, How is that the same? That thing in the water was a 6th-level spiritual beast. Wait. How are you able to fly as a bone-tempering cultivator? How did you save me? I am in the 2nd layer of the profound heaven stage myself, but not even I could escape that monster. Xuefan smiles, thinking, Naturally, I can't tell you that I can teleport. He opens his wings. The girl watches him and gets shocked. Xuefan smiles and says, I am fast. She says in shock, So that's how it is, a 6th-grade flying spiritual weapon, eh? Kid, since you saved me. And I saved you, we're even. But you still owe me. For seeing me naked. Xuefan smiles and says, Oh, I see. I understand you. Don't worry, I am not one to leave a dead unsettled. One moment. And he opens his shirt. She shouts, What are you doing? Rogue. Xuefan gets naked and says, You said I took advantage of your plight, so I'm only returning the favor. This should make us even. He starts smiling and says. She's getting angry and says, I definitely won't ask anything in return, including integrity. She angrily shouts and says, Damn pervert. That's not what I meant. Xuefan smiles and says, What else is there? Do you mean you want more? Well, not only will I let you see, but I also let you feel it. Okay, go ahead, feel me up as much as you want, and do as you wish with me, I won't complain. Not one peep. She's getting angry and says, I only want you to help me get some shaping spring. Then our account will be settled. I do not want to see your whole body. Xuefan shockingly says, Shaping spring is an underground river flowing for millions of years. Subjected to constant heat from the core, it was formed from Earth's essence, and it's priceless. Just like diamond sand. The shaping spring is among the best ingredients, if not the best itself. With just a drop of shaping spring placed in a spiritual weapon, it will turn into a sacred item free to change its size at will. Big and unstoppable as a hammer of 1,000 pounds, or small and sublime like an invisible. Xuefan thinks, however, there is one more incredible property the shaping spring has the others don't know about. Xuefan thinks it matches with the body refining array. I have a huge pillar in the thunder ring. This deal is a bit interesting. If I can obtain the shaping spring, perhaps I'll be able to complete that art written in the 9 Serenities secret records. I may very well gain the same freakish power Gu Santong exhibited. She asks, is he cold? Zhuofan says, Miss, what would you have me do? Zhuofan thinks, if I can get that power when father and son join forces. Not even my imagination can fully grasp the extent of such power. She thinks, why did this punk suddenly become so enthusiastic? It's weird. But what can he do to me? And says, come with me. Help me get the shaping spring, and what you did to me. It'll make us square. Zhuofan watches her and smiles. She looks around. Zhuofan smiles and says, what's wrong? She replies, nothing, I guess it's just my imagination. Zhuofan says, is that so? Then let's go. Zhuofan thinks, another silly girl, hooked. They move towards the river. Zhuofan speaks up, isn't this? She interrupts, saying, hey, do you know why I was in danger last time? Zhuofan smiles and replies, do you even need to ask? Bathing in someone else's home is the same as taking a leak in it. If I were that water serpent, I'd swallow you in one gulp too. She retorts loudly, bathing? Who would do that in such a dangerous place? Where do you come up with all these dumb conclusions? Zhuofan continues, what else is there? Weren't you going all natural when I got you out? She shouts angrily, you scoundrel. She thinks, why am I so unlucky to meet this creep? But only by working together with this creep can I get the shaping spring. She gestures towards the cave and says, look across the street. Do you see that cave? Zhuofan looks and responds, yes. What's wrong? She reveals, that is the serpent's cave. Zhuofan exclaims in shock, how is it possible? That thing was 500 meters long. The cave is too small for. Does it mean that? She interrupts, you're not so stupid, finally got it. Yes, that serpent is definitely eating the shaping spring. It allows it to change its size and enter that cave. Zhuofan raises doubts, but what makes you so sure shaping spring is in there? Perhaps the serpent venomously ate it somewhere else, or maybe it's in the middle of eating. She suggests a fish dying in the river. Zhuofan understands, I see. You have a first-level watertight pet. You used to scout the poisonous serpent's cave while it was away. She praises, clever boy. I've been staking out the strange 6th-level spiritual beast since I found it a month ago. Until 3 days ago, it only kept to the cave. She smiles and continues, so I used my first-level spiritual beast, golden-finned fish, to find that it really contained shaping spring. But that poisonous serpent was truly vicious, coming back just an hour later. So I waited the past 3 days for it to come out. But since it didn't, I had no choice but to go in and confront it. Zhuofan teases, so you got naked and tried working your wiles on it? She shouts indignantly, what nonsense are you babbling? Who would ever seduce that beast? I only intended to use my beast-controlling art to tame it. Zhuofan expresses surprise. Beast taming, she explains, hey, could you stop with the vulgarities? My clan's beast-controlling art pays special attention to being one with nature. The more in tune one is, the stronger the art. Since she can only tame a 4th-level spiritual beast at most, she has to give her body and soul in joining with nature this time around. Unfortunately, it fails in the end. Zhuofan thinks, after all, that the serpent is related to the flood dragon. How could it be just a mere 6th-level spiritual beast? She says, hey, brat, weren't you quick at flying? Draw the venomous serpent out and let me fetch the shaping spring. Do that and I will cross out the crass attitude and disrespect you showed me. Watching her, Zhuofan opens his wings and says, my thoughts exactly, and starts flying. She smiles and thinks, stupid, the shaping spring is finally in hand. But isn't this perhaps a little too easy? Zhuofan comes to a tree and knocks on it. She thinks, why so reckless? Is he insane or heartless? Zhuofan opens a water tunnel, and water starts coming out. The dragon arrives and attacks Zhuofan. She thinks, why is this brat just standing there? Is he scared shitless? God damn it. Why did I fail when I'm so close? Confidently standing there, Zhuofan says, run. Guard this place, don't come in without my permission. She thinks I told you to lure it away, not to provoke it. Even if you want to die, could you please lure it away before? Zhuofan says, the dragon, behave. The dragon opens its mouth to eat him. She shockingly closes her eyes and thinks he's dead. Fan turns around and says, "Didn't I tell you to behave?" While performing his azure flaming, the dragon gets stuck and stands there. Fan says, "You're so feisty to not listen when you're ordered, always asking for trouble." She thinks, what just happened since when were vicious venomous serpents so meek?